Oops.
The Ragnar did get a
Whoops,
fair bit of
sorry.
chunk
I
damage
had
off
the
the Shimakaze
mic
before he got caught again.
muted.
I feel
But
these
anyways,
taunts will
this
be
is the
opening up
King of
Ohio as well,
Seas.
so the Ragnar and Haraguma both can be worked.
Sorry, I had the mic muted. So this is the COTS King of Seas tournament. Looks like the EU Grand Finals right now. So let's watch that. Gonna go in theater mode on this. So let's go to the live screen here now.
However, these Haraguma
Any
torpedoes
questions? Just throw in chat,
He might
folks.
be able to take one on the stern. Does get one, even though he's in the smoke screen. The Shimakaze dropped the smoke screen for this Ohio. If they can take down this Ohio, they can run down that Shimakaze, who's only on 4,000 health, with that Ragnar and Haraguma combination. The focus fire has gone from the Haraguma onto the Des Moines now, because the Des Moines is currently spotting him with his radar, and I feel these Torps might be in a lot of trouble here. Haraguma does go down. Papega snipers Ohio, taking a salvo out of him, and Monkey Enjoyer 1, finishing him with the Des Moines. There is now turned their attention forepayed onto the Moskva of DevCube. DevCube takes down Monkey Enjoyer in the background with a nice little salvo at max range, but he's being farmed down by 2 Marceaus.
While that was going on, Compound's Ragnar on the one line did take a big volley from Anakin Seawalker's Venezia. DevQ under spam here. A replay of Monkey Enjoyer 2 going down there in the Moskva.
Radar out from the Ragnar at the bottom of the 9 line, trying to find where the Shimakaze is, realizing he's not in range. That's going to be a very wasted opportunity there. He needed that. He needed to use that stealth radar to try and take down that Shimakaze and make a pick. Now just watching the Monkey Enjoyer Des Moines having a nice little position over the islands in decap, realizing there's no battleships left on the board to really punish him. He can just bow tank the Moskva at max range and start trading with them there. That's a very nice position in this specific circumstances.
Yeah, Monkey Enjoyer is sitting next to the nice flat part of the island where you're protected from torpedoes. It's not actually necessary in this case, but protected from torpedoes, and you can just shoot straight over the top of it as well. But DevKey's Moskva does not have a shot.
Marceaus are still opening up on this Moskva. Ragnar, for punch, decided he wants to take another fight with the Ohio, start working on farming him down. The Ragnar is very good at gunboating, especially with its improved engine boost, so he can dodge a lot of salvos from the Ohio, so the Ohio is probably not going to be able to land much in return on him if this is a well-played Ragnar.
There's less than 100 points in it.
There is, but converting these kills is going to be very difficult. They have 2 Ragnars. The enemy has 2 low health destroyers. They can convert kills. The problem is that the Ragnar and the home caps need to be very careful of that Venezia. And this Moskva for them is still being farmed down by this Des Moines.
Yeah, they're not able to get much on the Des Moines in return, really.
Yeah, Cyrax suffering at the hands of both this Ohio and Des Moines just farming. I don't think he's going to be alive for much longer here.
No,
out of 5,000 health.
That is going to swing the points massively, as well as the ship advantage. DevQ being forced forward here as Sniper pushes around the corner.
Sheep's also able to open up now.
Sniper has chosen just to ignore the Ragnar, I think, and try and get the kill on Cyrax. There we go. Moskva down. 924 points. For paid.
Still trying to farm down this Ohio.
It's as well as it being like gradual chip damage, it's also just psychologically really annoying when you've got the shells constantly landing and you're trying to concentrate on something else.
Oh, the punch Moskva though. The Des Moines jumping out on his face. 20 points to go.
80 with 2 caps ticking. That's not going to take very long. 984. Don't think they're going to be able to get Sniper's Ohio down.
They might be able to take down the Ragnar.
But yeah, but 2 more ticks. That will be the series for paid.
Yeah, the Cinderella story is over. Punch coming all the way through the losers bracket just couldn't make it happen. They're losing the series 3-0. Let's throw it over to the studio for some analysis into this series.
Congratulations to Paid, now the official third place of the EU King of the Sea, 13 so far. Yeah, Punch came close, but it wasn't enough against Paid. They just played better. Well played by both teams, but let's take a look at how Paid also converted this one.
Yeah, it was a pretty crazy game from the start, especially near the end. It was actually closer than it seemed at some point. I think the Ragnar taking a Shimakaze's Dorp all the way at the start of the game was a very big factor in why this game went as it went. Obviously, losing 25,000 HP at the start of the game is less than ideal. Obviously, the Ragnar does have heals and a lot of HP to take it, but unfortunately, that did end up costing Punch quite a lot.
I think one thing which made the game seem really close, actually, compared to what it actually should have been, was the full HP Kremlin got a ram with a 14k HP Kremlin. So if that didn't happen, if they just killed that Kremlin, it would have been, I think, a bigger showing from Paid. But then again, they did really well. Oh, the replay is ready.
Oh
Yes,
yes, let's
the
take a
replay is
look
already-
at the replay.
Already in, so we'll have a look at that.
And big shout out to our volunteers in the background, getting us these replays so quickly. I mean, you know, the game just finished, as you saw. We already have the replay ready to go. And if you want to use this tool for your own replays, you can actually do this. If you just head to our official Discord, you can just use the replay bot and upload your personal replays and turn them into a video to enjoy your best or maybe worst games. Who knows? For analysis, always good to take a look at it afterwards.
Yes, so we have the replay here on screen, and let's play it out for the first couple of minutes and look at the initial deployment. So we'll stop right here. Marvin, what can you tell us about these initial deployments? What do you see?
So basically, the double Marceau, as expected, is going. I believe that's C cap, right? It's not B. That's C cap.
Yeah.
And basically taking it early on. And really and truly, Punch can't really do anything about that. So that's a good start from them. A and B, I mean, Ragnar, Moskva. It seems like Punch is sending a lot of things towards the B cap, whilst Paid only sent 2 ships. The Marceaus are flexible. They can go anywhere they want. That's the nice thing about Marceaus. If you send them somewhere, they can always go somewhere else. Whilst on the other hand, if you take an actual surface ship like a Moskva or a Des Moines,
Or even a Ragnar.
or a Ragnar, really, even a Ragnar, it's too slow. So if you're taking them somewhere, you're probably going to keep them there the entire match. So now on the 10 line, I believe we saw the Ragnar eat a torpedo for Punch.
Yeah,
Right.
right here we see, well,
Well,
unfortunately he goes out of detection range here, probably because the replay was rendered from one of the ships over at the AB side, but he does indeed take a torp and take 25,000 damage. He is able to heal back a lot of this, but not all of it.
look at where the Marceaus are, by the way, and look where the Ragnar is. The Ragnar just got to B, and so the Marceaus who spawned on the opposite side of the map also got almost the same spot. And they also capped the cap already. But yeah, that's always nice to watch.
Yeah, and then here the Moskva also immediately pops his radar, which actually brings the Ragnar down almost to, hello? Sorry, there we go. Down to about 1,000, which means that the Ragnar could only use 2 more heals to heal back about 10,000, which means that for the next 3 or so minutes, the Ragnar was unable to really achieve anything. And here we see Punch finally taking back this ground at the B cap, and the Marceau's rotating very quickly back towards this side of the map.
And then, of course, we see the D cap actually developing with Paid pushing the Kremlin really far into the cap to just hold it, and having the Des Moines, Moskva, and Ohio to counter whatever comes in. And Punch decides to actually push their Kremlin in alone, having to withering down a Kremlin takes a while, but with that much firepower, you can definitely do it. And it kind of put Punch into a position where they had to go for a trade, and the best possible trade would just be a ram.
Yeah, because they had both the Moskva from here, the Kremlin from here, but the Des Moines was kind of able to shoot from here, the Moskva and the Ohio. So they had about like 5 ships shooting him, which even for Kremlin is quite a bit of
Quite
firepower
a
to
lot of
take.
ships, yeah.
And then
But
we indeed see
he
that
does go down to around 14,000 HP, I believe.
Yeah,
But
and then-
luckily, he does actually trade. Somehow, they are allowed to get a ram of that. That should never happen, but
Yeah, I think this game would have been a lot more of a lot more decided if Pate was actually able to keep their Kremlin alive and take down the enemy Kremlin. However, Punch did manage to almost crawl it back with that.
this
Here we
Republic
see-
was also in the C cap. He got farmed out really quickly because it is a Republic. It doesn't tank as
And
well as
at
a
this
Kremlin.
point, the HPs were actually very close at this point. Almost.
It was, I think it was 90,000 to 60,000. So there's only a 30,000
Yeah,
difference.
just a little bit before that, it was even about 100k to 100k. But obviously, we see that Pate has a lot more ships alive. Like
Yep.
here, they have about 6 ships, whereas Punch only have 4 ships remaining. So the amount of damage they're able to apply is a lot lower.
Yeah, and you just have to say that I think Pate really excelled at having a good HP pool management for the team, and also then applying the damage when it's necessary to make it count when you take the risk that you would actually lose these ships.
Yeah.
So really well played, and well, we'll get to see them in 2 weeks' time when they are going to be part of the international part for King of the Sea. So note that down in your calendars. In 2 weeks' time, we have that coming up for you. But next up, at 17:45 or in UTC, or if you're in Central Europe, it's going to be at 19:45. So in roughly 15 minutes, we'll hand over to the grand finals and see BanCV play against Chat. But before we do this, we take a small break, and then we're back with the big match that you've been waiting for, and see who's going to be King of the Sea for Europe. So handing over to the break, and then we'll be back in a few minutes.
That's a lot of damage. Have it a little more. That's a lot of damage.
Shipping ships, shipping ships, shipping all the way. Oh, what fun it is to.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer. I got a gal, she looked just fine. Always bring me whiskey and wine. Breakfast in the morning and dinner at night. Everything she do just right.
Welcome back to the grand finals for the EU King of the Sea 13, and we will see two very decent teams. We have Shaft play against Ban CV. Both of the teams looked very convincing in the matches that we've seen so far. And looking at the team history, we can see, of course, a lot of experience, especially on the Ban CV side. Who wants to take Ban CV?
He's quick to respond.
Yes.
A very experienced team, as you can see. It doesn't list it there, which actually is feedback for next time. We should list if they actually won the clan season and if they won the tournament, because it only says semis or better. So I think it should say if they actually won the tournament. But we do know Ban CV has won 3 COTS tournaments in the past 5, I believe. And they've also won, I actually don't know, I think 7 or 8 clan seasons since season 1. So that's incredible. But Shaft as well, they've started around season 8. But as you can see, they are consistently placing in Hurricane, which are still really good. And you want to talk about their COTS history?
Yeah, so Shaft has actually performed really well in COTS since they have formed their team. Especially for a new team, they have done extremely well with a lot of training and dedication. You can make it very far. They ended up being, I think, the number 3 in the last King of the Sea. So actually, that should be semis or better because they ended up losing against, I think it's Rain, and then beating out, I think I may have forgotten. But yeah, they did actually perform really well. So it should be a good matchup.
Yes, but of course, the TWA/Ban CV team super experienced. As you can see, in the previous King of the Seas, if they didn't win, they came very, very close. It was very, like, it took them a while to get there, but since then they have always been a very, very strong team. And last time in King of the Sea 12, they got knocked out by Rain in the best of 16, and Rain, of course, won King of the Sea EU last time. So you can see that they didn't go out against any team, but only against the winning team. And of course, the Massos and Kleber strats, they're very popular last King of the Sea. I think kind of threw TWA off their game a bit, which means that now you can see that with Kleber being banned, there is a second ban from Ban CV, which makes kind of sense, right? They banned the Masso, they don't want to see it. But Shaft, on the other hand, watching the matches, I guess, of the last few weeks, said, you know what? We know you're going to ban the Masso, but we're also going to ban the Moskva, which is a very, very strong ship they've used throughout the matches and used very heavily from Ban CV's side. In terms of map bans, we see Warrior's Path banned by Shaft, but Trap banned by Ban CV. So even though the French IDs are out of the picture, they still decided to say, you know what, Trap, we're not that comfortable with it.
Yeah, I mean, Trap does have a lot of like rotation aspects, and things can go out of hand really quickly on Trap, especially because the map tends to flip a lot from north to south side, south to north side. And then we indeed see, instead of a split like, actually, I have to, like this, we see split like this.
Very nice visualization. Yes, and if you take a look at the maps we're going to see today, this is of course a best of 5. So the teams have to get 3 points to be able to win this series. And we have Northern Waters, which is actually Shaft's pick. And Mr. Conway really wants us to talk about the predictions. So if you take a look at the amount of channel points currently in the pool, we have 1.4 million channel points in favor of Ban CV. So a lot of you have the trust in the team. Shaft is sitting at currently 354,000 channel points. It's an 80 to 20 ratio. That's very impressive and shows how convincing Ban CV has been in this tournament, that a lot of you would actually vote for them. But yeah, the first map, though, is Shaft's pick. So keep that in mind. And then we have Land of Fire, of course, being the pick from Ban CV. Then we have North Hotspot as the pick of Ban CV. Interesting. And then as the final map, because it was the only map left over, right? And there was no random factor anymore. It was Islands of Ice. So I'm really, really looking forward to the set of matches. I hope we get to see Hotspot and Islands of Ice as well, so that it's going to be a fantastic final setup of matches. So on Northern Waters, we've seen this map a lot today and yesterday. It's a very popular map among teams, and it features very similar strategies. What do you think is going to happen from Ban CV's side now that they cannot bring Moskvas? What are they going to do to kind of substitute this?
I think they're going to bring Ragnars. I think they're comfortable with playing Ragnars, so that we might see 1 to 2 Ragnars here, quite possibly. What do you think?
I think we might see some Nevsky play instead. I mean, obviously, Moskvas are a very good pick on Northern Waters specifically as well. So not having access to any of those does make it quite tough. Maybe they will substitute a Stalingrad here or there, but I think the biggest substitute for them will be playing Nevsky strats instead of anchoring the Moskvas.
Okay, very interesting. In terms of DDs, so Ragnar would be your expectation. Do you think we're going to see a magical set maybe?
A what?
A set 52?
Oh, maybe on B, but maybe a Shem on C, or a, if they're running Nevskys, they need a smoke destroyer, so maybe a Yu Yang or a Gearing, right?
Yeah, I would like, if they want to bring Nevskys, of course, it would make sense. They could also rely, of course, on Des Moines quite a bit. So we'll have to see. All of these teams, yeah, especially all of these teams are very, very flexible when it comes to the ship choice. These players have been playing for a very long time, and they know a lot of cruisers. And I think a team like Ban CV is very prepared when they bring such a heavy Moskva composition throughout several matches, that they know that, okay, one of these teams we're going to fight, they might actually ban it, so they have a plan to fall back on to still be very, very comfortable in what they're going to show. Now, the teams are assembling in the background. One thing I wanted to highlight, this whole stream is running on a 5-minute delay, so please keep that in mind, because we want to make sure that it's fair for both sides, that nobody has an advantage by, for example, watching a stream, trying to get some extra information about where the enemy team is at. you know how important visibility, detectability, and so on is. The element of surprise can make a huge difference in these competitive matches and decide a game, or at least influence it very, very much in the beginning. And if one of the teams might have an issue in the beginning of the match, they can still, let's say, player would disconnect in the beginning, they still have a chance to reset the match and play it again. So far, we've been very, very happy and lucky that we haven't had any kind of restart throughout the weekend, and I hope I didn't just jinx
Yeah,
it.
You know, you definitely just did.
I believe in the server hamsters and in the players' internet connections that this is not going to be an issue today, standing in the way of a really fantastic first match. Now, everybody's talking about BansCV being probably here the well, kind of like the favorite and the most likely team to watch. But do you think they're going to take off the map from Shaft?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, I do think so. Actually, I want to really quickly touch on maybe the Moskva strats that they've been using up until now may have been kind of like a decoy, and they actually have a lot better strats hidden from us without the Moskva, and kind of baiting Shaft into banning their Moskva.
Featuring the Gouden Leo?
Well, I don't think
His
it will
dream,
be.
his dream. You're breaking his dream.
He's still waiting for it. He's still
I-
waiting
I'm
It was,
waiting
it was
for it.
banned today on SCA in the
Yes,
final.
yes,
Yes,
we were
they're
actually very
we
surprised
did
to see
did
this.
see it on in the Asia finals. We did actually see a Gouden Leeuw ban from -1S against Vor.
Four have been known to use the Gooden though, actually, so
Yes.
they've been using it a lot.
So
Surprisingly.
again, we see a difference between the regions, which is very important for whoever wins this match, as they will also be fighting against the other regions. Actually, both of these will be anyway.
Yeah,
But,
if we can actually quickly bring up the prize pool, just that you know what these teams are actually fighting for. The regional winners will, of course, get a significant prize pool in-game. They get a t-shirt, they get a Made of Steel skin, they get 25 King of the Sea camouflages, and I hope a lot of you participate in our prediction campaign to get your chance to get some of these as well. 5,000 steel, 5,000 doubloons for whoever's going to take this home. But if you're first, you also get at least $2,500 as a team because you're already preceded, right? And you have the chance to get $17,500 US if you win the international finals. So a lot of money at stake here, and we'll have to see who's going to make it. But of course, one of the biggest things is the bragging rights and being able to get the flag and the rights to just state that, hey, we are the king of the sea for Europe, and then move on to the internationals. Well, with this, I'll hand it over to Acastas. I hope you're going to have a fantastic match. I personally hope that Shaft is going to make it very difficult for BansCV and take the first map. We'll see. Have fun.
Welcome on in, and here we go in the best of 5 grand final for EU King of the Sea 13. This is going to be between BansCV and Shaft, and the green team for this game will be BansCV. They're going to be running Ohio, Yamato, Nevsky, Stalingrad, Gearing, Ragnar, and Ragnar. Switching to Stalingrad after that Moskva ban by Shaft. Stats, what have you got?
Yeah, Shaft bringing a Yamato, a Kremlin, a Des Moines, double Nevsky, a Gearing, a Daring, and 2 Ragnars.
So, Mr. Darth Henning, the resident expert for this game, you have a bit of an intimate knowledge of BansCV, don't you?
Oh yeah. I
How
mean,
many
I'm
times
technically
have you
still
won
inside
King
the
of the Sea
clan.
with them?
Twice.
So, do you want to explain this target ban and what it is going to do, changing the Moskvas into Stalingrads, how they're going to be able to punish that if you're the team of Shaft?
I mean, the Moskva ban and forced BansCV to take Stalins instead literally just makes it so that the Stalins can be farmed by HE a little bit better because of the increased fire duration. It's kinda it. You actually give BansCV improved cross-firing potential with it on the downside. So in the worst case, it can actually backfire hard.
Alright, well, let's get in these initial deployments because it does look like we might have a fight relatively soon. Over at the ACAT, we'll be sending a Stalingrad and Ohio for BansCV. They're going to have a Ragnar between A and B, and Ragnar north of B, Stalingrad north of B. And over at C, we'll be seeing Ragnar, Gearing, Nevsky, and Yamato. Stats, where's your team deployed?
Shaft are taking Kremlin Des Moines with Ragnar over to Alpha. They've got the 2 destroyers in the middle, Ragnar and Daring. Daring just touching the cap as I speak. And then they've got Yamato and 2 Nevskys with the smoke gearing over towards the... By that I mean it has a smoke which is going to use to smoke up the Nevskys over towards the sea cap before someone says it can't not take a smoke screen.
Ah, yes, the smoke gearing. Right, so Daring and Ragnar poison a bit of a cat powder Craig. There's going to be the 2 Ragnars for Bansi V just parked outside of range, and like Tug and the Stalingrad going to be there as well, and Kitus is also going to have shots. So there might be a lot of action in the B cap, or not very much action in the B cap. It depends on how aggressive both these teams want to play. We do see torpedoes have been launched from the gearing of Exodus Blade towards where this Ragnar is currently hovering, Blood Legend. There is also going to be no radar from the no Hydra, sorry, from the Stalingrad. We do see the initial radars go out. Daring spotted, Ragnar spotted both teams. Shots flying every which way.
Yeah, we're going to have to watch carefully as several ships come under fire.
The Bansi focus fire currently onto Ragnar,
Shaft's focus fire is onto Blood Legends Ragnar.
who needs to be very careful about those torpedoes that we just mentioned from the gearing. Just get in between them.
Narrowly dodging. Yeah, that's the difficulty when you're dodging torpedoes and dodging shells at the same time.
That's a beautiful torpedo timing that they had. But speaking of beautiful torpedo timing, south of the sea cap, we see lots of torpedoes flying at the smoke screen. The 2 Nevsky's going to have to be turning in and just managing to dodge all of these. That was some beautiful torpedoes from the Bansi V gearing as well. These are some very well-timed torpedoes, but also expertly dodged. Radar comes out from the Stalingrad north of the B cap. Will be reacquiring the Daring of Float 420, but he should be able to get out of range. I don't think anything else is going to have... Actually, no, the Stalingrad of Kitus is still going to be taking shots, and the Stalingrad is going to be taking shots, and more shots from the Nevskys as well.
Yeah, it's surprising how much focus fire comes in on ships, even when they're quite a long way away. Because, of course, you know, the caller will have asked Anlay. I don't know if Anlay is the caller, he might be. But the caller will definitely have said, right, radar is going to go up on B. Make sure that you're looking for the Daring. Guns will turn, and then when people report ready, they pop the radar.
So Flo going to be dropping some single fire torpedoes down towards where he expects Anlight Tongue to be poking out. And again, Blood Legend is going to be in the region of them as well. Anlight going to be nicely parked behind this island and will be able to dodge all of these torpedoes. He sees, oh, there's a conga line there. Let me just not press W. That's dangerous. And it will leave Blood Legend able to take that cap. We see a radar coming out from the Stalingrad of Kitus. Not sure if he's going to pick anything up with that. He does pick up the Ragnar and the Des Moines in the A cap, but I don't think El Snackman's Ohio is going to have any shots to
He absolutely does, and HE is loaded as well.
Stress Possum taking a hit.
So that does force Possum off the cap. Possum's going to have to wait for that radar to go down and then reverse back in again. But you've got points. Ragnar sitting there for Bouncy V in that gap.
Exodus Blaze takes a massive hit at the bottom of the sea cap in his gearing. I think that was the Yamato salvo from Angelstone. And also I hear a torpedo landing behind me. That was a Nevsky eating a torpedo in the smoke screen. That was from Vilex's torpedo, or Vile 9's torpedo, or whatever he wants to call himself. We haven't figured it out yet. We ask him every time. He refuses to give us an answer.
So during that, Striva's Ragnar for Bouncy V was pushed off the north of the sea cap. Again, having to reverse back in.
A-cap will be once again contested by Stress Possum, but he's now going to be spotted by Points Ragnar. Bit of trading going back and forth between the two, and now the crossfire will be coming in towards Points Ragnar as well from the Ragnar and Daring at the bottom of B-cap.
With all these Ragnars in the game, well, frankly, with 4 destroyers being in the game on each side, there's going to be a lot of shells flying backwards and forwards. Vert, by the way, has pushed up on the 1 line. Has gone for the island. There's absolutely nothing to stop Vert doing this.
Yeah, he is going to be pushing into a Ohio Stalingrad Ragnar around the corner, and then the Stalingrad of Anlai Tung if he wants to get too deep. But for now, he has freedom to push to at least engage El Snackman on better terms.
Shaft is also pushing the Des Moines into that cap as well. I suspect Chatband will end up against the North Island.
Yeah, where he will be able to hydro both that Ragnar and the Stalingrad to provide a farming opportunity for the Daring and Ragnar south of B, should they so wish to choose to take it.
Potentially Zando's Yamato. I think Zando's probably for the sea cap right now, but could easily
sea cap gearing. Vlex north of C takes a torpedo in his gearing. That's a lot of torpedoes landing back and forth. There's also some torpedoes coming towards the Nevsky south of the sea cap as well that he launched a little bit earlier on. However, there's a massive gap that's formed in the middle of those.
I mean, not even having to move there. Kamikaze's just having to reverse very slightly, or go forwards very slightly.
So Shriver's got himself into the sea cap. They might finally be able to take this. Nope. Blind reset. Denied.
Okay, so Des Moines for Shaft is actually going for the gap with the Ragnar. Vert looming in the background, putting a bit of pressure on Snackman.
As a side note, Guinea Modernist Nevsky on the 9 is actually blind firing the Nevskys on the south of sea, and he's actually hitting a lot of shells.
Even though they're behind the smokescreen quite a long way, which is pretty impressive. Kimmy, having taken that torpedo and some shells, is down to 16k and running a heal.
AB Gap, Muffler Chat Band is now under the focus fire of 2 Ragnars and a Stalingrad. Is getting a fair bit of damage on a Point and Blood Legends Ragnars, but he's taking a lot of suffering for it. He's now burning a double fire, he's reversing back. He's like, I don't want to be under that sustained DPM from those guys. That hurts a lot. But look at the amount of damage that Point is taking in return, because the crossfire is coming from all over the map. We have the Daring south, the Ragnar south, the Des Moines itself. Point limping away with 4,600 health. Both of these Ragnars are still spotted. Point down at 3,196.
Still spotted.
Taking another
Quite
couple of
desperately
shots.
trying to run north and get unspotted. Chatman doesn't have a shot anymore, which is going to make that slightly easier.
Yeah, Flo is currently dealing with the very floaty shells at maximum range of the Daring. Not going to probably be landing any more shells on Point. However, the Yamato Salvo of Vega Zando is coming in. All expertly dodged. Point going to be limping away. Ragnar of Blood Legend going to take a bit more of firing in the meantime. But look at the health on Kitus' Stalingrad. He is permanently Hydra by Muffler Chatband, and he's being farmed down by Zill's Ragnar at the time. Down with 10,000 health.
Kitus is definitely in trouble here now. The focus fire is switched away from the destroyer.
Kitus does pop his radar. Will reacquire the Des Moines and Ragnar. Snackman gets a shot towards the Ragnar of Stress Possum. Couple of thousand out of fire. But yeah,
Notice
look
that
at
the battleships in this match are not being afraid to load at HE if necessary, because there are so many destroyers around.
Kite is taking another fire down to 8,900 and healing. But he's not out healing the damage that's coming in. He also is going to not have much more room to reverse. He is about to hit that island behind him.
But when this radar goes, that's going to give Possum a little bit more freedom. On the top corner, by the way,
Vert!
Kremlin versus Ohio in the top corner.
Yeah, Vert took a massive salvo, loses 80% of his health. I think he's just going to go for the ram on Snackman at this point. Or could he get the dev strike off?
Yeah, Snackman is giving quite a lot of angle there, quite a lot of broadside.
That
It
Vert's
was our
turret's
turn.
not interested. And Snackman's just going to go around for the drive-by.
Yep.
He might just have the Kremlin here.
Front guns, yep. Beautiful execution there by Snackman.
Yeah, and now Snackman has a lovely angle on the back of this Des Moines of Muffler Chatband. The problem is they don't have any way to spot him right now, so it's just be a case of Snackman's going to keep walking towards the Ragnar, who has no torpedo threat, and eventually just hope to run down the Des Moines. Over at the sea cap, radar out from Anlike Tongue. Gonna be picking up Flo, peeking at the B cap, and it's like, hey, get back out of there.
So, since we last saw Kimi and Kamikaze's health situation hasn't really changed. Kamikaze's has lost a little bit. Kimi's also lost a little bit, but they're both still there, both still sitting behind the smoke screen.
Muffler Chatband's been forced forward out of the AB gap. He's now going to be running down into a 2 Ragnars and a Stalingrad. Actually, make that 3 Ragnars. All 3 Ragnars currently opening up on this Des Moines of Muffler Chatband. He's going to be trying to like trade a little bit of what he can, but the sustained DPM of these ships should easily take him down there. He's not in a position that he can't get dark.
Striva raining those shells down at about 16 kilometers. Yeah, Chatband's going to butt up against the island literally here. And I think that's going to be the end of the Shaft Des Moines.
Meanwhile, Stress Possum is going to take a one-on-one fight with Ohio at 10 kilometers. It's not the kind of fight I would want to take, but we'll see how that goes in a while, because that's not going to be a quick fight at all.
Oh, and honestly, I think Possum, if Possum gets too low on health, he can just stop firing. But they will want to maintain Possum there to try and get resets on the Ohio as he tries to cap. Daring in B for shaft flow is going to cap B. And so Bouncy V totally in the C half of the map now, apart from Snackman.
Similarly, down at the bottom right of the map is now down to 6,000 health and burning, 5,400, 4,800 shots coming in from across the map of the Stalingrad. Does pop his damage control down to 2,100? Pops his I'm going to die radar just to see what you can find, if anything. 1,200 health.
Yeah, generally, if you see a radar cruiser on low health popping a radar, it's just, well, I may as well because I'm going to go down anyway. There we go.
You never know, you might accidentally find something and get a nice salvo into it.
And you know, at the very least, you might be able to give some information on a destroyer that you didn't realize was there or something.
Speed cap south of Daring decided to open up on the Ohio, but the Ragnars were instantly turning onto him. He did throw some torpedoes their way. Blood Legend narrowly avoids the one towards his bow. I'm talking about Anlight north of the B cap as well has been forced all the way back with his 17,000 health remaining on his Stalingrad.
Snackman actually just got a great blind shot into the smoke there with Flow. Flow being detected by radar. The Ragnar Wolfpack in pursuit of Flow.
Yeah, Daring not having access to a speed boost compared to the 35% speed boost of these three Ragnars can just run him down. And they've also found Zill's Ragnar as well.
Zill also in the same radar. Zill returning fire, so he's not going to go unspotted anytime soon.
He doesn't really have much in the way of support. The Yamato of Pepegazando doesn't have any sort of shots. The Nevsky of Kamikazes might be able to get some shots, but he has to put himself at a lot of risk from the Yamato of Angelstone if he does. You might be able to take down Striver. He does take down Striver, but the shots are coming in from all over the map. Take him down. That will be a trade. And a trade is not what you want at this point if you are Shaft. You are down heavily.
So the team that is ahead on ships, if you have a trade, it massively advantages the team that has the ship advantage. And now we see the replay of Flow going down. In the meantime, Exodus has actually managed to get into C in the gearing for Shaft, and is going to cap that.
It's a tiny bit of point income, but I don't see a way it can hold that in front of three Ragnars, Yamato, Nevsky, Stalingrad.
The two remaining Ragnars for Bouncy V are being sent across to A to try and find Stress Possum. As we see torpedoes going towards Kinemod. Kinemod takes a torpedo down to 5,000 health.
So there are still some convertible kills on the board for Shaft.
So
but
it is possible. I mean, it is possible that Possum could actually kill both of these Ragnars.
Possible,
they are
but
both
difficult.
Quite low. It's not inconceivable. Let's see what happens. Possum turning to try and get that escape around the island, try and limit it to one destroyer shooting, but Anlay across the map. Oh, not quite landing.
He takes down one.
Yep.
It's now 1v1.
I don't think Possum can get Blood Legend.
6 health.
Easily,
I mean, to take him down. He's on 1100 health.
Yeah,
There's still salvos coming in. 300 health. Stress Possum with a 2v1.
Kamikazes with the conversion there. Stress Possum, great play there. Nearly getting both on his own.
Problem
Okay,
is
so that means
the Ohio can actually get A now.
Yep.
The Ohio can also shoot at Kamikazes. And so can the Yamato.
748 points for Bouncy V.
Okay, so Kamikazes could potentially be able to get some farming done on the bow of Anlay while the Ohio and Yamato are distracted with Pepegazando's Yamato. It's iffy. They do still have a destroyer, but he's surrounded by 2 radar ships and 2 battleships.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what they're doing with Exodus here. There's obviously a plan. He's going somewhere. Okay, it's to torp Angelstone's Yamato.
With one set. He still has a second set, which he might...
I just, with 4,000 health, I don't think there's any opportunity to try and torp Anlay.
Well, what he can do is he can cap B.
Potentially.
Pegazando suffering at the hands of Angelstone, though.
Radar out from
also be opening up.
Kamikazes. I think that's just to check where Anlay is and what he's doing. Is he coming forwards? Is he going backwards? That's going to give Exodus in the gearing the confidence to go into the cap.
Torpedoes towards the back of Angelstone don't look like they're going to do very much. They might catch one on the stern.
Exodus is spotted by Anley's radar. Snackman will have a shot very shortly from the A cap.
The Pegazando goes down. The torpedo does land on the stern of Angelstone, though.
Here we go. Snackman shells out on Exodus Blaze.
Ow.
Gets one volley. Rear shells don't do anything.
Kamikazes gets in the cap.
This is a very dangerous moment for Kamikazes.
Yeah, because he's in a four-way crossfire.
Angelstone, Yamato shells inbound. Snackman reloads.
That's a flat broadside Nevsky.
It is. But as we
That's
all
still a
know,
flat
that's
broadside
going to be a
Nevsky.
whole bunch of overpens. As it's a Nevsky. So, yeah, but Kamikazes is in the middle of the map in between two battleships, ultimately. That can't last forever. But the gearing will get the cap.
Oof. I think Kamikazes has accepted his fate. It's like, you know what? We're going to move on to the next game. Please just take me down. Gearing of Exodus Blaze realize there's not much more you can do.
934 points, 936 for Band CV. With currently one cap ticking, soon to be two.
Exodus Blaze tries to fire to get himself spotted. He's like,
Yeah.
I'm over here, but unfortunately nothing has line of sight to him right now.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
over
managed to
here.
get. He's managed to get in bloom range of Kinemod. Kinemod will do the honourable thing.
He's not in bloom range though. He's just being blind fired at.
No, that's true actually. But Kinemod has shown very good
Yeah.
blind fire during this match, so hopefully
That's actually fantastic blind fire. He
There
managed
you
to
go.
find him.
there you go.
Congratulations to the Band CV taking the first game in this best of 5 grand final 1-0. Let's throw it over to the studio for some analysis.
Wow, and BanCV takes the map off of Shaft's hands, and that's a very, very interesting start so far, and it looked very strong, right? It looked
Yeah.
very, very strong. So let's discuss what made BanCV win this one.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing well, it's not why BanCV won, but rather why Shaft did not win, is they weren't able to finish off the Ragnars. It was actually very close in the end, and it would have been a lot closer if they weren't able to get the Ragnars. The Ragnars ended up being a really, really vital part later on, and taking down the Des Moines and taking back the caps. And if I think if Shaft had taken down managed to actually get a kill on the Ragnars earlier, they would have been able to take this map. What do you think?
I really think those Ragnars should have been killed. I mean, sure, it's really hard to kill them, but not killing those ships really hurt them really much because they couldn't take B at all because there's two Ragnars holding it. They did manage to kill the Stalingrad quite early on, actually, which is actually really good. The Kremlin pushed up the one line, right?
Yeah.
Try get shots on the Stalingrad. He did actually manage to kill the Stalingrad, but then he got driven by El Snackman in his Ohio, which was actually a really nice play. And then the issue with that was the Ohio was right behind the Des Moines on A. The Des Moines had to push out, and he started being farmed by the 3 Ragnars they couldn't kill before.
Yeah.
So he ended up dying really quickly. But that's... Oh, most importantly, actually, I think we forgot to mention on CCAP, the Nevskis, Vile Villet, I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't want him to get mad at me. But he was... he told me I
He's
could pronounce
here,
him in
even
any
here.
way. But he was... I mean, the Torps were really
Yeah.
good. On position every single time. The Nevskis took like half their HP from him. Like, he was... It's just the Torp angles were really good from him. So congrats to him.
Yeah, an amazing vision control on that flank. They were able to outtrade the double Nevsky with only a single Nevsky there, and the Yamato and the Stalin on very long range. So they actually did a really amazing job on the vision control there, making sure that they could outtrade the Nevskys.
Yeah, and the replay is actually going to be ready in probably like 20 seconds. Yeah, I was really impressed by how BanCV was able to deal with the double Nevsky and maintaining their HP, being able to actually outtrade the Nevskys on the C flank. And you can clearly see that a lot of teams will focus on the A area, but once we start the replay, we will see that for BanCV, they just focused on B and C. They still left something, of course, to delay A and to be able to react, but overall, the focus was clearly on B and C to not let the C cap fall into Shaft's hands.
Yeah, and we can see exactly this. We just see absolutely no ships in this entire area of the map for for Ban CV, and they just kind of left it open. They just had the Stalingrad and the Ragnar, and this Stalingrad here. All these people to kind of reset the cap, make sure that they don't really get it. But in the end, yeah, they did a really good job, especially just on the 9-10 line here, making sure that these Nevskis from Shaft down here were constantly under threat. And as you can see here, they're just constantly losing HP from the beautiful Torps, from Ville, Vile.
Why don't we call him just
Vile.
Vile Ville?
Vile Ville.
So we're gonna be on the safe side. But I have to also point out Angel Stone's HP control with his Yamato, fantastic, because you don't want to be in a situation where two Nevskis plus potential gearing torpedoes throwing you off and living in the constant danger. But just really,
He was
really well
taking
played.
minimal damage whilst also applying enough pressure where the enemy team couldn't really just dance around him, right? So it was really good from his positioning. As Snackman on the top left, like we said, the
Yeah, we
Kremlin
see
coming
the
up.
engagement happening here as we watch. You actually managed to take down the Kremlin,
Very
and
nice
he
drive-by by him.
escapes on about like 80,000 HP, which is most of it, and is able to force the Des Moines out into the 3 Ragnars here that will end up taking him down.
It's very interesting to see that even though they didn't apply much pressure on the ACAP, they managed to still force the superior forces on A into an uncomfortable position and actually get destroyed. Very impressive. If you want to continue.
Yes, there's not much that's going to happen here.
Look at the Ragnars coming into this there.
Yes.
The wolf pack.
Yeah, we do see the Wolfpack of Ragnars kind of doing what they do best. They do end up going down, all of them, but at this point, Bansiwi was still up so much in HP on all of their ships that it was
Pretty much
basically
over.
impossible for Shaft to come back.
Yes, and that means we'll move on to the next map. Bansiwi still has to convert 2 maps to be able to beat the EU King of the Sea. It looked very impressive now, but let's see what we're going to have on Land of Fire, the next map, which is Bansiwi's pick. And so, Mr. Conway, we will see Land of Fire. Please change the map so that we can. Perfect. So this is the map we're going to be seeing here, and what do you expect to see here? Are we going to see a maybe like a nice B island?
I believe we
position
saw we saw CV play this earlier,
Yeah,
right?
but it's very important here to see who actually has which spawn. So we'll take a quick sneak peek. So Shaft will actually be on the Bravo spawn, which we have determined is actually the superior spawn here, as it provides a lot more control options for the B island.
Remember, Moskva's banned, right? So
Yeah.
Ban CV ran 4 or 3 Moskvas on this map.
Four
They ran
Moskvas, yeah.
4. So they ran 1 on the 1 line. They ran 1 on the B cap. They ran 1 on the C cap. I don't know where the 4th one was.
On A with the
On A inside the cap. Oh yeah.
The Kremskva.
So I don't think they can do the same thing with the Stalingrads because it doesn't have hydro. So it's going to be significantly harder to do that. So I'm not sure what they're going to try to do. They're probably going to make a mix of Stalingrads and Ragnars like they just did last game. That's what I'm kind of expecting from them. From Shaft, I'm really not sure. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not sure. They don't really have a defined style yet. They just kind of play the game.
They play the game.
Yeah.
Very well, they do. So the teams are ready, so we're jumping into the next match. We'll have to see whether Shaft is going to be able to do the same what Bansiwi just did, take the map off the enemy, and then continue to play this best of 5. We will hand over to StatsBloke and Painter. Don't forget, you can, of course, if you like, how they're commentating here, you can follow their channels. You can find them on Twitch. Go and make sure to do that. They're great content creators, not just for King of the Sea, but also outside of that. And with this, I wish you a very nice match, and then we'll see us on the other side once we know the winner of this map. Enjoy.
Welcome into Game 2 of this Best of 5 series, the EU Grand Finals for King of the Sea 13. It's taking place between Ban CV and Shaft. Ban CV on the
Game 2 of the grand finale for the European COTS King of the Seas tournament.
What have Shaft got?
Shafts down the south end in red have Ohio Conqueror, 3 Salems, a Stalingrad, a Daring, and 2 Ragnars.
So, Mr. Darth Henning, former Ban CV member, well, still a Ban CV member, former COTS winner with Ban CV. Tell me all about these Kremlin picks. What are you planning to do with these Kremlins? Where do you send them? Or are you going to be taking any special commander skills to send them there?
Oh, for fuck's sake, you know exactly what you're aiming for here. I mean, one Kreml pick on this map is not unusual. You usually put it like somewhere behind sea, behind these islands, either to support fire or to pressure the 10 line is one of the usual things you do with it. The second Kreml is more unusual. However, we have seen the semifinals where Ben CV had a Moskva and drove into A with it. So they probably have something similar planned for the North spawn, although there is no Moskva this time.
Yeah, Moskva is banned from this series, remember. That was a target ban by Shaft. Anyway, let's take a look at these initial deployments. So, over at the A cap, for Ban CV, we'll be seeing Haragumo, Ragnar, Nevsky, and Kremlin. B cap will be manned by a single Ragnar, and the C cap will be swarmed by a Haragumo, Des Moines, Kremlin, and Stalingrad. Stats, where have you deployed?
So we've got Conqueror and Salem. I want to talk about the Salems a minute. We've got Conqueror and Salem heading over towards A with Daring. Ragnar and Salem going to the B cap, and then the remaining ships, Ohio, Stalingrad, supporting Salem and Ragnar. So, also, why, Spaz, would you take Salem's instead of Des Moines?
Bas
in
is
this?
gone.
Um,
Salem's? Yeah. That's actually an interesting question here because Salem's are a very, very unusual pick. I think these are actually Raider Salems, and on the B cap, I can kind of get the pick because the Salem Raider range is actually just enough to cover the entire cap. However, you have
The other two?
Sorry, what?
The other two? I mean, Kamikaze's radar isn't going to cover the whole cap, is it?
I mean, be the B cap. Yeah, Kamikaze is
C?
gonna have problem on C. If it's like a wide contest, I think he was probably getting into range.
It's pretty much exactly 8.5.
Yeah,
I've just been
He is in
eyeballing it.
range, but the problem is he needs to be in a very aggressive position there, and he is only a Salem. So if the Kreml goes like 9-10-9, as I think he is, the Salem is not gonna be happy about that.
One thing to note, we do not see the 9-10 Kremlin push for the Shaft team. They have an Ohio there instead. Do you still think that the Kremlin of El Snackman will run down the 10 line if there's no cruiser to blap there?
Depends on what you want. If he, like, Ben CV just spotted the Salem, so he probably just wants to get into a position to just shoot that guy. So he probably won't advance any further there.
Zill and the Ragnar for Shaft south of C is currently spotted as Snackman pushes forward with Kinemod, and Velix is in the Haru dropping that long smoke screen for Kinemod.
Big cap radars came out. The two Ragnars will spot each other and do a little bit of trading.
In this match, unusually, actually, no cruisers at that central island by B. Cruisers being deployed left and right instead.
Snackman actually choosing to shoot the Salem in the middle of the map and actually getting quite a large amount of damage onto it. These two Salems going to be suffering at the hands of the Kremlin, going to be shooting salvo after salvo at them, overmatching again and again. Also the torpedoes.
Yeah, Kamikazes has some torpedoes coming, narrowly misses the first set. Second set's going to need a little bit of reversing.
Venn diagram of death radars go out over at the sea cap, going to be spotting, Stalingrad going to be spotting the Ragnar. Stalingrad going to be spotted in return.
Kinemod continuing to lay down fire onto Kamikazes. Now, Des Moines versus Salem in a one-on-one, I would put my money on the Salem, but when you have a Kremlin with you,
It's not
so
a 1v1
much.
anymore.
Not so much.
Kamikazes is currently unspotted. Well, he's now respotted, and now he's unspotted again.
Yeah, I
So-
think that's going to be, with that smoke screen there, I think that's going to be the story for Kamikazes here. I would expect the Harrier maybe to come back around and get in front of that smoke screen and try and get a spot. But Salem's detection is quite small.
That smoke machine's a bit of a double-edged sword right now because it's allowing the Salem to get a bit of free farming back onto El Snackman's Kremlin.
Possum's Ragnar in the middle is going to cap B. With A already capped by the Daring as points Kremlin pushes in.
Shaft's Ohio just got halved. He took 40k from Snackman.
Yeah, that will happen if you sit broadside to a Kremlin. Because then are going to regret that immediately. think
Xander is also still burning.
Yeah, the Des Moines was throwing a lot of salvos his way.
So that potentially, that Ohio might become a focus target. If they can't see kamikazes and they can see Zando, they will definitely try and finish the Ohio.
CCAP, we will see. You've upgraded from the Blood Legend approach of putting a Des Moines in that island. You're now going to replace it with something slightly tankier. Take a couple of more torpedoes, replace it with the Kremlin. Point currently being farmed though by Stress Possum, who is being farmed in return by Shriver. There's also
Possum-
the skill. Kimmerly has shots on Point as well. Is that a range mod Salem? That is a range mod Salem.
I would imagine at that position in the middle of the map it would be, yeah.
Well, the Kremlin has shot back though.
Point does have torpedoes inbound. One on the nose. There is a second set coming. Let's see, this is going to be maybe another one. Yep, that's one more.
Wow,
That's
he's going to
Point.
get himself behind that island now.
Yeah, Point will get up against the island. So Possum very bravely farming Point while right next to two Ragnars.
Blood Legend did poke into that Captain Taken in the meantime, so Big Cap has been flipped by Ban CV.
The 9-10 line is getting very interesting. Chatban Stalingrad basically caught in front of the Kremlin, the Des Moines, and the Harugumo.
El Snackman taking a massive chunk out of Muffler Chatban. So, Henny, do you think you used Brisk to get to Fidget Spinner Island that quickly? Sorry, that's Zath's terminology for that island. Though.
Fidget Spinner Island?
It's shaped like a fidget.
I suppose it does look like a fidget spinner. Yeah, it does.
But I'm confused now.
Never mind. The island where El Snackman is right now.
I don't
Okay.
think he has Brisk.
So Snackman pushing down. We think maybe we're using Brisk to get there. The C cap is now going to be open for the Haru to spin back around and cap that if it wants to. But with the other two caps green currently, they may not rush to do that.
A-Cap Point has got a wall, single fire conga line torpedoes coming towards him. We've seen Ban CV ships getting torpedoed in this position before.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, Exodus has spread those torpedoes out just a little bit to make sure they cover the width of the place where the ship will be sitting. I think the first set are all going to sail straight past. Of course, Point doesn't necessarily know these are coming.
Oh, he knows he's spotted.
Second set might find a couple, maybe three.
Salem or Flo are going to be diving into that cap, so Point needs to be very careful of not getting too greedy to go for him. In fact, Point going to be turning and taking...
Yeah, I think Point realized he's going to take the first two, so accelerated to take the third one on the belt.
Oh, and there's a single more torpedo. He was flood.
That's cruel. That's just cruel. Fortunately for Point, it misses. Flo in trouble trying to get to the island.
Yeah, crossfired by Blood Legends Ragnar. That raining down AP at your broadside really hurts. And now he has to deal with a point blank.
Yeah, Point is absolutely not stopping. Be careful, Point, not to ground on the rocks on the corner.
Point not firing blanks could have dev strike that Salem straight through the bow. We'll be farmed a
Point...
little bit by the daring.
I wonder if Point will go down here to Vert's Conqueror and Exodus Blazes Daring.
The Kremlin might even get his turrets around for a reload.
Possibly. We see a replay here of that push and the shells going through the nose of the Salem. Point in real time, still alive. Pushing around south.
C-Cap taken by Anlai Tung's Stalingrad. Very aggressive position. We see the Kremlin of El Snackman getting very heavily farmed by Salem, though. In return, Pepega Zando getting heavily farmed by Harugumo Des Moines.
Yeah, I think Snackman and Zando may be a trade here. Snackman probably going to go first. Smokescreen out by the Haru, trying to save Snackman, but I think the blind fire will probably catch him. Yep.
Radar out from Anlai Tung Stalingrad. We will be finding the Salem in the middle of the map, but it will also, more importantly, be finding Stressed Possum. There's a lot of Saros coming in towards him. Nevsky, Harugumo, Kremlin all opening up. But the Kremlin has outside torpedoes.
Yep, I think Point managing to just dodge. Yep, just managing to dodge. But the shells are going to do it. So that leaves M. Brandis' Harugumo in the cap for Band CV. With all 3 caps currently green. Here we see the end of Snackman just being taken down after going unspotted by the shells. Sneaky Snakes Nevsky is about to take torpedoes on the 1 line.
Zin is
Oh
gonna
no,
have a
actually,
problem.
just the 1.
Vlex goes down in the Haragumo to the Salem. The Ragnar is going to be caught point blank in front of Kinnymod. Zill's just going to go for a ram here?
Surely he won't get there.
He's honking his horn. He's going for the ram. He's not going to get there.
Des Moines gun saying no. Zando taking a shot back at Kinnymod, with Kinnymod reversing back behind the island. So it is 6 ships for Band CV against 5 ships for Shaft.
Daring and A-Cap get caught in the Nevsky radar.
Daring can just run to the island. Can he actually get an angle to get safe behind the island? Exodus actually not. Okay, now he makes the turn. I don't think Exodus can actually break the line of sight. So just waiting for that radar to go down. Nevsky actually pushes torpedoes out towards Exodus.
Exodus gets dark. Still blind fire coming in though. Actually, the blind fire's going on with the Conqueror, not actual blind fire.
800 points just passed for Band CV. Shaft need to get into all of the caps right now.
They have Kimberly in a position to get into B. Kamikazes might be able to get into C, but he does have to worry about being crossfired between Kinnymod and Anlai. The Ohio Pegazando was zoned completely out of the game for quite a while there. He might be able to get another heal in and then maybe do something about Kinnymod as Des Moines.
Yeah, the problem is time. Zando can definitely get back up into the game, but not before the points run out, I don't think. Kamikazes is going to make that push into C. I think we're going to be seeing a very dead Salem very shortly. Radar out from Anlay, which catches both of the Salems.
Counter radar coming out from Kamikazes will be finding the Stalingrad of Anlai in return. However, he is now very broadside to Kinnymod.
Yeah, you'll see the Kinnymod AP coming in just shortly, just reaching the back end of the ship there. Anlay's shells also not finding their mark. Kinnymod takes another shot. These look a bit better. No damage on that one either. But of course, Des Moines' reload is very fast.
Kimberly now going to be the focus fire of both Blood Legend and Striver. Possibly even Brandis if he wants to open it. But he's dropping a smoke screen right now. I think he's being forced back, giving up the A-cap completely. They're just like, alright, you can have this one. We don't need it. We're just going to farm down your Salem in the middle. Look at how fast that Salem's being burned down. Currently eating a double fire. Pops his damage control.
Band CV have a huge points lead. They can afford for the points income to be 0 for a little while. As long as they kill the Salems. Even if it's a trade, it doesn't matter.
Although Salem has a super heal, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Kamikazes has actually just popped the heal as Kamikazes approaches Anlay. But Kamikazes does not want to ram here because they have to end up with the cap somehow.
He's going for the drive-by. Or is he just going for the ram?
He can't. There's no point because that leaves the cap in that. Okay, so how are they going to get the points?
They could rotate Kimberly over and use the Derek cap B, but I don't think they have the time.
They've got to do it quickly.
Kimberly's in B right now. I don't know if he's going to have the time to block that till completion and then jump into C. But if he does, he might be able to pick up a 2v1 fight against Kinnymod with the support of Pegazando.
915 points approaching. Zando taking a blind shot at where Kinnymod was just before, but probably about a map square out of place.
Speaking of blind shots, Blood Legend was trying to reset the Salem with some blind fire. Doesn't quite find him. They know exactly where he is, but they can't get an angle on him. So when Kimmelil makes this jump from B to C to go fight Kinemod along with Pegazando, he's gonna have to worry about 2 Ragnars on his broadside and potentially the Harugumo and Brandis too.
Okay, so that's only 1 cap ticking now. 938 points for Bouncy V. Kimili will charge forward.
Ops' radar doesn't find either Blood Legend or Striker, but they will start opening up on him now. And like I said, he's now broadside to 2 Ragnars.
Kinemod did get a fire on Zando. Zando pops a damage control party. Kimili, oh Kimmy.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not a pretty picture.
Oh, he has begun.
He heals through some of it, but obviously that heal's not going to last forever and probably can't actually keep up with the DPM.
See, just jumping back to 7,000 over and over again.
Yep, the heal's going to be run very shortly. I think that's it.
Heal goes down, and so
And that ends the game.
Kimberly. And that will be a 2-0 lead for Bansy in the series. Let's see if there's going to be any way for Shaft to potentially think about starting with their reverse sweep, as the kids like to call them. We'll throw it back over the studio to analysis. Throw it back over the studio for some analysis. Words are hard.
Once more, a very convincing win here by BanCV on their own map pick. And yeah, let's discuss what actually happened here. Maltese, you were already predicting that there's going to be, again, a lot of Ragnars, and that was actually the case.
They ran Ragnars again, yes. I think they're very comfortable with the Ragnar Stalingrad. I think, honestly, the Moskva, the heavy Moskva strats, sure, it's part of their playstyle, but it must have been part of a bait situation in where, ban our Moskva, please ban it. We're playing it every game. And then they ban it, and then they're like, oh, we have Ragnar, by the way. Oh, okay. But it was very nice to watch again. Like, I think, what really happened on the C cap, you think?
On the, I actually kind of want to talk about the A cap instead.
Okay.
We saw a point push around the island on the Salem. We'll
Okay.
be able to view it in the replay in just a minute. But we saw him push around the island on the A cap, and there's actually quite a bit of risk involved there, because if you even get a little bit unlucky, then the Salem lives and you end up dying as a Kremlin. And I think the game would have played out very, very differently if that Salem lived. So
Very good RNG on that Salem. Yeah, he actually one-shot him.
yeah, he one-shot him basically from full HP. So yeah, that was a really big reason as to why the game played out as it did. But there's obviously way more factors that played in.
Yeah, overall, I have to say that Shaft actually managed to keep up with the HP pool trading. I mean, it wasn't a matter of like them not being able to fight back, but Bansi was so strong in taking aggressive positions and just pushing Shaft back and back and back and back and taking control of the map without really leaving Shaft with a choice besides, okay, if you want to come and take these caps back, it will cost you a lot and potentially the game. So that is what I found very, very interesting. Let's check if we already have the minimap rendering, and it's almost ready. So let's go and take a look at it. There you go.
Yes. There we go indeed. As we can see here on the replay, we'll just let it run a little bit and we can look at the initial deployments from both teams. Do note that this was actually BanCV's pick, and that means that Shaft was able to pick who the spawns, and they actually picked South Spawn. So that's something to keep in mind while we watch this game. So looking at the initial deployments, well, what do you see, Malta?
So basically, it looks like BanCV is trying to pressure the C cap with a Kremlin Stalingrad, and of course aggression with the Harugumo smoke and the Des Moines. But on the other side, they aren't just forgetting about it. They have a Harugumo and the Nevsky and the Kremlin to push it down. And the Ragnar, I think, is really a floater. It can go from A to B, can pretty much do whatever it wants. And then the Ragnar on B is a good pressure point, I think. So it's not like they're leaving B, but it's not in a risky position where it can actually take damage and die.
No, that position on the north side of that B island is really risky for a cruiser, but for something like a Ragnar, it's a lot safer, it's a lot smaller, and it can use the island a little bit better.
Something of note is on the south rock, that rock where the Salem is on, under B, that should be a really safe spot, but BanCV with the Kremlin on C cap actually moved in to counter that spot, if we can actually see that. They moved in a bit aggressively, right?
Yeah, because the Kremlin will end up moving all the way down here and ends up kind of...
Yeah.
smashing the Salem.
Yeah, L Snackman, like on that flank, the amount of damage he put out into the Salem and the Ohio, he also smacked the Ohio, I think, for like half of its HP. Really, really well played there.
Yeah, we see on the A side they're taking it relatively slow with the Kremlin all the way behind here, and then the Harukumo and the Nevsky on the side. We let this play out. We'll see what happens. So they push the Kremlin in. He does end up taking quite a bit of damage before he actually reaches the rock because he had to dodge some torps. But then when we look over to the C side here, we'll see that the Kremlin is actually pushing up really far and will actually end up taking out the Stalingrad here. And again, the Ohio does take a lot of damage before Elsegman does end up dying. And we did miss on the A cap what just happened with the other Kremlin, where the Kremlin pushed on the rock and ended up deleting the Salem.
If Kremlin was unlucky with that shot, he would have definitely died. So
Yeah,
it
he
could-
would
it
have
could
definitely
actually flipped
died.
the cap.
And then the game would have gone quite differently, as then the A cap wouldn't have been so easily won for BanCV. And it would have given Shaft a reasonable opportunity to come back into this game and take a map of BanCV.
One thing I wanted to highlight from my side is that, how do you feel about the Conqueror pick? Because for me, the Conqueror did not really manage to exert as much pressure as, for example, the Kremlins were able to do on the enemy cruisers. And the Conqueror was not really in a position to have too much impact on the Kremlin to stop the Kremlin from actually gaining full control of that cap.
I think he did a lot of damage, but I mean, the Kremlin was still allowed to get into the cap, and then he comes around. Sure, he kills the Salem, and then sure, the Conqueror did manage to kill the Kremlin, but unfortunately, it was a bit too late. And really and truly, Conqueror doesn't really punch cruisers too well. It's okay against destroyers, but again, its dispersion isn't good enough to punch destroyers at longer ranges. So honestly, I don't know about the Conqueror pick anymore. People used to pick it last slots, I believe. Deadeye was still a thing, and Conqueror with Deadeye is actually really good. But without the Deadeye, it's not really too spectacular in a normal game.
Yeah, we'll just let this play out. And then we see the two Salems finally moving up. But unfortunately, here the Salem, even with a super heal, cannot sustain the DPM of all these ships together. And BanCV do end up picking the 2-0 against Shaft. But that doesn't mean that it's over, because this is a best of 5. So we'll actually see Shaft have a chance to pick it up and actually still become King of the Sea if they win the next 3 maps. The hard road ahead of them, but not impossible.
Yes, I mean, Maltese, you should be also an expert when it comes to this, because I know that 07 is not too much against, like letting the enemy team take 2 points and then just, turning it entirely back. So what does Shaft have to do now?
I mean, they have to win, right? I mean, that's all they have to do, right? So
It's
not,
easy.
It's not that
Okay,
hard. I
Shaft,
mean, all
I'll
they have
just
to
give
do
you
is
a
win.
quick telephone joker. All you have to do is win. That's our pro
Right.
advice from the couch.
So what do they need to do on North to win against BanCV? Looking at BanCV's style with the Ragnars, with previously the Moskvas, how do you think they're going to change their lineup here to get an edge over BanCV's Ragnars?
Is Venezia banned? No, right?
No.
They should run Venezia. GG.
Okay, it's that easy. Just pick Venezia.
Pick
But no,
Venezia, GG.
But I have to say that I'm really surprised to see Venezia as not being as popular as they were previously in King of the Sea. And it's not like because anything changed about Venezia.
Not really. It was nerfed before last Scots, and it was still used last Scots. So I'm not sure why not a lot of the teams are making use of it, especially since there's so many Ragnars. Ragnars are not like Marceaus. They're not too fast. So, and they're big and boxy. You can do a lot of damage with Sap. So I'm not sure why people are not really going into the Venezia too much.
Yeah, speaking of Venezia and Italian cruises, what do you think about the Napoli picks that we've been seeing tonight?
I don't really like them, to be honest. I don't know what you think, but I think most of the time Venezia would do a better job, especially since most people aren't actually playing it as a pushy type cruiser. They seem to be kiting with it, and I think Venezia can do a better job at that.
Yeah, I actually fully agree. I mean, it's cool to see that Napoli is actually being utilized because it's a quite specific ship in what it can do. But yeah, the lack of Venezias for me has been very surprising. With the amount of DDs that are out there in most of the matches and being able to counter something like a Ragnar, which a lot of teams struggled with so far, what we've seen over the course of the last 2 days and also in the group stages. Well, we'll have to see what the answer is that Shaft now prepared. This is Shaft's map pick. So we'll hand it over to Statsblock and Painter with the potentially final match if Bansby manages to win it. Let's see whether Shaft can turn this around. And then I wish you a very, very great game. And then we'll talk in a few minutes and see who actually came winning. Enjoy.
Welcome back to Game 3 of this series, the EU King of the Sea 13 Finals, a potential best of 5, but Shaft are currently down 2-0 against BanCV, who will be the green team in this match, and they will be running Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Minotaur, Alexander Nevsky, Stalingrad, Gearing, and Haragumo. Stats, what are Shaft going to use to try and start this comeback going?
The Shaft, to try and get these 3 straight games, they're going to begin with a Montana, a Yamato, a Des Moines, a Goliath, 2 Nevskys, and then a 3 Destroyer comp. They've got Gearing and double Ragnar.
So, Mr. Henning, I know you love me asking this, but
No,
why?
I don't. You want to know what the Montana's about, right?
I want to know what the Montana's for.
I have no clue. And
Great.
Montana is
Or
an odd pick. It gives you like a slightly improved heal. It's not Conqueror heal, but it heals slightly more than the usual battleship does. And it does have a big broadside with 12 4mm and 6mm guns. However, it does lack the 30mm overmatch, which is crucial when you fight Des Moines, for example.
Well, we'll
So
see.
presumably they're not going to use that Montana to push up 910. It's just not the right ship.
The thing with 910 line is that you usually get into close range engagements in which the Montana might actually be able to just precisely nail the bow of a Des Moines anyways, which it can actually overmatch.
Oh,
So
sorry.
maybe?
Sorry to interrupt, but we do see a little bit of trading going on, so we should talk about the initial deployments really quickly before anything too heavy happens. Over at the A cap for BanCV, we'll be seeing a Gearing and a Nevsky. B cap is going to be solo defended by a Minotaur, but there will be a Stalingrad looking towards, probably going to be going seaside of this. Ohio is behind them. And then over at the 910 line, we'll be sending a Haragumo, Des Moines, and a Kremlin. Stats, where have you deployed?
So we're seeing quite an asymmetrical deployment here, and I think we're going to see some interesting mid-game rotations, as we were talking about off-camera. So we've got Gearing, Ragnar, Nevsky, Yamato over at the A-cap, so 5-2 or 5-3, depending on how you look at it. We've got Kimmy's Des Moines in the middle, and then we've got only the Goliath and the Montana going over towards 910 line, while Zil caps the C-cap.
Well, Zil was caught in a radar from Anlai Tung and now being forced out of the C-cap. Shots coming in from all over the map. Going to be trying to force him out, get that damage in early if they can, but not going to be landing very much. A bit of crossfire coming in return from the Montana. See if he can land anything to make it worth it, but no, he's going to be missing the Des Moines of Blood Legend. Montana notoriously difficult to lead with.
It's going to be interesting to watch the Kremlin double Des Moines division of BanCV. I'm guessing they're going to be fairly aggressive once they know the deployments.
I'm very curious to see what they're going to do with Yoshi EU's Minotaur. It's very interesting position, poised to strike on anything that comes into range of it. It might catch Stress Possum a bit later on if he's not too careful. The torpedoes are going back and forth across the A-cap, but nothing appears like it's going to land.
Interestingly, nothing's going to cap B for any foreseeable time. I think that is going to be one of the things that the teams are going to be trying to do mid-match. Okay, let's watch these torpedoes going towards the Gearing and the 2 Nevskys at the A-cap. Flow just starting the smokescreen as the torpedoes arrive, which is going to put the smokescreen out of line because he has to dodge the torpedoes.
Nevsky of Kamikazes looks like he might be taking... Oh no, they've all expired.
Does that mean the Gearing's running shorter range?
No,
Yes.
he fired quite a long time ago. Is he running the 11.5s? Is he running the...
Yeah, I think he's running the short range ones.
Huh.
Okay, interesting choice. So Nevsky throwing I think Nevsky realizing that they were the short range torpedoes, throwing torps back the other direction just in case the Gearing circles around for the cap.
We did see
Possum
that.
spotted.
The Ragnar...
Oh, sorry, we're going to see Yoshi, I think, in the Minotaur here.
Yoshi
Possum.
has launched himself into action.
Yeah, Possum kind of having to go forwards. I don't think Yoshi has a shot here. Well, it does. I'm not sure. Oh, I know why he's not shooting. It's because the Yamato's right there. Zando would absolutely nuke him. So Angelstone in the Ohio here in the middle of the map, just with an overview, able to shoot both sides. Possum going around the Island of Fame as Kinemon dodges torpedoes.
Radar out from Anleitung Stalingrad, north of BC caps. Gonna be finding Kimberley, but not very much else. That was just an intel radar. It's like, what's going on exactly right now?
So I think now that BanCV realised that Shaft are quite light on this side and are in a kiting position, Henning, presumably they're just going to push because they can see that it's a light flank. They're going to try and take total domination over C.
Yeah, they will, for sure. I'm interested to see if Point is going to turn white here to contest C. I would assume he does, because it also puts pressure on the Des Moines on the 6th line, because he then actually has angles on that one.
A-cap radars coming out. Both Nevskis are going to spot each other. However, they're also going to pick up Yoshi EU in his Minotaur. Nevsky doesn't have the overmatch for a Minotaur, though, unfortunately, so he's just going to be able to bow tank this. Might take a little bit of damage. The problem is he has a Yamato who's also going to be looking for shots, but he's managed to shot block the Yamato successfully for now.
Doesn't that position from Yoshi, I'd imagine, is entirely deliberate to put the island in between himself and Zando. And Henning was right. Point did turn into the cap.
Yeah, so that was an investment of 5 ships to zone off those 3 ships, but they did take the cap, and they didn't lose anything on the way, which is the important part. And in the meantime, they have still blocked A and B from being taken, which means that Mansi is now taking points.
I'm going to make a prediction. I think Sneaky Snake in the Des Moines is going to head across the back end of Anleitung Stalingrad and head down the channel and into B.
Can I make a prediction too? I want to see Angelstone go down the 6-7 line.
You might well see that.
We saw GK do that. It didn't work
Yeah,
out.
absolutely. I think that is the plan. Because now that they've pushed the ships off the C cap, they do need to try and do something about B, because they have no ability to contest A.
I want to point out the Ragnar at A has reversed back in, but he's in Yoshi EU's range of Hydro now, I think. So we have the Nevsky going to be opening up from max range and just being able to spam those resets at him. I don't think Stress Possum can dodge every single one of these. No, he gets reset. And now he's
Possum can radar Yoshi, though. Potentially. There it is.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Yoshi is spotted in front of Zando. That's an 11-kilometer range. Guessing. Let me look at Zando's guns. I'm guessing that they're still rotating. Yeah, here they come. Here they come.
Yoshi needs to wiggle.
Okay, that could have been a lot worse.
I think we'll chalk that up with dispersion. Look at Point in the Kremlin. Look at how low he's getting. He's just being constantly farmed by Montana, Ragnar, and I think potentially the Des Moines. I think Goliath also got to be farming as well.
If Point goes down, does that open up an opportunity for Shaft to turn around and push back?
I don't think so.
No, the Stalingrad's still there. And
Point
the Ohio, I mean, the Ohio's there as well.
Yeah, they can rotate too many forces to counter the counter push, so to say.
Angelstone's not going to be going down the 6-7 line. He's actually just going to go straight through B by the look of things.
Yeah, I think they will push Sneaky Snake down the channel, but Sneaky needs to be a little bit careful of the Montana avert.
Stress Possum did sneak away with the A-cap, but does lose quite a bit of health for it, but that's completely worth it. He had some point income on the board. They are now just 2 points ahead of BanCV with both of these caps A and C ticking for their relative teams.
Shaft are using a lot of ships to hold A and aren't really doing very much with it. So they've got Ragnar Nevsky, Yamato, Gearing Nevsky, and the health on the ships north of A is they're still all fine.
But
so you're seeing Possum and Nevsky Chatband are leaving.
Look at the flip side at C. The same thing's happening.
Yeah, true.
Except Exodus Blaze is now suffering at the hands of a Des Moines and Gearing point blank. Actually, no, it's a Haragumo, not a Des Moines. I mean, not a Gearing, sorry.
So, Shaft are converging on B, but so are BanCV in a way. So this could get quite interesting quite quickly as Sneaky Snake maybe makes that move into that channel, because Possum is heading straight for the cap.
I don't know if Exodus Blaze down here in Rhubarb Corner has another heal and Damacon ready to go. He might just die to Blood Legend farming him here.
Yeah, Exodus in the Goliath in J9. On fire, running for the border. Yep, Exodus, very low health. Damage cons the fire, or fire runs out.
Down to 2,000 health.
Still spotted. Shell's not finding their home.
Harrigan opens up. He should be able to finish him off.
It's going to be a bouncy V kill on the Goliath.
Angel Stone turned out away from the top of B, which is surprising. I kind of expected him to just go through that. But look, we have all of the
Alright.
Ragnars regrouped. Oof. Kimalil
Yeah.
down at the bottom just take a shot through the bow for us. That's why he turned out. Okay.
Yes.
On target.
Yes, I think it was partly that, and I think it was partly because they smelled the destroyers being redeployed to B. And as we've seen in previous games, you get a couple of Ragnars shooting a battleship, it can whittle them down quite quickly.
Oh god, the Montana is suffering right now.
Yeah. How many things are firing at him right now? Sneaky Snack's Des Moines, the Haragumo, the Des Moines of Blood Legend. Remember, the Montana does not have the overmatch to go through the sides of the Des Moines with ease. He can go through the bow, but getting all those cells to land on the bow of a kiting, wiggling Des Moines is not the easiest thing in the world. He is backed up by his own Nevsky of Muffle the Chatban, who's going to be opening when that Haragumo is like, "Oi, you, stop that. Silly."
So we see Bouncy V here with slightly better map control. They've got that beautiful flank going on Vert.
Yoshi's radar at the B cap going to be detecting stressed possum.
Shaft is running out of map really quickly, actually.
Yeah, they look like they're in control of the caps, but yeah, this flank is gonna push through very quickly.
Angel's Stone shots come in, but do not get the reset on Stress Possum's Ragnar. However, Sneaky Snack has arrived and is going to be in that little BC gap. Going to be opening up on Zill's Ragnar.
Yeah, and is now completely safe from Vert, who is dead.
Yes. Montana got formed. That's all there is to say about that.
That's going to start to put a lot of pressure on Kimilil as the Harugumo and the Des Moines of Bansivy come up behind.
Waffle might be able to get something on a Violin or Vilex or whatever he wants to be called in the Haragumo, but no, he's gotten dark. I don't think he has a radar ready to go.
So technically Shaft in control of two caps. And actually Bouncy V, from the north side at least, pushing into that cap is going to be fairly risky. But they still have these two ships down in the south, and that is a problem.
Problem is, if Kimilele in his Des Moines dies, then, for example, Anleitung in his Stalin could just drive into B. There's not really anything that can stop him at this point. The two Wagners are probably not gonna go contested when there's a Haragumo Des Moines in your spawn, also Sneaky Snake in his Des Moines supporting that as well.
Sneaky Snack is actually currently radaring. We'll find out the locations exactly of Stress Possum and the Des Moines, who is currently parked behind the island at the bottom. And the Gearing and Nevsky have decided to make that their focus fire. Also, shots coming in from the long range of that Ohio. Not going to be getting too much, but look behind him as well. The Nevsky, sorry, the Des Moines and the Haragumo have also got shots at the stern of Kimalil's Des Moines. He is being completely enveloped. He has nowhere to run to. Look at all the farming coming in. He might be able to get a bit of respite when the radar from Sneaky Snack goes down, but there's two more waiting. You got Anlai there, you got Yoshi there.
Kamikaze's over on the 2-line, trying to catch Sriva with radar, not able to, out of range. As Gearing and Nevsky push up the 2-line. Yamato being sent over towards B as well.
Kimilil did go down in the background there.
Yoshi is about to make a very dangerous crossing. Is he going to do that?
In front of Yamato?
Yeah. No, he's going to stop. I thought for a second that Yoshi was going to try and jump that gap.
Yamato
Xander spotted.
right now, and look at the beautiful position of Sneaky Snack, who can now farm over that island and get all the farming that he wants into Yamato.
Actually really smart. Now that the Des Moines is dead, Yoshi can just park there and be safe.
So Bouncy V with, let's say, 3/4 of the map under control here. Near enough.
They are still not winning though.
No, absolutely not. It's still 2 caps to 1. Like I'm saying, that the B is just tantalizingly close for Bouncy V, but pushing in there is still kind of dangerous. think if they just pushed all the cruisers in there, they could probably get away with it.
Sure, but that would put me with a lot of risk. You do have like
It would. It would. But they'd need to do it at some point. I think they're waiting to see if they get an opportunity to maybe take down Possum or Zill.
Yoshi's gone.
Maybe the Nevsky.
Oh, Haragumo getting focused down by Zill and Distress Possum. They might actually get this pick.
Yep, absolutely.
100 health. Yeah, they get the pick on the Haragumo. However, look at everything diving in for the scope now. Anlai jumps in. Yoshi jumps in. The Des Moines behind him is still firing. Kremlin's there as well.
Yoshi takes the opportunity to jump into the cap, but I suspect Anlai will not be far behind. Still, yeah. Still completely trapped.
And B is blocked now.
TV approaching 800 points. Once that cap ticks, that will rapidly march towards 900.
I don't see a way for Shaft to get back into this now.
There's a couple of moments where they were tantalizingly close to getting something.
Might well get 30,000 health and a Kremlin to burn through. But they can start
Yeah,
this
but Zando is also quite low.
He is. He's also being farmed by Kinnymod and just
And
everywhere.
torpedoes. I don't think the gearing torps have range. From what we saw earlier. Nope. Yeah, they're definitely... I don't know, Zando is unspotted now. Oh no, there we go. Spotted again.
Well, he did fire at the Kremlin of Point. Point is reversing right now. He's on 17,000 health. Didn't get very much from the Yamato salvo, but he is still burning. He's down at 8,100, 7,800. I don't know if he has any Damacons left. He was farmed very heavily earlier on. I think this might also be his final health. He might not have any heals left. But
Yeah, it's worth remembering Kremlin gets limited damage control party uses.
it's 5,000 health left on Point with no way to spot him, though.
Yeah, I think Point's just gonna stay quiet here, I think.
Xander going for some sort of hero play, potentially?
And Angel Stone's right there, and Lay's right there.
Yoshi's right there. Sneaky Snack's right there.
But I mean, they have to. 900 points passed. Is Zando even going to get to the cap? I don't think so.
Nope. Blood Legend says, you are not coming. Do not, let's go, do not collect Yoshi.
965 points passed. 4 ban CV. For the series. For the EU Championship. Both of these teams, of course, will go through to the internationals. But it looks like Ban CV are going to take that top spot. Possum going down for the win.
Congratulations to Ban CV. They are going to be the European champions for King of the Sea 13. I'm going to throw it back over to the studio for some expert analysis.
Congratulations to BanCV with a very decisive win also on this map and taking the finals 3-0. Very well played to both teams. Of course, Shaft also putting up a great show, but there was no way around BanCV today. And now I can say, even though Conway corrected me earlier today, that BanCV now has won 4 times King of the Sea on EU. No, really, really well played and very impressive. All of these teams, of course, Shaft, Paid, and BanCV will represent the EU cluster in 2 weeks' time for the international King of the Sea part. But let's discuss this game and just see like how BanCV managed to win this one with their setup.
Basically, Harugumo Des Moines, 10 line, we saw the push, it was incredible. So basically what BanCV did, sorry I'm saying the word, but I had to, is they pushed the Kremlin down. They're like, hey, shoot me. Point was in his Kremlin screaming at the enemy team, shoot me, shoot me. They shot him, he didn't die, he went to hide, and then there was a Harugumo Des Moines in their spawn. Goliath couldn't do anything, he died. And then Montana couldn't do anything, he died. And then they were surrounded on the map. And well, it was kind of too late. So basically, the idea was for BanCV was to cap B and C and leave A really unattended. There was only 2 ships on A. So they won BC and they took control of the map. Because when you win C, it's easier to hold B from the C side than it is from the A side. So the idea was, that was the idea, basically.
Basically.
Yes. Yeah, no, I agree. That was a really good analysis of basically what happened.
Love that word.
Van CV just wanted to take control of the C cap and B cap, and taking control of the B cap, as Malta said, is a lot easier from the C side than it is from the A side. And they executed this perfectly by using the Haragumo and the Moine to output a ton of DPM onto, as Malta mentioned, the Des Moines, the Montana, the other Des Moines, and basically everything that went their way.
Yeah, we also have the minimap replay, so we can actually just let it play in the background here, so we can see what's happening. And what I found very interesting is that BanCV committed a lot of resources to C, only 2 ships to A, but they played so well with the repositioning of Yoshi when it comes to the minnow,
Yes.
to always throw them off, that it took them ages to get the A cap.
Yeah, we see here that it took them almost 9 minutes to grab the A cap, and then it was already too late. Like, they had already lost the Goliath, and they were already in the process of losing the Montana, and they were just getting surrounded at that point.
Yeah, and what we see here in general is that just the positioning of the BanCV team, right? They just push the team back and back and back. And even though Shaft was holding 2 caps for a very long time and building up a point advantage, the HP pool in the beginning, after a few minutes, was slowly moving in favor of Shaft. But as soon as they managed to take down the Goliath, it completely flipped over. BanCV was just melting these ships, and yeah, just really, really well played, and not leaving Shaft with any way of coming back into this game. So
yeah, I just drew the line there to just show how much map control BanCV was able to obtain by just pushing through only C and not letting themselves get overly overwhelmed on A. And it just showed that from that point onwards, it's impossible to take back the map.
Yes, so congratulations. We're not going to dwell too long on this game. I hope we're ready, but I'm sure we should now bring back our casters and talk about this day together and see how they feel about our old, well, not from King of the Sea 12, old King of the Sea winner, but the new winner, TWA/BanCV as the European champions.
1 second.
1 second. So we will wait for Painter and StatsBlock. We've been doing, by the way, a fantastic job at commentating today and bringing all of the live action to you. Don't forget, if you like their content, you can find them on Twitch. Same for as a Maltese Night. They all are streaming very often during the week and have great content besides competitive content. So go check them out. And hello, Painter and StatsBlock. Painter,
Hey.
not as long as we thought this day is going to be, right? We saw a lot of actually pretty one-sided matches. But how do you feel about BanCV's performance today?
I think it was dominant, and I want to see them do the same in internationals because we've got a bit of EU pride on the line. I also feel a bit sorry for like Mr. Henning, who can't get into this channel and talk to us, but he's like very excited because as a member of BanCV, getting to cast his own clan, winning EU King of the Sea, I think he must have had a whale of a time.
Yeah, very impressive. Stats, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think BanCV only dropped 1 game for the entire tournament, if I'm correct.
Yes, against Syria in the
yeah.
best of 16, I think.
Which is an incredibly impressive performance. They've been very dominant today, and it just goes to show that the old guard who've been playing for years, some very familiar faces in that team, they are absolutely still able to compete as apparently the best team on EU. But great showing from Shaft. There were a couple of moments in those games where we thought Shaft might just be able to squeeze back. But unfortunately not. BanCV being pretty dominant in those games. Quick shout out. I know he's not here, but quick shout out to Henning and to Baz, because they've been invaluable in providing us with a bit of insight.
I can bring them in.
Baz is gone, but I think Henning is still around.
Henning's
Please bring
downstairs,
them in
drag
if they
him.
are here.
Henning's
He will be
downstairs.
willing to
We
be-
bring him in, but Baz ran away. Henning! Look, he just left.
Wow. He just immediately
It's like,
quit.
no.
Very, very, very disciplined.
There he is. Henning?
Where am I?
You're in the official channel. Say hello to Twitch chat. Henning.
Hello, Twitch chat.
You sound so happy. No, seriously, these guys have given us invaluable insight, because we've done, the Painter and I have done a bit of competitive ourselves, but we're nowhere near the level that Baz and Henning have done. And so for them to be able to answer our questions about why certain plays are being used, why certain ship choices are being used, it has been really, really valuable to us.
Uh-huh. Why pick Montana? I don't fucking know.
Even
these
if we do ask them
questions-
awkward questions.
Some of these questions were a bit just for you to troll you, like the brisk pick on Kremlin on 10 line of Land of Fire, because we know for a fact that you just love ramming there. Like, that's why we call you Darth Ramming.
I mean, I have experience with Kremlin pushes on the 10 line of Nanofire, so yeah. Yeah.
Right, then I think now it is time to do some shout outs to all the volunteers, casters, and everyone else who has been helping us organize this beautiful and wonderful tournament on the EU server. So we'll start with the EU organizers, Captain Stewie, M. Jester, and Ree Damel.
So for adjudicators, we have Admiral Quirt, OSVFR, Big M, and Yesod, and Yuzara. And what do we have for referees?
So for referees, we do have Finkso, or as he's called nowadays, Kawaii Kuhai. There you go. Then also CJet LP, M Dragic04, also called M Dragic05 or 06, and Fieldies Torps, Sniping Cat, and Ustadi. Thank you very much, guys. And this takes a lot of their free time to be able to support this tournament in the background, and we just want to give them a big thumbs up for making this a super smooth tournament with no hiccups whatsoever. A really big shout out. But this is, of course, not everybody want to give a shout out to. No, also, of course, for the official cast.
Yes, we also want to thank Bazinga Flux, Darth Henning, also known as Quacksire of the Pond or Darth Ramming, Maltese Knight right here, Painzor, also known as Pepegazor, and Statsbloke.
Yes.
They have been invaluable in making this an enjoyable viewing experience for everyone here.
Yes, and then for others, we do, of course, have to thank Guitaristing and his amazing Guitarbot to take care of tournament channels and roles. The training room, good job you today. You were very stable. Of course, also a big shout out to all of the other community streamers who have been not only broadcasting today, but of course throughout the entire group stage. This is a very long day always for everybody who's broadcasting these games. You know, it's like 6 to 8 hours very often, talking about competitive gameplay and trying to bring you the best experience home, and also explaining a little bit why certain teams are doing what they're doing, and just really enjoying the show. And Not Your Father and the amazing replay bot. You can also, I mentioned this before, but you can check this out yourself on various Discord servers like the official one and upload your replays and turn it into a fantastic video. Then, of course, a big shout out to all of the teams participating. We have usually over 4,000 to 5,000 players actually participating in King of the Sea all across the globe. So big shout out for all of the teams to take their time, like training, as Maltese said earlier today. It's not just about like, hey, we have these game days. There's also a lot of preparation going in, planning, scrimming to prepare for this and put up the best possible show. And then one shout out also from my side, St. Petersburg video team. We spent a lot of time actually trying to improve King of the Sea broadcasts. I hope you liked all of the visual additions that were implemented, like I personally found it very fantastic. All of the little Easter eggs, like this is the Moines spot, or like the different Hall of Fame maps and so on, the islands. I hope this was really helpful, as for example, the indicators for the different cap circles. So please also give us feedback on this. And I think the camera work has also been quite nice with being able to show you things that are sometimes being missed, because World of Warships is a very complex game. A lot of things are happening at the same time, and you can have the best casters in the world, but they cannot be everywhere at the same time. So we're happy to also show you replays from different aspects of the match that are not always going to be able to be shown immediately. And then, of course, our team, as always, carrying very hard when it comes to World of Warships and providing everybody with a fantastic experience in the game or outside of the game, just watching this.
Yes.
And do we want to do a final shout out and get Mr. Conway in front of the camera? Because all of this magic is only possible because of Mr. Conway sitting in the background building a fantastic streamer pack, making sure the King of the Sea looks fantastic all across the world, and not pushing weird buttons throughout the stream. And today he only told us a little bit with a calculator.
Yes.
So give some F's in chat for Mr. Conway.
Thank you very much, chat. I hope you had fun.
Explain this calculator. I'm confused.
Oh, so you just have to imagine that, you will see us sometimes, well, actually quite often, looking in this direction because there's a big ass TV. here, where we see the actual broadcast. And Mr. Conway gives us a little cues in between the matches. It's like, oh, you know, the game is going to start in 3 minutes. Or, for example, talk about this topic now. And then in between, he showed us basically, and a calculator, an empty calculator, because in the background he was probably calculating how many channel points were distributed. So to say like, oh, 90% of the predictions were actually in favor of a certain team. So he did some math, but the calculator popped up here. We were trying to decipher what Conway wants to tell us with that. Deeper meaning wasn't there apparently. Okay, well then with this, I think we're going to slowly but steadily hand it over to the North American stream. So thank you everybody for watching the stream. Thanks, big shout out again for Painter and Statsburg doing a fantastic job bringing all of the in-game action to you. And then any final words from you, Painter and Stats?
I'll hope to have fun with internationals with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got to, not to be biased, but I think EU's going to win.
Obviously, EU's going to win. Like, does anybody in this collection of people here now not think EU is going to win?
Do
Wow.
you
Forties, any comments?
Probably
Do you remember-
Southeast Asia, honestly. To be honest.
do you remember Asia server?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we will have to wait for the NA finals later today and the Russian finals to see who is going to duke it out in internationals. And of course, as Painter already said, he will be joining us for internationals here in Prague.
So on one of these beautiful chairs.
Yes.
Perfect.
Implying that I don't get lost somewhere
Give
in
him my
Frankfurt
chair.
Airport.
It's okay. It's just don't pull jingles.
Give him my chair so he looks really short.
Yes. Okay, then thanks everybody. I think that's going to be it for today. Don't forget that we are going to hand over to NA where you can see the grand finals with a lot of cool action, including, for example, Maltese's clan with 07 being the final boss basically to who's going to win the NA cluster. And then in 2 weeks' time, we have the international finals, as we just said, 6th and 7th of November, where you can see the best 3 teams of each of the clusters compete with each other and see who's the best team globally and get the bragging rights for our clusters. So we'll see, right? I hope to see all of you there. And with this, I wish you a very good night. Sarah? any last words?
Congratulations to Van CV, Shaft, and Paid for representing EU in the internationals in 2 weeks. And give them hell.
Maltese?
Congratulations to Blood Legend, Band TV, on winning King of the Seas EU. Congratulations.
Yes, absolutely. In general, all of these players, fantastic players. Be nice to them when you see them in-game. They all are trying their very best and definitely deserve your +1s in-game when you see them. With this, have a good night. Go watch NA King of the Sea, and then we'll be back in 2 weeks' time with the international part right here from Prague with us. Bye-bye, and enjoy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the grand finals day of King of the Sea 13 North American region. I am Bogsy. I am joined by my co-host for today, Askance. Hello, Askance.
Hello, hello. Good to see everybody.
Yeah. So we have a very, very special day for you guys. We have the first matches of the grand finals day, which is going to be KSC versus AP. Killsteel confirmed versus Absolute Penetration. They are actually in game one as we speak, as the EU cast was finishing up. We encouraged them to go ahead and get playing. We did not want them to have to wait too long on us. But we will get in on game 2 and game 3 for them if they go to a game 3. But before we get too dove into that, let's talk to our noble casters. Let's get them introduced. We have Sea Raptor and Lord Zap. Hi, fellas.
How's it going?
Hi.
Welcome.
Good to have you back. You guys did a great job yesterday. Looking forward to watching some more of your over-game commentary today.
Thank you much.
Yeah, Lord Zap, I'm curious. What do you? We got a little bit of time here to chat. What do you think? The first match we're going to start with is KSC versus AP. How do you feel about that matchup?
Well, it's a great matchup. Both are very strong teams. We're actually watching game one right now. You had mentioned, Bogsy, that's occurring kind of in the background as we get things all set up here with the transition. AP looking very strong to start, but I'll tell you what, that doesn't mean KSC is out. It is a best of 3 though, so as you mentioned, we have 1, if not 2 games to go.
That's right. And Sea Raptor, as I understand this correctly, this is not the first time in this tournament that AP and KSC have actually faced up. Is that right?
It is not. They met up, I believe. I'm going to double check myself here. Well, I'm pretty sure it was the top 8. KSC did win that match, which knocked AP into the losers bracket, which, and of course, now after KSC lost to 07 yesterday, we caught that match here in the North American semifinals here on the channel. They have met up again. AP has won their way through the winners bracket up to this point, on the very cusp of being able to win their way into that 3rd place match. KSC not going to just roll over and let them do it though. So the 2 teams square off again, and we'll get to see at least 1 game of it. Let's say.
Yeah, at least 1 game.
At least 1 game.
That's right. Well, gentlemen, thank you. Good to see you both. We'll come back to you guys when it's game time. In the meantime, Askance and I are going to talk a little bit about the prizes that everyone's playing for, as well as a fun contest that we have for the people in the chat.
All right,
We'll see you guys in the game.
All right.
So, Askance, let's talk prizes. What do we got?
We've got a cool little prize pool for every individual player. 5,000 steel, 5,000 doubloons, 25 COTS camos, which are kind of like a discount Spring Sky. They're pretty sexy. Then we've got a tier 10 camo you can stick on any ship you want, make it a bright, brilliant steel color. And Bogsy, there's a shirt.
I want the shirt. Yeah, this is the really cool new T-shirt made specifically for King of the Sea, featuring our very fancy new King of the Sea logo, which we were talking yesterday. We're speculating on what we think it looks like. It definitely looks like a cool pirate medallion. I'm going to get one myself and wear it when I stream. So anyway, do go check that out, please. And as well as these prizes that Askance just mentioned, we also are playing today for the right to go to the international championships and represent the North American region. The North American region has the opportunity, like every other region, to compete for actual cash prize money from international finals. So, yeah, for prices 5 through 8, $2,500 American, I believe it's American, will be equally distributed amongst all the players. $5,000 for 4th place, $7,500 for 3rd place, $10,000 for 2nd place, and a whopping $17,500 for the 1st place world champions.
That's some cash right there.
That's like some legitimate cash right there. That's
yeah.
That's a new graphics card if you're somebody like me who desperately needs a new graphics card. So good luck to everyone today. Right now, I think we can go ahead and transition to who's competing for internationals. Because at the moment, Bonks and 07, having played yesterday, are automatically entered into internationals. They cannot not go to internationals. That was the worst way I could have possibly said that. However, what we are competing for right now, AP and KSC are competing to see who is the 3rd team to go represent NA in the international finals.
That they are. KSC and AP have just finished their first match. So a little bit of an update here. Looks like AP took the first one. So they've taken
Ooh.
their one step toward that international victory. But we'll see if KSC is able to bring it back.
Absolutely. And actually, going back to the quarterfinals, I believe was what it was, round of 16, when AP and KSC matched up the first time. AP did end up taking that first match in that series of 3, but KSC came back and won the second 2. So if you are KSC, you are hoping for a repeat of history and a little deja vu to get that those 2 extra wins and move on to guarantee a spot in internationals. Whomever is the winner of this of this matchup between AP and KSC will go on to face Bunks. Whomever wins that matchup between AP or KSC and Bunks will then go on to face 07 at the end of our cast today to see who is the grand final for North America. First match was played on Northern Waters. The second was played on Hotspot. I believe this is the first time this weekend we've seen Hotspot, or have we already seen it once before?
I don't know. I don't think anybody was willing to take that chance. I think it was consistently banned because this is a map that has not been in COTS before. If I understand correctly, not only has the map not been in COTS before, but this configuration has not been seen until this COTS right here. So we've got to watch as people innovate their strategies almost on the fly. They came in with an idea of how to play, and then there's the first group stage, the second bit of groups, and people have innovated and kind of played off of each other. But for the most part, established teams have not wanted to take a risk and jump into the unknown with something and try to figure out everybody's strategies before they occur. They would much rather bring the tried and true, the stuff they know that works, that their players have machined out. And this is really a surprise pick. And if I understand this correctly, I think AP likely picked the first map, which means did KSC pick this one? That would be quite a start
at the moment. But it could verbally, we can get that verified. I think they're getting ready to go soon, so I want to try and get through a few more things and not hold them up too longer. First and foremost, we have a prediction that we're going to throw up in the chat for all of you. That prediction will net you some COTS camos if you participate. All you have to do is answer a few questions about how you think the series is going to go. If you think that KSC is going to take this match, or if you think that AP is going to take this round and go on to face Bonks, you basically have to predict first, second, and third place. Every time you are correct, you will get yourself some COTS camos. So free stuff, man. Do it.
Woo!
Take part in that. It'll be popping up in the chat shortly if it has not already. One more thing to mention about this, the bans. We have, yes, there we go. Thank you very much. God, I love that. Once again, they're not labeled, but the bans are Venezia and Alexander Nevsky. There we go. Updated. Yes. Very nice. So this is, Oskans and I actually caught this earlier, and we're not surprised, and yet kind of surprised. What do you make of this, Oskans? Nevsky and Venezia, once again.
It's surprising to me that right now we're seeing such a destroyer-centric playstyle. 4 destroyers commonly, often a Ragnar, maybe even a Marceau or 2. And yet, we see the cruisers that deal with destroyers being taken off the board. So it's almost like if everybody's diving into the destroyer playstyle, wouldn't you expect somebody to want to counter it? And yet both sides, literally both sides, in multiple different sets that we've seen, have just decided, no, we want the destroyer playstyle. We want this. We feel comfortable in this. We feel we can outplay, and we want to at least try to preserve their health pools so that we can go into the mid and maybe even the late game with some destroyers that still have a few hit points left on them. So yeah, a little surprising how everybody's just jumped into the DD meta and they're feeling like this is the way to go. So yeah, I don't know what to say about that.
It has been very interesting. Every game we have cast so far this weekend has had the 2 bans, Alexander Nevsky and Venezia. These are the 2 greatest cruiser threats to a destroyer I would say, in most people's eyes. Long range, accurate, good ballistics, huge throw weight against destroyers. So this allows metas where Ragnars and Marceaus just run crazy, and it can be brought in 3 or even 4 sometimes, because there's nothing that big and scary except maybe a Moskva, maybe a Des Moines that's in close range. But generally speaking, these are the 2 biggest threats to DDs. They're gone. So we'll have to see. Let's go ahead and check out the map that's coming up here real quick. We'll talk a little bit about that so that these guys can get rolling. This is, in fact, Hotspot, as Oskans was saying. And Hotspot, the new map to the rotation, I think he put it perfectly when he said that people are a little unsure about Hotspot because they're not as familiar with it in this competitive setting. The big thing about Hotspot is the decap, Thunderdome, that big caldera of volcanic islands, which allows people to get in, get dug in, and you have to make, I would say, pretty major movements to try and dig them out. I would say that that opens itself up to dev strikes from torpedoes by hidden destroyers, or flanking maneuvers by hard hitting or fast firing cruisers. So I think that makes people nervous, wouldn't you say?
I think it does. I've seen two different ways that this is played. Delta is often approached by having a strong 9-10 line presence to try to claim the map, begin to wrap it, and force whatever's buried in there out with some sense of safety. But the 9-10 line push, if we notice, it's not just one cap, it's not just two cap, it's actually three caps that are on the other side of D from the 9 to 10 lines. So if you're going to spend all your assets locking down that, you may very well lose two or even three caps and be waiting for those assets to swing off of the 9-10 line to be able to start adding pressure again. Now, I've had a discussion with a few people as to if a safe to safe push is viable going from B to A or A to B. It's a long journey with the spawn points for each team. And yet, depending on how they brace for D, it might really be something that you can get away with. So I've seen some teams try it. It's worked sometimes, it hasn't worked the other. I really don't think there's an established meta for this map, and that's just fabulous.
Right, exactly. There's no established COTS meta for Hotspot. So really what's happening here is folks are kind of going, like, no matter how good you are, when you haven't been able to really test something, it makes you feel uncomfortable because you don't want to be the caller who lets, or the strategist who lets your team down by making a glaring error that you haven't had time to um, explore. You haven't had time to experience, to try out yet. So I completely understand why this has probably been the most banned map so far in this tournament. But at the same time, yeah, it does open yourself up to, I would say, risks. You can choose to make you can take options on this map that allow you to exploit mistakes made by your opponent, or even, hey, we're gonna make a 9-10 line push. We're gonna sneak a cruiser around D. We're gonna smack something in the broadside that's sitting just north of D. There are options. The big question to me is how much people are going to use the 1-2 line to try and flank up there to push the two, what I would call safe caps, as the ones that are weighted a little more heavily towards their own. Any final thoughts before we hop into the game here?
I think the 1-2 push will be interesting to see if that's actually a dedicated push or not, but we're about to find out because game 2 between AP and KSC is underway. So let's kick it over to our casting duo. Have fun, guys.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to King of the Sea Day 6, as KSC is doing its best to take a win back from AP and prevent them from being knocked out of this tournament in one battle that's cast. So let's take a look at KSC's lineup. We've got Curve. Raptor, do you see that too?
Oh yeah, I see that.
Curve first. We've got Dastard and a Curve first, and in Ohio we've got a double Des Moines, double Wooster. I'm really scratching my head here, guys, but double Gearing, and we have a Shima Kaze. Oh boy.
All right.
Okay, well, what do we got over on red?
Opposing them from the south, going for the win. Game point here is AP. They are fielding Conqueror Yamato. Salem already double Moskva, Vampire Deuce, Ragnar, and Polski in a Yu Yang. Now, I realize that if you're watching this on the official cast, you probably missed game 1. You didn't see game 1, but trust me, Zath and I got to see most of game 1. And Polski is running a radar Yu Yang. AP seems to have been kind of employing this as a bit of an anti-Ragnar, for lack of a better way to put it.
Yeah, well, and I mean, it can work in that fashion. Of course, it's got the deep water torpedoes, which is good against cruisers. Although, as Askans was mentioning earlier, we seem to be switching the meta in preference of more destroyers. That being said, I'm kind of curious that both teams have elected to bring 3 destroyers on a 4-cap map such as this.
It is noteworthy, Zath. It flies a little bit in the face of what we saw most of the 07 games that we cashed yesterday. We saw a whole lot of 4 destroyer lineups on 3-cap maps. Now we're seeing a 3 destroyer lineup on a 4-cap map. So does anybody really know what's going on in the meta right now? I'm not sure.
Well, and you add on top of that the complexity that is Hotspot, and look at AP already bringing a hit squad to sea. All 3 destroyers just they're set to murder whatever goes in to sea.
They are indeed, but have a look at Floops, Zath, coming in from the top side of the cap. He's got friends that are going to be hiding in that long duration American smoke. So this wolf pack concept might find itself having its teeth pulled. We'll have to see how this plays out.
Well, and on top of that, you got Aussie Zeus, Luckchuck, and Torps. Floop's also Luckchuck and Torps. I'm sure they know some destroyer actions coming their way with radio position, or radio location, I should say.
Well, and you'll notice AP's destroyers already kind of maybe not pushing the cap as hard, as a little aggressively. They see the smoke. I think they have a suspicion of what it might mean. And yep, there's Polsky under the radar now for a man with an RX-7.
That's right. And that basically pushes that hit squad out. That's going to allow Floops to possibly loop back into CCAP to try to grab it with the Des Moines escorts helping him out. No, wait, Floops is detected. Did he fire his guns?
He did fire his guns very briefly. I saw at least one gearing salvo come in from Polsky. He got a little greedy there. Didn't cost him huge. He didn't lose a ton of HP, but that was a big risk.
Well, the one thing is that it tells AP what Floops' orientation was, a little bit about the speed, all that kind of stuff. So that's intel that AP can definitely use against KSC. So I don't like opening up there, but okay. Look at the other deaths now going on the 10 line, I should say.
Now, so one thing I want to point out, Seth, you and I caught an earlier game of that AP KSC match where we caught game 3 of it. Do you remember on Land of Fire where AP attempted to blunt that early KSC push into the middle of the board with a very aggressive Venezia play in the center? You kind of get a sense here that KSC may be getting a little bit of their own back with this, again, this double Des Moines push into the middle, keeping these guys off this cap.
Well, yeah, it's in that particular game, AP was able to totally mess with KSC's plan early on. But the key was that AP did not come off with a kill.
No.
And that cost them, I think. KSC just basically went back to what they were planning on doing, and it wasn't a big deal.
Yes, yep, they were able to win that game.
So here's the big question. What happens next when the smoke goes down at CCAP, right? You can see that Marathon RX-7 and Hataka Hiyoshi are already planning this. They're already getting ready to hit the W to get out of there if needed, but they got to stay close enough to keep Floops protected.
Well, they are both lit. Obviously, it looks like, so yep, detected on the surface by either Polsky or Akike, I think is how you'd say that. Something like that.
Sure.
Here comes some Conqueror AP from Catigrade.
That
looking
could
for
really
RX-7,
hurt.
but nope, RX-7 hits the brakes. Most of those got a lead just a little too far. And Floop's now coming in with a fresh set of smoke. So KSC seems determined to kind of like they're gonna be here for the duration.
Look at Jason. Look at Jason. That fancy super heal doesn't matter when you're under the attack of 2 Woosters.
No. When you're getting farmed out by Woosters, all the super heals in the world can only do so much. And just like that, KSC picks up a ship. Up a cap here early. Only 6 minutes gone. Looking really strong for KSC to claim game 2 thus far.
Yeah, KSC obviously needs this to force a game 3, and they're coming out strong, saying we want to keep going. We're not done yet. Danny, though, under sustained fire in the Ohio now.
Well, he's the next target in line, right? I mean, no, where were we?
He's north of A.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got backwards. For some reason, I thought the Woosters, I was thinking of the Moskva. My bad.
It's all good. But that's going to allow, and you can already see the gearing and the double Wooster over on the 910 line coming into mid now. They're not going to bother chasing the Moskva. That could prove to be a fatal mistake or could work in their favor. We'll have to see in about 10 minutes.
No, I don't think there's a lot of need for them to chase that guy right now. They've got a lead, right? They've got a 160-point lead. They're pushing Dastard. I mean, Dastard's Kerr first is going to cap D basically by himself. AP seems like their play seems to be about a push kind of up the 1-2-3 line over here to break into A. That's why there's all this focus fire going in on Danny. They know they've got to get him off the board in order for that push to be successful.
Right.
But
Well,
I'm
the reason
not.
I'm
Go ahead.
the reason I made that comment about the gearing and boosters heading into decap now is because that there's nothing now to stop the Moskva that's kiting away to just turn back around and head north along the 10 line and get in their backfield.
Sure, he
So
can. Despite
Danny
being what? Go ahead.
well, I was just saying, Danny continuing to be farmed. Now we got some Yamato shells coming in on his broadside. They're a little behind. Couple
A
still
little
hit.
bit of chip damage there, but every little point counts when you're getting as low as Danny is. He's finally dark
That's right.
now. AP loses sight of him. KSC on a 200-point lead in a really strong position. AP seems very committed to this 2-3 push. They don't really have much choice now. They've spent 8 minutes getting their ships into this position, so they've pretty much, this is the plan. Either the plan works or we're going to game 3.
Right. Now, one thing I want to comment on too is both Hatake Yoshi and Man with an RX-7's Des Moines purposely getting themselves detected to throw
Yes.
off AP, to get them to shoot at them instead of Danny. That's
Yep.
huge. That's allowing Danny to have some time to just flee and try to lick his wounds. Of course, that Ohio's got quick reload repair party.
Well, the other thing you're seeing them alternating that, Zath. Hatake went dark. I know Woshi's about to take some Shimakaze torpedoes. One right in the bow after he took a double fire a minute ago. But Des Moines went dark right as Man with an RX-7 began opening fire. So they had obviously sort of planned that little change. And now both Des Moines throwing shells downrange at Woshi, trying to get him off the board.
Mm-hmm.
Woshi, is he flooding? He is flooding.
He is flooding.
He took a bow flood from that Shimakaze torp. He'd taken a double fire from the Des Moines HE that he repaired, and then now the flood is stuck for now.
That's right. Even Aussie Zeus getting in on this with his guns. There goes Danny Loves his Ohio. What do you know? The Conqueror killed it.
I'm shocked. AP does claim a big kill here, though. They needed those points to buy them some time. We're not quite halfway through with the game. Coming up on the 10-minute mark. AP finally into A, and they had ducked Polsky's Yu Yang into C, but the Wooster Pain Train is right there ready for him. He's got to be in a very uncomfortable position.
Oh, I can see all those shells coming in on him now. Of course, there are some deep waters coming for I Am Coop's Wooster right now.
Those are all going to fall astern. Coop should be fine.
Yeah. And there goes Woshi's Henri.
Yep, big kill for KSC. It has cost them a lot of HP though. Hatake's Des Moines getting quite low. Clustered behind an island, hidden in smoke over here, way up on the top of the 4-5 line.
Now, Hatake is detected, even though he's in the smoke right now.
I wonder how. Does somebody have their radar up? Must be Euro.
Yes.
Euro's Moskva radar, perhaps?
Yes. His
Okay.
radar is up right now. But
They're trying
not much can... They're trying to arc over the island, but not much can hit him except for that Vampire Deuce.
The Vampire is finally able to get some shells over the island, but pretty much nobody else can. There's enough hard cover there. What I'm wondering is when... all of AP's ships are on the 1, 2, or 4 line, basically, with the lone exception of Shishiro's Moskva, which didn't come back up the 10 line, Zath. They've moved him to the middle of the board because Dastard's Kerfurst is continuing to lurk in the backfield over just now leaving the decap.
And that's very smart for KSC to keep Dastard there. You have to hold that Moskva in check should that Moskva have turned around and gone up the 10 line. So I do like that play.
Yeah, they're basically using him to just kind of make sure the back door stays closed.
That's right.
KSC trading really well. Technically, they're down a little on HP, but it feels like they've kept some ships on the board that maybe AP should have gotten. And Aussie's Shimakaze is just continuing to wreak havoc over here with his position way up in the corner of the map. In fact, I think they've finally decided, they're sending the Vampire and Quincy's Ragnar to run him down as Aussie now opens up with his guns on Caddy's Conqueror.
Yeah, I wonder why they did
HP.
But yeah, so as you were talking about the relatively even matchup in terms of ships and health, the one big thing, of course, I think is board position. KSC definitely has a stronger board position right now with
Absolutely.
their Death Snail in the C cap. Now I'm saying that as more deep water torpedoes are coming right for Coop, I mean,
Well,
sorry.
and Euro's Moskva is not going to be able to duck away from these 20-kilometer Shimakaze torps that weren't even meant for him. He's going to take one in the bow.
Hmm.
Those were meant for Caddy's Conqueror, who's actually going to take gearing torpedoes right in the stern and one in the bow. So 2 big torpedo hits on Caddy's Conqueror as well.
That's right. And that's
KSC's
huge.
doing
That's
great work. Go ahead.
Caddy's flooding, by the way. That's going to force him to back off quite a bit.
KSC doing great work with their destroyers. Aussie now trapped up against the top of the map. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Caddy's going to go
Okay.
down. He's going to flood out.
Oh,
there he goes.
They do flood out the Conqueror as the Vampire Deuce and the Ragnar are going to double team Aussie Shimakaze here, but it's not. I mean, Aussie's had a very impactful game from this position.
I mean, Aussie's just happy seeing those two guys shooting at him, chasing him, because that takes
Indeed.
two
Because, yeah,
destroyer
look how-
players out of the game.
Yeah, look how far out of position they are. His team is over 800 points. He's fine with that trade.
Shadow, though, really low in the Worcester. He got himself
Indeed.
detected somehow. Must have
Oh,
been
and
radar
there he
from
goes.
Euro.
Yep, there he goes.
And there he goes.
Euro taking some pain now in the form of Des Moines AP from Hatake, as well as the Worcester Pain Train. And there he goes.
That's what they needed. They needed to respond with that.
Well, KSC just trading kills, and right now, up a ship, they can afford that.
Right. Here comes Polsky in the scene. Now remember, Polsky probably radar based off the first game we caught.
He is. I watched him use it earlier, so he is
Okay.
definitely radar. He's putting this island in between him and the Worcester as he puts his deep waters out for Dastard.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a Hail Mary there, but it would be, yep, he's got his radar up now. He could, Serpent Lord spotted now for KSC. Who do they
That's
have
right.
that can shoot at him?
The Yamato?
The Yamato, Shishiro. That's
And
really
the
about
Moskva,
it.
yeah.
That's really about it, right? The Vampire and the Ragnar are so far out of position, it's going to take them at least 90 seconds to get back into where they're relevant, and lots can happen in 90 seconds.
Speaking of 90 seconds, take a look at that Yamato. Christo
Yep.
saying, I don't want any of this, and turning broadside to
No.
a whole bunch of gearing torpedoes.
He's going to regret that particular maneuvering decision here in just a moment. He's got a Kerfer salvo coming in. Doesn't do very much, but he's going to take about three of these. Three of these gearing torps, 2 on the belt and 1 in the stern. That's a pretty solid hit.
Forces the DCP, so another couple fires and he's gone. Oh wait, there's more torpedoes coming. What do you know?
Indeed. He's kind of pinned between the 2 gearings here. I think the northern set is what's going to do him in, Zaf.
Oh,
He's going to take 2 more there. Yep.
Let's take a look at the other fight that's going on. That's the 2 destroyers that finally caught up with the Death Snail.
Polsky's also under threat in C. Doesn't looking really strong for AP here, Zaf. They're up over 900. Sorry, KSC. They're up over
KSC,
900
yep.
points. There goes Hatake.
Mm-hmm. That was expected.
Can they get Quincy in exchange? They
They do.
So again, the trade, they get the trade, and that's as long as they continue to trade, they're okay. Up another ship now, pretty much all over. The only 2 surviving AP ships left on the board, nowhere near a cap circle. KSC's going to lock this up in a few seconds.
Oh, absolutely. I'm already getting ready for my death pick.
Yep. So KSC, just like the first time between these 2 meetings, KSC's map pick, they're able to win and force a game 3. As we'll be heading to Warriors' path for that game 3. We'll have to see, can AP avoid the repeat of last time, or can they win game 3 and move on to the 3rd place match? Not sure. Have to see. It'll be fun to watch.
That's right. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be good. And there's
It's
our
gonna
death
be
pick.
good. So, you know, Zap, one of the things that Bogsy and Ascons talked about when they were kind of prevaricating, getting ready for the match, right? That there's not really an established meta on this version of Hotspot. And I agree with them. It's one of the reasons that we've seen so many teams banning Hotspot. But I look at what KSC just did, and I think, man, have these guys, like, this is obviously working for them. What part of that strategy, looking back at that game, what part of that strategy do you think worked best?
Definitely the Death Snails. Employing the
Mhm.
gearings to go in to smoke up the 2 radar cruisers in each, and then the gearings to pop out to spot. Clearly, they had practiced that. Clearly, they kind of said, what do we do if this happens? What do we do if that happens? You know,
Mhm.
chat's realizing, wait a minute, there's a Kurfürst in here. I don't know
Uh-huh.
that I felt like Dasser could have been in any battleship. It wouldn't have mattered because of
It
how
wouldn't have mattered.
strong the Death Snails were. That's
Yep.
not a, that's not detracting from what Dasser did. I'm just simply saying, like, you know, I was hoping to see more of the Kurfürst
Fair enough.
in the
We don't
battle.
normally see a Kurfürst in this kind of game, in King of the Sea at all, right? And so,
Yeah.
like you pointed out, everybody's like, "Ooh, Kurfürst," but then, like you, it doesn't feel like he had a tremendous impact on the match. This match was really won on the back of KSC's cruiser and destroyer coordination, which
Mm,
and their torpedoes, by the way, which were hugely impactful. So
mhm.
tons of fun to watch that match. All right, let's
Yeah.
head back to the studio for a minute and see what these
And
guys have
hang
got
out.
going on. Yeah.
Yeah. The big thing is, the Kurfürst, of course, has that 6 kilometer Hydra, so I think it makes perfect
Mm.
sense to pick a Kurfürst on that. You send it to where you would expect the destroyers to play, which is in decap with all those islands. So I completely appreciate the reason for that pick.
Yeah.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hey.
We're going to game 3, fellas.
Woo!
Get
Excellent.
your
excited
trucks and
about
grab
this.
your beer. We're doing game 3.
Everybody loves game 3.
So
Mhm.
that match was incredibly intense. We'll have a replay file coming up shortly. It's being rendered by our super duper bot as we speak because I want to talk about the way that the Doom Snails work. So Zath and Sea Raptor, you guys did make mention of these Doom Snails. KSC came ready with a plan on this map that, as you guys pointed out, we all agreed, not everybody has a plan for yet because it's new to the COTS rotation.
Well, and
Yeah.
we normally see a lot of destroyers on Hotspot. We normally see 4 or even 5 destroyers, so that's why both of us kind of remarked at the beginning, only 3? It seemed kind of weird.
It seems strange to me too. I don't I was stunned by that decision because it would felt like they would have, a man down, a front line down, or something. They just wouldn't have a way in somewhere. And yet the way they played it, that just really didn't happen. I think both of them universally abandoned a section of the map and just went, we've got our 3 destroyers, we're going to play the other 3 things that are important and just pretend there isn't a 4th one. So yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, please, Sea Raptor.
what I liked about KSC's strategy, okay, one of the things you have to remember on this version of Hotspot, the spawn points are shifted over to the eastern side of the map. AP made their play on the 1 to 4 line, right? Up the western flank. It takes minutes, precious minutes to cross all of that ocean to get to that side of the map to be ready to, okay, guys, let's go. It was at least 5 or 6 minutes before AP was kind of over there. KSC, yes, they sent some forces over to pick up the gimme cap over at A, right? But they made their early play right on top of their spawn zones, right there in the middle of the board, right there on the decap. And they didn't go right into D. They secured the backside of D. They went down the 9-10 line, cleaned that out. Then they capped D while they made a play for the middle of the board. And so at that point, what you have, you've got this beautiful kind of diagonal line across the map that's owned by KSC. And then AP's just started to get into position. By that time, KSC's sitting on 3 caps. Now you've got a big uphill battle to climb. So I feel like this map, to KSC's credit, was kind of one at the planning phase, right? Where they looked at it and said, how are we going to fight this map? We're going to get in and pick up at least one of these, that we spawn on top of, not worry about the other side of the map quite so quickly.
Yep. So we're definitely going to take a look at that. I believe we have the replay ready. So gentlemen, we'll catch you back up for casting on the next match. Thank you. Let's go take a look at the replay. Here we go. Okay, so what we're going to notice here is the Doom Snail. KSC makes 2. Right away, they actually bring the gearing and a pair of Des Moines to the center cap to say, if you try to take this, we will blap you. 2 Des Moines in relatively short order like that can make quick work of destroyers. And Oscars, I feel like we didn't see many big hits in the center there, but the opportunity was there for them should AP have made a mistake, which, to their credit, they did not do.
Well, I think the Yu Yang took a lot of punishment, which is really painful because the Yu Yang doesn't have a heal. But it's worth noting two things. One, we just saw the Salem die over on the 9 line. The Woosters just ripped him down. He didn't expect it to be that YOLO that hard, and the Moskva over on the island wasn't able to support. It's worth remembering that KSC had a double Huang He strat for multiple tier 6 clan battle seasons. They've had more than enough times where they've had cruisers sitting on top of each other working together. And trying to have the doomsnail or move the smoke or something like that, this is something they've been doing literally for months now. So we get to see as the smoke comp moves over, they start to support A. But at the same time, they held 3 caps for so long, they had the point lead firmly in their favor. So when A eventually fell, that's okay. We just have to buy time. And you notice all the way up there in A1, there was that little Shimikaze. He wasn't
Zeus.
necessarily landing torp after torp, but he was kind of, ooh, come and get me.
Yeah, he's forcing AP to have to respect the fact that the Shimikaze can dump out 15 torpedoes that do 20,000 plus each every single time. You have to respect that, which means you have to be paying attention to something you can't see but you know is there. That's critical for the 2 Des Moines of Hitake Hiyoshi and Man with an RX-7 to actually be putting that damage onto that Conqueror, onto that Henri. Whenever they can get a shot on the DDs, they can. It just lets them do their thing. So seeing a smoked up pair of DMs and a smoked up pair of Woosters just go to town and stuff, you can see how fast a pair of Woosters can melt something. Even a Salem with its super heal just gets wiped out. Very interesting to see that the GK did not actually end up being a major, like, sure, it did something. Dastard's GK took the decap all by himself, but he didn't even really get to fight anything, which I was waiting. I was like, oh, is this a secondary GK we're gonna see? He was not running the legendary module, so his artillery range was out to 20.6, which means he's not using the leg mod. But next map is going to be Warrior's Path. This is a much more open map. There's a lot of outside space around the 1 line, around the 10 line, where people can go and flank. We'll see. We'll just have to see where these guys actually make their moves. Having seen KSE do the smoke comp like this, do you have any ideas? Are they going to do the same thing at the C-cap, which is oftentimes on the 9-10 line, you'll see a Wooster get smoked up there. What do you think?
Well, I don't think we're going to see a smoked up 10 line play, but we might see a smoked up 1 to 2 line play. This is a pretty common map in terms of clan battle rotations, and that is a way to swing around and sort of claim the A cap. I think B, high risk, high reward situation. I don't know if anybody's going to dive into that. And Charlie, if there were Venezias, you'd have smoke and movement, but you don't have Venezias. Now, could they bring in Napoli? They could. We saw that over in European, some of the European stream stuff, but I don't really think it's going to be a big play. It certainly hasn't taken any hold in the North American meta. I think C is going to be a staring contest. I think A is going to be supported by smoke, and I think B is the question on if it breaks, how it breaks rather. But good news, it looks like we're about to go into game 3 as the game has dropped. So have fun with our casters, friends.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring you. Well, okay, there we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to this game 3 of the final, technically kind of final match of the losers bracket here, as these teams are both vying for the opportunity to fight Bonks in the big losers bracket final, and we'll see who can win that and go back to fight 07 again. So somebody's tournament is going to go on, and somebody is going to go home. Zath, talk to me about the KSC lineup.
All right. Well, KSC is choosing. It's almost like they're like, let's just rotate battleships and see what happens. Now Dastard's in a Purgania, which makes sense on this map, right? It's fast. It can relocate. It's got ridiculous.
No, I like
EP,
this pick a lot.
being better reload. So sure. And then we've got an Ohio. And then for cruisers, we've got Moskva, Des Moines, and Goliath. And then for destroyers, now we're looking at 4 this time. We've got Vampire Deuce, Double Gearing, and a Ragnar. What do we got over with AP?
From the South Spawn, AP trying to close this series out, sticking with Conqueror and Yamato. Des Moines, Henri, Moskva, and our Stalingrad. Rounding things out, Shimikaze, Vampire Deuce, and Ragnar. Now let's talk about the Burgonia pick for a minute, Zath. While the team's jockey for some early position, we've got a couple of minutes to talk about Burgonia. Why?
Sure.
First of all, I know you like Burgonia. Okay.
Yes.
Tell me why, and tell everybody why you might consider bringing that ship to a King of the Sea match.
So the thing about Bergonia is she's almost like a larger Henri. She's got pretty good concealment. She's very fast, relatively speaking. Especially if they took the newly added captain skill, commander skill, Brisk. Love the name, Brisk. So, assuming Dastard is Brisk, he can relocate very quickly on the battlefield as long as he's not detected. Even if he is detected or does not have Brisk, he's still pretty darn fast because he's got the engine boost or whatever it's called, Spood Beast module, or consumable. On top of that, she's got, basically Alsace-ish guns, but with main battery reload booster. So what's really nice about that is you can set a target on fire, especially in randoms or ranked, wait for them DCP, fire with HE, use main battery reload again, and get them on 2 or 3 sticky fires, and just laugh as they can do nothing but, shake their fist at you, essentially.
Pretty much. Yeah, Burgonia, we've seen Burgonia in the event before, right? This is not the first time we've seen her in the tournament. And I remember the game that we saw her. Not only were you really excited, the ship was very impactful. In fact, the Burgonia that we saw earlier in the tournament, Zap, had a Kraken, had 5 kills on hotspot that day. So very good at finishing off low health targets. You've got 12, 15-inch guns. And the HE Zath is what I think a lot of people underestimate on this ship. It certainly is one of the things that I find myself continually underestimating on this ship. Now,
yep. And can we talk for just a moment about how sexy that Rhino camo is on that thing?
Yeah, he's got the Rhino camo checking out. Yeah, I was looking. That we were pointing that out earlier. His first salvo going out on Woshi's Henri way over here on the 2 line. Not really coming up with anything out of it there. The fight begins for A as KSC, that Serpent Lord, has his Vampire, is going to grab B pretty much uncontested. No AP ships in the vicinity. They've gone for a hard split. 4 ships left, 5 ships right. They are going to surrender the B cap early.
Yep. Now, it's interesting. We haven't really talked too much about. We talked about the strengths of the Burgonia. There's a few weaknesses too. She's got 32 millimeter armor all around. So HE spamming ships that can pen 32 millimeters armor will just completely melt that kind of a ship. So it's not like you just got this god battleship that you can just go around and delete things with. It requires a lot of, careful thought.
Would you say that Burgonia potentially plays a little more like a really, really super heavy cruiser that way?
Oh, absolutely. I always consider her to be a large Henri.
Okay, makes sense. Way more guns than Henri. 12 barrels on that ship.
Yes, also easier to hit though.
Well, she is much easier to hit. That's true. 4 minutes gone. A little bit of early jockeying for position. KSC picks up B. AP picks up A. Right now, KSC may make a play for A. They're rotating Hatake's Ragnar over here.
I don't know if it breaks.
I'm curious
how
to
it breaks,
see.
rather.
I'm wondering
But
who
good
can they
news,
see
it
over
looks
here?
like we're
Nobody at the moment. Yeah, not a lot of vision for both teams right now. I was curious if Hatake knew that, from his angle, most of the opposing AP ships wouldn't really have a shot on him, but he's not likely to know that given the amount of intelligence his team does and doesn't have at the moment on that flank.
Right. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we can see both teams at will. Obviously, they cannot do that. They have to do it the hard way. They have to spot.
Yep, got to do it the old-fashioned way here. We do have the ability to show you in the heads-up display which ships are lit. You can see the little exclamation point next to Quincy's Ragnar there in the background. That tells you that he was spotted. He has gone dark now.
Right. And if you see a little shadow, it tells you that he was spotted as dark. If you don't see an exclamation point, then that means
he's never
the ship has not been spotted yet. Right, exactly.
Correct. A ship with no exclamation mark next to it at all indicates that it has never been spotted even once.
Just like Serpent Lord's Vampire Deuce.
Well, and ironically, Zath, Jason's Des Moines on the south side of the sea cap has never been spotted as he continues to shell Danny.
He's got the little the faded or the shadow.
Interesting. He doesn't on mine. It's interesting. He doesn't on mine. Curious. Well, KSC makes their play for A now. They push Aussies gearing backed up by Hatake's Ragnar into the cap. AP has backed way off of this cap, Zath. They've pulled
Mm-hmm.
Euro's Stalin, Caddy's Conqueror, and Woshi's Henri all the way down to the H line. They don't seem interested as the only ship kind of in that vicinity now. Polsky's Shimakaze has rotated up on the 5 line. He's a little farther forward. Actually, kind of hung out over here, if I'm honest. Well, almost within radar range of Hitake's Ragnar. Hitake doesn't know he's there, probably.
Right.
Serpent
Okay,
Lord's got torpedoes going that way. What's up?
at CCAP is being shot at as Floops now has 3 people all shooting at him. He's in trouble.
He's lit somehow. Is that Kakea's
Smoke
hydro?
expired.
No.
The smoke expired, and that's just a surface spotting.
Okay.
It's a non.
Yeah. Oh, I
it's a
see it now.
non-legendary
Yep.
gearing.
Okay.
But Kekia just popped his smoke, which means he just took away spotting for his team.
He did, but I think he's also giving Quincy a bit of a shield to work from behind as well.
Yes.
Although Quincy just took a good hit from man with an RX-7's Moskva. Now Polsky got lit. Oh my goodness, Zach. They have beat the bejesus out of Polsky. I think he blundered into these guys. He wasn't sure where they were. Serpent Lord had put torpedoes down range, coming into Polsky's face. Obviously, kind of done with radio location, radio position finding. I don't know if Polsky took one of those, but goodness, he got beat up really bad.
Yes, he did.
KSC for the moment looking really good. 7.5 minutes in, over 100 and what about 160-ish point lead here. Keeping AP well out of A and B. They're moving Dastard up and onto the top end of the A cap to kind of secure the A cap. I think at this point, Zath, if AP really wants wants C, just let him have it, right? Like you've got a nice lead. What does it matter?
I just wanted to mention that for a second. They're not even in C. Like you had said earlier, they're keeping AP out of A and B, but AP is afraid to go into C right now. Thanks in part due to Mammoth and RX-7's usual position for that Moskva. I mean, that's where you'd expect a radar cruiser to be.
Absolutely.
But look at this. Jason now being called away. They're saying we don't need your radar over here anymore. They don't think that there's a destroyer threat anymore. They want to go and reinforce, I guess, a push at B possibly because of Polsky's not doing too well.
Well, I think they know that they've pushed Floops' gearing back off. And in fact, if you look at that smoke position over on the 9-10 line, it's obvious where Floops is on this flank. So having Jason there for the radar doesn't get them anything. They know there's at least 1, if not 2 destroyers lurking in the middle of the board because Polsky just got his face melted off over there by those guys. So it makes sense then to maybe bring the Des Moines to where he's a little more useful. And now he's being picked up by man with an RX-7's radar. Is he going to take one of these torpedoes? Is he going to take one of these?
Nope. He's all right.
He does not.
That was close.
Nice dodge right down the port side there. Jason manages to dodge it. But they know he's there now, so that's gonna allow Hitake and Serpent Lord's Vampire to kind of pack off the cap a little bit or find some cover so that they don't get surprised by surprise Des Moines.
Yep. Ica was detected by Mammoth and RX-7's radar shot at, but looks like he might come off with the C cap. Yep.
They've I don't know if you've noticed. Oh, Polsky with a luck chuck, taking a luck chuck tort from Aussie's gearing and not even meant for him. Those were meant for Caddy's Conqueror. Polsky takes one. First blood goes to KSC.
That's so hard, especially in a competitive environment, ranked clan battles, King of the Sea. You got to be careful not to cross between a destroyer, an enemy destroyer, and your friendly battleship.
A potential target, yeah.
Yeah, that's the torpedo lane.
Now, Zath, I also want to point out KSC's rotated man with an RX-7 around the corner. They backed him up. He's repositioned. He's facing into the B cap now. KSC kind of, I won't say they're hearing us. They can't hear us, but they've obviously come to the same conclusion. The game is not going to be won or lost at sea. And you can see AP hard redeploying along the F line here, trying to move ships up to the B cap. They're actually about to push Caddy's Conqueror onto the A cap.
Now, Serpent Lord has some conga line torps coming at Jason. They're all going to miss, but the important thing is Serpent Lord's keeping outside of radar range of Jason. Brilliant maneuvering there. As Jason's got his radar up, trying desperately to detect anything he can shoot at.
Now, something else I want to point out, KSC has, of course, pulled back off the A cap. They've let them have C, and in moments, AP is going to force their way onto the B cap just because, well, they don't really have much choice. They're coming up. They're over 400 points down. 9 minutes to play. They've got to do something. But look at Hitake's Zath. Hitake's Ragnar headed over to the C cap. He's going to be able to make a play here if he wants, despite the Moskva position, as long as he comes in from the right angle and keeps some island cover in.
That's right. That's right. And that's a very smart thing to do. There's no point in going where the enemy is going. You go where they're not, and you force them to come to you. What?
Caddy's Conqueror was trying to stop in the A cap and missed, drifted out of the cap. Looks like finally going to try and reverse back on the cap. But Serpent Lord's Vampire just is raining shells over here. Caddy's never going to be able to cap this until that
No.
as long as that Vampire is alive.
No. And now
But
he's
it
on 2
does-
fires.
But it does stop the points gain. And he's got torpedoes coming in. He's going to take at least one of these.
And the DCP is up. If this is a sticky fire. Nope, it hit while DCP was up.
He saw the torpedo, so he went ahead and hit the repair, knowing the flood wouldn't stick even if it hit a flood.
Right.
Yep, and there's the Ragnar. There's Hitake onto the top end of C, able to use that emergency speed boost to reposition where his team needs him. KSC on a 460-point lead. I won't say they're cruising to a victory, but well on their way here as they lose control of B. A is going nowhere, and they're capping C. Hitake is lit. Shells coming in from Quincy. They do get a reset.
Yeah, but now he's not lit, so he just has to wait a little bit. He'll be fine.
Yep. As the Moskva radar expires, Hitake will be able to flip C. So KSC is going to continue to at least tick up one cap it a little bit. They will own C. And in fact, you'll notice the Ohio, the Goliath, and Floops' gearing have all pushed well up onto C. I think once they own it, they're not going to give it up again.
No.
So as we look at the whole map here, Zath, KSC getting close to a win. It's not a done deal yet, but getting close. How do you make this from a path to victory for these guys, right? They own C now. They should be able to win on the one cap. Do you just kick back and try to just hold what you've got? Try not to go out quickly. Preserve your ships.
Well, fortunately for KSC, AP is giving them exactly what they need. Look at Woshi's Henri, just charging up the one line. Honestly, you focus him down, and then it's GG, as long as nobody else dies.
Well,
just say that.
Yep, RX-7's been getting a lot of hate here. He's been taking shells on the broadside and in the face, so he goes out. But Woshi is, I won't say he's dangerously low, but he's certainly a pick target that they ought to be able to get here between the Bergonia HE and Coops HE as well. And who else is pitching in there? That's Aussie's gearing.
Right.
Is the Bergonia looking that way? Dastard looks like he's flipping his guns. Yeah, his stern turret's already looking that way.
So it's just a matter of time before that ends up. And then the question, of course, is who's going to be the next focus target for KSC?
Indeed.
There
as
he goes.
Woshi does go out, KSC dangerously close to 900 points here. All the way off of A, Caddy's going to be able to pick it up.
All right, Raptor, let me put you in the hot seat. Who would you go
Do it,
after
baby.
next? Stalingrad or Conqueror? Who would you target and why?
The Stalin. The Stalin's going to burn. If you can get some fires lit on that Stalin, he's going to burn forever. But Coop pretty much can't get lit for a while, at least until he gets a heal off, right? The Stalin, he's like a one salvo kill for the Stalin. Dastard's even a little low. So he's and the Stalin's AP will do bad things to Bergonia at the wrong angle. So he has to be a little cautious as well. So now what you're seeing, those two guys are dark as they continue to retreat, try to lick their wounds, as Aussie is basically being told, just stay lit, draw his fire, keep busy. As Zath, Serpent Lord caught out by the Conqueror here. He was trying to block the cap. Serpent spotted, but Caddy's got AP in the barrel. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Serpent getting very, very low, 150 points. A secondary shot will kill him. Anything will kill him. This is
how about that destroyer behind him?
Oh, that is a huge mistake, Zath. I know why he went in there, but man, he shouldn't. All right, well, we'll see what happens.
And
down to the wire now.
Dastard has healed back up a bit.
He has, and have a look over at C. Danny's Ohio firmly ensconced in that cap, basically saying, "This is our cap. Come take it."
Right.
And it looks as if either Jason, well, they can see everybody in that gap. Somebody's radar must be up or something. They have eyes on everybody in that gap right now. They know where all those ships are. AP knows they've got to make a big play here.
And I mean,
KSC knows that if they can burn down the Stalin, they're that much closer.
remember, folks, this is it. This is do or die for both teams. One
Yep.
team's going to advance, the other's not. So you can't afford to be making mistakes. Look at the push at sea.
Yeah, it's coming. I mean, Goliath torpedo's already in the water, so Shadow Wolf is just torpedoes there are not going to land anything meaningful. He might, Christopher's turning toward, he might stumble into one of those. Probably not. Those are spotted by his teammates now.
Yeah, those
Akakea's
are designed to
Vampire
slow
Juice is
them
going to come
down.
around the corner. Zath, he's going to assassinate Danny. Check this out. Here, it's coming right now. Danny's not going to kill him. It's not going to happen.
Can he get enough
comes-
torpedo hits or torpedo damage?
Oh,
No.
Danny only
3
okay, so
torpedoes,
Danny,
5.
He got 5 into the water. Danny's going to take them all. But no, he only took 3. It's not enough. It's not enough, Zath.
Oh, and Euro goes down.
Oh, that's a big kill because
Whoa.
seconds from a win here now. KSC was they were at 988, Zath. And now
Yeah.
AP is standing on the C cap. They have to get these guys off the cap if they want to win. Now,
And poor
actually,
Shadow is looking at
hold
a
on.
Yamato.
Think about this, Zath. There's less than 3 minutes to play. If KSC can simply extract their ships and run the clock out, I don't think AP has time to catch them.
Here comes Yamato shells.
Oh, Goliath felt that. He's going to punch his fancy heel. Oh, and the goal. Oh, Christopher takes 2 torpedoes in the
Yeah.
bow. Nice,
Chris
nice.
takes 2 torps.
Nice Goliath torpedoes. Oh, and the Bergonia.
Oh, from
Dastard.
downtown.
Dastard from 24 kilometers. What a shot.
Outstanding. Absolutely
What a shot.
outstanding. Were you not
Wow.
entertained?
These two teams have just taken it down to the absolute wire. AP throwing every last thing they've got, every last trick they can come up with. And Zath, I don't think it's going to be enough. They've got
No,
2 minutes to play.
Mm-mm.
I think KSC's got this.
At this point, although look at Floops. Floops is letting himself get shot at for a sec there. Jason
Yeah.
trying to get him down. So many opportunities for AP to come back into this match.
I think they stayed at C. They stayed at C too long, right? We talked about it at the time. KSC was ticking up A and B. AP owned no caps, and then finally, after what was it like? Is that like 8 minutes, maybe almost 10 minutes? They were like, fine, screw it. They repositioned, made a play for B, but man, it just felt like it just came too late in the match. They made it exciting. They certainly made it interesting, but KSC is going on to that 3rd place game. Just a repeat of history. A repeat of history, Zath. KSC wins game 2 and 3.
I mean, we were lamenting missing the first game earlier. I don't feel like we missed too much. The action was so huge in 2 and 3.
Yeah, I don't feel like we got cheated here at all. This was a fabulous match. What do you guys think? Bogsy Ensconce?
Whew.
Crazy stuff confirmed.
I feel like I
Yeah,
just
baby.
witnessed a bar fight. That was incredible. That was, guys. I got to be honest. There was nothing pretty about that match. That was just
No.
a slugfest.
That was not pretty, but it was fun.
That was
that was brutal. I'm glad that we did get some of those highlight moments. Dastard from downtown,
Oh, yeah.
24 kilometers, the Bourgogne, just catching right at the end there. What was really astounding to me was that AP was down, 400 points at one point, and then went, okay, we got to get back in this match. So they push all 3 caps after KSC had done incredible map control for the first 10 minutes of the match, and then AP goes, okay, we're pushing in, and we're gonna take these caps and we're gonna make them come back now after KSC melts back into the night. And then it got so close that even though AP was down still by several hundred points, there was the possibility that KSC has to push back into these ships and start to just one after another lose ships, which was happening. Just absolutely wild. What was your take on it, Ensconce?
I liked the early control, and honestly, I thought the respect was warranted in the first 5 to 6 minutes. At A, they're playing back. They're really holding that H line. They're just, I don't know about this, because they didn't know where the DDs were. They didn't scout Bravo, and KSC had 2 destroyers in that taking it. So they knew, we knew that they took it, but now where are they? The Shimakaze on A pulling back, staying away from the Ragnar radar. Basically, they were eventually captured C, which was cool. But I think AP made a critical mistake when they moved everyone over to B instead of leaving maybe just at least a destroyer, because they had a Moskva down there. They had support.
Right.
Moving everybody just kind of left it open. And not that I think the point difference may not have mattered at that point, because they really let those points tick up for a long period of time. But still, I think that was a little bit of a misplay. It made them force them to be uncertain how to go in, and it just delayed it even longer.
You know, when we talk about these battles, Raptor will often say, "Zath, what's their way to victory, right? What do we need to do to make this happen?" And I don't know how many times I've said they just need to all push. Like, they just all need to put the pressure on, find a place that's weak. If you're gonna lose anyways, you might as well just go out with a bang. Everybody Leroy Jenkins it, see what happens. And AP did just that. And KSC gave AP so many ways back into this battle. They really did. I think that the only mistake, and we were talking about it, Raptor, as it happened, was when they pushed Woshi's Henri all the way that far up the one line. I think that was the big mistake for AP. Had they not done that, had that Henri been available later, you never know. It could have made a bigger difference.
Yeah. Sometimes the answer is everybody push W and cross your fingers.
That's certainly what that sounds like. That's what they attempted, and it worked out okay. But then eventually, that Henri, he just got focused down. Then the Stalin just got focused down. They couldn't, as you like to say, C Raptor, they could not convert that push into kills. And there was definitely the possibility of that happening. One of you called it. You said the Stalingrad AP with those hard, advanced pen angles. You can take apart a Burgoyne, which has that 32 mil, and is susceptible to those advanced pen angles. So
kudos to that KSC team at north of A, right? For not, you realize none of those ships died. I don't think, not one of them. They gave all of that ground. They tied those guys up all game. They inflicted tremendous pain, and at the end of the match, they were all still alive.
Yeah, the only thing that died at A for KSC was the Ragnar that came over there trying to harass that Conqueror for a little while. And when the Conqueror went dark, the Ragnar got a little too close to the sun, and all of a sudden just got slapped right out of a cloud. So when the Conqueror came around, it's like, oh, this is gonna be bad. And sure enough, it was.
Gentlemen casters, I believe we have the replay ready, so we're going to say thank you very much for your awesome job on that. It's the best part about watching a cast is always hearing the excitement from the casters, and that's I think why you guys are some of the best to watch, because the excitement could be felt through the camera. So thank you. We're going to go watch the replay, and we'll see you for KSC versus Bonks to see who goes on to face 07 in the grand final.
See you in a minute.
Yes.
Okay. Askance, we've got the replay, AP versus KSC. Walk us through, if you would please, the incredible positioning that KSC puts into the beginning of the match.
So I said before we went in, whoever takes B, it's going to be a high stakes game. Turns out AP threw their hands up and said, you guys take it. They didn't put a radar there. They didn't put a Hydra there. Nothing. If they had at least put something to scare KSC off, that cap might not have been taken for the first 3 minutes, 4 minutes, just out of respect, But they didn't, which meant that went to KSC, which gave them a point lead to start. And then knowing that those destroyers were rotating out, unseen threat. You have to respect the unseen threat. The Shimakaze of AP went down, seeded A, took all kinds of damage to some Ragnar radar and a Vampire closing in on it. And then suddenly, what does A do? They don't have a Shimakaze to lead them forward because the Shimakaze has no health. So at this point, it starts getting dire. 300 points up, AP's got to make the move. They all start turning in. You can see the Conqueror, all of them just charging, man, because they've got the weight of health. Like, they've got the weight of metal. They just needed a way in. At this point, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead is exactly what they do. You get to see KSC's Vampire rotate over to stall the Conqueror, and as KSC notices that AP's rotated all of their ships except that Moskva on the 10 line off of C. Well, okay, if they don't want it, we'll take it.
Everything
so they
just
play a
walks
little
in.
bit of musical caps. Yeah.
Musical caps. And you know what was really interesting? You're absolutely right. They knew they could not actually withstand a Stalingrad, Henri, and Conqueror all pushing a destroyer, a light-ish heavy cruiser like a Des Moines, and a Bourgogne, which is squishy, fast, lots of HE damage, but squishy. So they give respect and they fall back, and they did so in good order. They wore down that Henri, they wore down that Stalingrad, who cannot afford to turn around in front of that Bourgogne with that reload booster, with that main battery reload booster brought by Dastard's Bourgogne. They have to respect the fact that it can put out 2 volleys of AP shells really quickly, which means they could basically blow up Stali or an Henri, and that meant those 2 cruisers were committed, bow in, and they got summarily picked apart. And then once again, big ol' hit from that Bourgogne coming in. But really, I want to point out that I think you're right that the moment when AP decided to rotate everything from C, everything except for that one Moskva, from C to B, is when things started to feel like they just fell apart. And there was a moment there where it went, well, they're probably not going to catch KSC on points, but if they can continue to translate kills, which they're forcing KSC to come back into C, there was a real opportunity there when Man with the RX-7 went down. We could start seeing kills, and it was dicey there. But again, I really, really think that because AP let KSC have the B cap for so long, the point lead meant that AP was constantly in a position where they had to take the initiative from KSC, who already had it. That's one of those things. You can go be down on points. That's fine. We've seen 07. We've seen plenty of teams do that. Don't worry about the points. Worry about your positioning. Get those kills, because once the kills are got, then you can start taking the caps and just denying the points, and you can win in that way. But if you let them sit on it and you don't push back fast enough, eventually you are forced into a situation where it's like you have to push or you just lose on points, and that's what ended up happening.
Yeah, you can't just sit there. If you've always got to have an objective, you always have to have a way forward. Now, it's funny that whoever takes that first cap, it can be even just 2 points, just 2, and that forces the person that's behind to make a play. Now, 07, they can easily sink down 100 points. They can sink down 200 points. They don't care, because they're going to play for the long game. They're going to trade. Every 2,000 damage we're going to do to you, you're going to do 1,000 damage to us. Right around that mid game, you're going to be down a ship, or you're going to have ships that we're just going to walk forward and you're going to run because you don't have the health to be able to do anything. And we're just going to take all this. Thanks. Thanks for keeping it warm for us.
Right.
They weren't doing that. AP was so safely positioned that while they were behind, they were not getting those trades. And they tried today. They really did. They got the Bourgogne so low. They got the Des Moines so low, but they couldn't finish it off. And those were points they really needed. And if they'd have gotten that Bourgogne off the field, their Yamato might have been able to clap that Goliath at the end there too.
That's right. That's the big thing. That Bourgogne was such a threat up there because of that booster, because of that main battery reload booster. It can put 2 HE shells, 2 HE salvos, or 2 big AP salvos, or 1 of each in about, I think you can put 2 down in 15 seconds, 14, 15 seconds, something like that. And it's just such a threat to a cruiser, because that can wipe a cruiser that's broadside right off the map. And it did indeed end up being the thing that denied that Yamato the ability to push out and finish the Goliath. So there you have it, man.
Yeah.
So what this means is that KSC will now go on to face Bonks in a best of 5 series to determine who goes to face 07 to be the NA winners. So just a little recap for you guys. Right now, KSC, Bonks, and 07 all I had 4 fingers up for a second there. all have guaranteed spots in COTS Internationals. All 3 teams will be going to Internationals to represent the North American region. Congratulations to them right away. Congratulations also to AP, who fought extremely hard to make it up to the top of the bottom bracket to try and force their way back into the top 3, and it really came down to the wire. Congratulations to them. They fought hard. So, yes, please, go ahead.
The top 4 ain't nothing to be ashamed at. Top 4 in a King of C is something that you can hold up, and it's going to be remembered not just now, but throughout. I mean, 07 came in 3rd last time. They're coming back. They're still a presence. Everybody that makes it past, heck, the round of 16, they're known.
Absolutely. KSC got knocked out early, fought their way up, not early, excuse me, earlier in yesterday in the brackets. They fought their way back up through the bottom bracket. Now they're actually in internationals. Like, even if you lose, it's okay. With the loser bracket running parallel, there is still, even if you get knocked out from the winners brackets, there is still the option to make it to internationals. So I like that that there is always hope at the end of that tunnel. So what we're gonna do here now is while Bonks and KSC get themselves set up for a best of 5 series, we are going to take a short break. We will have a short break here between this series and then also between the winner of this best of 5 and whomever goes on to play 07 for the top. So one thing to remind you folks of is that we do have Twitch missions going on right now. You need to make sure that your Twitch account and your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, are linked to your Wargaming account. You can do that from the website. You go up to account management, make sure that they're linked. For me, I believe I had my Twitch account linked, but not my Amazon Prime, and it was giving me trouble with that. Please make sure that both are linked. You can get 2 COTS containers, as well as the ability to get the mission for the really, really, really neat North Carolina camo Bane of the Sea, which is made specifically for this King of the Sea tournament. You will also get several buckets of King of the Sea camouflages. There's lots to do in the armory for community tokens, which can also be earned by watching the main stream. So let's see here. Those are the prizes for watching. I think it's about time. Would you like a break, Oscants?
I could go with a break.
We're going to take a little break right now. The next match should be starting in about 12 minutes. So about 5 minutes before, check back. We should be up and running again with a little bit of talk about ship bans and map selections. So join us then.
Captain, the 13th installment of the King of the Sea tournament is about to begin. The prize pool has almost doubled. It's $50,000 now, and the tournament winner will get $17,500. The winners of the regional stages will earn steel, doubloons, and special camouflages. But most importantly, you'll win glory. Your team will become known throughout the whole world. Broadcasts of the regional and international finals are an incredible spectacle that will keep you glued to your screen. The best players on the planet will clash in fierce battles. Moreover, viewers will be able to obtain up to 11 King of the Sea containers, a permanent camouflage for North Carolina, and a Tier 7 premium ship. Don't miss out on King of the Sea. Win a prize and become a legend.
Welcome back to the grand finals day of COTS 13 North America. We are about to get started with KSC versus Bonks to determine who will face the reigning winners, 07 Devastating Strike, for first and second place. Right now, we're essentially fighting for third place. Whomever wins here goes on to have a chance at first or second. So, KSC versus Bonks. These are two of the strongest clans and teams of players in North America. They have both fought extremely hard to get to this point. Both are going to COTS Internationals to represent NA. Let that sink in for a minute. Once again, Bonks will represent you in North America. But Oskons, what maps are we looking at here?
Well, we've got 5. This is going to be the first of 2 best of 5s. This will be followed by the grand final, another best of 5. But we are looking at Land of Fire, Northern Waters, North, Warrior's Path, and this was an interesting one. Hotspot's going to be our 5th map. If we get to a map 5, that one completely divergent. We'll have to see what they do.
Things are going to get a little hot on Hotspot. We actually have to trot it out to game 5, I guess. Well, first up we have Land of Fire. Oh, before we go any further, I think it's worth pointing out the ship bans. Anyone want to guess? Venezia and Alexander Nevsky. You guys had absolutely no fun. You know that? I wanted a Nevsky. I wanted a Venezia, and they all went, no, not going to happen. So fine. No more destroyer killers. Just bring on all the Ragnars. Bring on all the Marceaus. That's fine. I don't care. I didn't want to see cool cruiser-to-cruiser action.
Sad, Bugsy. Well, I hope you don't feel too out in the cold. They did actually get rid of Islands of Ice for you, so you can warm up a little bit. And strangely enough, Trap was taken off the board. Trap being that interesting diagonal map, which would favor destroyer play. So Venezia and Nevsky being banned, you kind of think, hey, we could get like a little pretty with destroyers. But no, off the map. Actually choosing Hotspot over Trap, surprising to me. I wonder if they've got some kind of secret strategy that they're going in with on the back end.
One can only hope. Let's go ahead and take a look at our next map, which is going to be Land of Fire. So we've seen this map a couple of times. This map lends itself to some spicy situations brewing around the A cap because of that great big island sitting in the center of A. Oftentimes we'll see a destroyer or even a cruiser with hydro and or radar taking a strong position at the corner, unable to be dug out. And then what ends up happening is on the one line over there, ships tend to start sticking their noses down, trying to get ship damage or torpedoes onto whomever's on the opposite side, but it's very, very dangerous. Over at the sea cap, often we have a stalemate where folks don't really want to dive into that Sarlacc pit of islands that surrounds the sea cap, but we do end up finding folks actually pushing up the 10 line, trying to dislodge and make C sort of the linchpin of how the entire match goes. But what about the B cap? Talk to me about the B cap.
See, KSC has a strange fascination with the island just to the left of B. They want to put a Minotaur there. They want to put a Salem there. They want to put a Des Moines there. And we've seen, I think not once, but actually twice, how they have tried to force a Des Moines, Salem, or something in there and watched as most or even all of the ship was ripped out from underneath them. So is that going to be a critical weakness? You have to know Bonks is ready for it. But I guess we'll have to see. Are we in the game yet, Bugsy?
We are. So again, we'll both of these teams have played multiple matches streamed over the weekend. So we're gonna have to see who's been doing their homework and who's been watching the other team's replays just to see what strategy they might come up against. But it is time without whatever. Let's throw it to C Raptor and Zeph. Let's get this game going.
All right, well, as we bid adieu to Bogsy and Oskans, here we go with game 1 of KSC versus Bonks. The winner of this gets the ultimate reward of fighting 07 for first place. The loser gets to continue in the loser bracket to attempt to fight it back into third. So here we go. We've got dual Kremlins, dual Moskva, Salem, Harugumo, Vampire Deuce, Marceau, and Daring. What do we got for Bonks, Mr. C Raptor?
Well, Bonks has fielded Montana Kremlin, Salem Zath, a Napoli. Now, I like Napoli, but I don't think we've seen one in the entire event. But there's one here on day 6, also a Moskva. Rounding things out, Daring, Marceau, Harugumo, and a Ragnar.
Yes, it also never mind. Sorry.
You're good. I was going to point out this is the third place match, right? So
right.
So basically whoever wins this match gets to go up, and it could be a rematch of Bonks, we don't know, or KSC might get the chance, but they're going to go back and fight 07 one more time to find out who is the first and second place team. The loser of this match is automatically the third place team and will seed as such in the international bracket in 2 weeks.
Sorry, guys, I thought we had a whole nother set of games coming. That's how much I love King of the Sea. I just wanted more. So apologies for that.
You're a madman, Zath.
Hey, you know what? I'm all about, watching battles unfold and seeing who are victims of the almighty Sarlacc. So
now I want you to have a look over at A, Zath, because I think we're going to have a little bit of early drama here as we may have a bit of a clash of Marceaus. But the difference is that KSC's Marceau, that's Hatake, he's got a friend nearby. Addy is all by himself. So this could turn very ugly for Bonks very quickly, depending on how many shots they trade and how many shots they get in here. There they are, both lit now.
Spider-Man meme, go.
Indeed. You. Only one. Yeah, it's only going to be one of the Harugumo salvos is going to get in there. And you can see the blue. You can see the blue tracers coming off of Addy. He is running the fancy French captain Philippe Aubonnieu. So keep that in mind as well.
Sense.
Indeed.
For those that don't know or can't think of off the top of the head, Aubonnieu has a bonus to Adrenaline Rush, correct?
I believe that is correct. The AR is a little more powerful for him.
That's right.
Now they are. The Marceaus are lit again over at A for a moment, but both of them declining to fire. I find that interesting. Dastert not making any such complaints though, as his shell's coming in astern of Addy.
Yep. Now we're looking at Hiyoshi.
Now Hatake is gonna squeeze through. Oh,
yeah,
look at that.
Hold on to your butt.
Woo!
Meanwhile, at B cap, we see a fight starting to unfold here. I don't know that Shadow just barely has radar range on Vivi's Ragnar.
So right now he's not using it.
No, I think there he goes.
There it is.
He was waiting to move a little bit farther forward so he can get his guns in, but the island is preventing his guns from actually shooting. But Floops is like, I got you, fam.
Now, what about the Moskva? I hear that's Testered as Floops is outside that radar range.
And take a look at this, Raptor. We've got a Salem and a Napoli that are fixing to go up that fidget spinner island up the 10 line.
I gotta say, Zath, I really like the Napoli pick. If they're gonna deploy it over on this flank as like a way to break this flank open, maybe push that Salem out of position, I really like it. Now, it's going to be interesting. They're going to have to find a way, if that's going to work, if that's the intent, they're going to have to find a way to bait Coop's radar out in order for this Napoli smoke to allow him to get in close and assassinate the Salem. But it'll be fun to watch either way.
But remember, it's a short range, short duration T-Rex radar that the Salem has. So
it's not that short a duration, but it is short range. It's the regular duration. It could be as long as almost 60 seconds. Yeah, it could be almost as long as 60 seconds. It's just a shorter range.
Well, either way, rar indeed.
Indeed. He will be roaring with the little T-Rex radar later on. But for now, A does go towards KSC. Atake doubling back, picking that up for his team. B uncontested. C uncontested. The Darings were trading shots. That's Dyer and Aussie trading shots across C. Aussie coming off a little worse in that exchange, but no one owns that cap quite yet.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that now that KSC has A, the question is, do you push farther south to secure it, or do you head to B? And Hatake Hiyoshi's like, you know what? I'm going to go help my team at B.
I was gonna say the answer seems to be for Hatake. Let's go to B.
Serpent Lord is reversing with a Harugumo.
Yeah,
Addy firing off some torpedoes.
He knows Addy's down there, and Serpent Lord should outspot the Marceau. He does. Right there, Serpent Lord picking up Addy. Addy turning away. So there doesn't know where Serpent is, but just knows he's in the vicinity. Just trying to keep Addy pushed away from the cap in general to allow him to continue to take up those points. So
yep, and Serpent not firing, by the way.
Yeah, without radar, his presence there in that detection bubble can just be like, no, you probably don't want to be here because you'll get spotted and somebody might shoot at you.
Curious to see the Kremlin Dastard going behind this island. I mean, usually you see a Des Moines or something there, but Dastard's there instead.
Well, we saw them do this on Hotspot earlier, right? They gave Dastard a Kerr first and drove him into the decap on Hotspot. That worked out. Here he has a Kremlin and he's coming in, so I don't know. Will it work? Well, I guess we'll find out. It's working so far. KSC out to about 100-point lead here as we're only, what is that, about 6.5 minutes in? So plenty of time for, 100-point lead is not insurmountable. That's basically a ship kill. So plenty of time for Bonks to try to find to do something. And here they are making a double play here, getting onto B and C almost simultaneously.
Yes, and Bonks is also getting ready for their push up the 10 line. It's almost like they're towing a start position here, and they're just waiting for that gun to fire off to tell them to go.
Zeth, one of the things that I think we don't talk about enough, or you don't see enough, maybe in King of the Sea, is the idea of overwhelming your opponent with multiple pushes and multiple angles of attack. Well, multiple angles of attack is a very common thing, but I mean, like we did, the game we covered yesterday with 07 on Land of Fire, it felt like they pushed A kind of as a counter push when we had so much focus. Sorry, they counter pushed at C. We had so much focus at A. It sometimes I wonder if there's value in potentially overloading a team by pushing them in multiple places at the same time. And we're starting to see now the Bonks push kind of coming up the 10 line led by the Napoli. In fact, I think, go ahead.
Absolutely, yeah. And then we see there's the Salem's, now both of them running their radars. So Baconated detected. But you're absolutely right. And that goes back to what I was talking about earlier. When in doubt, I'll push.
You know what this is, Zaf? They're going to use the Napoli smoke. Napoli's in the lead. They're going to use the Napoli smoke to try to get them both in.
Of course.
Yeah, okay. I see it now. Clever.
Yep, clever girl. And remember that the Napoli has SAP secondaries, SAP secondaries.
Indeed, indeed. Dyer does pick up C on behalf of Bonks. Bonks now starting to take up points of their own, down about 150 points here early. But I still think this 10-line push is going to be interesting. Baconated taking some Moskva shells on the broadside there. No, doesn't look like a massive hit, but a solid one.
And you can see Co-op is just ready, or Coop is just ready.
Yeah, he pretty much has to be.
The problem is now they're proxy spotting each other. Baconated saying, maybe I shouldn't broadside to Salem.
They're in this position, but now what?
Right.
KSC seems ready to receive this.
Exactly. Slowing down does allow for Aussie Zeus for them to dodge Aussie's torpedoes. The big thing, though, and now they're horning each other. The big thing is, I'd like to see Drixus's Kremlin in a position to threaten Coop's position. That's not happening right now, and it really needs to happen for Baconated and Doofy to be able to push through here.
Yeah, they're going to need that. It is coming. Drix is pushing, right? Drix is coming up the 9 line. It feels like the cruiser position there is designed to be like, okay, you've got this cover, hold here while Drix comes and seals the deal, and maybe we're going to see a coordinated push. Maybe they'll all move up around this island and assassinate Coop at the same time.
Man with the RX-7 just got whacked by F-22 Raptor Montana at 25.5 clicks.
Ooh, Addy not coming off well in an exchange at B. They had moved Floops and Hatake down, and Addy in trouble now. 4K and falling.
Conga Line
Serpent
Torps
Lords-
coming in on Tester. Took a couple.
Serpent Lord, I realize now that KSC has pushed through A. Bonks has pulled everything back to the south side of the B cap, which they still don't own. Addy finally going dark, but so many shells falling in there, he might still go out.
That's right. Meanwhile, look back at that island on the 10 line.
Yep,
There's
here we
Drix
go.
is coming around the corner.
Yep, Drix is coming. Coop putting Coop putting his radar up again.
I'm just gonna put a preemptive death pick in chat right now.
Baconated turning his engines on, moving up. Is he just holding Coop in position here, keeping him honest, perhaps?
Maybe. And Doofy realizing he doesn't want to come in on this.
Oh,
And
the Kremlin beats the Salem up right through the stern.
yeah, those weren't Citadels. They were just full
No, they
pens.
weren't. Just full pens. I think. Do you think Drix is going to go for the ram here and just get Danny off the board to allow this push to occur? I think that's what's going to happen.
He wants the kill and he wants the ram. He's going to try to time this so that he can fire and then ram.
Yep.
That's the hero. That's the hero move right now. That's the hero play.
And here comes Baconated.
Here it
Here
is.
comes the Kremlin shell. Oh my
There's the kill.
goodness! Just
There's the kill.
assassinated. Now he goes
here
in for
comes
the
the
ram
ram.
on Danny. So well executed by Bonk, Sath. So well executed. They're going to kill 3 ships out. They're going to get 3 kills out of this. Look at this.
That's
Wow. What a play. What a great play by Drix.
Absolutely.
It does flip the lead. Bonks with their kills allows them to move out to a lead here, despite the early cap control going for KSC.
Yep, it is interesting that Addy was able to survive. That may come to haunt KSC in the future. We shall see.
It might. At the same time, Addy's not really out of there, right? Like a single radar, a single hydro, they can pick that kill up. Addy needs to put on the gas and just go be somewhere else. Go play on like G8 and just chill out down there.
Are you telling me he values his life?
He should, because those are points you don't want to gift wrap for the enemy team right now.
Nagato barely dodging torpedoes in the smoke. Smoke such a torpedo magnet, so you saw him putting himself in the extreme edge. Good positioning there.
Or Conga Line Torps coming in for Tester. Now, Zath, KSC is not out of this game. They're down 2 ships, but they're not. The points are close enough that they can still make this an interesting game, or at least with a single kill they can be back into this. What do you think their game plan is as we get 7 minutes down to the 7-minute mark?
Well, they gotta put Shadow a little bit farther forward, I think, so that he can control the B area with his presence. They have to not lose Floops right now, which is that's gonna be a tall order.
That's gonna be a tall order because you've got the Daring and the Ragnar right there to wipe him out.
Yep, and that goes back to Shadow's positioning. I think he's too far back. He's not able to exert his dominance. And as a result, Floops is going to go down. There it is.
Yep.
The big thing is that KSC got smashed over in C, and you can look at the mini-map. You can almost draw a straight line.
Yeah,
straight line through Bonks' position.
Yeah,
And that's what I mean. Like, KSC hasn't had a chance to reform their ranks yet, and that's huge.
Well, they do have a bit of a line going across the map, that section of the board. The problem is they're way upside down on health and ships, and so if they had even a couple of more ships to help bolster that line, maybe pick up a kill, okay. But they don't. They don't have it, and without that, it's going to be tough.
That's right.
Shells crisscrossing every which way here right now.
Yeah, there's going to be a momentary pause as both teams try to reposition. You can see Shadow now repositioning to the other side of the island. Okay, so he's doing that so that he can keep his left flank safe. I always talk about this in replays about using islands as your shield.
Yep.
And that's what he's doing right there. He's holding up that island as a shield to his left.
Yep, he realized that the Napoli and the Salem were going to be free to close on him from that direction. So he repositioned to keep his bow pointed in the middle of the board and put that island in between them and those threats.
Look at Dastard.
Yeah. Dastard seems to be committed to pushing Tester right out of this position.
Yeah, too bad all those shells bounced.
Did they really?
Yes, they did, and now he's gonna go broadside to Raptor.
He's going for the ram. He's going for the ram right here.
Oh, I don't know if I like that play.
I feel like that's a concession that KSC realizes this match is over.
I mean, yeah. I can't think of any other reason you'd ram if you're.
I mean, when you're down, when you're down ships, you don't take rams. That's just not a thing unless, I mean, maybe in rare instances, but certainly not when your surviving ships are a heavy cruiser and 3 destroyers.
True. I don't know. I mean, I still feel like you just never know. He could have brought it back if he had his guns pointed left. He just went straight past the Moskva and blapped him in the side as he charged Raptor's Montana, but...
There's enough shells going in on Dyer. They may yet get him, the Marceau and the Marugamo, just vomiting shells over there on poor Dyer, who is lit. I see the Moskva radar is up. Yep.
And they're detected, and they just don't care.
No, they just at this point carrying doesn't matter. They got to get a kill, which they do. That narrows it back down. It's only a 40-point lead for Bonks, but I mean the ships, the health. I don't see a way for KSC to get back into this set.
It's gonna require just a couple of huge misplays from Bonks, and they don't usually misplay.
Man, based on the coordination we saw earlier on that C line push, misplays are not something you're likely to see out of this team. They do beat up Vivi's Ragnar a bit, but he retreats back behind Island, gets some cover as Hitake and Serpent Lord kind of hang out over here on the edge of the beat cap. But Shadow Wolfish is going out. It's only a matter of time. They're just going to farm him out.
Yep.
Serpent and Hayoshi now radared by Doofy. So they're like, well, to hell with it. Let's just drop shells on him. But Serpent Lord goes down.
Yoshi does have the benefit of the smoke at least.
He does. The moment Doofy is proxy spotted through the island, so Hitake can just sit there and just mercilessly shell him because he at least has a little bit of smoke. But now that's Vivi coming around the bottom end of the island to spot, and now Hitake doesn't get that for free anymore.
No, so he'll be down momentarily.
Yep.
Baconated chasing down the Daring. Look at that.
Yep. It's not exactly something Napoli's very good at. Kind of all over but the crying here. KSC down to their final 2 ships. One in A3, one in D4. And Shadow, I think now I'm going to move out, maybe trying for the ram here just to see if he can get a little bit of an honorable kill on his way out the door, maybe.
Very honorable.
Doofy's not gonna grant him that.
No.
And then there was Aussie. So game 1, gonna go to Bonks here. A hard fought game. I liked KSC's position early on, but that's that coordinated 9-10 line push, the Kremlin, the Napoli, the Salem Zath, absolutely backbreaking. Absolutely backbreaking.
Absolutely. The key was the inability to really react to that Kremlin plus those 2 cruisers pushing up out at east. That was absolutely brilliant play on Bonks' part.
Yep. You know, it's funny to me, Zath, you know, we talk about Des Moines. We see a lot of Des Moines and Salem and King of the Sea. And one of the things that those ships are almost always vulnerable to is rushes, whether it's not necessarily a gun cruiser rush, because they're gun cruisers. They do that. They fight gun cruisers pretty well. But like a torpedo rush, I sometimes wonder if some of these ships that they want to, you want to put in a position like that, you give up the reload. But man, if you take some torpedoes, you really do kind of dissuade some of that. You take a cruiser that has torpedoes. I mean, you kind of dissuade some of that. The idea of, well, I'm going to get up in this guy's face and push him off the board, because you might just end up being a trade, and that's not necessarily a great thing depending on the situation.
Look at the Bonks players playing grab ass down over here, and Nagato just shooting each other because what else are we gonna do? They're dropping depth charges.
Team damage is off, man. They don't care.
Doofy shooting at Baconated. I mean, it's just they're having fun.
at this point, you have to wonder, like, Aussie is still running, and you almost have to wonder why, right? Like, the game's over.
Yeah. Right. Why drag it out for everybody here? But
yeah.
he's going to the next battle, as we always like to say,
That's
when
right.
players move to the A1 corner.
He's trying to sail onto the map for the next battle, preserve all his HP, but there's the game.
He wants to say, I lived. That's all.
Right. That's right. Bonks claims game 1 there. So well done to them. That's a really solid win. And Zath, I can't gush about that coordinated push up the 9-10 line enough. One of the things that I love about watching King of the Sea, right, is you see that kind of team coordination. You likened it to putting runners on the starting line, pawing at the starting blocks. And we saw that, right? The cruisers moved up into position. They got coordinated. They waited. They made the jump to the next island. And then they waited for the Kremlin to get into position. And then they all moved up together. And it was just, it's a thing of beauty to watch that kind of coordinated play.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I really enjoyed watching that game. Hats off to both teams, but Bonks just coming in with that cleaner strategy that pulled it off.
Indeed, Bonks looks really solid today. Bogsy Ensconce, what say you about game 1?
Well, I say that's why you bring a Kremlin right there. Ladies and gentlemen watching at home, if you are wondering, why would anybody bring a Kremlin? It doesn't shoot very accurately at long range. Right. But you can walk forward. You can walk forward through like a hail of arrows and laser beams and whatever happens to be there. And you can say, that's cute. Give me your Salem. And that's exactly what happened. So interesting to see that, like, we were watching that Salem and that Napoli going, when are they going to hit the gas and go? And I think I felt like even Bonks figured out we can't really turn the corner in front of a Salem and a Kremlin. Like that's just too much. Maybe the Napoli, which does have that turtleback armor, maybe the Napoli could pull out in front of a Salem, take enough of the fire, like resist enough of the fire, get the torps off, and put one Citadel, volley into the Salem. Maybe he'd get it. We just don't know, do we? Definitely not while there's a Kremlin from KSC sitting there as well. So then just went, why don't we just throw our Kremlin at their Kremlin and kill the Salem on the way?
Seems like it worked out okay.
When I saw that, I mean, I realized maybe not everybody's seen Terminator 2, but in the real beginning of that movie, John Connor's running away, he's going into some storm drain or whatever on his bike, and he's like, oh, good, I'm safe. I feel okay now. He turns back and he sees a semi-truck ram through a bridge.
Yeah.
And it felt like that Kremlin was just like, wait, no, we gotta stop this guy. Nope, can't stop this.
The Kremlinator. Dun 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 dun. Yeah.
Oh man, it was
1000.
That's right.
Well, he got boxinated.
Yeah, we're gonna have plenty to say about this match as soon as the replay is up. I think we'll have it shortly. Not quite in yet, but gentlemen, was there any moment during that match that really stuck out to you besides the Kremlin rush? Because we're gonna get to that.
Just, I gotta say, the ram on the Moskva at the end there, or towards the end there, kind of signaling the falling action of the battle. In my opinion, I think, I mean, I could certainly get the feeling, well, this is it, so let's just go out in a blaze of glory. But honestly, I kind of felt like at that point, you still play for the attempt to win. You just never know. So,
I suspect
That's all
that
I
he
can
was
think of.
hoping. I suspect that he was hoping for a Dev strike through the ass of that Moskva. It didn't materialize. He knows that F-22's Montana is literally right there to finish him, and just sort of went, well, might as well take a boat off the board if I'm gonna die. But I sympathized with your sentiment on that one, because it was sort of like,
I think when he bounced the 6 shells, he was like, well, guess I'm done.
Yeah,
Yes, my game's over.
Desperate luck finally ran out, I guess. Gentlemen, I'm being told that the replay is ready, so we're going to say thank you. We'll see you for game 2, and we're going to go take a look at that replay.
All right.
Right?
And here we go. So something to note right out of the gate is that KSC does actually make a very, very good push at the A-cap. They realized that Addy was all by himself there in his Marceau all by lonesome. So they actually take it, they push the Marceau away, then they rotate their own Marceau back to the center to try and take B, and they have Dastard's Kremlin come up and push, and they actually get quite a bit going on.
Yeah, I think I have to wonder, why did Addy just bail? And I think it's actually because of the second set of shells. Yeah, the Marceaus traded a few blows, but the Haraguma, which was not spotted, was able to throw one, maybe two salvos, and that's when we knew this is a 2 against 1. I'm not doing this, and they just bail on the A cap, which made sense. It was a good play, but it meant that it gave the lead to KSC. They started to get those points rolling. And we're going to see here, Bravo is just a whole bunch of staring. There's nothing really happening there. There's no movement. There's just a little bit of health chipping and trading and stuff. And I think we're about to see the Titanic clash at Charlie.
Yeah. So what KSC was 100% relying on was that daring, being able to land his torps on the Kremlin, and they just missed. I'm not quite sure. Maybe the daring thought he should be pencil torping the Salem instead, but that allows the Kremlin to literally just like it sort of reminded me of when like you see in football when you see the kickoff is made, somebody gets it, and then they run the entire length of the field and score a touchdown. It's like the Kremlin just went, I'm hitting W and I ain't stopping. And nothing you can put in my way is going to stop me. That's the power of a Kremlin, folks. The only thing that's really going to stop it, if it's determined to cross an open stretch of water like that, is a big old volley of torpedoes or another battleship in its flank just chunking it. Because the Citadel is actually exposed above the water and is able to take a lot of damage from something with heavy gun caliber shells like another battleship. But even a Stalingrad at medium range can find that Citadel, but it's just so well armored that you absolutely have to have something capable of stopping a Kremlin rush, and there it is right there.
You know, I have to say though, I was noticing this in between. So, okay, Kremlin's charging forward, takes the first pot shot of the Salem, takes him down to half. His guns are fully turned toward the Salem, and the KSC Kremlin, recognizing the Ram, starts backing up. I don't think he could have backed up. He could have just gone forward. One, if he takes the Ram sooner, great, maybe he saves the Salem. But two, those turrets were not turned toward him. If he was able to come out and just force, hey, bro, if you're going to charge me, I'm going to rip into your broadside.
Right.
A Kremlin could just dev strike another Kremlin off the board. That forces turret movement or some kind of evasive action, at least bumps up the timetable. And that was not something that got done.
Yeah, I mean, because if the daring torps are not going to land, you have to get that thing off. You know you're going to get rammed. You can't Kremlin versus Kremlin bow one. It's just going to end in a ram. So yeah, the correct answer might have been, okay, the die's been cast. We have to get their Kremlin off the board as quickly as possible so that he cannot come in and wipe out our Salem. Who, credit to that Salem. I think it was I am Coop, who literally by himself, by being there, prevented an enemy Salem and an enemy Napoli from being able to do really anything. That's fair enough to say. But really, really good job on KSC's part pushing around the A line and starting to wrap up Bonks' west side. But Bonks obviously made the YOLO play. They made the hero play, and it paid off in spades. So it does look like we are going to be moving on. They're ready. They're ready to go. So let's really quickly talk about Northern Waters, please.
Okay,
Yeah,
so over at Alpha, KSC does like to get a cruiser. Well, really, everybody likes to get a cruiser on that island left of A. So let's look for some kind of smoke training. Could be a DD, could be a Napoli. We saw it already, so it's potential they might start to innovate off that, but I think it might be a little late notice if they haven't done it already. Charlie, a lot of islands there. If you're going to commit to it, you got to commit hard. And are you going to offer up a cruiser to the B gods or no? Because typically we're going to see two destroyers doing their little butt wiggle dance over at Bravo. Somebody's got hydro, somebody's got radar. Oh, and they run out. Realistically, if you park a Moskva on that island, you're just going to be putting your foot down and saying, nah, we're not playing around. We're going to hold this. That's what it is.
Absolutely. The real question will be, are we going to see another Ragnar Wolfpack from either team beating up at something on B? They absolutely like to be playing around that center line where they can start shelling anything. It's so easy for them to sit in the middle with up to 15-kilometer range and start just putting damage onto whomever they can. They're quick, they're mobile, and without Venezia Nevsky, there are very few things that are actually able to deter them with either radar or those big, heavy sap broadsides. So, like you said, we are going to have to see if KSC plays A heavy like they have been in previous matchups. We'll have to see if Bonks makes another wide push. But it looks like they're ready, so we're going to go ahead and throw it to Sea Raptor and Zath in game 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, worshippers of all ages, welcome to game 2 of this third place match here on the North American server as we get towards the end of King of the Sea 13. Bonks here, one. I know, up a game in this series, spawning on the north side in the green, fielding Conqueror and Ohio. Only 2 cruisers, Salem and Henri, bringing a 5 destroyer lineup. That's Daring, Harugamo, Vampire, Tus, and a double Ragnar. Zath, what's KSC up to?
Well, KSC is choosing. Looks like they're kind of not happy with their spawns, as they're kind of doing this dance here at the middle. We're all very familiar with that in clan battles, but they're bringing Kremlin a Montana, double Wooster, double Moskva with the gearing. So it looks like they're going to do that Death Snail action out towards Sea Cap, a Marceau, and a Daring for their destroyers.
All right. Yeah, I know. All right, so let's have a look here at some early deployments. What do we got going on? Now, the 5 destroyer lineup is going to be really interesting, and we're already kind of seeing the double Ragnar headed down to B with the Harugamo. It looks like we're going to have one Ragnar dive the cap while the Harugamo and the other Ragnar kind of play behind him. Daring going to C, Vampire going to A. And then who's this Daring in the center? That's Aussie. Now,
I almost wonder if Bonks is looking to make a Death Snail with 2 Ragnars and a Harugumo. That's sexy.
Ooh, that could be done. We know it's a Harugumo's unique upgrade that gives it that kind of crawly smoke, right? Doesn't it?
No, it doesn't give it a crawly smoke, but it gives it a longer, ability to snail it out, almost like gearing smoke.
Okay, got it. Okay, so it's a longer duration smoke screen as you vomit smoke there. Okay.
Yes.
Well, with a 5 destroyer lineup, go ahead.
Similar to Minotaur's unique upgrade.
Right. Well, with a 5 destroyer lineup, Bonks is pretty well. You just kind of basically saying, look, guys, it's all on cap control. We've got to get these caps. We've got to hold these caps. Looking as if they might be able to bag. They're going to try and bag C early, but I don't think they're going to be able to hold C very long. There's a lot of firepower over there from KSC. Should be able to push them out of that cap when the time comes. So it's really going to be about A and B, I think.
Raptor just got tapped pretty hard by Dana Loves' Montana at long range. In the Conqueror there. Lost about 20k health.
That's Conqueror. Conqueror is vulnerable to that sort of thing. She's not exactly the most armored battleship. She's there for her longevity, not necessarily her tankiness.
Yep. Danny Love's now shooting Drixus. I mean, early game, guys, it's usually a battle of just watching the battleship slug it out at long range because nobody else can see anybody else.
They do manage to drive Shokanko's Ragnar off the cap, not getting a ton of damage there. I think what you're seeing is either just them missing or Ragnar's armor scheme holding up. Actually, he's reversing now. There we go. They're starting to land a few more shells in there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there you go. Like you're seeing a bunch of non-pens falling on his deck.
Shokaku Soaring Crane under fire, intense fire for a bit here. Daring torpedoes coming into KSC's Death Snail, but they conveniently find the gaps between the Woosters. Couldn't have planned it better.
It's almost like the Woosters had their hydro up.
I would imagine at least one of them does.
Now, we've seen KSC execute a really good kind of Death Snail earlier in the day, so I expect to see good things out of these guys. We know they can coordinate this well. Going to allow them to pick up C here. I don't see Dyer. He might get a couple of resets here, but I can't imagine a world where he gets dinged up too badly.
So the thing is, Daring needs to get lucky with Luckchuck Torps into Woosters, but Daring's torpedoes only reach what, 10 kilometers?
10 kilometers. Yep.
I just don't see that. I mean, Shimakaze, right? Even Z52 will reach better. Gearing, of course. So, well. Dyer detected now by, I think, Coop's radar. Yep.
Yep, they want to push that Daring even farther off the cap.
That's going to convince him to back off.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Dyer pulls the brake, joggles his speed a bit, does take a few more shells, but the nice thing about Daring is she's fairly resilient. As you see there, Dyer already healing some of that lost HP back.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty clear that Bonks has set up this flank, their eastern flank, as a weaker flank. They're really making a play for B. Shokaku once again back into B, but they've got him lit again. That's Ataki's Moskva radar going to pick up Shokaku. They want to go in for the reset or just to try and push him out of the cap again. They do get the reset.
And they do hurt him just a little bit in the process, too.
Indeed. He's given up a lot of HP for this. You almost expect at some point they'll give up with Shokaku and rotate Vivi over for the same kind of duty.
Right.
5 minutes gone. Both teams ticking up a cap. It's very close. Only 10 points between them. Very much anybody's game. No kills. And both teams just on the one cap. B still contested. Or I should say uncontested.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see it's uncontested considering you've got 2 Ragnars and a Harguma over there, but
well, Bonks,
we saw the effective radar.
KSC is doing a really good job of pushing these guys off the cap, right? They'll get in, they'll make some inroads, they'll push them off. They'll get in, they'll make some inroads, they'll push them off. You have to wonder eventually they're gonna that can't last forever.
Right.
Serpent Lord's Marceau into the bottom end of A, but spotted by Addie's Vampire. He's gonna lose his cap progress to Battleship Nagato's Harugumo from over on the 4 line. That little bit of time he spent on A, though, does allow a lead change. KSC out to about a 15-point lead here. Both teams sticking up a cap, so it'll hold there for a bit until B changes hands, which for the moment, we ain't there yet.
Nope. But that's all Serpent Lord needed to do, right? And that puts the cap pressure onus on Bonks to try to find a way to respond.
Hatake continuing to take blind shots into B, occasionally getting a reset on Shokaku.
Yeah.
He's overshooting Shokaku now. I think Shokaku's finally going to pick up B.
And there's the response. Well, fine. You want to block our cap? No problem. We'll just take another.
No problem. We'll just pick up this other one, and then you've got 2 to worry about.
Shadow is extremely low. He must have taken a torpedo earlier, or maybe
Looks
got
like he
slapped by Ohio.
No, I think he took 2 torpedoes because those daring torpedoes that just ran out, there should have been 5 in each salvo. I only saw 4. So it looks like he took 2 daring torpedoes there. They're trying to farm out Admiral Tester's Henri, but they have no eyes on him right now. Floops doesn't have a line of sight. He's gonna have to reverse back a bit to pick him up. There he is. Tester now picked up again. They can start farming him out some more.
Drix is trying to fire into the smoke. He's got a spotter plane up to help him with his aim.
Sailing right into those gearing torps is Drixus as well.
That'll leave a mark.
He's going to take at least 2 of these, I think. Might take
1.
3. Yeah, it's only going to be 1 from the one out of the first set. Is he going to take? I think he's going to take 1 from the second set as well.
Nah.
Nope. He's going to manage to dodge those.
He's going to put his Euro beats on. There it is.
There it is.
Still, he's flooding, though. That's going to trigger DCP.
Yep. As now the Woosters continue to farm Admiral Tester. Bonks back out to a lead, 40 points or so and growing. They've got solid control of B now. I'm not sure how KSC is going to get back into B with 2 Ragnars on that cap, Zap.
They're going to have to take that Death Nail back, which means they're going to have to either give up Tester or kill him. And
Go ahead.
I don't see killing Tester anytime soon. As a matter of fact, you've got the Daring Dire coming back around too to try to blunt that. So
can you take that risk without getting one of these battleships off the board, right? Like if the Ohio still lives and you try to wheel and go back into the board, the Ohio is going to have great shots on you. So I feel like maybe the right play, and we've seen them do a little bit of this, is to try and farm out Drix and then maybe try to wheel and make that move.
I mean, the Woosters have a significant concealment advantage against the Henri and even against the Ohio.
Very much so.
So there's nothing that prevents them from going deeper right now, aside from Dyer's Daring.
Well, you're about to have a little bit of action with Dyer's Daring.
Yeah.
Floops and Dyer are about to stumble across each other, not really knowing where the other one is. Dyer's lit now. Floops immediately hits the brakes and smokes, trying to get some free shots in on Dyer here. He's going to get some damage as the Woosters chime in. Ohio shells coming in on Floops. Floops takes a
Mhm.
big hit.
Yep. Doofy took a big hit too. Oh my goodness! Over on the other side,
Oh my
Marceau
goodness.
execution, Serpent
Oh,
Lord,
we missed the Marceau charge, but they do
and
take
he
the
dies
Salem
too.
out. It's a trade, but it breaks open that flank a bit. One of the things about King of the Seas, Ath, these maps are 40 kilometers or more in size. There's a lot of
Mm.
action to cover.
It's very hard for casters to get on both sides of the map, so sometimes we'll miss a few things here and there.
Indeed. Dyer and Floops both getting out of that engagement with just a little bit of damage as the Woosters now trying to move up into Floops' smoke.
Look at KSC's daring south of B, just hammering Destroyer Vivi, who's spotted. Vivi shooting at Dastard.
Yeah, but can Aussie even damage him? 113 millimeter guns against Ragnar's armor. Can he?
25 millimeter plating.
Aussie now
Yeah.
radared by Shokaku. He's going to have to bail out of there. Daring is fairly hardy and can handle a little bit of damage, but is Aussie going to ground himself? He is. Oh, that's a big mistake. He's holding his fire. He knows the radar won't last forever. He's going to go ahead and blow smoke. That way, when the radar runs out, he is concealed now. Bit of a mistake from Aussie, but he survives it, which is good. KSC can't afford to lose a ship.
They really can't. And Dastard's quite low. The Moskva's quite low, Hatake.
One thing that KSC has been doing really well, Zath, they're trading really well. Look at the health disparity between these two teams. I mean, yes, the destroyers, but KSC has not unduly given up any health they didn't need to so far.
Look at Man with an RX-7 in the Moskva on the H1 line. At this point, why are you still there? Especially if you know the Haragumo has moved up. I mean, I suppose you don't know where the Vampire Deuce is, but still.
This feels overly conservative. I think they're going to need his guns. They're going to need his ship. Move him up, shove him into A, Zath.
Right. That's what I'm getting at. Like, he's in a brilliant position to get into A. He could pop the radar and totally negate Battleship Nagato's smoke. Maybe even catch the Vampire Deuce.
Well, I was going to say, if you bring him up, you also allow him to start really harassing, as you pointed out, these destroyers that have been lurking along the top end of the B cap all game.
Oh, Coop just got whacked by the Ohio shells coming in. Both of those boosters now trying to shoot Shokaku soaring crane down.
Shadow Wolfish is lit as well. He's spotted on the surface. Presumably that's gun bloom as he's taking Henri high explosive from astern. There's an Ohio salvo coming in. But it looks like it's going to miss.
It's very easy to mistime that smoke. Generally, I give myself 5 seconds. If it's less than 5 seconds, I don't fire unless that firing might yield a kill. That's the only time I'll shoot. Otherwise, I'll just play it safe.
Aussie doing a really good job to pick up B, but Bonks is right back on top of it just like that. I'm with you, Zad. I really feel like KSC needs this other Moskva up here in the middle of the board. Go step him onto A and stop their points gains, right?
And now he's in a kite away position. Like, what's he kiting away from?
I don't understand that position right now. They are beating up Addy. They've made really good progress. It's slowly whittling down all these destroyers at B. They are going to manage to hold on to B a little longer. 6 minutes to play. They're closing the gap. We're down to nearly a 100-point lead for Bonks. So KSC definitely not out of this yet. A kill would flip the score for KSC if they could find one. But man, Bonks' destroyers are playing a great game, staying alive.
Absolutely, and I think big part of that, another decent hit on Coop from the Ohio Drixus.
Yep.
I think of a part of that is that the Henri and Ohio and the Daring have kept this Death Snail kind of distracted. They weren't able to come in and do what they really need to do. Woosters are anti-destroyer like cruisers more than anything else. I mean, they can shoot at Henri's at max range, but that doesn't matter. They can shoot at Ohio's at long range, but that also doesn't really matter.
Man with an RX-7 completing his loop. He's now in H2 headed due east. I still feel like you should shove him into A, put some more pressure on these guys.
I mean, they've got a plan. Absolutely. You can see Dastard now moving in. I think what they're going to do is they're going to move RX-7 up with Dastard side by side, but I don't know, man. If I'm playing a random battle or ranked, I'm control clicking on that part of the map saying, "What are you doing?"
Indeed. And I do have to shout out Aussie Zeus, who's been playing a great and very dangerous game with his daring all game, lurking in this bottom of this B cap. The lone destroyer Zath now against 5 opposing destroyers on the top end of the B cap. And Aussie's just like, bring it, fellas.
God, that almost brings back World War II vibes when the Enterprise was the only carrier in the Pacific, functional carrier in the Pacific, right?
Indeed. KSC rotates Dastard. They're bringing him into the middle. Man with an RX-7 going that way. I feel like that's a mistake, Zath. I feel like A is theirs for the taking. I'm not sure why they're ignoring it.
It's free. It's free real estate.
It's
I just
free
don't
real
get it.
estate. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't understand why they don't just shove either the Moskva or the Kremlin in there. The Kremlin is a little low. Dastard makes sense. The Conqueror could probably burn him out. But man, stick the Moskva in there.
That's right. That's right.
4 minutes to play. It's only a 40-point gap. KSC has made it a very close game, but they are running a bit of a risk. They cannot afford to lose a ship now that Bonks is over 900 points. Then
And
again,
look at the Henri.
Bonks
Look at
is in the
Tester
same
now.
position.
Tester coming back down the 10 line.
Tester
He
knows,
knows he's free.
He knows he's free. He knows if he can catch one of these Woosters out and get a kill, it could be a huge game changer. Coop now he's going to take an AP salvo here. Not much out of it.
Another AP salvo.
But that's an Ohio
that
salvo.
does it.
That one he felt, taking a 10,000 point hit here. Coop burning, healing, running south. 20 points apart are these teams. He was burning for a moment. I think he put it out. No, he is still burning. No, that's
Now
just
he put it
shells.
out.
Yeah, sorry. I'm seeing his guns firing. Made me think he was on fire.
Yeah, that was one of the Sodaks in World War II as well. Here come the shots.
To the Ohio. Drixus, big kill. Bonks now seconds from a win. A game that KSC fought and clawed and scratched their way back into is slipping away.
But it didn't have to
blind
be like
shots into the
this.
smoke. Vivi's lit. If they can kill Vivi, they have seconds to do it. They get it! At 9:96, they get the kill. And now it's a KSC lead, and they're accelerating away. They're getting away because now they own more caps, Zath.
Yeah, but Shadow's at 3,000 hit points and under attack by Tester.
Oh,
and goes
Tester.
down.
Oh, there it is. Oh, the lead flips back. Once again, we're seconds from a Bonks win. They need another kill. They can't get it unless Danny can smash Tester, Zath. Are his guns even looking? His stern turrets are. The shells should be in the air, and they're not. Bonks is going to win this game.
Time. That's
Man,
it.
what a game. What a game.
Wow.
It took what, 18 minutes or so for KSC to finally kill one of Bonks's 5 destroyers, Zath. Wow.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
What a game.
You know, you got to look back at that game and just think, what if ARC-7 had gone into A so long ago? That would have denied so many points. That would have given, at the end, KSC so much time to convert that final kill on the Henri.
Yeah. You do two things, right? You do two things. Not only do you pick up the A cap, which puts even more pressure on Bonks, right? You're bringing your radar to the middle of the board, which gives you even more opportunities to pick up these destroyers that are getting low. And you know they're low. You've been beating them up all game, right? You kill secure any one of those destroyers. And we're singing a different tune now. We're going 1-1. But it doesn't happen. Bonks bags game 2. Let's bring in Boggsy and Ensconce and see what their thoughts are on this particular match.
Oh, buddy.
I know Ensconce has got some thoughts.
I do. No, there were 2 parts in there that I just I'm wanting to shake my screen, man. The sending the double booster after a Henry. You're not going to hit a Henry at 18 kilometers, at 20 kilometers. Henry's known for juking. You got floaty Wooster shells. There's no way they're going to land in the same zip code. Don't even waste your time with this garbage. And they've got 4 enemy destroyers in Bravo, and they've got 2 Woosters that they could just run over and smash into Bravo. They chase, okay. And then to see, I know they couldn't see it, but I know we could see it. It's like, oh my God, it is open. Please just go in. If the Moskva just moves forward, he's got a 12-kilometer radar. He's tanky. Yeah, there's a Conqueror, but he's going to throw HE shells at you. Who cares?
And he's full health. Like, he's basically
right.
untouched,
Yeah,
right? He's like,
that's right.
he's taking like no, he's the healthiest ship on your team. Drive him out there where he's useful. If he gets shot at, who cares? He hasn't been shot at all game.
I mean, it's Moskva guns. They're against DDs. It's the fastest, laserist accuracy you're going to get since you banned all the other stuff off. Please kill the DDs.
So
I mean,
there's a lot of truth to this, and I wanted to throw in that I understood why you don't put a Moskva up against a Conqueror, because you're asking to get burned down. But at the same time, the Conqueror, like, there's nothing up there to stop the Moskva if the Moskva just wants to park behind the island. Even then, he's not going to take A, but if he's there, suddenly his radar reaches across that island to maybe pick up the Ragnar or maybe the Haragumo, depending on the range. But either that, you move him up there, it's an easy shot for him then to walk into A. As long as you know the Conqueror is not looking, you walk into A, suddenly your radar covers everything in the center. And if you really want to, you poke your nose out through the little island chain there between A and B, and suddenly all those DDs have to scatter like cockroaches. KSC was so close there. I don't know if you guys noticed, Battleship Nagato had already beached. I think it was a Haragumo. He had beached right there, and they were zeroed in on him. They just couldn't land the blind shots. That if they had done 2,000 damage to him there, would have been a win. So very close. And I have to believe that if they had been a bit more aggressive with having that Moskva on the one line, just push up, try to get that radar into use, that would have given them that extra 2k damage on the Haragumo at some point during the game that might have led to an actual victory.
I mean, I just wanted to control. I just wanted to control click that, like, as a spectator.
Don't you do it, Zach. Don't you do it. You have to be fair and impartial.
We've all been there, though, haven't we? Right? Where we look at that one ship, you're like, what's going on?
We leave only footsteps, Zach.
so many what ifs about that game. And admittedly, and we've said it before, right? We all have perfect knowledge. We can see the whole map.
Yes.
But I think there comes a point where, and we've touched on it. You look at that Moskva position, you go, there's nothing for him to even shoot at. What's he doing down there? Let's go, right? Let's go. And if he moves up and he gets detected, he's got a radar. So let's find out what's spotting him and see where they're at and bring him into the A cap and move his radar to the mid. We know there's been at least 2 to 3 destroyers all game that Aussie Zeus has done an amazing job of playing little tag games with these guys. He's spotted, he's not spotted. He spots them, they don't spot him. He dodges the torpedoes. His hydro's up, he's in smoke. He played amazing on the bottom end of the B cap against just grossly outnumbered by enemy units all game. And it just feels
rags
awful.
And a Haragumo. That's a lot of HP shells.
And he lived the whole game,
Yeah.
and it feels so bad to see that get away from them.
Well, we've got our replay ready, so we're gonna say thank you to C Raptor and Zath for now. We'll see you guys in Game 3. Oscons and I are gonna go watch the replay and geek out over this very, very close match. his head is already in his hand.
Doing a preemptive.
I'm gonna watch the replay. Yep.
Is that hear no evil, see no evil?
That's right. So, Oscons, we start off with KSC doing the Doom Snail, the double Wooster into C. It doesn't necessarily result in a lot of damage being done, but it does secure C cap for them. Now, you were talking about this earlier. They've got a Montana, they've got double Wooster. You have to figure out a way to keep the Henri from coming back. So what do? Do you have the Woosters switch back, head towards B? Do you have the Montana go out wide to try and keep the Henri away? How do you negotiate that?
I mean, you've got a Montana. The Henry's spotted from space. You've got a Gearing that's going to be able to keep him lit if he's coming up. So if you move those Woosters, all right, we've claimed this. We've driven off the Wooster. He's past the sea line. He's going off to Kansas. Let's just turn in. Let's get those Woosters over. Let's move them to the 7 line, the 8 line. Start exert some pressure over at Bravo. And you've got a Montana there. He doesn't have to be on the 7 line. He can be on the 8 or the 9. Now, he might be taking some Ohio shells. He'll certainly be taking some fires and harassment from a Henry. But he's a battleship, and the Henry's a cruiser. So, I mean, you got some time, right? If the Henry really wants to poke in and get close enough to do some real damage, well, there's Woosters there as well. So you move those Woosters over, you get them engaged in Bravo. And we're seeing the heroic work of Aussie Zeus as he's holding that cap down. And both of the destroyers that were over at A have left. you've got to expect there are shells coming out. There's some kind of information that says the DDs are here now, and it's just not being
And the
capitalized
Moskva
on.
makes a full turn, comes around the long way.
Yeah.
I'm so confused as to why he didn't push up towards that island there, and just he's not even doesn't even have to threaten the conquer. He just has to put his radar on the other side so that those DDs have one less place. And granted, here he is. He is there. His radar is effect. His guns are in effect. He's almost like they're so close right here. It just didn't end up working that way.
I think it was we have 2 caps, they have 1. Let's not throw anything away. Let's just consolidate. Let's hold. Let's make this happen. But the problem
Right.
is, even with those 2 caps, Bonks kept stepping a toe on B, just just delaying just a little bit more and milking it. So those 2 caps were not going to be the victory condition that KSC hoped for, which is why us up in the clouds are like, oh, if you just stepped on A, it'd be so different. But KSC couldn't know that. And being so close, you don't want to be the person that makes that mistake. You don't want to be the one person that you just slipped up right there, handed them some points and gave them the win. They played safe. It cost them. I hope now it's 0-2 that we're not going to see some safe play. Let's see some aggressive stuff. That's how they started making inroads against 07.
Yep, let's be heroes, fellas. It's go time. That's what heroes do. They go when it's time.
That's what heroes do.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the next map, North. We'll do a little speculation as our teams get themselves ready here. So we have seen a number of matches take place on North. The A cap is open and wide. However, so far, yesterday and today, we have not really seen anybody make a big doom smoke snail around smoke snail? A big smoke doom snail. Doom smoke snail. Wow. Around the A cap. Most players, most teams have chosen to commit maybe a destroyer and maybe a supporting battleship or heavy cruiser to try and hold the A cap. I suspect it has to do with the fact that Venezia and Nevsky, both the very good flankers with radar and or giant sap volleys, not in existence for this matchup. So I suspect we'll see it being relatively quiet. I have been noticing lots of big slugfests over on the C cap on the 9-10 line, where destroyers and one destroyer like a Marceau will be out in front spotting for a Des Moines or a Salem, or possibly even a Napoli again this time, who wants to take one of those islands and start trading.
Well, I want to point out something. So yes, we don't have a Nevsky. And commonly, when you'd see like a Haragumo smoke or a Gearing smoke or something over at A, the smoke is going to keep them safe. The Nevskys are going to throw their stuff. But we just watched in game 1, KSC brought Woosters. In game 2, KSC brought Woosters. Well, they could do that again. The Wooster shells are floaty, but there's nothing to stop them from just playing a little more forward, taking that cap, claiming that cap. It's just, as long as they don't stay on the 2 line, those Woosters, after they claim that A space, start rotating over on the 4 line, the 5 line, kind of play that AB position. They could start to bully from there, and I think it could be I think it could be successful.
Well, one thing to note is that both the Ragnar and the Vampire, working in concert with a Haragumo, have been extremely powerful. I mean, I realize the DPM is nothing compared to a Wooster, even a single Wooster probably having the combined DPM of all of those ships combined. But the long duration crawling smoke of the Vamp 2 and the long dispersion time of the Haragumo have proved pretty useful for smoking up those Ragnars and letting the Ragnars act as like de facto Nevskys. I know it's not the same radar length or duration. I know it's not the same DPM, but it's still a high velocity 152 millimeter gun that's able to put HE damage onto enemy DDs, and it's still quick enough that it can start dodging and mitigating some of that damage. So I'm interested to see. This is not really a map, though, that I would say that it's not really a map that rewards balls of DDs running around.
I would agree with that. I think B is a little constrained. So, I mean, if you really want to charge into the Thunderdome, you're going to see some kills, but it's not really something that you can massage to be to your advantage. Once you commit, you are committed. You're either going to go in there and kill, or you're going to go with your tail between your legs and your health pool left behind. And then you're pretty much just out of the match. There's a lot of cruisers. There's a lot of sustain. There's a lot of brawl potential that's typically stuck on the 9 to 10 line as people try to fight to claim that. The only thing I could really see some strange destroyer plays if we get some kind of YOLO out of A, but if we do even see remotely some sort of smoke comp, which could involve a Haragumo, Ragnar, Vampire, etc., because you have to understand that the Ragnar is balanced around the concept that it doesn't have smoke. So if it's firing, it's in the open, it's potentially taking shells. Well, when you remove that weakness from this thing, I mean, it was already strong. It just gets even nastier. Keyed up with a vampire that's got a 5 kilometer hydro. I mean, all these things work together to make just a deadly little hunter killer pack. And if you start running around with a vampire and a Ragnar, they might be able to snipe off a DD at Alpha. They might be able to snipe something at Bravo. They can't go into the main contest brawl sort of places, but they could absolutely make plays on enemy front lines.
Absolutely. I'm very, very interested to see if we see a Marceau dive C. And if that dives the Charlie cap, we'll see if they dive C. See if Marceau dives Charlie. We have not seen that yet so far this weekend. I think mainly because people are just too afraid of, well, of just how many rapid firing destroyers in the Ragnars and the Marceaus there are out there. I'm interested also. I'm curious to know what brand of battleships these guys bring, because on this map, I feel like we have seen fewer Kremlins and we've seen more of the long-range snipers. We see Ohios, we see Montanas, we're seeing Yamatos on this map, even Conquerors at times. I think we've seen a Conqueror on this, but I mean, if you're pushing on this map, if you're pushing like up the sea line, you want a Kremlin. If you're kiting out in the A side, you want a Conqueror, you want a Yamato. Really, the Yamato between A and B, down, maybe three, 4 lines away from the map edge, who can just wait for a cruiser to park at an island and make a mistake and get blapped.
I've seen Shikishima used to very strong effect in maps like this, because with the cluster of islands in the center, you really want to be able to lob. And in order to have those lobbing potentials, one, you want high shell arcs, but two, you want range, you want distance. And the Shiki, the Yamato, they're going to give that to you. They're going to give it to you in spades. So I've been able to see people that take what seems like a defensible position kind of get surprised really by this, just the over the hill shot, the something that comes in from the middle of nowhere, clapping you sideways. And I agree with you, the Kremlin on the 910 line, almost a necessity. I can't necessarily think of something else you might even use. If there was a battleship that had some torpedoes at tier 10, I think that would be pretty kicking. But if there is one, I'm not thinking of it. There isn't one, right?
There is one in testing, I believe, but where it is on the dev blog, it is listed with torpedoes. It is all a work in progress. Anything can change, but you never know. If that remains, you might. Then there's also the Schlieffen, which is now out and official, but it is not allowed in COTS yet. It has the 13.5 kilometer torpedoes and the absolutely outrageous secondaries. So I'm hoping we'll see that in the future. Maybe COTS 14. We'll have to see. But yeah, battleships. 2 battleships with torpedoes are in the pipe, which might be available for future COTS. I would be very interested to see if that could bring something interesting to the lineup. But it looks like we are ready. We had one person needing to check their internet. So we're going to throw to Sea Raptor and Zaf for Game 3, potentially the last game, if KSC versus Bonks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in this best of 3, winner gets to go on and face 07, loser gets 3rd place. So Bonks choosing to bring Kremlin, Montana, Stalingrad, Moskva, Des Moines, Salem, Gearing, Ragnar, and Marceau. Remember, Bonks is in a very strong position. They can afford to lose 2 games, and they're fine. It's okay. So we'll see if they're going to rest up a little bit or if they're going to go hard and try to secure this game. What's going on with Team Red over there, Mr. Raptor?
All right, opposing them from the south, wearing red, this game is KSC, bringing Montana Kremlin, Des Moines Salem Minotaur, yay, and an Henri Quatre. And then, of course, frowning things out with a Gearing Zaz's favorite destroyer, that's Aussie Zeus in a Z52, and Serpent Lord in a Grozavoy, which we have seen in the event, but is not a normal or a common pick for destroyers here in King of the Sea.
Yeah, it brings a lot of utility to the battle. A lot of pretty much almost every consumable available to destroyers, frankly. But it's a jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah,
So
I mean, it's kind of like the ultimate what am I trying to say here? The ultimate American destroyer in a way, right? American destroyers are very much jack of all trades, but Grozavoy brings even more utility than that because she has defensive fire, which isn't relevant here, but in randoms could be. The heal, the smoke, the speed boost. She has a vast array of consumables at her disposal that give her a lot of tactical flexibility.
That's right.
Now, Zath, you said something else I want to talk about before we get too deep into the action here, and that is that these teams are vying for the chance to go play 07. And for both of these teams, it's the chance to go play 07 again. Because because remember, KSC losing to 07 in the semifinal round, and then Bonks losing to 07 in the winners bracket final round. And so one of these teams is going to get whatever we get for the last match of the day, it's going to be a rematch.
That's right. Now, Doofy just took a big hit from Dana Loves, got smacked a bit, came out too far. And as a result, they're kind of backing off a bit here.
Yeah, Doofy took a good hit there. The Monty got some good shells in on him. He was already kind of backing up for the Z torpedoes that he kind of anticipated.
Yeah. Oh, look at Schwartz. Schwartz is...
Yeah, Schwartz and Hitake are in a bit of trouble here. Now, I think Hitake's got his sonar running. I don't see the pulses, but Schwartz is going to take one of these. He's going to take one on the bow. Oh, that's so bad.
That's that feels bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Good early torpedoes from Battleship Nagato there.
Yeah, that's a bit of a misplay. Usually you would expect if you're going into smoke, you want to pop your hydro. I made that mistake myself even in clan battles. So hey, it happens. Meanwhile, we're seeing KSE going setting up for that 10-line push, and it looks like Serpent Lord came under sustained fire for a little bit too. He's down to half health. Made contact with Vivi. Vivi took some hits too.
Yep.
But they both have a heal, so they'll be okay.
Yep, 2 of KSC's destroyers already down about half their HP. We're just now 3.5 minutes into this game. Now, Serpent is a Grozavoy. He'll be able to recover some of that HP along the course of the match. So he just needs to. Grozavoy is one of those great destroyers that's got longevity as long as you don't take stupid risks with it and get it blown off the board very quickly, right?
Yes. Now keep in mind it's a rather lengthy ship, and it's a little bit of an unwieldy ship maneuverability wise. So
yeah,
it can take torps relatively easier than many of the other destroyers that would normally hide in smoke.
Yeah, she doesn't handle all of that great.
But you can see Serpent Lord backing his butt out for a second there, just kind of doing a quick peek, see what's going on, and if anybody's, especially if Vivi is nearby. He did not detect Vivi, so now he's going to come back through the smoke, and he's just going to, looks like, rendezvous with Dastard.
Both teams have set up for a big rumble over here on the 9-10 line. Salem, Henri, Kremlin, and Grozavoy for KSC, kind of holding their left flank. Man with an RX-7s is Des Moines. For Bonks, you've got Salem, Stalingrad, Marceau, and Kremlin. And they have left Baconated's Moskva kind of to hold their right flank, just to make sure that nobody tries to sneak through the C-cap. But Bonks is making the much more aggressive play right now. Addy, Drix, Vivi, all moving down the 9 line here, as Tester's Salem is kind of just holding station, shelling Wolfish and the Henri, that's Coop down south.
And this is the part where you probably want Schwartz to move up the gearing and spot, but he took that earlier torpedo. He's probably not interested in really doing much spotting, which is unfortunate because that means that they can't get A. That's going to force KSC by default to fight more over at sea, which they may not have been planning on doing.
Indeed, the map playing fairly slow here. We're over 5 minutes in. Nobody owns a cap. In fact, nobody's even stepped onto a cap yet, believe it or not. Neither team has ever put a chip into a cap circle here on North.
Now, Dyer just radar caught Aussie Zeus, so now they know where Aussie is. The problem with that is Doofy is nearby with that Des Moines, ready to tripwire it into B. Once that radar is out, should Aussie Zeus back into the cap. And the problem is... Go ahead, what?
I was going to say, Grozavoy Torps landing on Drix over on that 9-line push. They do get a couple into his bow.
So because of the fact that 2 radars are north of B right now, there's no way for Aussie Zeus to be able to back into B and take it during a
Nope.
radar cooldown.
Over at
How
A,
we-
Schwartz and Hatake have finally set up for a proper smoke push into the cap. Hatake
Yep.
radaring, making sure that Nagato's not there. They know there's a destroyer lurking, of course, because Schwartz took a torpedo earlier.
Serpent Lord getting hit again. Coop getting hit now.
Looks like
Surprised
KSC is
that
finally going to pick up A.
Surprised that Dastard has been waved off of this 9-10 line. Kind of feel like his guns were really needed to slow the push from Bonks down the 9-10
Well,
line here.
I mean, is he flipping his guns around? He's flipping his guns around. They're basically setting up to kite this push. Remember, at one point, Bonks was like super mega ultra aggressive coming down the 9 line. And, you know, the Coop Salem and Shadow Wolfish were already kind of set up to kite over on the 10 line. They were basically flipping Dastard around as near as I can figure to get set up for the same kind of thing. It looks like they're going to cede this push, this flank to these guys, but they don't want to do it without, you know, dinging them up as they go.
Well, sure, but I don't know. I just feel like that gives them a lot of board positioning. Now, granted, all of the 3 of the Bonk ships have moved farther south from that opening. That gives them a chance to fire more towards the mid. So, you know, I think it's not as catastrophic as it could have been had Drixus stopped. Oh, actually, I mentioned that he has stopped now, and he's reversing a little bit, looks like.
Good hit from the Montana on Drix.
Yeah.
What a shot from Danny at 25-ish and change kilometers. They pushed Drix
Yep.
back far enough into that gap. Danny saw it, took a shot. Drix is in a bit of trouble here. I'm not sure when his last heal was. I haven't been keeping that close of tabs, but the Henri and the Des Moines have got great lines of fire on him and are not letting up. And he's got more Grozavoy torpedoes coming in.
Right. Serpent is also weighing in on this discussion as well. Yes. So it's just a question of when Drix will go down. Now, Vivi is capping C because, hey, why not? Also worth noting, Bonks picks up B cap with Dyer. Zeus can't do anything about it because, LOL, Doofy is there with the radar.
Yep, Drix is going out. It's only a matter of time. One of these torps going to clip him in the bow. It does.
There it is.
First blood going to KSC here. They move out to an early lead on the back of it. But for the moment, Bonks holds a cap advantage. They're going to be trying to narrow that gap up.
Man with an RX-7 is almost at half health now. Dastard's quite low, but he's in a Kremlin, so it'll be okay.
No
Addy,
problem.
clearly the next farm target.
Yeah, they seem to sense that if they can get that Stalingrad out of position, off the position, they'll be able to make a bit of inroads over there.
Oh, now while we've been talking about that, take a look at over at A. Schwartz took another torpedo, another gearing
Indeed.
torpedo. He's down to 4K health. Minotaur got smacked by something.
Probably F-22's Montana.
I thought so, but as I was coming in, it almost looked like it was gearing shells. Looked really weird.
Not sure.
Yeah. But Danny now moving forward to try to support the team as they secure A.
Aussie is lit, getting pushed by 3 different ships here. Dyer's Ragnar in the cap, Doofy's Des Moines north of him. Battleship Nagato's gearing also north of him. Aussie's got to try and find a way to salvage his ship here.
I don't think he's got a chance to get out of here. The best thing he could do is a last stand kind of a fight against Dyer before Doofy gets in here with his Des Moines.
I think he's locked up on Doofy's Hydro at this point. Doofy's well within 5 kilometers, so that's probably what we're up against here.
Yep. Addy is at 6,300 hit points in his Stalingrad, but for some odd reason, nobody's shooting him anymore.
They can't see him. They have no eyes on Addy right now. He is dark at the moment. Now, there's some blind fire going in down there, but Addy is dark. No one can spot him. Serpent Lord, I think, Mike's going to catch a glimpse of him. Maybe
he just got lit now.
Yep, there he is. Yep, they've just got eyes on him. That hopefully, for KSC at least, will allow them to finish him off as their lead is whittled down now to about 50 points with 9 minutes to play.
Meanwhile, look at Hatake Hiyoshi's Minotaur just airmailing these shells to Doofy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The players we see bold enough to take Minotaur and King of the Sea are very frequently very good players with Minotaur, right? I think back to
Mm.
07 and Polarberg, right? So
Right.
we have not seen Hitake take this ship, but I gotta believe that if you're playing Minotaur, Radar Minotaur and King of the Sea, you know what you're doing.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially in the top 3.
Now, it's interesting seeing Nagato come in a little bit, but then it looks like he got waved off. I'm not quite sure what he's planning on doing north of ACAP. Maybe they
Big
saw the Minotaur shells.
Big Montana salvo going in on Addy, but it looks like it's going to fall too far forward. It does. It clips him with 1 shell. Not as much as they would hoped out of that. Addy clinging to life.
Dyer's detected now. Take is shooting at him. He's choosing not to radar, even though he was detected because he's too busy focusing on Dyer right now. But Addy's back to 1,500 or 15,000 hit points, I should say. Dastard quite low.
Yep, Addy has slowly built that HP pool back up as there we are tied, and right there is our lead change. Bonks now on a small lead on their cap advantage, moving out. But again, a single kill will flip that back very quickly, and KSC has a couple of opportune targets over here on the 10 line in Tester's Salem and Addy's Stalingrad.
Yeah, we have like 3 separate fights going on here out east. So I'm trying to like arc the camera so that we can see all 3 of the fights going on at once. It's ridiculous.
I feel like Tester's going to go down before Addy does. I just don't think he can stand up to Coop's Henri HE for much longer. They've slowly whittled him down.
Addy's starting to move with the Stalingrad. He's showing broadside to Shadow.
Oh, yeah, to the Shadow. They're going to get Addy. There he goes.
There he goes.
I'm surprised that Addy came out
down.
from behind the island.
Yeah, that's a... Oh, I see. Mammoth and RX-7 was threatening him with the Des Moines.
Ah, okay. So he kind of had to change position there. Or at least he felt like he did.
Serpent Lord's in trouble now. He's at 800 hit points. He might go down here. Vivi's radaring him, I think.
Yep.
Oh,
he is out.
He does.
First kill of the game for Bonks, but that points they badly need. It puts them back in the lead. 40 points and growing, 6.5 minutes to play. But I think Vivi's going out right here. Zaf, there he goes. Oh, Citadel's on Shadow from Baconated's Moskva. Shadow dark for the moment.
Tester. Now it's just Tester there. Coop and Shadow are going to come up here. They're going to try to make mincemeat out of him, but they have to be careful because, as you mentioned, Baconated is right there with Doofy, too.
Have a look at C. Things are starting to heat up there. And not only that, but Aussie Zeus's position at B has finally been rewarded. That now that they've pulled Doofy off that cap and Dyer's Ragnar's been pushed back, Aussie's going to be able to pick up B for a cap advantage for KSC.
That's right. That's right. Look at the Montana. Look at Danny loves his Montana moving up the 4 line.
Love it. I love it. I love it. He's looking for cross shots right now on either the Moskva. He can't get anything on Doofy. Salem's a bit far. There's some really tall islands in the way, but Baconated's Moskva, who's moving up now, definitely at risk. Danny looks like maybe he's hunting that shot.
Look at the 10 line. We might see a ram here. Shadow trying not to get rammed. Oh, no.
No, he did it. He dodged it, Zaf. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, but now he's going to give himself up possibly to a butt turn.
No, he's not, because watch what's going to happen with Coop. Here comes Coop's going to end this conversation. 10K right there. And the reload booster is going.
Shadow might go down anyways, though.
Very likely.
So I think it would have been better if Shadow would have just gotten the trade, got the ram.
Tester taking some more shells from across the map. I think that was Danny again. Tester goes out. Henri survives.
And the Salem, too. So that worked. But there goes Mammoth and RX-7.
Indeed, and if those guys come around the corner, they're going to have a broadside Dastard at only 10,000 HP to deal with. Dastard's got to get some cover. It's a 2-ship lead for KSC, but it feels very tenuous.
I feel like he should also stop so that he can look to... Oh, God, torpedoes coming in on the Death Snail Ray.
Indeed. Minotaur's going to dodge those handles. Woo, that was close. He's got his sonar up, baby. That's what you do.
That's right.
That's what you do. Nagato's position very aggressive on the 1 line.
I kind of feel like Dastard should have stopped there, actually, just to prevent the 2 from coming around the corner.
No, he can't. If he stops there with his broadside, they're just going to pen him, full pen him through and just wipe him out. It's only a 100-point lead for KSC. They cannot lose a ship right now. Shadow's only back up to 5K. Coop's very low. KSC has a lot of ships on the verge of death, and these 2 healthy cruisers on the south side of C are going to be a big problem they're going to have to deal with.
Well, but look at A. Look at Raptor now.
Now,
got
is he going
torps
to take
to
some of these
deal with.
torpedoes?
It's gonna take 2. That'll do it.
That'll do it. That's a big kill for KSC, because I don't think they're going to be able to protect the health of all these ships they have left at B.
Oh, look at this Minotaur gearing slap fight. Battleship Nagato just lost.
Not something.
Oh!
Yeah, that was almost
Aussie's
inevitable.
Zeus
Yep.
goes down.
It's still a good lead for KSC, but man, it just still feels like it's on a razor-thin margin right now, because I think they're going to be able to RoboCop Dastard off the board here and pick up B. Now,
Yeah,
the
but
trick is...
Dastard...
Oh, he got a good hit into Doofy before he goes. He is going out right
Yeah.
here.
Yep, Dana loves the
But-
shells come in, they just miss.
But remember, Goofy, sorry,
Goofy?
he grounded himself, and Shadow's lobbing AP into him from the C cap, and there he goes.
There he goes.
That's going to leave C in the hands of KSC, even if Bonks picks up B. Now things are starting to feel a little more comfortable if you're KSC.
Oh, absolutely. As you can see, Shadow even just starting to shoot at Dyer. I don't know if he should be doing that, frankly, but okay.
Shadow and Dyer in a gunfight. That's a gunfight Shadow can actually lose.
Exactly.
He is losing. Can he take Dyer off the board? 21 hit points. Next
No.
shell will do it. There it is.
No. Big
Does he
mistake
get
right
Dyer
there.
off the board to go with him? Hang on. Salvo's in the air. He doesn't.
No.
Dyer clings to live on 1,000 HP, and it's only a 100-point lead for KSC as Bonks was on the B cap.
The important thing is that that means that they cling the C cap, so they are continuing to get point gain.
That's right.
We got 1:30 left, so oh my god, this is gonna get close, guys.
I really feel like Hitake just needs to get up there and use his last torpedo. I realize he doesn't have to do that, but like get Baconated off the board, maintain control of the cap. Although they've got to keep, they're trying to keep Nagato off of A right now.
Yep, and Baconated is off the cap already anyways, so he doesn't need to go forward. But that being said,
Well,
Take's
Danny's-
got torpedoes coming in.
Danny's backing up. Danny's moving in, and
Oh,
Baconated's
Schwartz!
backing up.
Schwartz detected.
He got lit. How did he get lit?
Radar
600
from the Moskva.
600 HP and running. He's out.
He's out. Underlying
Oh
torps.
my
Why aren't
goodness.
you torping? Where's
50
the
seconds to
torps?
play.
Where's the-
16,
there.
16 points between these two teams.
Oh.
Atake moves up with the torpedo,
torpedo.
Salvo to take out the Montana, but he
Oh.
takes a gearing torpedo.
Is he flooding?
No, he's bringing it. He's got his super heal ticking. He should be
Oh.
okay. Woo!
And just like that, Coop comes in with his Henri saying, you know what, I think I'm just going to prevent you guys from winning.
Indeed. Coop speed boosts onto C. I think that's finally going to allow KSC to clean up his game, Zath. Dyer gets into a gunfight. A couple of shells will take him off the board. My God. Down
This
to
is
the last
ridiculous.
second. Down to the last
This
second here.
is-
But KSC is going to finally, at long last, with 10 seconds left, secure the game here and force a game 4, Zach.
This is absolutely ridiculous. Now, Raptor, you know that in my chat, I always put a death pick icon when something major happens.
Were you able to keep up that game, Zach?
I was trying. Chat's going wild right now because they're seeing all the death pick icons and they're just like, well, what the hell's happening?
Like, what the hell's going to happen in 5 minutes? What
Oh,
an
goodness
amazing
gracious.
game. As we like to say as Ath, are you not entertained?
My God.
I really feel like KSC won that game with the perseverance and the execution on the 9-10 line, right? Because
Oh, yeah.
Bonks made it very clear they were going to move up and try to use that flank to bag C. They focused out the Kremlin, and it all kind of fell apart from there. So I really have to, again, hats off to the cruisers, to Dastard, to Coop, and the guys that played on that Shadow Wolfish that played that flank, Serpent Lords, Grozovoy. I really feel like they're the all-stars here for KSC in terms of pulling that off. But what about that Minnow gearing pair at A? Man, what a great game they had.
Despite the fact that gearing took 2 of enemy gearing torpedoes and survived and still managed to have an input in the battle, that was wow.
Yeah. So, Askance, buddy, are you on oxygen yet? Are you breathing in and out of a paper bag after that game?
Dear God, help me, Jesus. Help me, Tom Cruise. Oh.
Help me, Tom Cruise.
Oh, buddy. Oh, man. Like, it looked okay. It's in the bag. It's wait. Why is the Salem shooting the Ragnar? No, dude. Ragnar's got 5,000 health. You got 4. You have less than him. No.
Are you sure
Ragnar,
about that?
you can't do that to Ragnar.
Are you sure about that?
Oh,
Yeah.
my goodness.
Man, like,
Well, it's
so-
okay. You have at least 2 more of these. Well, at least 1 more, right?
At least no problem. There's at least one more game. What could possibly go wrong?
Man, KSC said not today, Satan, and they went full John Cena in that match, man. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, so right out of the gate, we see an early torpedo land on the gearing that sort of throws off the entire gearing Minotaur smoke pair that is intending to push into, take, and hold that ACAP for early point advantage. That set them back like a full minute, 32 minutes, I feel like, before they were able to circle back and try it again.
Yeah, at least 90 seconds.
Yeah, which, I mean, that's huge. You guys saw how close that was. That the point differential that kept going back and forth due to a kill, it literally meant that oh, there's a cat. There's a cat on the screen.
Yeah. He wanted on my lap. He had a snack again, so now he's like, I want daddy time.
That's why we're really here, guys. We're not here to watch high quality gameplay. We're here to watch cat. So anyway, so incredible match. Before we run to the replay, which actually, sorry, I don't think the replay is quite ready yet. So, I mean, guys, what? Okay, I want to know specifically. What you thought about the matchup in the center at B. We had a Ragnar and a Des Moines from Bonks. Was the Des Moines warranted? Was it worth it having that Des Moines locked into facing into the B cap just to prevent a Z52, almost said 46, from being able to sort of free cap that? What do you think, guys?
My answer is yes. My answer is yes, because the Zed offers something that most other destroyers can't, right? He can conceal himself and spot for himself, right? That's something that the Ragnar cannot do. So if Aussie lurks on the bottom of that cap, if you pull one of those radars away, you afford him a window that he can smoke himself into the cap with his hydro up, and bag the cap, and then he can just lurk around it again. And that's exactly what we saw. As soon as that Des Moines, as soon as was it Doofy? As soon as Doofy left, right? Aussie's like, it's in the bag now, boys. He just reversed on in, picked up the cap, bailed out, did his thing. So yeah, I think you have to do that.
There were 2 things that I was fixing to comment on in that particular area, and neither of them happened. One was if I'm Aussie, I'm gonna go find another cap to terrorize. And he didn't do that. He just stayed put. And 2, if I'm Bonks, I'm shoving into B cap, knowing that there's probably just that Z52 there to defend it. They finally did it, but it took a long time before they went ahead and did that. Neither of those things happened, and as a result, what happened was you had one Z52 player in KSC tying up 2 Bonks players for 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes of the game.
Yeah, a good
That's
while.
huge.
Yep,
That's
huge. And I mean, that literally means they have extra time over on the 9-10 line to get that Kremlin down, which is no easy feat. I'm being told that we have the replay ready. So, gentlemen, I'm going to say thank you. See you next game. We're going to go watch this replay. All right. So, right out of the gate here, folks, we're going to see the Z52 of Aussie Zeus is going to move into the B cap, take that island, and say, I don't have to shoot anything. I don't have to see anything. I just have to be a proximity threat. Then right away, gearing Minotaur, very strong package of the Minotaur with smoke. Minotaur using the smoke of the gearing with his own radar, and bang, there goes that torpedo into the gearing. Right out of the gate. Askance, look over on the right side, over on the east side. The Graz takes half his HP away. What are you thinking about on that 9-10 line?
Yeah, so there was a surprising thing that happened here. Yeah, the Graz took some damage and he backed up, but it's a Henry Salem versus a Stalingrad Salem. Henry's going to kick out more damage. And we can see right there, the Kremlin of KSC pulls out, says, nope, not today, and actually bails, which is so interesting because it pulls so much damage off that 9-10. But what it does mean is that the Henry is going to be able to outfarm the Stalin. He's going to be able to out DPS it, and it starts to drive the Kremlin back. Some shells come in from the Montana over at G3, G4, and suddenly, whoa, I don't know if I can sustain here, fellas. Bop, 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 he's down. That's going to leave KSC with a battleship as opposed to Bonks without. At that point, it's really kind of looking for some wraps. And if you look right here, the Des Moines of RX-7 goes up into the F line, starts getting some angles, and shakes that Stalingrad loose. Pulls him out. Oh, God, he's got to do something. Then he's showing side. We see the Salem coming up on the 10 line, looking to not look for a ram. I don't think so. But the health was so close, they had to play super safe. They had to play super scared. It was really tight there. But the Salem on Bonks' side pushes out from behind the rock, gets cleaned up by the Henry. Okay, we're looking at C. We see the two cruisers coming out. They're very healthy. Bravo's tightening up, trying to hold in there. There, down goes the destroyer. But right here, that Salem starts showing a little too much side, gets clapped from C. We've got him coming out, and this is where the Salem takes a fight with a Ragnar. And it continues to give Bonks the cap as time ticks away. It's like, no, buddy, please. But the Henry's going to come in. He's going to seal the deal. And the Minotaur of Yoshi, one of his favorite ships, he's always going to perform in that.
Yep, and you know what was crazy was watching him turn full broadside in front of that Moskva just for the purpose of dumping the pencil torps onto it. And I thought he's going to get the torps, but he's going to get blapped. Like he's going to get full AP in the side right there. It didn't happen. I don't know whether maybe the Moskva was trading ammo types, or maybe I just had my shot counter off, so I was expecting a shot. Moskva for a heavy cruiser. Yes.
Tom Cruise came through for me. That's
his
what
name
happened.
is John Cena. So it was really astounding, really, really intense play, lots of movement. Lots of movement means lots of open angles. Lots of open angles means lots of opportunities for side shots from cruisers at range or even battleships. And that's really what happened there, which was fascinating to watch those two cruisers of Bonks just go, we are going to chase down this Kremlin and this Z-52. And we don't think an Henri and a Salem at range can actually punish us hard enough to get it stopped. And it was really up in the air there for a minute. But well played by both teams. Congratulations, KSC, for sticking in it. We're moving on to Game 4. Let's go to Warriors Path. So, Warriors Path, we've seen KSC play this match several times. We've seen Bonks play this map. There tends to be a proclivity for smoke clouds at sea. We'll see if KSC wants to try their Wooster combo again, their McWooster combo. Putting them into a smoke around sea to try and dig out any cruiser like a Moskva or a Des Moines that parks itself just north or south of those barrier islands guarding sea. That's a very strong way of sort of forcing out someone so that your DD can cap the sea cap. But one of the things they did really well last time was they committed 2 destroyers to the B cap to actually take it and then say, great, it's ours. Split up and let's divide and conquer.
Yeah, I mean, in the last one we saw Aussie Zeus, it was a 1v2, right? Just a single destroyer was able to keep Bonks tied up for a massive duration of the game. There was a point in there where they kind of like popped out. They were looking to make some kind of plays, but it petered out. It just didn't happen. If Bonks isn't willing to commit at least something to tie up KSC, Bravo falls, that's points. KSC is going to want to play on the foot where they have a few extra points and they're trying to make Bonks play into them. We've seen KSC play a little bit stagnant, where they want to try to go for the trades, try to go for the long game, but they don't always win the trades. So that's a really suspect kind of strategy for them. But if they are instead, if they commit maybe just one, if they commit Aussie Zeus to Bravo and just kind of hold and tuck over there, I think if they can get some measured aggression in, start trying to force some kills, force some position, force some plays, that might be the key to victory. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what to expect off this. I think B given away so freely was something that just cannot be repeated. But for some reason, I have a feeling this one's going to come down to the C cap. I don't know if it's going to be A or B. I think C is going to be where the majority of the resources go.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm interested to know. I've been seeing folks, a lot of teams commit a destroyer, a cruiser, and a battleship to A, and then whomever takes B first tends to rotate a second destroyer over to A, and that seems to be pretty decisive when it comes to it. Even if the opposing team takes A early, they will usually back their destroyer out, and the team that rotates a destroyer back from B into A to help take it tends to keep that map, I would say, sorry, keep that cap probably 4 to 5 minutes is what I'm noticing is average until generally something, one of the destroyers, maybe both the destroyers, they leave again, allowing the team that had kited away to come back into A and secure it. But looks like we're ready to go here, so let's throw it back to Sea Raptor and Zaf. Take it away, boys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 4 of this third place match between Bonks and KSC. Bonks looking to close things out. KSC needing a win to stay alive. Hang on a minute. There we go. Got to get that up. All right. Bonks coming to the dance with a Montana and an Ohio, a Goliath, double Moskva, Marceau Harugumo, and double Ragnar. Nice mix of ships there. Zaf, talk to me about the KSC lineup.
You know, I'm so glad you allowed me to take KSC because once again
I knew you would be.
We have Dastard in his rhinoceros specter or camouflage clad Bergonia. That's awesome. We've got an Ohio. For cruisers, we've got Des Moines, Moskva, and Goliath. And also KSC going destroyer heavy with 2 Gearings, a Vamp Deuce, and a Ragnar.
Both teams on 4 destroyers here as we go to our second match of the day on Warriors Path. Now, we've seen KSC play this map from the north, not from the south spawn. Do you think they take a different approach, or do you think you play it basically the same?
Well, the islands do offer some slightly different cover possibilities. Personally, I'd probably play it the same way and hope for similar results.
Well, so far, KSC seems to agree with you. Sending the Vampire Deuce towards B, backed up by Hatake's Ragnar, Begonia, Des Moines, and Gearing headed over to A. The remainder of their forces all headed over towards C. We're also seeing, for the moment, Bonks doing sort of like what we saw AP do earlier with a complete 5-4 split, 5 ships to the east, 4 ships to the west, no ships to B. And that's going to allow KSC to pick up B as soon as the Vampire, that is Serpent Lord, reverses onto the cap and starts sticking that one away.
Well, he does have some surprise torpedoes coming for him that he's probably not expecting this early into the battle. Unfortunately, most of them will succeed in torpedoing the island. But Serpent Lord's going to see that and say, oh, wait a sec. And that has another consequence. He stopped for just a moment. So that's going to delay KSC getting into C cap or B cap for free. Also, Tester's over there with the Moskva, so you know he's going to tripwire radar it as soon as Serpent Lord gets back.
Yep. So we are seeing a little different, right? Bonks leaves behind a radar cruiser to help cover B a bit, realizing that that's a weakness in their strategy. They don't have any destroyers over there, of course. As Aussie Zeus is gearing, providing a ton of smoke for Coops Des Moines to get onto the bottom end of the A cap. Hatake is lit. Not sure how. On the surface, perhaps? Yep. Radaring the Harugumo now. They know where Battleship Nagato is, as if they didn't already suspect him there because of the torpedoes that almost hit the Vampire earlier.
Right.
Serpent Lord putting up his Hydro. Some single fire torps. I'm not sure where those are from, Zap. Those are Goliath torps fired into the cap. Didn't have the range. Serpent Lord now lit by Tester's radar. But nobody really has shots on Serpent except Nagato.
Yep, some torpedoes coming into the snail at A. Aussie's okay. Looks like Coop will be fine too. Very convenient gap right there, those torpedoes.
For the moment, Addie's Marceau has bagged A, sped over there, grabbed that, allows Bonks to move out to about a 50-point lead here, slowly ticking up points. Des Moines radar going up at A, not finding anything. Aussie now knows the cap is clear. He's free to back in there whenever he's ready, although he does have more Marceau torps coming. Let's see if he catches these in time to avoid them. He should be able to do that once they're detected on the surface. Possibly? No. He's going to take one of these amidships.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. That hurt a lot.
That's going to hurt a lot. French torpedoes hit really, really hard. Have a look at C, where KSC is very spread out. They've got Man with an RX-7's Moskva tucked up close to the cap. Danny Loves his Ohio playing well off the cap. Floops' gearing is lit, presumably by radar, either from Ragnar or Moskva, as he's trying to get to hard cover behind this island. He's going to take another Moskva salvo, a Montana salvo. Ow.
Yeah,
Ow.
that's Baconated's radar, by the way.
Yep. Okay. Ow. So, taking 4 destroyers, but already 2 of KSC's destroyers, neither of which has a heal available to it, already taking extreme damage.
Yep. Dyer just got slapped though. But I think that was Danny Loves' Ohio. But you're right. I mean, both gearings for KSC now aren't in a position to be as aggressive as they want to be.
Yep. Man with an RX-7's Moskva burning nicely as well. Doofy's Goliath doing really good work from over here on the 9-10 line. Everything coming up bonk so far in this game. They own a cap. They're trading better. They have a significant health advantage.
And remember, if they win this, they advance, and KSC is in 3rd place.
Indeed, if Bonks can claim this game, they're going back to the grand final. They're going to face 07 again for another shot to beat them and potentially claim first place in the entire bracket. For the moment, though, they've got to get past KSC.
Now look at Hatake Hiyoshi's position over at A. He's getting ready to possibly go in.
Yep, he is. Not slowing down.
Torpedo coming out. Drixus is Ohio. Takes 1.
Whose torpedoes were that, Zath?
That had to have been Aussie Zeus's. Aussie now in trouble.
On the Ohio?
Yeah, Aussie's in trouble. Radared by Vivi's Ragnar right now. Well, what else can hit that Ohio from that?
Yeah, no,
reach?
I'm just not used to gear. You have to forgive me. I normally play gearing with the short range torpedoes. I forget sometimes that those 16s are available.
16.5, sir.
Close enough.
Right? At that point, it's another half kilometer.
Hatake lit on the cap, but nobody. Oh, there we go. Finally, some Harugumo shells coming in from the north side to drive him off. As Vivi takes a good chunk of damage, down already to, well, under a third of his HP.
Coop took a torpedo. Vivi is still burning, still detected. He was shooting, so that 20-second bloom.
Vivi is finally dark now, but takes another salvo down to 2K.
The
Bergonia shells don't connect, so Vivi manages to sneak away as now the Des Moines radar allows Coop to start beating up Addy. Coop's coming out of the smoke now. Or he accelerated just far enough. Yep, he's coming out of the smoke.
Well, he has to. He wants to keep Addy detected as long as possible on his radar.
Unfortunately, his radar is down. Addy is undetected again, and Drix's Ohio shells are about to arrive.
Yeah, let's take a look at this.
He's good to go. Bonks now on to both B and C, working a 250-ish point lead.
Floops just went down in the gearing. The other gearing's gone. This is not looking good for KSC, folks.
No, we missed Aussie going down somewhere. I didn't even notice.
Aussie went down on the radar. The Ragnar Vivi got him on radar as he was making that death snail.
That was it. I saw Aussie making the snail. I didn't realize they'd gotten him in there. Two ships on all the caps. KSC firmly on the back foot here, desperately trying to find a way to stay in this game, Zath. But what an uphill mountain they have to climb.
Yeah, I think this is it almost already might be time for the anything goes W play.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to have to take some very bold risks and hope that Bonks makes a mistake. But thus far, Bonks has not made many of them. KSC has capitalized on the ones they have made, but man.
Serpent Lord is in position to charge Tester, but Tester is doing a really good job of reversing. So, yeah, he's not willing to push right now. Serpent's just going to sit there and wait.
I think it's a risk, and I think they're also waiting for Dastard's Bergonia to kind of force that conversation, right? There's tons of Bergonia shells in the air coming in on Tester right now.
Yep.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, Seth!
Yeah?
Did you see? That was amazing. Dastard strikes again.
That's right. And at the same time, Vivi goes down.
Ragnar goes down. 2 quick kills from KSC. They pick up B. They're going to bag A. And just like that, Zath, they are back in it They're down on points, but they ain't out yet.
That's right. Coop did take a torpedo, though. That's going to force a DCP. That's going to force him to have to sit for a little bit. But he should get A cap uncontested. Now's the part where you need the man with an arc 7 to go into C cap.
Dastard and Coop both working on picking up A here. That's gonna happen as we hit the halfway mark of the game. KSC once firmly on the back foot, kind of back in it, closing the gap, down 250 points, down HP, but technically for the moment, their board position is not too shabby. If anything, they're a bit weak at the B cap, Zath.
Well, they are. Dyer just has to hit W and go in there and cause a conversation, as you like to call it. But looks like he's fixing to do just that. He sees the smoke from Serpent Lord's Vamp Deuce, and he's like, I don't want you to have that smoke.
Yep.
Turning in now. Of course, Serpent doesn't know he's coming. He will know momentarily when Dyer radars.
The only support he has nearby is Danny Loves his Ohio, and Danny's forward guns are on reload. In fact, they'll have no way to spot Dyer, really, because Serpent is in smoke.
But look at Battleship Nagato being rotated back in as well. He's getting in position to help Dyer execute Serpent Lord.
Serpent Lord now knows there's somebody on that cap behind him. They're
That's
trying to
right.
bring Coop's Des Moines over from the A cap. They've given Dastard a break. His Burgonia pulled back, popped to heal. Now he's going to push up again a bit.
This is a mistake. I think Serpent Lord is angling back into B cap now.
He is. He's flipping around. Battleship Nagato able to see that smoke cloud moving, even if he can't spot the vampire in it. But I think for KSC, Zath, it's a bit of desperation. Plus, with Serpent's Hydro, they can lock up Dyer's position.
That's very true. The key is, when is Dyer going to radar? I would argue if he would have radared 30 seconds ago, Serpent would be dead already.
If
but
he's done it already, yeah. But I tell you, Zath, the other thing that we're missing a little bit of, KSC's doing a great job of beating the bejesus out of Drix's Ohio.
Oh, yeah. I've been watching that.
Both battleships have been on him for a bit. Go ahead.
Now, Baconated's Moskva is within radar range of Serpent Lord.
He is. He doesn't have a shot right now. There's enough island cover in the way. I don't think he could get shells over, but they could pick Serpent out of there.
He is pointing his nose into that channel. He's about to find Danny Loves his Ohio and think, maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Well, and KSC has also rotated Hatake over. If you'll notice, it's not just the vampire in this cap anymore. Yep.
There's the radar.
There's the Hydro. Vampire Deuce Hydro is up. They know where Dyer is.
Yep.
Moskva's radar is up. Solid hit. Hatake is going to have to move up. Montana Shell's coming in on Hatake as he takes a big hit from the Moskva.
Yeah.
Ohio Shell's coming in on Serpent Lord? No, yeah. He takes one of those.
Yep.
Both teams seem to realize this is probably the most critical moment of the game here. 7 minutes to play.
Yep.
How this Destroyer Rumble and B plays out is going to be a big deal.
With Danny in backup here, because Danny's in position to either A, get rammed by Baconated's Moskva, B, get slapped away with Citadels from Baconated's Moskva, or C, possibly do a drive-by. Look at Shadow coming up from behind as well.
I watched his bow turrets go. He just deletes Doofy with his 4 bow turrets. What a brilliant shot. And now with Danny in the channel in front of him and Shadow in the channel behind him, Baconated has nowhere to go.
Nope, he doesn't. And there goes Serpent Lord. Dyer takes him out.
They do bag Serpent Lord. He gets a couple last-second torpedoes as the Goliath wipes him off the board. And just like that, Zap, look at this. Look at this. KSC now on a 2-ship lead, and they own all the caps. What a comeback.
We need a well-being check on Oskance's residence.
Seriously, can someone make sure that man's oxygen tank is filled? What a comeback from KSC, Zath. Losing 2 of their destroyers early, down 500 points at one point or something like that. Look at them now, owning the board, just doing what they do.
And now, I mean, Coop is in a position to just sit there. He doesn't really care. And look at
the thing-
Shadow and the
Go ahead.
Montana.
Yeah,
Shadow
to
and
me
the
that's
Montana.
that's the thing to watch here. Shadow's his port torpedoes are down. He single fired those at the Moskva before Danny's Ohio salvo took him out. So his starboard
Yes.
torpedoes are available. But the Monty has the potential to just punch him right in the face. If it kills him, it's horrid. But if Shadow survives that, it might be the last thing that the Montana gets to do. Here it
Daddy
comes. We're
goes
gonna find
down.
out.
Ragnar opening up. Here comes the slap.
He's
Oh, but
only got the
turret's
bow.
not ready.
He's only got the bow turrets available. The stern turrets are just now swinging around. F-22 doesn't get the salvo off. He gets him off with the stern turrets, but it's not enough.
Wow.
And now the port torpedoes are ready. Shadow Wolfish gets those into the water. As now he turns hard, trying to get the starboard torps in, trying to finish off this Montana. He gets 2 of those to land. He needs to maybe try and single fire this next batch, I think.
No, he doesn't fire them off.
4K
Maybe-
needs to get them
oh.
off now if he's going to get him off.
Nah, he probably
No,
lost
it's
him.
not
He
going to
switched to
happen.
guns.
Yeah, I think they must have gotten disabled. All the Harugamo HE coming in meant they went out, and now Hatake playing a dangerous game here with a Montana in his face.
If only he had torpedoes.
If only you spoke Jovitos.
But Danny's coming around, though. Danny could knock him.
Danny's coming around. The B cap still remains where all the action is. KSC on a 250-point lead as Drix's Ohio charges Dastard's Bergonia over near A. If I'm Dastard, I think I just take the Ram here.
Oh, absolutely. While shooting at Raptor, because why
Actually,
not?
he just took a salvo at Nagato, got some good damage out of it.
Look at all these shots going all over the place. This is a brawl.
KSC does lose Hatake. Nagato now on 1200 HP and falling as he burns. Coop getting some shots in on Drix's Ohio. I think Dastard, is he going to try for the drive-by? No, is he going to accept the Ram? Drix is going to get this Ram.
Oh, he takes the Haragumo. Hero play right there, guys. He took down the Haragumo. Dastard did just as he got rammed. Another hero
Dastard
play.
again, working artistry with the Bergonia. And one more time, Bonks' last surviving ship, F-22 Raptors Montana, lone Montana here in the cap. Zath, we're going to have a game 5.
It's awesome.
If you had told me at the 6-minute mark or whatever it was that we were going to have a game 5, I would have laughed at you. The notion was preposterous.
Dude,
and yes,
Chad is,
here we are.
Chad is 5 minutes behind, and I've already seen them saying, it's over. That's it. GG, done.
Yes,
Moving on.
Yes, absolutely. But it isn't. And that's what I'm excited about, Zath. That's what I'm excited about.
Well, that's why we love casting King of the Sea, is it not?
I know. It's so much fun to watch teams look at what you believe to be just a unsalvageable tactical position. I mean, I even said it. I don't know how KSC gets back into this game without Bonks making a mistake. Now, I don't know that I feel like Bonks made any mistakes there, Zach. Maybe.
I think it's a series of unfortunate events for Bonks, right?
I think they made a number of right calls at the right time that KSC had really good counters for, right? I'll caveat that by saying KSC did a great job of focusing out the Ohio. We kind of talked about it towards the end, right? They did not kill him right till the very end of the game. He was able to salve, return, and come back for that ram on Dastard. But they put so much damage into him. They effectively took him out of combat for a few minutes. That pulling him, forcing him out, allowed Danny to move into that channel. And the kill on the Goliath and the kill on the Moskva, and suddenly the next thing you know, you're in the driver's seat of this match.
Right. And it's just now we're catching up to it right now on the stream, with that 5-minute delay.
Yeah.
That poor Moskva, man. If he did not go down that channel, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
What a game. What a match. What a match. We're going to game 5, Ascance. How's that oxygen tank hanging in there, buddy?
Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars.
There we go.
Yeah. Game 5, fellas. Game 5. On Hotspot, no less. We even joked about that, 2 hours ago or whatever that
This
was.
is going to be awesome. This is going to be awesome, guys, because we know going into this match that KSC has a really solid, well-executed strategy on Hotspot. How is Bonks going to deal with that? I'm fascinated to see this last game.
I mean, that match was insane at how big of a hill KSC had to climb, and just I would say it's like it's like an essay on how to maximally use your battleships. That Ohio of Danilov into that channel, not shooting through the bow of the Moskva like you might want to, but instead saying, no, I'm going to zero out the Henri from 32K with 4 guns. Boom, done. And then saying, now that I'm here, I might as well kill the Moskva as well. Just insane. And then Dastard, MVP so far that I've seen throughout this tournament, that Dastardly Dastard decides, hey, I know I'm going to get rammed. I'm going to take a destroyer with me. You get 2 ships for 1. Folks, that's how you trade effectively in competitive World of Warships. Just amazing. Zath, C-Raptor, we've got probably 10 minutes before the next match. Give us what you are excited about before we go and observe the replay.
Zath, go ahead.
Well, for me, what I'm excited about, and that especially in that last battle, I talk about it so many times when I do my replay analysis for even random battles, whatever. You never give up. You always look for another opportunity to get back into this game. And I think we saw what happened there. KSC did not give up. KSC could have thrown away. That Vampire Deuce was sitting in B ready to go on the Moskva. How many of you could totally see him just coming out and single fire plink 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 torpedoes, just trying to make something happen? But he didn't have to, and that's what was so cool about that, right? So KSC fighting back hard, saying, we're not ready to go home just yet. We're gonna make you all earn this opportunity to go on and fight 07. I love it.
What I want to see as we go into Game 5, I want to see if Bonks has done their homework. Right? We watched KSC play Hotspot earlier. We watched how effective Death Snail in the middle of the map was. We watched how effective the Worcester Death Snail was over on the 10 line. Has Bonks done their homework? Did they see the same game we did? Did they have an idea, a concept of how they are going to deal with this? Because if I'm KSC, it works, right? What AP did in that game on Hotspot that we watched didn't work, right? It took them too long to deploy so many ships to the other side of the map. And so now, if you're Bonks, do you have a plan for Hotspot, and how are you going to execute it? I'm excited. I want to see this, because Hotspot, like we've said several times, this cap arrangement, this map, new to the tournament, and a lot of teams have been like avoiding it, like you know, like it's the dirty laundry. We don't want to touch it.
Right.
Well, guess what, boys? You're touching it now, and we all get to watch.
Well, gentlemen, we have a replay ready, so we will see you in Game 5. And Oskans, please start us out on this replay.
Oh man, there was just stuff going on everywhere. So, true to form, Bonks did not let Bravo just get taken. And that was not something that was going to happen. In fact, it almost looked like the Vampire 2 for KFC was just playing a little safe, almost the whole darn way, because there's a Moskva radar, but the Moskva wasn't really shooting him. The Haraguma wasn't really shooting him, and yet he still stayed at bay. Meanwhile, over at A, there's kind of that setup. The gearing's moving back, looking for something, gets clapped by a torpedo. There's not really ships over there. Yeah, there's a Marceau, there's a Ragnar, but I mean, there's Des Moines, there's Bourgogne. It's a little scary to just kind of open water, start dumping into this stuff. So they're playing safe, but the gearing still gets drilled, gets run off. And that's where we get to see the Des Moines of KSC pushing through. Screw it. I don't care. I don't need a smoke cloud. Yes, there's an Ohio over there. So I hope I get lucky, and just rams it right into A, claims the space and says, I'm a Des Moines, you're a DD, screw off. That's going to leave Bravo as this weird, contentious thing that just goes back and forth and back and forth. Charlie got forgotten about because it just got claimed by Bonks forever ago, and people left. The Ohio went over to Bravo because that's just looked where the brawl was. The Des Moines was holding down A. The Bourgogne is holding down A. Dastard is a force to be reckoned with as the Marceau's trying to chip at him. He's like, yeah, whatever. He's just kind of multitasking here.
Bravo, it's a Bourgogne, yeah.
Bravo, finally, the Ragnar commits, ends up taking out the Vampire 2, but goes down for it. There's the pinch play at C after the Ohio claps the Goliath off the 10 line. Suddenly there's a point swing. Suddenly there's light. They're asking me if I'm dead. It's amazing. and the light starts to shine from above. Woo!
Yeah, just absolutely wild. Extraordinary play by both teams. Bonks demonstrating just how skilled they are by literally landing a torpedo on both gearings for the second time in a row. Last game, the Bonks destroyers managed to take 2 torpedoes into the gearing of KSC. This time, they managed to put a torpedo into the gearing and then kill it right away. The other gearing makes a bold dash for a rock, and they say, well, we're going to make you pay, and pay he did, as I believe it was I Am Coop. You guys kept calling him Co-op in the earlier, and I knew that was wrong, but then I would start looking at floops and going, Flow-Ops? So, anyway, yeah. I'm hoping that'll stick around, that it'll become I Am Co-op and Flow-Ops. But
that's getting clipped, man. That's going to be a thing.
But so, I mean, really astounding play from both sides, but I have to hand it to KSC in this regard for coming back from such a disadvantage. That is something that I feel like so far we've really only seen 07 do. And if it is in fact KSC that goes on to face 07 after this match, they are going to need that sort of moxie, because 07 does not make mistakes. Bonks, once again, so precise and so good with their placement. That one Ragnar was able to keep, that one Haragumo was able to keep KSC from taking the B cap for free. And then 2 destroyers, basically 2v3, were able to completely box out and destroy that gearing against worse odds. That's just complete and pure skill on the side of Bonks. And it's just a testament to how hard KSC wanted to win that. So moving into game 5, the very last game, to determine who goes on to face 07 for potentially first or second place, and who stays in third place. Either way, both teams go to COTS Internationals, and after that match, they both deserve it. So let's take a look at Hotspot real quick.
So for those that weren't around a little earlier, in the beginning of the stream, I think it was KSC that chose Hotspot. Initially, there was a little question over that, and I think it was confirmed. They did a double smoke strategy. They had double Des Moines heading over to C, and they had double Worcester going on the 10 line. Now, the surprising thing is the Worcester, I don't know, however you say it, has really floaty shells, and yet there was a Salem that was parked on the bottom of the island. They were still able to drill them and just kind of claim that 9-10 line and start to go over and wrap. If KSC looks to pull the same kind of situation, their play is going to be holding their safe cap, holding the middle cap with the radar pressure off the Des Moines, and wrapping and taking the D cap. I think we actually saw Dastard going in there with a GK, as it was. I recall you were very excited about that, but although the GK never got to get its secondaries involved. If I can't imagine they're going to come up with an entirely new way to play this. So if Bonks has been doing their research, and I cannot imagine there is a chance that they have not. You asked, what do you think they could do? I think they're going to be filling that map with radar. 12-kilometer Stalingrad radar, any kind of radar they can jam in there. They're just going to have it everywhere. Maybe we'll get to see the Russian wall comp that just has too much health to break.
Yep, I want the GK again, and I want him to use secondaries. You know what? All I care about is secondaries. I say remove all ships that don't have secondaries or good secondaries from the game. I want Pensacola, GK, Schlieffen, Napoli, and Massachusetts. All the rest can get sunk. That's fine.
That's cool. Bonks, you can bring as many Pensacolas as you want.
Yeah, that's fair, right? I think that's fair. Well, we will have to see if Bonks did their homework and knows that KSC made a very effective Worcester push that waxed that Salem of AP on this map. We'll sort of have to see. Looks like the teams are getting ready. So at this point, I sort of have to wonder, does KSC also do the double Des Moines in the center? Or, I mean, it really does come down to how hard do you want to win C and D? Because A and B are basically givens.
Well, it's because there's no Nevsky. They're going to have radar at Charlie. They have to. The only other radar I can imagine they might go with is a Minotaur. And a Minotaur, it's a little floatier than a Des Moines. I don't know if that's something you can bank on. I think the Des Moines is a solid pick. I don't think there's another option that really replaces it because the Nevsky is gone. So, yeah, I certainly do. I think that's a shoo-in.
In fact, the Minotaur has the floatiest shells in the game, as I understand. They are the lowest velocity shells in the game. I think there's something that's right around with it. It might be the Wooster, but I'm pretty sure it's the Minotaur. So we'll just have to see if that's what they go with as we throw it to Sea Raptor and Zath. Take us into the last game in this series.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know about you, Raptor. I'm starting to feel like I need to stretch a bit. I saw you off stream there on camera just doing kind of a little bit here and there. We go to game 5. I don't know about you. I'm all excited. Let's get into this. Oh my goodness. KSC, Kremlin, Ohio, Worcester, Des Moines, Minotaur, Gearing, Shimakaze, and the other Gearing. I am surprised that they're not bringing Kerfurst.
I'm not. I'm not. But I will say that I feel like Bonks has been taking. They were listening to a sconce in between, right? He talked about them flooding the map with 12-kilometer radar. Have a look across the Bonks lineup here as they spawn into the southern end of the map. Zath, Montana, and Burgonia potentially taking a page out of the KSC playbook. There is Drix rounding things out with a Goliath, double Moskva, and a Stalingrad. So 3 12-kilometer radars, a Vampire Deuce, and double Ragnar.
Yeah, it's kind of like more of the bad stuff, right? More 12-kilometer radar, more Ragnar. Wow. I'm interested though in Bonks's early positioning. They aren't. It looks almost like they're just kind of fanning out evenly amongst the battlefield here. They're gonna go ahead and put that Stalin up the 910 line with the Vampire Deuce and Burgonia. And you can kind of see the same thing happening with KSC. They're sending 2 ships, Worcester and Des Moines, with Serpent Lord's Gearing for the Death Snail. Daster playing safety right now, just sitting above the decap, being ready.
Right. And you can see like KSC has even adapted their strategy a little bit, right? What we saw them play on this map earlier was double Worcester with the Serpent Lord's Gearing over here on the 910 line. This time they've gone for Worcester Des Moines. Last time they did double Des Moines north of sea with the Gearing. This time it's Floops. This time opting for RX-7's Des Moines and Hatake's Minotaur. Still going with Aussie Zeus's Shimakaze, headed out to A. Still backed up by Dana Loves Ohio. So that lineup is the same. So KSC sticking to their playbook, right? It worked earlier.
Yes.
We know this comp. We've obviously practiced it. It works. Let's hold our thing. And now it's up to Bonks to see if maybe they can pull this off.
Well, and that's the thing though, right? I mean, of course, it worked against AP in one battle. That does not necessarily mean that Bonks is going to play the exact same game, or that it's going to work the same. And we see this in clan battles all the time when we go to a map and you hear the caller go same thing and everybody says same thing. And it's like, oh, wait a minute, what's the same thing? And is this the same team we just fought?
Well, you're already kind of seeing it here, right? Tester's Stalingrad all the way on the 10 line. Drix's Burgonia just to his port, tucked into the island. Addie's Moskva, Vampire Deuce, they're helmed by Boom Diata. So like they've already Bonks is kind of, they've got a lot of firepower on this flank. No Death Snail wants to push into this. You've got 2 12-kilometer radars. I'm confident they don't know that yet, but times change. All right. We've got a preemptive radar going up at B. I believe I'm not sure if that's the Minotaur or that's the Des Moines. That is the Minnow. They've got the Ragnar spotted. That's Vivi, but Floops knows that cap is clear. So he's going to duck in there, do a little spotting for his team, and also pick up that cap.
Now we're looking at this right now through Team Red's view, Bonks' view, and all they can see right now is Danny Loves. All they know is that there's smoke, so there's obviously a destroyer, and there's at least one cruiser in that smoke that caught Vivi. But they have no other intel right now as Nagata goes into decap, hoping he can make it. Let's bring everybody else back up.
The Death Snail begins over on the 10 line as Serpent Lord begins to lay smoke for the Des Moines and the Worcester. That's Coop and Shadow Wolfish.
That's right.
Vampire Deuce's smoke concealing the Moskva down here on the bottom end. Although now Addy is just edging out of the smoke. Addy's still not lit though. Umdiata racing ahead there.
very interesting to see. We have almost kind of like our little chibi snail here with
Indeed.
that Moskva, who was detected for a little bit. So obviously they know he's there, and then noticing the crawling smoke, that should give them enough information to know that's the Vampire Deuce that's escorting Addy right now.
They do know he's there. Addy's radar is up. He's got Serpent Lord's gearing lit and Coop's Des Moines. He does take a torpedo right there in the starboard side as he's trying to make the turn. It looks like they're trying to turn and get him into the decap.
Yeah, we got a little bit of
go.
little bit of crazy action happening on the border here on that white line as both of these cruisers are lit and still lit, yet they're not being shot at. Huh?
Yeah, I got nothing. They are dark now. 5 minutes gone. KSC out to about a 40-ish point lead on the backs of their early cap advantage. They were able to pick up C and A a little quicker as F-22 takes a torpedo here in the B cap. Floops landing some 16-kilometer torpedoes.
That's right. Doofy now coming up to the, what are these, Shimakaze torpedoes? He's okay. We've seen Aussie Zeus do some crazy things in Shimakaze. The question is he going to be able to bait Bonks into chasing him? We'll have to see, because right now Raptor and Dyer have turned northward with their ships.
He was absolutely able to bait AP into chasing him. Of course, that bait also kind of happened after he had no other choice, right? They were all way up in the corner.
Speaking all the way up in the corner, that Doom Snail has been pushed back quite a bit.
Well,
kind of ineffective right now.
And KSC has chosen Addy's Moskva for extinction here. Hatake dropping shells on him. Dastard taking shots. Man with an RX-7 taking HE shots from the middle of the board as his radar goes up to pick up Vivi's Ragnar on the bottom of the cap and force him out.
That's right.
Montana salvo coming in on Dastard from long range, only gets about 3 or 4K out of it as he takes a pot shot at Vivi with his stern turret. Dastard going to ground himself here, not going to go around the corner into the teeth of Boom Diata's torpedoes. No?
Smart play.
He is. Actually, he's continuing to leech forward. He is finally going to run up on this island. But these two single-fire torpedoes that Boom Diata lashed out with are going to land. Well, are they?
No.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Wow. I thought he grounded himself with too much of the hull and view. He's going to take him, and he didn't. All luck, no skills, Af.
That's right, as Addy continues to come
all
under.
Skill, no luck.
As Hatake is opening up on Addy, he's detected, he doesn't care.
Nope. They are farming Addy like there is no other care in the world.
I just saw a radar blip coming up from the Worcester or the Des Moines, one of the two. They want to make sure Addy stays detected. It's Des Moines.
Dastard. What just happened? He did take torpedoes.
Vampire.
The Vampire was able to sneak a couple of single-fire torpedoes right on that island edge, right into Dastard's bow, and he floods out.
That could be a catastrophic loss for KSC. We'll have to see.
Certainly
Tester's
is a
going
bad
to take
one.
2 torpedoes here, maybe 3. 2 torpedoes that'll force a DCP, and he'll be in trouble as soon as he gets set on fire again from that Doomsnail.
KSC losing one of their battleships early, and Addy's Moskva remains in the game, very resilient despite all of the shells that have fallen on him. He's still here. Bonks out to about 80-ish point lead on the strength of that early battleship kill. Both teams ticking up a cap. 9 minutes in. Sorry, two caps each, but ticking up at the same rate, let's say.
There you go. Tester now on fire. He's on 2 fires, because remember, cruisers can no longer take fire prevention. And Stalingrad is a super cruiser, so it burns for longer than, say, a Moskva would.
They're gonna end up killing Tester here in just a few seconds. Too many shells, too much fire, and those decisive torpedoes, and he goes out.
There it is.
So the Doomsnail does claim a victim. That puts KSC back in the lead by about 20 points.
Now they do have the ability to start coming in and threatening Addy from the rear, as well as Boom Diata. Of course, Drix's Bergonia is the only thing that really stands to prevent them from doing so.
Well, Drix actually is going to move up a bit. He's changing his position here, moving forward. He's going to dive right into this gap with his guns looking through that gap to prevent exactly that push.
Right. Now, FlowOps' gearing is now smoking up with an RX-7, at least trying to. But unfortunately, they're so far back. I think it would have been better off to wait until both ships could turn back southward before they use that. Look at the line that's forming now by Bonks.
Yep.
Aside from that one flank, and that one flank could prove to be their Achilles heel.
Well, and Bonk's able to flex that double Ragnar and pick up the B cap. So now they have a decisive cap advantage here, 3-1, as we cross the halfway mark of the game. It's a question of what can KSC kind of do to break back in here, right? I still feel like Addy's Moskva, he's got to have been through at least 3 heals already. So like that's a ship that has definitely got to be under some threat, got to be running low on HP.
Well, and here comes the Death Snail.
Yep, and here comes the HE farm from astern of him as he was throwing AP shells up north at the Minotaur. Now his guns are going to be having to turn around to look the other way if he's going to fight back against the Worcester and Des Moines from his stern here.
I love how they don't even care about letting Serpent Lord get in a place to possibly smoke. They're just going full speed in. There's the radar to detect Serpent Lord.
They're going to get this kill right now, and there it is.
Yes. But that's going to allow Serpent Lord to smoke them into C now. Or D, I'm sorry.
KSC up a ship on a small lead that they'll lose here in a few seconds because they're down on caps now. They're down on caps for the moment as the Death Snail starts to creep into D. They will be able to secure D, and they are going to absolutely hammer Drix's Bergonia all the way in.
What's going on the rest of the map? Looks like Dyer's putting his Moskva in typically where you'd put the Moskva spot. Okay. F-22 not interested in pursuing too much farther. They know Aussie Zeus Shimakaze's over there. Looks like Doofy took a torpedo earlier in his Goliath.
I feel like, Zath, this is going to come down. Bonks is kind of getting herded a little bit into the middle of the board, right? Between Aussie's position, between the Doom Snail at D. I kind of feel like over time that's going to allow KSC to really pick a target and focus it. We're starting to see that here with Drix's Bergonia. He was pristine a minute ago and now already down around half HP and continuing to fall.
Yes, but we have also seen before, and I think it's happening right now, we've seen that Death Snail kind of break a couple of times. So I think a lot of this comes down to, can the Death Snail stick around? Can they stay together and work together well as a team? If they start to break up, that ruins a lot of their power.
7 minutes to play here in Game 5 of this match. 8 points separate these two teams as they are both ticking up 2 caps at the same time. So that's the gap between them right now. They're both looking for a kill or trying to force their way into a cap they don't own.
40,000 hit point difference in health. As look at the shells coming in on these the Worcester. Shadow, dodging some of these too, and Drix is now.
Drix is incredibly low. They're gonna get this Bergonia kill, Zath. He's going out in seconds, right there.
There he goes. Now,
go.
That Death Snail has broken up.
It has, Zath, but it served its purpose. These guys now have all kinds of island cover to play behind, right? So what are you gonna do? You're gonna shove a Ragnar in there to go spot him? Have fun with that, you know?
Good point. Vivi now detected. He's on fire. Man with that RX-7 is the focus fire for Bonks.
Yeah, probably in a bit of trouble here. 10K and falling as he tries to find some hard cover. He's got a little bit here in the form of this bluff on the island in front of him.
Take taking another hit, but he's got his Minotaur.
He's got to stay tucked in there. He's got conga line torpedoes from the Vampire coming in front of him, and we've seen what those torpedoes are capable of, but he's clear. KSC on a round 100-point lead, 5 minutes to play. What?
Man with RX-7 is burning, but look at Dyer. Dyer's gonna take one torpedo. Oh, narrowly dodges. Narrowly
Just the
dodges,
one.
taking a second.
Just the one.
RX-7 now healing. He'll be okay for now.
Yep.
This this it's starting to turn up KSC at this point. What do you think, Raptor?
I mean, again, I come back to if you're KSC, right? Like they kind of herded these guys into the middle, and Bonk sort of allowed it to happen by leaving the Death Snail alive and not dealing with it on the 10 line. Now, in fairness, KSC played a really good game over there. Once they got the Stalingrad off the board, they were able to easily push in. But by moving the Bergonia out to mid, he basically just got focused out. That really has opened things up for KSC.
So, Raptor, you like to ask me this question. What is Bonks' way back in at this point?
Right now, they're in my mind, they've already found it. They're trying to pick off these lighter units that KSC has left behind in the decap. Shadow Wolfish is down to about 10,000 HP under the concentrated fire of 2 Ragnars and a Vampire. That is a ton of shells coming in. He's going to go out here in just a few seconds. He is healing, but he's on at least 2 fires, trying to get up to some hard cover, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Nope, there he goes.
So just like that, Bonk's back on an 8-point lead.
Dyer under more fire. Torpedoes coming.
I was going to say KSC trying to respond by picking off Dyer, and the torpedo coming in on him is going to seal the deal.
There it is.
Just so that, again, kind of, you traded one kill for another.
Yep. Look at Aussie Zeus'
So
Shimakaze now.
Coop and Serpent Lord firmly ensconced in the decap. Coop's Hydro is up. They know Boom Diata is coming. Boom Diata is lit. They do not yet know that Nagato's Ragnar is back there. They know now as Coop radars.
Yeah.
I'll never get it right. Just accept it.
And here he comes. Here comes his charge. They know that he's coming. They're waiting. They're gonna shoot it. Okay. So Nagato came out so he can get shot at first. That gives Boom Diata a chance to get in.
Boom Diata is going to get 2 shot there. 1 salvo from the Des Moines.
Yeah.
The Des Moines secondaries actually take him out. And just like that, Saf, the game is almost over. We're seconds away from a KSC reverse sweep.
Wow.
Look at that.
And a rematch of yesterday morning, right?
Yes, indeed. We are indeed. Bonks, unfortunately, not able to close it out. They are our 3rd place team here on North America. As KSC comes from an 0-2 deficit with the reverse sweep, they are going back to the grand finals to play 0-7 for a chance at first place. Wow. So we talked about it before the game started, Zath, right? Like, did Bonks do their homework? Do they have a plan for how they're going to deal with what we've seen KSC do on Hotspot? You would have thought the answer was yes, but based on the result I'm seeing, the answer apparently not so much.
Mm-hmm. And can you just imagine, had KSC brought a Kerr first? If Dastard had a Kerr first and he had that Hydra going, right? Like,
oh man, that actually, you know what? The Kerr first there would have been honestly a good pick, because what finally got him was Boom Diata's those single fire torpedoes. He popped 2 out where he expected Dastard to be, and then he stuck behind the island and he waited. And when those didn't hit, he reversed back and he fired 2 more, and those did hit.
That's right.
So, Ensconce, now that your oxygen tank is fully and truly emptied, how are we doing?
I will be honest, I'm a little flabbergasted. I'm a little stunned. It wasn't the crazy face clawing match the game before was, but losing Dastard early, that one hurt.
Felt bad.
That was
real bad.
Oh no, this is not so okay. But the Worcester, I think, maybe, I don't know, whatever. So I was told that from somebody that went over there. Those 2 came in and they just started pressuring, and okay, well, they're not really moving out of Bravo. There looks to be a path. Holy crap! KSC is now fighting for first, second, whatever in KSC in King of the Sea. I'm just. Yeah.
Well, so I mean, one thing to note here is
incredible, a reverse sweep. KSC down 2-0 or 0-2, depending on how you'd like to react to it. Comes back 3 in a row to reverse sweep Bonks. And it's not as if Bonks let this happen easily. Like, let's pay attention to the fact that when Dastard's Kremlin wedged itself in there to be the pinchy threat against Addy's Moskva, while the Doom Snail rained its fiery sticky death down upon it, Bonks countered the Kremlin and said, "Fine, if you're going to put this Kremlin in our face, we're going to kill it." Boom Diata especially dropping those 2 torps. The Dastard just barely misses, which caused him, I guess, to get a little too overconfident, stick that nose back out into 3. So they straight up trapped that Kremlin to an early lead, but the Doom Snail and the Des Moines Minotaur combo central just too strong, as
So
we did
effective.
not see a hard push up the 1-2 or even 3-4 lines from Bonks, because there just wasn't enough material there to do it, because all that material was first sent to the 9-10 line and then rotated back.
Yeah, the Goliath that was over there kept dancing with Shimikaze torps. I think Aussie Zeus's Shimikaze was just holding down that one line. Like the Goliath kept wanting to push up, kept wanting to, oh God, it's got to turn again. Got to turn again. And I don't know how many torps he ate, but he slowly got whittled down. I mean, a Goliath got whittled down from full down to like 15, 16K. So I don't know what combination of torpedoes or maybe long range battleship shells that was, but either way, it was completely stalled. And with no radar over there, there was no way to dig them out. There wasn't anything to do.
Right.
Yeah, it's just a straight up question of, if there's a Shimikaze against a cruiser that doesn't have a radar, as long as that destroyer doesn't make a mistake, there is nothing that cruiser can do, or battleship for that matter. The destroyer will continue to spam it with torpedoes, whittle it down, push it back, and that's just what happened. The problem too was that KSC had a plan coming into this match. We talked about it at the beginning. We said KSC chose hotspot. KSC has a strat for hotspot. It worked. We're going to see if it works again. And it did. So, Lord have mercy, it did. Like, Bonks even looked like they had committed enough resources to the 9-10 line that I thought, oh man, those 2 cruisers are going to have to turn back. There's a Moskva, there's a Stalingrad. There's just so much there.
Yeah, moving up the Vampire 2 charging forward to bring the Moskva into the cap. Gonna be honest, didn't really see that coming. I fully expected Moskva, Stalingrad, gonna be buddies, we got the bow in bros, they're just gonna be forcing it up. Yeah, they couldn't get across Dastard until Dastard wasn't there anymore. And then suddenly they could. They could have just moved the Worcesters back over and over and over and over again. But instead they split up. And when you're just gonna get picked off piecemeal, that's just no way to hold a flank, man.
Right.
The reality of it is that KSC had the initiative for almost the entire match. There was a moment when the Kremlin went down where it went, oh, does this derail the entire plan? It did not. Yoshi's Minotaur, the boldest of the bold, just open water farming a Moskva, even though there were 2 battleships that could get guns on him. It's just astounding. It's not as if he did necessarily the most damage, but he sort of was this ticking clock. I mean, that said, you have to do something or I will continue to farm you down. And that's exactly what happened. It was just really astounding. I don't know that we have the replay ready yet. If we do, one more minute. Okay, so we're waiting on that for just a second. So, Sea Raptor, I'm putting you in the driver's seat. What would you have done differently once you saw the Doom Snail at B in the middle? Sorry, not B, C in the middle, and then the Doom Snail at D. What do you do when you've already got most of your resources committed to the 9-10 line?
The one at C, sorry, yeah, the one in the middle of the board eventually got to the point where it served its purpose in keeping them off the cap initially. But they also were able to break it up and push it back and get the Ragnars in and pick up the C cap in the middle, right? So to me, the one that you had to deal with was the one on the 9-10 line, because that one literally, as you start to collapse into the center of the map, that's the one that not only are you surrendering a cap to, now there's a million islands in there. They're going to have great cover. They're going to have positional options when you try to go in there and root them out. You got to keep those guys out. You must keep them out of there at all costs. Okay. Stalingrad is dead. They melt him. They burn him down. What do you have left? You have Addie's Moskva, and you have the Burgonia, and you had one of the destroyers, the Vampire Deuce. Boom Diata's Vampire Deuce is still around. Okay. In my mind, what you got to do is you have to find a way to hold those guys on the 9-10 line, force them to look for another way into that cap, force them out. Anything you can do. At one point, Drix and the Burgonia had moved up with his guns looking through that gap back to the 9-10 line. Like, he wasn't going to see those guys. They were in smoke, but his guns were looking that way. So that if maybe a Moskva radar gives him a shot, maybe they dump out of smoke at the wrong time and you get a shot. Who knows? Maybe your destroyer catches sight of them. However you get there, you've got to keep them over there. Instead, what happens is they push Addy up into the cap. He gets farmed out from astern. The Vampire runs into the middle, and Drix basically is left with no choice. Like, I got to go. He goes into the middle, turns south, and they, between the entire team just melting him. Now you've given up 2 ships. You've given up the Moskva and the Burgonia. You no longer own the decap, and rooting those guys out is going to be a very, very tough challenge. It's not easy. No one ever said it was going to be easy to do, right? But I feel like if you've got to hold that Doomsnail on the 10 line as long as you possibly can.
That's right. That's absolutely right. So, gentlemen, we have the replay ready. So I'm going to ask us to do this. We plan on taking a short break between KSC versus 07 for the Grand Finals North America, mainly so that KSC can have a short breather. They've been
at this
for
a while.
3 hours straight.
Yep.
At the highest level of concentration and effort that I think you can really put into this game. So we're gonna talk for a little while longer about the match. We're gonna talk about what's going on in the chat and the Twitch containers and what have you. So gentlemen, thank you very much for your commentary. Go have a potty break. Go get something to eat. We'll catch up back with you later.
See you in a few.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, Oskans. Let's talk about this replay.
Well, it definitely wasn't as hair-raising as game 2. But first off, we're going to notice the Doomsnails, of course, double gearing going out. They did actually mix it up a little. Instead of the double Des Moines in the middle, double Worcester over on the side, they put a Minotaur in the second, a Manitor, if you will, and a Des Moines over on the side as well, I believe, which was kind of interesting. So B is seeded, sure. But unlike before in the previous game, Delta was claimed by a destroyer right away. And if you notice, Dastard stayed all the way up on that B line for like the first 5 minutes of the game. He did not want to be spotted. I don't know what the plan was there, but it was very important that he stay dark. Bravo just kind of being held. They got a Des Moines, they got a gearing. Nobody's really able to push that. So interestingly, though, the Minotaur peels all the way over to C7 to start throwing shells, get a little potential damage into Delta, which is going to work when, after this Stalingrad goes down on the 10 line, we're going to see the Doomsnail over on 10 start to wrap. Now they've got those coming in from one angle. They've got the Minotaur shells from another angle. They're going to trap a Moskva. As was said, the Vampire's going to bail. If you notice over on the one line, that Shimikaze Goliath, they've been dancing literally for minutes. All the Goliath can do is just try to juke, just dodge, as it were. And it didn't even work. I mean, he still took damage, but he just can't, you can't charge a Shimikaze for 30 kilometers and pray not to get owned. So we see with the Minotaur helping out and the pushover from the side, Delta falls. They've got points because they've got kills, and you see those destroyers in the south. Bonks moving over, looking to start finding something. They claw down a Wooster. They get a few points back. It's 2 caps to 2. It's actually really close, but there's going to be a Moskva that falls. That's going to be another DD that goes down. That's going to seal the deal, and that's going to put KSC all the way back into the winners bracket for the last game where they're going to go against 07.
And you saw in that replay, as Oskans was describing it, you saw the way that KSC just wrapped around, they enveloped. That is so often when there is no CV, by the way, because this is something that is really for COTS, but also you should note for the next season of Clan Battles, which has no CVs. That's what success looks like, is when you start enveloping your opponent so that the Shimikaze on the side means you cannot go there, which means you can only go this way. And then the Doomsnail comes in from this side, means you can only go this way. That puts them in a tighter and tighter box where everyone can start training their guns and nobody's getting good shots out of that tighter box. And the Shimikaze is just constantly raining torpedoes. Like, that's how it works. That's how you outposition your opponents. And unfortunately for Bonks, they committed maybe 1 too few destroyer to the west side. which let that Shimakaze wrap them up and prevented them from making a push up the 3-4 line to counter KSC's really heavy, aggressive Doom Snail push. So,
You know, one thing that's definitely worth pointing out. So they brought all this radar, right? Because they know they were going against the Doom Snail, and yet they didn't ram the radar into the Doom Snail. They didn't ram the Stalin into it. They didn't ram the Moskva into it. They didn't try to break the smoke line.
right.
And secondly, we saw the Goliath dancing with the Shimakaze. We also saw the Vampire bailing out of Delta going to C, going to C. You have to have a front line. You have to have something that's going to hold, something that's going to interact with the front line of your enemy. And when your front line is a cruiser, your front line is at risk because you just don't know what's coming or where it is. You might have RPF or something, a commander skill that gives you an idea of where the torps might be coming in from. But when they pulled their Vampire off the edge, when they didn't even send a DD to the other end of the map, you completely cripple your forward movement. And we saw that result for minutes.
Absolutely. I think it's worth noting here as well that we asked you all to do predictions earlier. We asked you to do predictions as to who would fall into what place. So just so you know, 36% of you said that KSC would beat Bonks in this matchup, where 21% said that Bonks would prevail over KSC. The 36% of you were correct. Now, I am not going to say yet how, or maybe is the way, hold on, I'm not actually watching the chat at the moment. Are the results of the poll public? No. Okay. Well, then I'm not revealing it. Ha! I'm keeping it to myself until afterwards. The rest of you were asked to weigh in on who would win between 07 and KSC. So we'll get to that later. But first, let's go over a few things real quick, and then we're going to take a short break for ourselves so we can go get some water. We can grab something to eat real quick, and so that Oskans can refill his oxygen tank after the after the insanity that we've witnessed today. So don't forget to make sure that your Twitch is linked up with your Wargaming account. Also, make sure that Amazon Prime, if you have it, is linked on. That will get you those COTS mission rewards and COTS containers. Again, once you finish the COTS collection, that does not necessarily get you the mission for the North Carolina camo. You have to finish the collection and get one more container, which you can get from the armory for community tokens. So
yes, and one thing about that, for those that are a little newer to the game, when you're getting those collections, sometimes you get duplicates. You get the same picture multiple times. You're like, oh man, I already have that one. It's going to show up as like a little key, a skeleton key, if you will, that's going to allow you to unlock the other pictures. So the nice thing about the COTS containers is that it's a 1-to-1. So a duplicate unlocks another picture, whatever. So as long as I think it's 16 pictures, if you've accumulated 16 pictures over the course of whatever, you just got to click the things to unlock those pictures so you can finish your collection. With the 2 COTS containers you get from the mission, you get from watching the stream, and an additional 2 containers, I believe, next week, one on Saturday and one on Sunday.
2 weeks.
Also, 2 weeks, I'm sorry. And also the 3 that you can buy with community tokens, if you have them, if you're active on Twitch, there's a really good chance that you can finish that collection out and get a taste of that beautiful camo,
which will be dropping with the release of patch 0.10.10. So if you do complete that mission, if you do complete the collection, you get another box. It won't show up just yet. Don't panic. The mission will become available to you with the release of patch 0.10.10. In the meantime, there was one more thing to mention before we take that. Right. So some people were asking about how to make sure that you get the missions for the COTS containers themselves. You do need to go into your Twitch inventory. So you can click on drops or inventory depending on where you are at, and there will be a little button that says claim. So to make sure you claim the containers or the missions for Twitch in general. So let's definitely do that. Are we able to showcase the North Carolina camo, or is that? Okay, maybe we can do that when we come back then.
Give me a moment. I'm here.
Okay, Zeth's gonna pull up the North Carolina camo. We're gonna switch to his camera so that we can take a look at that. It's very cool, in my opinion. Bane of the Seas. Zeth, are you there? Are you able to talk?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
absolutely. Yeah, this is It's interesting. I actually haven't seen it in this kind of lighting before. Every time I look at this ship, guys, I am discovering more and more things. I mean, I love it. We always talk about the art department carrying the game, and I think this is a great example of the art department doing just that. Um, you've got these tentacles that are reaching out and just reaching for the King of the Sea crown at the front, which is awesome. I always love artwork that conveys motion, that conveys some sort of emotion that's happening, and you can feel that here. It's tangible as you're looking at these tentacles reaching out for the crown. And then you move over to the side, and you've got that beautiful skull and crossbone that almost goes perfectly with the King of the Sea 13 logo, uh, which just looks awesome. And then to the rear here, you've got those tentacles once again reaching out to the butt, and this time holding a sign that says King of the Sea.
That's
And that's
absolutely
really
right.
cool.
Yep.
Now,
So this camo was made specifically for COTS 13. It is something that, in theory, all of you should be able to get if you have been watching COTS for at least one other season. So please make sure you get those drops, make sure you claim those containers, and make sure you get that mission for 0.10.10. In the meantime, we are going to take a quick break. We should be back within 10 minutes or so. What was that? Oh, okay. Sorry. Please come back. Stick with us. We're going to go to a quick break so we can all go grab some water, grab some food, use the bathroom. We'll see you back within 10 minutes.
Captain, the 13th installment of the King of the Sea tournament is about to begin. The prize pool has almost doubled. It's $50,000 now, and the tournament winner will get $17,500. The winners of the regional stages will earn steel, doubloons, and special camouflages. But most importantly, you'll win glory. Your team will become known throughout the whole world. Broadcasts of the regional and international finals are an incredible spectacle that will keep you glued to your screen. The best players on the planet will clash in fierce battles. Moreover, viewers will be able to obtain up to 11 King of the Sea containers, a permanent camouflage for North Carolina, and a Tier 7 premium ship. Don't miss out on King of the Sea. Win a prize and become a legend.
Welcome back, everybody. We are about to get started with the final match of COTS 13 North America 07 devastating strike up against KSC. Kill Steal confirmed. Again!
I just want to say that in the 10-minute break that we had, I was rooting around for some boss music that I could play. And I kind of wanted to reach for some Doom Eternal there, but somebody was suggesting the Save Your Princess music from Mario Brothers. So you could have that running in your head.
The
while we're
Save
talking
Your
about
Princess.
this.
That's the do 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 do, right?
I think that's the pulling down the flag, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the flag music.
Yeah,
Isn't that also the music when you kill the
maybe.
little Bowser and you save the princess? I don't know. Somebody get me a time machine and take me back to 1991.
I was never that good at Super Mario Brothers to actually finish it, so I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
I still have my cartridge and my old NES, though. I can go try it out.
God, you guys remember when video games were cartridges? Wasn't that awesome?
It was a thing.
Like, rather than having dedicated tech support that cost money all the time, like tech support was this.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was something. That was something else.
Yep.
I'm 36 years old, by the way. Anyway.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah. I have a cat too, Zath. I have two cats.
Zath's got you beat, and I've got you both beat, so you're okay.
By the way, Bugs, you said you had two cats. One was acclimating to the house. The other one was kind of like, whoa, what is all this? Is your second cat warming up?
Yes, both cats have warmed up. They're
Nice.
happy with the new house in Texas. Yeah, they just takes a little bit of time to get used to it. But gentlemen, we have our finalists. We've been playing for hours and hours and hours this weekend. It's 07 versus KSC. I think this is the first time that KSC has actually been in the grand finals to actually go for spot number 1. 07 clearly no stranger to the top spot in COTS, but are now showing a dominant performance after last season ending up 3rd, still putting them into COTS Internationals. So I don't know, Zath, if you're 07, what have you gleaned from watching KSC's play today?
Don't give KSC room to breathe. Don't allow them to think about the situation, to reset themselves, and to try to find ways in. I think that's what KSC did a really good job with, especially in their last 3 battles that we watched. So I think that's really the key to 07 winning is don't give KSC the chance to think about what's going on.
C-Raptor, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, especially you look back at that decisive game 5 on Warriors Path that we just got done with. Bonks with I think I even said it on stream at the time, a commanding lead, right? Total control of the board, up 2 ships, and yet here we are. KSC is the one winning that game, going on to the grand finals. So, I mean, I think it's a hard balance to strike, because if you put yourself in the Bonks situation right there, right? You have a 2-ship lead, you own all the caps. What do you need to be doing? You need to be not dying. But beyond that, you don't need to do anything. It's on KSC to make a play to get back into the game. And, Zach's point is don't give them time. That's reasonable. But I think in a situation like that, it's kind of like, well, the time's on their side already, in the sense of it's on them to do something. You're not giving them anything. If it's a much tighter game, This is I think the point. This is where I absolutely agree with Zach. If it's a tight game, there's 100 points apart. The caps are pretty even. You're ticking up whatever. You're trading health very well. You can't take your foot off the gas, right? You can't take your foot off the gas pedal. You've got to keep executing your plan, focusing a target, something, because if you give these guys a break, they're going to look at their tactical analysis of the board seems to be very good. And so they're going to look at your board position and go, that's my spot. Let's do this. And suddenly you may find yourself on the back foot.
Ascons, what do you think about all that?
I think that's pretty correct. Now, I happen to know that KSC, they're going to come in with a strategy. They're going to come in with a playbook. Now, that playbook is going to have, this happens, do this happens, do that, etc. But 07 will need to identify that playbook and start to figure out what they can wedge in there, how they can divert it, how they can mess with it. Because as Zath was saying, if you start pulling off the pressure, okay, you went to play A, you went to play B, it kind of got blocked there. You start changing. You need to have the time to be able to get to that second position, to be able to bring in that D route or that different play. And when you just keep throwing on the pressure, just keep pushing, yeah, you can just push that off and keep people broken apart and then spread out. Now, that being said, I don't know if that's something 07's going to do. 07 will absolutely seize on any advantage that they can. You're out of position. There's a way in. They're going to go in. They're going to go in. They're going to try and get a kill, make something happen. They'll push you straight off the side of the map if they can. But if they don't see something that's glaringly obvious, or you don't give them an overabundant opportunity, then they are content to play the long game and go for trades because they know that they've got long-term trading appeal. So that's something that they can wrap up, which means while they could be exerting pressure, they might not. They might allow KSC time to think about it. And it was the games before, because we saw 07 versus KSC earlier on, and 07 did knock them down to the losers bracket. We saw when it was KSC taking aggressive, forceful plays where they weren't trying to go for the trading game, where they were going even on trades, or when they were just straight up being aggressive. We're going to do this. We're going to dislodge these people that want to go for those long trades. That's where they found their way to victory. We know what 07's going to do. They're going to show up, but it's really about what KSC is going to do. I don't know. That's how it plays out.
I agree with you guys completely, and I love that you ended it on that, Oscons, because it's like, what's 07 going to do? 07's going to show up and they're going to play better than you. That's how it's going to be. That's sort of what they do. And actually, hear me out, since our players are finally starting to filter in here, and it'll be a little while for them to get ready. Thank you again to everybody watching for sticking with us. I know that the delays in between actual games can get repetitive at times. It is for everybody, but the four of us love to talk about Warships, so we're going to do it anyway. So one of the things I've noticed about how some of the top teams in this game actually conduct themselves is it feels frequently to me, I've only really been able to describe this, is it feels like some clans are left brain and some clans are right brain. And I forget which one is the creative. I think the right brain is the creative side and the left brain is the orderly. Okay.
I think so, yeah.
Somebody Google it. But what I've noticed is that 07, and I would say to a slightly lesser degree Bonks as well, plays a very orderly, very, very calculated and specific game where they outtrade you, they outplay you, and they do not make mistakes. I have noticed, especially with in previous COTS, Gaishu's clan, and he will oftentimes filter in other, extremely useful and good players from other clans as well into his team. That's why we just call it Gaishu's clan. They do something very similar. They do something what I would consider right brain, where they have these, I have no idea what you are going to do. And it just scares the bejesus out of me. They do these unusual, interesting plays. They bring unusual comps. I recall Gaishu bringing double Zhao, I think, in COTS 11 or something like that. And it actually kind of worked. Things that you would just go, I did not expect that, and therefore I don't know what to do. Therefore, you have the initiative because I'm going to wait and react to what you do. I feel like KSC over yesterday and today has demonstrated that they are going to be that clan that plays the right-brained game, where they are going to play sloppy sometimes even, where it's like, oh, they're kind of out of position. They're taking shots they're taking hits they shouldn't be taking, but they're doing something direct, especially once they get put on their heels. Then they go, okay, guys, let's make something happen. They start getting aggressive and they start securing those victories. So I'm really interested to see, now that KSC has had yesterday and today, all of today, to really work and hone and practice how they're going to go up against 07 for this rematch when 07 is not going to make mistakes.
One of the things that Ascon said, I think, really resonated with me, which was that 07 they play the long game. They out trade you. It's something that when we first started having international clashes in King of the Sea, that the NA teams were almost universally bad at. Okay, in the sense of NA play up to that point was very cap control, very cap centric. You push a cap, you own a cap, you fight over the cap, you win on points usually, right? The EU teams, those first about 3 Kings of the Sea that we started crossing swords with teams from other regions. The North American players were a little I won't say shocked, maybe taken aback by the EU play style. It was much slower. It was more deliberate. It was more, I'm going to sit at range. You can have the cap for now. It's cool. We got 20 minutes on the clock. We're good. And they would take these trades and look for kills and pick up the kill. And then once they had maybe a small ship advantage or an HP advantage, then they would move up, or they'd wait till the 12-minute mark. And it's like, okay, well, we're down 150 points. It's time to get on all the caps now. And I think 07 over the years, they've played a lot of those kinds of matches in the international brackets. They've adapted a lot of that. They've learned a lot of lessons from those games. They've brought those lessons back to NA, and through just extension have kind of taught some of those lessons to many of their opponents over time.
And that's the great part about competitive.
I'm just going to inject a little bit of hilarity. I think chat has decided that I have parted my hair like Moses. And I've been laughing about that for the last 40 seconds, so I figured I'd just pass that along.
We do have a map rotation and ship bans if you guys want to talk about that.
I do, but I want to one up Oscons and say, at least you don't part your hair like Justin Bieber. So, woo, because that's what I have been accused of doing numerous times. So, gentlemen, Lord Zath, Sea Raptor, are you guys ready to cast the grand finales?
Let's do this,
Looking
baby.
forward to it.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna go to the ship bans, which
I have a prediction.
Oh, I can tell you right now, you won't be wrong.
Yeah. So let's go to the ship bans. We'll talk about the maps. We'll wait for these fellas to get themselves ready. Oscons. Oh my goodness! Look at that, Venezia Alexander Nevsky banned. I'm shocked. This is my shocked face.
I'm not shocked about the ships, but I am shocked about Hotspot, because 07 would have seen KSC play this twice now. You would think, well, they'd actually want to fight on Hotspot, having such a good idea as to what KSC was going to do. They might literally feel, nope, Hotspot, it's a weak point for us. We're just not going to mess with it. KSC seems to have a plan. They've executed it twice. Let's just let that one go. And then the other one, Islands of Ice, which I think we did actually see them play that before, twice, I think, with 07, where they had a Salem or something kind of wedged in on that Charlie cap. And it was effective for them. I'm surprised that they decided, oh, no, I'm sorry, KSC banned Islands of Ice. Okay, well, 07 did seem to have a good handle on that. So, yeah, my head was a little crossed.
I believe that Islands of Ice was in the previous matchup between 07 and KSC. Islands of Ice started out as an early lead for KSC when they managed to somehow take out Eagle Lance's Ragnar early on in the game, or maybe it wasn't Ragnar, his destroyer early in the game, and yet 07 managed to just outfight and outwit them and come away with a win even from an early disadvantage. It could be that KSC's going, man, they just know that map too well, while at the same time, even though 07 has been banning Hotspot throughout this tournament, they saw KSC just completely crush teams on that map and went, I'm good.
Yeah, nope.
I'm good. Yeah. So let's go ahead and take a look. Thank you. He read my mind. He literally, Murray Draco, get the hell out of my mind. This is Bogsy space, okay? So first up, we have Northern Waters. Now, this is a match. I think this was number 1 or number 2 when KSC and 07 met before. This was an early KSC lead that evaporated because 07 took B. 07 took C, and they translated that into muscling KSC out of B, which has happened to KSC on numerous times. We'll see whether they learned that the BC side is actually extraordinarily important because C leads to taking B.
I do think on that one we saw earlier today, I believe that was played where KS did not overcommit to the A side. They did not go for that high value island. So it does seem that their strategies, they've got at least one or two in the back pocket. So they might be pulling something out there and keeping it interesting.
They might. Moving on after that is Trap. Trap being the map that favors destroyer play. Lots of DDs and usually the ones with torpedoes. Now, I have a sneaking suspicion that they also played this before, and that 07, this was the one that KSC took. I could be wrong. It does happen. I feel like 07 made the choice of sending a Doomsnail train up the A side from the south up north, and it just was too slow to actually do what they needed to stop
Yes.
Dastard's Kremlin. No, it was that's where we saw the fantastic destroyer move by.
It was Aussie Zeus, I think. Aussie was the one who kind of reeled them in. No, there's torps. You can't turn yet. No, there's torps. But I'm going to stay close enough to keep you lit because they got a Montana here and you don't want to get shot in the face.
That was
they just yanked him, reeled him all the way off to the edge of the map. It was great.
So that was Trap. I think that was KSC's win. We'll see if KSC can duplicate something like that. Again, it was not even a mistake on 07's part. It was just an incredibly ballsy and well executed move by Aussie Zeus from KSC that let them essentially take control of the north side of that map, which meant that the 07 Doomsnail train meant nothing because it was too slow. After that, tell us about North.
So North is a
sorry, I didn't mean to catch you unawares.
No. North is a map that we've seen time and time again. Played on it with CVs, played on it without CVs. The 9-10 line is huge. We know 07 is big on taking the 9 to 10 line. And I mean, KSC is going to have some kind of way to stall that or some kind of way to outtrade that. And I don't believe KSC wins in the trades. I think they win with aggression. So if they're not going to get some kind of crazy aggression play on the 9-10, we even saw 07 or not that when KS went against Bonks, I think it was. KS had to fall back. They had to pull back to try to extend out the duration, and they did kind of win the 9-10 line, sort of, but man, it was close.
Yes,
I'm assuming KS is going to have. Yeah, KS is going to have to find some way to be aggressive, and I assume that's going to be A. And I don't know what 07 would do. Probably just kite back a little while they claim the other half of the map, but should be interesting.
And following up north will be Land of Fire. Land of Fire, I feel like, has led to some of the most interesting matches that we have seen thus far. The ACAP, again, as I'll say it one more time, with that big island in the middle, makes a staring contest that is often punctuated by someone making a YOLO play around the corner, while the CCAP ends up being a very, very slow creep fest where folks sort of just inch towards each other unless they bring a Napoli like the giant badasses that they are. We saw Bonks push a Kremlin just through the C-cap on that, obliterate the Salem that was holding the eastern flank, and then trade with the other Kremlin. Bold moves oftentimes end up with great success. So we'll see how they attempt to take the B-cap, whether they do, whether KSC continues with their habit of putting a large cruiser in that middle to support their destroyers, whether Ragnars run rampant across this map like they have so far. And that leads us to Warriors Path.
Yeah, Warriors Path. Alpha is the place where plays can be made. We've seen it happen time and time again. Sometimes it's because a torpedo happens to land. Sometimes it's because a radar just lasts a little bit longer than you intended to and you take somebody out. Or maybe somebody gets on that rock in A and just kind of like lives there a little bit too long, gets pinched. Bravo, usually a bit of a staring contest. And it's waiting until either Charlie or Alpha goes empty that you're going to get some kind of wrapping motion where anybody that's in there gets caught in there and they get a real interesting time trying to fight their way out. We got to see, I think that was like the Tide Turner game in the KSC versus Bonks match where just everything was crazy. Warriors Path was a nutty map. It's map 5, so we might not see it, but if we do, we might get a repeat performance.
Absolutely. So first game on Northern Waters. It's dropping now. Very excited. So just a reminder while we wait for the counter to tick down. Everybody in this match, along with Bonks, who fought valiantly and took 2 wins off KSC before being reverse swept, they are all going to internationals. There is nothing that can happen now that would make it so that we do not see either of these teams again for internationals representing AA. They have all already won. They all get a Capri Sun. However, this is for the orange slices, man. This is it. 07 versus KSC for the North American Regional Grand Finals. Take it away, Sea Raptor and Lord Zath.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, warshippers of all ages, welcome to the North American Grand Final of King of the Sea 13. We are proud to present, this is 07, back once again in the big finals, trying to reclaim the champion title that they are well familiar with here on NA. Spawning on the north side of Northern Waters, they are bringing double Ohio, triple Moskva, Gearing, Daring, Marceau, and Ragnar. Zath, what is KSC up to at the bottom end of the map?
Well, KSC coming to this particular dance with a Kremlin and an Ohio. As far as their cruisers are concerned, double Moskva, a Des Moines, and a Wooster. So I think we're seeing the Death Snail already starting to show up again. This time they're heading towards Charlie with Flow Ops' Gearing and Marceau and Daring rounding out their roster.
We've seen KSC play Northern Waters several times today. In fact, their last time on this map was from the South Spawn. So shouldn't be anything too shocking about what we're about to see. My expectation is we're going to see one of the Moskvas set up in, what is that, about H1. The other one's going to cling to the island there in about G4. Aussie Zeus is Daring, going to play the bottom edge of the B cap. One of the Marceaus, that's going to, let's see, which Marceau is that? Excuse me, that's Serpent Lord's Marceau, going to race out and try to bag A quickly, while the Doom Snail, that's Shadow Wolfish and Coop, and Floops' Gearing tries to kind of work up the 9 line over there. But let's try and kind of suss out what we think 07 is up to, Zath.
Well, it looks to me like 07 is currently set for a heavy A push. They're sending 4 assets over towards the A cap. They've got a Daring with a Moskva that's Price and Elgar. They're going to work together as a team and pretty much pussyfooted at B, back and forth until they get called off or they secure that cap. And then it looks like we've got Pizza with Ace Baby, Moskva, and the Ohio setting in position there to just kind of kite away as necessary from C caps. I don't think that they're planning on going into C, but with their current forces set up, I think we talked about it in the break. They're going to look for that weakness and they're going to exploit it just like a pack of Raptors would.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a bit of probably a counterclockwise kind of move around this map, as the Doom Snail is going to be basically allowed to take whatever ground they want along the eastern edge, while 07 certainly has the firepower to kind of force the issue here along the western edge. Little bit of early action across the B cap. Some torpedoes coming in for Frice's Daring from down south. Those will miss, although he was radar there for a bit. I think that was Hitaki's radar picking him up, pushing him off the cap. Nothing doing. Now, at A, Serpent Lord's Marceau declined the cap and went way wide. He's over on the 1 line already, Zath.
That's interesting. But, I mean, it kind of makes sense. You typically want to put some sort of a cruiser or a Marceau at a position like that. That's a very strong position because you can use that island to isolate an opponent from everybody else.
True. Well, Serpent Lord backs in a bit, dumps his port torpedoes, and is going to hang over there for a bit. Triarch's Marceau, in the meantime, taking advantage of Serpent's position. He bags the A cap. Aussie Zeus on the bottom end of B. Go ahead.
Danny Loves takes a Gearing torpedo from Pizza. That's going to force a damage control. There it is.
I see it now. Had to look for Danny's position. He's our right flank Ohio over here. Okay, I got it.
That's correct. Yeah, he's
now
just
Triarch. What happened to Triarch? He took a torpedo as well, Zath. Triarch took a Marceau torpedo over here. Yep, those Marceau torpedoes from Shadow from Serpent Lord. One of those strikes home. Serpent Lord taking some gunfire, but it's the torpedo. Triarch down early.
Yep, and I misspoke earlier. Danny Loves actually did not damage control that flood. He just let it tick because it's 100% repairable. So why not?
Honestly, I feel like that's something that a lot of more advanced players do. Right? By the time you take basics of survivability and the flood reduction flag, a full duration flood is only what, maybe 40 seconds? It's maybe a little worse than a fire. We let fires burn. Why don't we let flood ticks? It's all 100% healable damage, especially in early stages of a match like this.
It used to be a death sentence. Remember
It
back
used to
when the
be.
old
Oh
yeah.
yeah. It was absolutely death sentence. And I think a lot of people maybe still have their reflexes as, set for that, like, oh, it's a death sentence. But modern
Mhm.
floods in the world of Warships, not quite as extremely awful as they used to be.
Yes, very successful rework there on flooding
In
mechanic.
Absolutely. 5 minutes gone. 07 out to about a 40-point lead. They're ticking up A. KSC ticking up C. Both teams still jockeying for position, fighting over B. I'm a little surprised to see Dastard going all the way to the 1 line, Zath, but look at his position here south of A.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Well, there's nothing wrong with it, right? They made it work early. Remember, we've seen KSC in 07 play this map from these spawns before. We saw it yesterday. And we watched Dastard do this. He went around, he went all the way kind of the bottom, straight up the 1 line and smashed John's Des Moines at the time. John the Ruthless's Des Moines was back behind that island in C2. But John's position now very different in a different ship even. I'm not sure. I guess it looks like he's going to trade with man with an RX-7. Dastard now taking that position. RX-7 now kind of headed back towards the east.
Well, I mean, we had that game before where RX-7 just kind of sat there.
Yeah.
So, it's bringing back a little bit of memories from earlier today, but the fact that they're rotating out and swapping positions, I do like it. The big question is, where are they going to put RX-7 now? I think Dastard going up the 1 line makes perfect sense. If that's the case, then I would expect to see Mountain Arc 7 head to Foxtrot 3 to cover A cap as Serpent Lord goes into it, or he goes himself up that the edge of that island and gets into A cap.
Well, we'll
But
see.
have to see.
RX-7 now coming to port. Looks like he might be taking your suggestion there. B cap, lots of shells going back and forth. They got some good hits into Hatake. He is a little alone out here. It's just Hatake and Aussie Zeus outnumbered here across the B cap against Elgar's Moskva, Fryce's Daring, and Eagle Lance's Ragnar.
That's correct. Now, Serpent Lord barely dodging some torpedoes from Triarch. Looks like, I'm not sure if they spotted him for a bit,
No.
maybe.
No, they're just guessing. They know he's in that general vicinity. There's actually more torpedoes coming in for Triarch, but he's going to dodge those. They ran out of steam just near him anyway.
Yep.
Dastard's push well spotted, although he's behind the island. They don't have eyes on him at the moment, but they certainly know he's there. He took a shot at John's Moskva as he continues to charge up the 1 line.
Look at RX-7.
Yeah.
Where is it going?
I think, Zath, what they might do is they might bring him in to relieve Hatake. This is something that we didn't see them attempt earlier when they probably ought to have in that match. They narrowly lost to Bonks on this map, right? They have the ability to bring this Moskva in and either potentially put 2 radars on the cap or maybe give Hatake a break, pull him back off the line a little bit, and let RX-7 cover things. And now it seems like they've realized they're going to do this. They're going to do this sooner. They've apparently, realizing that last game doing that was a bit of a mistake.
Well, right. But I think, and we talked about this before, the bigger mistake was just leaving A open as long as it was. But
True.
Serpent Lord is now going into A on the account that they've pushed John the Ruthless's Moskva back. Now, RX-7 and Hitake were both detected, so 07 knows that the Moskva that was guarding A has left. So they know that it's only Dastard and the Marceau Serpent Lord in A right now.
Indeed, there comes
There's
the
the
radar
radar.
from John. Yep, that should probably push Serpent Lord off the bottom of the cap for a good 30 seconds or so. They'll chip him for a little bit of damage. He'll race out of range. And then once the radar's down, he'll probably come back.
Sure.
Now, while we've been gabbing, 07 has picked up B, so they're starting to grow their lead there, now out to about 80 points, 9 minutes into this game. I don't know if you noticed that, but the Death Snail is completely broken up over here at C.
Yeah, I was just fixing to kind of comment on that. I'm really not sure why that's happened, but they definitely need to reform themselves if they want to make this into a cohesive unit like we've seen in previous battles.
Serpent Lord taking about 3,000 damage while under the Moskva radar. He's reversing back into the A cap. There he goes.
Yep.
Not much 07's gonna be able to do about that now. A will flip hands momentarily with 07 on about 100-point lead here as we come up near to the halfway mark of the game.
I mean, Eagle Lance is, I mean, just long range, 16-kilometer range, just raining down on Hatake.
Yeah.
I mean,
you can do such nasty things with a max range Ragnar. That ship is
Well,
so good.
what I'm getting at is at what point do you say this isn't working? At what point do you say, you know what, we gotta move these assets? The static play isn't working for them.
Well, and I think you're starting to see that. Look at Danny Loves' position, right? They've brought Danny all the way over from the C cap. He's not spotted. I'm willing to bet you 07 doesn't quite know where he's at right now. They're bringing RX7 back over to the A cap. They own A cap, Zath, but I'm not sure yet what they're going to do with these ships, but they're obviously making some positional changes here as they're closing the gap on 07.
Well, Dastard is getting into a kite-away position. He just got picked up for a sec, so now 07 knows that he's doing just that. You know, obviously they don't want to overpush. When you push, you trade health for board position. They don't need that board position. There's no need to push and trade that health. So they're expecting 07 to push. Well, that's great. The problem is that while that's going on, if they're able to farm off Atake, because he's once again continuing to be shot at from long range, as soon as he goes down, that hard-earned point gain is almost neutralized. More importantly, there's less pieces on the board to deal with an 07 push across all points. And we saw this last weekend when 07 just what was it, yesterday? When 07
Yesterday.
didn't have any, God, like just yesterday.
Yesterday.
When 07 had none of the caps, and they're like, we're fine with this. This is okay. No problem. You know, 3 minutes later.
Yeah, they seem to have brought Danny up to put shells down on Elgar's Moskva. He took a salvo there. He wasn't lit for it, but Elgar has to know where those shells came from and what they mean. So 07 probably has an inkling now that Danny's position over to the east is no longer there, as they are putting some decent damage into Floops. I'm not sure how he quite got spotted. Marin taking one of Floops' torpedoes there back on the B line.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was a Moskva radar, but we were looking elsewhere as well.
Very well might be, as the gap is narrowed to a little less than 20 points here with 7.5 minutes to play. We're going to have our first lead change here in a bit. KSC pulling Dastard well back off the A cap, leaving Serpent Lord to screen him. Torpedoes going in on Peyton's Ohio. He takes one on the nose.
Yeah, that forces a DCP. But the thing is, with Dastard this far south of A, there's really not much to prevent the enemy from pushing in. So I think in the long term, we're just going to see him get farmed. But look at Eagle Lance once again, just holding down left mouse button and not caring.
Nope. There's our lead change, by the way. 7 minutes to play. KSC out to their first lead of the game. Giving ground here at A, but 07 not quite on the cap. 07 has the forces here to get onto the cap, though. By bringing Eagles Ragnar over, they have the potential here to step back onto A and kind of flip back the lead here. They have plenty of time to make that happen because it's only about a 20-point lead here for KSC.
Right. But that lead's going to change soon because Eagle Lance is going to go in. And with RX7 in his current position, he's not in position to stop. So it's really 4 against 2 right now. Danny Loves curling in as well. Dastard now doesn't have the ability to defend A anymore. He's behind the island. That means it's just Serpent Lord, 1 against 4, and he's now detected.
Yep. Eagle Lance was spotted on the surface because 7.5 kilometer detection. When he does that, he pops his radar button to find out who's spotting him. He finds Serpent Lord, and that's when the fight started.
Right. So Serpent Lord is literally by himself, probably calling out, everybody, I need you to shoot Eagle Lances, and everybody's saying, I've got a shot.
No shot. Now, to his credit, 07 has 2 ships on this flank with no shot on Serpent Lord. That's Triarch and Peyton, the island preventing it. But Serpent Lord has to run because Eagle Lance at least has John the Ruthless there for backup, whereas Serpent Lord doesn't have anything. So he buys them a little more time, holds the gap open at about 26 points or so, a little less than 30 points now. 07's going to close that up real quick once they finish bagging A.
Right.
Aussie Zeus at the south side of B, however, looks like he's going to make a play here.
Oh, Coop almost went down right there. Long range fire. Here's Marin shells.
Oh, they've got Coop very low over here on the 10 line.
Oh, yeah, he's dancing. He's doing some serious dancing.
5K and trying to dance, looking for island cover, trying to block line of sight to pieces of pizzas to gearing that's got him lit. He does manage it. He goes dark right there.
Yeah, but that's a very tenuous dark. He doesn't have that big of a... Oh, my
It is.
goodness.
And it's not like they don't know where he is, as Aussie does finally step onto B. That prompts the radar from Elgar. Nope, no radar from Elgar. My apologies. I made an assumption.
Yeah, I don't think that Elgar's radar is ready just yet.
We're under 5 minutes now. KSC on a 20-point lead, flipping B, playing a very tight game of control here with 07, who have proven themselves in tournaments past to be very good at that kind of game.
Yeah, and look at how close they're getting to Aussie with blind shots.
Yeah, they know approximately where he is.
Also, notice how 07 has completely left A now, other than putting John the Ruthless there as a tripwire Moskva with his radar.
Aussie's lit. John the Ruthless's radar is going to pick up Aussie. Are they going to be able to reset him in time? The answer is yes.
Yes.
Just barely.
Wow.
They are able to just barely bag the reset. But by burning John's radar, that will allow Serpent Lord back in if he wants. Nope, he's lit and taking fire over on the 3 line. He's not going to be able to get into that cap.
Well, that brilliant positioning by that Moskva, getting both caps covered as a result.
We're under 4 minutes to play. There's 10 points between these teams, Zath. 07 is about to steal the lead back as both teams go over 900. And they're farming out Marin's Ohio over here on the 9 line. That single kill could be the difference in the game if they can get it.
Coop is still under fire. They know exactly where he is, and
They can
07's
see him
doing a
now.
great
He's
job.
lit. They can see him.
Yes.
But Marin getting very low. You know they're all calling for focus fire on Marin. Under 7K. That kill will give KSC a winning game 1 when they get it, potentially. He's healing.
Coop no longer detected.
Coop is dark. Torpedoes are going to miss. 3K
Marin
for
is
Marin.
still alive.
Still alive, but still falling. Booster shells coming in. They're going to get him right. Oh, the heel ticks keep coming.
Uh-huh.
He takes a blind shot on Coop and gets Coop down to 2,400. Marin's on 900 and falling.
342.
He's going to go out, and that's the game. There it is.
Almost the game. Almost the
lead,
game.
The lead changes, Zath, and unless 07 gets a kill right now, they have seconds to do it. KSC's going to win game 1.
Wow.
And they don't.
There it is.
They don't get it. 07 comes within seconds of victory, unable to keep Marin's battleship on the board. He is the only casualty of the game. A flawless victory for KSC. A very tight board control game that they actually manage to out kind of control 07 on.
Yeah, what a fight.
So one of the things that we should probably maybe have prepared viewers for over the course of all our gum flapping before we got here is that we've seen some battles up to today, Bonks, KSC, lots of death, lots of dismemberment, lots of destruction. But when you fight 07, you generally tend to find yourself in much more technical board control games. 07 very rarely risks a ship it doesn't have to risk or give you a shot it doesn't have to. So games with them tend to go a little longer, and they tend to be very much more board control technical kind of matches.
Right. But think about how close that was, right? All it took was one more penetration for Coop to go down.
Yep.
And all of a sudden now, 07 can find another kill someplace else, and there's life left in this battle. So
very much so.
What a close finish.
Let's go back to the analyst studio and see how Bogsy and Ensconce are doing here now that game 1 is in the books.
Literally coming down to a kill. There was 2,000 points on I Am Coop's Des Moines. There was about 2,000 points on Marin's Ohio. It was just ticking back and forth. There was shots going everywhere. It was that close. A kill for either side would have basically guaranteed a victory, and it literally came down to that. That's how good these two teams are.
200 meters of distance between a gearing stepping into C-cap and blocking it 2 points away from a win.
Yeah.
Well, do you guys remember we saw yesterday, we saw 07 and Bonks play a game on this map. that came down to literally who could kill whose weak ship first
Right.
to get those points to kill. This game felt like that. The difference is that Marin was lit and Coop wasn't.
And what
Coop
a
able to
blind
go
shot
dark.
from Marin, by the way.
Even the blind shot landed some hits, but it wasn't quite enough.
That's right.
Right.
So, I mean, just really an extraordinary game to be able to watch something that close. I think it's worth noting. 07 played basically a flawless game. I did not see a single mistake except possibly just the charge at the end by Marin, but I think that was instigated by torpedoes from the gearing. Am I wrong?
It looked like
Okay.
it, yeah. He was dodging the
I-
torpedoes, and that kind of forced him down that path, right?
I think so, yes.
Which forced him into commitment to the push, which nearly worked out still. 07 playing basically a flawless game as we would expect them to. Even that early torpedo hit on Triarch, bringing his Marceau down to 8,000, was not enough to actually force them out of that cap. They controlled the A cap for like the entire game.
It was
Right.
it was funny, right? In the pregame battle chat in the training room, both teams were talking about which team's destroyers were going to eat more torpedoes, because you can't you just at this level of play that's what the expectation is.
Flip a coin.
Flip
Yeah.
a coin.
Right.
So Askance, sorry, gentlemen, we're gonna give you a little break. We're gonna talk about this map. We got the replay ready, so we're gonna go to that. We'll see you for the next game.
See you in a few.
All right, let's go.
So while the replay is loading, I just want to point out to everybody, this is the finals. This is not going to be a big flashy ball of fire, guns blazing, everything. This is going to be a battle of tension. This is going to be position and slow working. Now, I spoke about before, KSC is not going to win in long trades, and I don't think they did in this one. I think it was small things that were able to somehow work out for them, but if it comes down to 07 getting in their positions and just trading it out with KSC, we did notice that KSC lost more health over the period of time than 07 did. It's just that the push came a little late and they weren't able to recover. Now, if we go ahead,
Example, if I may, perfect example of what Askance is talking about right now. The Moskva of Itaki Hiyoshi versus the Moskva of I don't remember who the Moskva in the center at B was. It was basically a trade. Yoshi was always taking shots from one of the DDs, from the Moskva. He was always on fire. He just got out-traded. That's what 07 does. They are excellent at blind firing. They are excellent at making sure every single shot counts.
Yeah, because they're going to know what target they want to move off the board. And if that's going to be the target, they're going to rotate assets in. They're going to have, if they're going to pick a target, they're going to pick a target that they're bringing multiple ships worth of gunfire into. And we even saw there was a rotation done by the Moskva over on H1, pulled back just to help Yoshi. Like, hey, shoot at me for a little bit or something, please. Just pull the fire off of this guy. And that's really what it did. It was a holding action. And right there, we see the Marceau of Triarch was able to take A. He took that torp hit. Now, that did a few things. That stopped his ability to play aggressively if he wanted to, because if he had the health, he could have aggressively been respotting that Marceau, aggressively forcing shots from the Moskva of John the Ruthless over into, I think that was, nope, can't think of it, Serpent Lord, actually. He could have been trying to brawl down that front line so that their Moskva, Ohio, would have been able to begin to wrap. Because if we look at this right now, you're going to kind of see a V shape where 07 is above the A, B, and C caps. Ideally, when you're taking position, you're going to be taking position almost in a line straight across the board. So if they were able to outtrade the Marceau and start moving in, maybe have a Marceau that could threaten the Kremlin through a YOLO, they can start moving up, express through A, and try to get some crossfire. But they were denied that option because they just didn't have the health to force it. Here is where you see them forcing it. The Ohio has come over. The Ragnar is no longer playing with a Moskva in mid. Moving over to A, they're going to forcefully claim it. This is ours. So at this point, it's coming down to Charlie. Why? Because the Ohio of KSC has moved off of the C flank, moved over to bolster the AB, even though they don't hold those caps right now, meaning that the Ohio for 07 is pushing in, trying to make plays, going after that Des Moines, getting him extremely low, but she's getting closer to a Worcester, getting closer to a Des Moines, taking shots from a Moskva, just not going to hold out. That's going to be the points. And you can see that gearing almost able to reach out an arm to stop that cap, but
Which would have
unable to
stopped
do
the
it.
clock, by the way.
It would have.
Yeah. So very close. Really astounding play by both. It's worth it to note, I think, on that map where KSC seems to struggle on Northern Waters. They have a little bit of an issue because they tend to not take decisive action. And I'm gonna just say it. I think the decisive action was also not taken in this match. They moved the Kremlin all the way out, then up, then all the way back down, then back up. The Moskvas were going all over the place. It was not a decisive, we're going to put these things in the places where they're most useful and leave them there. It was very interesting. But at the same time, I think that is also what netted them the win. They were willing to move around and adapt and change, and it just worked out enough. They did not try to 2v1 the Moskva of 07 in the center. They
Yep.
didn't try to
Left
they
brain,
actually,
right brain, just
yeah,
like you were talking about.
they literally moved the daring of Aussie Zeus down to just give Yoshi a few seconds of smoke cover, like what, 40 seconds of smoke cover, so he could reposition, rather than have him constantly down in that by the island on the south side of B to just back in and constantly force that radar over and over and over again. They were all over the place adapting, and it worked out in the sense that they were given the opportunities to push it to that high of a score, 940 on each side, which literally just brings it down to a kill. And
Mhm.
07 realizing we must step on C in order to prevent being capped out, and that forced the movement of the Ohio, who is healthy, but again, a Wooster is just so powerful with that DPM. So incredibly well played by both teams. It was great to see. We're moving on to Trap. Talk to us about Trap.
So Trap, as you've pointed out several times, kind of has that not horizontal, not vertical, but it's got that sideways, diagonal crossing, which means there's going to be a lot of space between the caps. Now, there's space between the caps on other maps as well, sure, but it's usually maybe a grid square, maybe a little less than that. This, it just starts to fan out so much that destroyer play, mobility, going to be very important on this map. We've seen people reaching for the Burgone. Why? Because the Burgone is very fast. It can start to take flanks and be in positions before other ships are able to get there. We might see some Burgone play. Probably going to see some Marceau play. Again, fast. That's going to be the goal. Kleber is taken out for the entire tournament. Marceau's going to be the pick there. Ragnar has its afterburner, and kick on the super stuff and try to make that happen. But Marceau's going to be the leader in that, even though I still expect them to be paired up because we're just seeing Ragnar match after match after match. It's really capable at what it does. The big question here is, how do they sweep through A? How do they claim space? How do they sweep into C? Bravo is going to be a staring contest. It's going to be two really big radar ships and possibly some DDs doing some dancing. It's going to be about the flanks and how they resolve. So the question is, do they pick really heavy Russian cruisers that they can just bow tank, deal with it, push it, make it happen, or are we going to see KSC going with the smoke?
Have to say.
Okay.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's the cue that it's time for game 2 of 07 versus KSC. KSC winning the first battle. Remember, this is a best of 5. This is for first place going into the the international finals 2 weeks from now, right? So we've got for KSC, Kremlin, Ohio. For cruisers, we've got Salem, Moskva, Stalingrad. And then for destroyers, we've got 5. There's Aussie Zeus and the Shimakaze. We've seen him doing a lot of work so far today. We've got Marceau, another Marceau, and there's Flow Ops in the Z52.
You just can't
Raptor.
unhear that. You just can't unhear that now that Bogsy's put that in your head, Zaf.
I can't let it go. It's such a it's a term of endearment at this point.
Spawning to the southeast, 07 coming with double Ohio. That's Marin and Peyton. Fronted by Des Moines, Salem, and Stalingrad. Their destroyers double gearing and double Marceau. Now, we've seen KSC play this map. In fact, we saw this map played yesterday, didn't we? We did. These teams played this map yesterday in the one game that KSC took off of 07 out of that series, Zaf.
Yes, they had a death nail. 07 sent a death nail to A, and they found essentially nobody.
Yes.
Now, this time around, KSC looks like they're playing a very similar game with Aussie Zeus going to A and
Yep.
Danny Loves' Ohio. But this time, there's only one cruiser that's with Frice's gearing as opposed to two. And of course, you got Peyton backing him up. So this move isn't going to be as effective for KSC as it was yesterday.
Indeed, it won't be. We're seeing basically the same deployment across the B cap. That's Z52 for KSC and a Stalingrad. Married
Ooh,
off
Triarch
against
took a
Triarch.
torpedo.
That's right. Triarch took a Z52 torpedo. I was just about to point that out. His that tells me that Floops has got his radio position location running, because yesterday Triarch didn't use that particular position. He was at the southern end of that island, down in about G6. Today he's in F7 in that little gap, trying to kind of contest the cap. But now Floops is radared, I guess, and lit.
Yes.
He's lit somehow. Yep.
Ace baby. Stalingrad radar. Triarch now on radar as well. But because of the radar delay, Triarch is going to come away winning that exchange.
Indeed. Ohio shells coming in looking for Floops, but nothing doing. So a little bit of back and forth across B. Go ahead.
Over at C, we had both Marceaus get detected for a moment. They didn't, nobody really shot, just kind of like a little back and forth action. But it's interesting seeing Coop heading away from C cap now, and Serpent is by himself. I don't know that I like this decision to split the Marceaus like that.
Well, Serpent is lit, and Pieces opened fire on him. Eagle Lance spotted him, because I'm presuming that Eagle is probably running unique upgrade gearing, which would give him a 5-6 detection, so he would handily outspot that Marceau. Now, we saw Serpent Lord yesterday make a really big play over here on the 10 line, right? Down at about D10, able to charge a Salem and torpedo him off the board. But you see the 07 Salem here, that's Elgar, declining that position this time, playing much more conservatively back along the 9 line in D9.
Taka Hiyoshi getting smacked in that Moskva. It seems 07 really likes punching him. But I think that was. I think
it's
Peyton's...
the Stalingrad. No, I think it's Ace's Stalingrad, maybe. I'm not sure.
Oh, we just followed Marin's shells in, but before that, he got punched by something else, and I think that was Peyton's Ohio. You can see the spotting plane is up.
Oh my!
And here
what
comes
a shot.
another salvo. Here comes another salvo. I can see it glinting in the sky.
Oh yeah, I see it now.
Coming in.
That one's gonna miss. Marin's salvo lands home for a overpen. The Ohio salvo misses. Sorry, the other salvo, Peyton salvo, misses.
Right. Meanwhile, the shoving Moskva up to the safety island with the radar is going to push Eagle Lance back just a little bit. That might give Serpent Lord enough wiggle room to get into the cap and take it, because Eagle Lance might not want to back into it just yet. More shells coming on Atake, though.
Farmed. Yeah, he's being mercilessly farmed here. They've easily identified him as an early opportunity target given his current health.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to find a position where he can maybe back off a bit, maybe get some hard cover. Not sure who's spotting him right now exactly.
That would probably be Eagle Lance.
Have to be Eagle Lance, yeah, but he's about to break that line of sight, I think. Yeah, no, he hasn't yet. He finally just does go dark right there.
I think he was shooting too, and it's a possibility if he's got range mod that something else was even farther out that could detect him. Either way,
possibly.
He's going to have to sit out the game for a little bit.
He is. He's definitely in trouble.
KSC does pick up C as a result of this play, but it's quite costly.
Yeah, that's a huge price to pay just for picking up the 1 cap early. Floops did pick up B. Yeah, he did pick up B, but they're pushing him out again.
Mm-hmm. Eagle Lance doing a nice job of rotating around.
Eagle's probably going to head back to C soon. At least that's my expectation.
Yep.
A, of course, going nowhere.
You got a butt wiggling contest at A.
Sitting on the cap. Aussie just sitting on the cap, preventing that from going anywhere. So at the moment, KSC working about a 60-ish point lead here. They picked up C a little quicker. 07 now sitting on B. Both teams ticking up a cap.
That's right. Look at Frice continuing to back up. He's really tempting fate here.
Well, he knows they know now the Shimakaze is here. They've seen the torpedoes go by. They know it's Aussie. And I also feel like, I mean, Price is probably in a unique upgrade gearing, which would mean that he and Aussie have the same detection. So it's not as if there's a big spotting advantage for the Shimakaze as there would ordinarily be if he weren't running the unique upgrade. Now, I'm making an assumption that he's running the unique upgrade, but it would make sense to me.
Right. Aussie deciding to stop there at this point. Daniel Loves is in a position to support should that gearing get detected. But really all the fighting's going on at sea as Dastard is down quite a bit now. And Serpent Lord might take a torpedo. He'll be okay.
What? What did I just witness? Did
What?
that go between his screws? Wow.
The torpedo?
Yes, I thought it hit him. I hit him in the stern. That was
No,
crazy.
In my angle, it didn't, so it might have been some desync action there. But
Wow, maybe.
regardless, talk about that sixth sense of when you need to hit the go button.
Seriously. Dastard definitely getting farmed mercilessly by Salem. That's Elgar and the Ragnar even. Burning nicely as he tries to get some island cover back up along the 10 line. Or excuse me, the A line.
Who's he shooting at? Triarch? Yeah.
No, I think he took a pot shot at Triarch, and the middle Triarch is spotted somehow.
He actually connected.
He did land one of those shells. He did indeed. He did indeed. 07 now owning A and B. I'm a little surprised to see them run Aussie off of the cap at A, but they must have used some smoke and pushed John up far enough. 07 closing the gap.
Yeah, I think I can see the radar icon. Let's zoom in a little bit and see. No radar icon right now, but they might have had it going for a while.
Floop's getting absolutely just beat up for trying to hold back the B cap here. They know exactly where Triarch is. He's under radar now. Man with an RX-7's radar is up, hunting him, but nobody really has shots. The shots that are coming in on him are coming from Hatake's Moskva all the way up in the C cap. The only person taking shots at Triarch right now.
Look at this potential push setting itself up here from KSC. Shadow Wolfish in the Salem, Coop in the Marceau, all the way on the 10 line, wrapped around. They're waiting. I know what they're doing. They're waiting for the Kremlin friend.
Shadow Wolfish is waiting to hopefully not take Marceau torpedoes.
I was just about to say that too.
Oh, I see. They're waiting for Dastard's appearance, and there he is, 60,000 HP strong, wrapping around the top of the cap.
Yes. Now, this is the point when you need Shadow to pop out to at least detect Elgar Salem, or you bring, Coop out to detect Elgar so that at the very least Dastard has a shot.
Maybe. Coop is lit right now. I'm not sure how precisely, but he was lit there for a moment.
Right.
Coop now moving up a bit. He's going to have eyes on Elgar in a moment, but when that happens, I expect him to get radared. Yep, he's got Elgar lit now. Both teams ticking up a cap. B is contested. KSC in a 40-point lead as we cross the halfway mark of the game.
Fight is happening at such extreme edges of the map that I'm struggling to find a good camera angle.
Finding a good camera angle, because you can't. Maybe that's one of the things we ought to talk to Wargaming about, right? You can only take the camera so far off the edge of the map. That makes it a bit challenging.
Eagle Lance got little smacked for his insolence of just open water firing after Dastard.
They did put some damage into him, but Dastard is healing again, but he coughed up another 50, 40, 30-something thousand HP to get into this position.
Well,
and surely he knows these gearing torpedoes are on the way.
He's gonna cough up more. I'm surprised he's not really turning much.
No, he's gonna take 4 of these. That should end his game. Yeah, that's gonna end his game.
Oh goodness!
What a beautiful torpedo salvo from Eagle Lance.
All that for a chance at a shot.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah. That flips the lead. 07 now, both teams sticking up a cap. 07 on a 60-point lead. 9 minutes to play here in game 2.
Yeah, John the Ruthless doing a very nice job of dodging Shimakaze torpedoes and making it so that Aussie Zeus does not feel comfortable fighting against Frice or going into ACAP. And together, those two have completely locked out Danny and Aussie's play right there, really.
Yeah, but I mean, this cap is essentially a stalemate. Unfortunately, now down a ship, it's going to make KSC's job even harder to break back into B, because they really needed those Kremlin guns, and kudos to 07. They farmed a whole bunch of HP off Dastard as he kind of tried to get into that position, and the torpedoes sealed the deal. And yikes.
Yep. Floop's once again getting hammered. He's down
Yep.
under 6,000 hit points. So
Yeah.
you know,
He has-
kudos to him for trying, but
They haven't been trading very well with Triarch. Every time Coop Floops is spotted, Triarch seems to shave another 2,000 to 4,000 hit points off of him, and Triarch not really taking any damage in return for a while.
yeah.
You know, Zap, the one ship that I feel like is kind of being left out right now, Man with an RX-7 just doesn't feel like he's that useful in that position. Agree or disagree?
Well, the hard part about that position is you have to put somebody there so that you can cover the B cap with radar. The difficult part, though, is it's in such a that position itself is, well, let's just face it. You're not going to really, you're not there to do damage. You're not there necessarily to put your guns in. So yeah, it feels that way, but I think it's kind of one of those. The way the map plays out and stuff, you just have to give that up. You just have to expect that the Stalingrad shell guns aren't going to be in position to help much. Now, he does actually have a shot on John the Ruthless's Des Moines. The problem is, John's not spotted. So, as a result, we just see Man with an RX-7 just trying to chip away at Peyton's Ohio.
So two things are happening right now on the KSC side of the board I want to talk about and point out. One is they've rotated Serpent Lord to B. So now they've got a much healthier destroyer asset in B who can afford to potentially get into a gunfight with Triarch and run him out of this cap. The other is they've moved Aussie over a line or two onto the 3 line, and he's now putting down 20-kilometer torps on Peyton's Ohio. So his most recent torpedo salvo not going south to the Des Moines, but going east towards the Ohio.
I kind of like this decision because
I do too. I like it a lot.
Frankly, he's whipped out what three walls of skill towards John the Ruthless, and John just says no. So why keep trying? I like the idea of mixing it up.
About to have a Marceau rumble on the south end of B. Zath is going to shape up here in seconds as Serpent Lord is about to edge around the bottom of this caldera. And right there, boom. Everybody's all spotted now.
Peyton's ready with that Ohio.
Yep, Triarch was already in the position to start firing his torpedoes in that direction. His RPF had kind of alerted him to the fact that somebody was there. They are going to be able to push Triarch off the cap. That ought to give them some breathing room. Is Triarch stopped or did he run aground? Oh, he just took a slow down there. Okay. Triarch is dark now.
Notice John the Ruthless now is in a brilliant position as Des Moines. He can just sit there and farm Serpent Lord.
He can indeed. Serpent
and
is
Pizza.
Outside the radar range.
Look at this. 07 rotated their healthy Marceau in too.
Yeah, I like this. That's a really good move from Pizza to maybe try and bag the kill on Floops. In fact, Floops is radared. The next time Ace pulls the trigger. No, I'm sorry. Floops is not radar.
No,
my apologies.
That was Pizza. Pizza discovered him. I think Floops was too busy looking south and didn't notice it.
Yep.
Almost paid for it with his life right there.
Oh, neither team can afford to lose a ship here. 5 minutes to play, a very tight game, 110-point lead for 07. KSC about to flip B, but I mean, they'll be able to close the gap, but with only 4 or 5 minutes, I'm not sure how much they're going to make up in that amount of time.
Yeah.
A kill for either team will be a huge victory.
Notice Shadow Wolfish, by the way, going to the inside of that island now. He's continuing to try to hammer anybody he can, really. Pieces of pizzas, Marceau. He's ready to maybe deal with Eagle Lance's gearing, but of course torpedoes are coming his way.
Eagle's doing a great job of staying just outside his radar range, too.
Yeah. Well, if he had a Des Moines, that might be a different story, huh?
Yeah, but he doesn't. That's the price you pay with Salem. You're stuck with the T-Rex radar. You got to make it work somehow.
That's right.
Ohio Shell's coming through the saddle looking for Man with an RX-7. They've pushed him back far enough that Marin had a shot right through the middle of the board, but wasn't really rewarded. In fact, here comes the shot from Peyton.
Nope.
Still not the shot neither one of those guys are looking for. They're looking for the big impact Citadels, and that wasn't it.
No, frankly, I'm surprised it was that little, but hey, Shadow Wolfish dodging the torpedoes.
They're bringing Danny now into the middle of the board. What do you do with Danny Loves' Ohio position here, Zath? Do you drive him into B?
At this point, you got to do something decisive. There's only 3 minutes left in the battle. You absolutely cannot allow 07's battleships to come off with a kill. Danny is the only battleship left from Dastard taking those 4 gearing torpedoes. So, yeah,
Ooh.
I kind of feel like they have to make a stand. They have to keep
Well,
07 uncomfortable enough to stay off of both of these caps.
it's not going to happen, Zath. Have a look at the bottom end
I
of
see it.
B. Pieces is
I see
coming
it.
in. Marin's Ohio right behind him.
Yep.
07, all they have to do is contest this cap for 2.5 minutes and they will win. They have about a 40 plus point lead here on Trap in game 2.
Meanwhile, Aussie and Frice are still butt wiggling it out right here. They are still like butt to butt. Look at them. They're both chucking torpedoes at the opposite team.
Yeah.
The torpedoes are going to high five each other in the water as
Well,
they cross.
they need to, basically in order to win now, KSC must secure a kill. 07 has contested B. A single kill will flip the lead. There's the radar from Man with an RX-7. They want to know who's in the cap. Now they have that information.
Mm-hmm. And Coop might take a torpedo in the same place where Dastard did.
Well, one
Shadow-
won't kill him. He's
Shadow
looks like
is
he
gonna take a
is.
torp.
Yeah, he is. Not enough to kill him though.
No, but nope, that didn't help. Okay. I
No.
was fixing to say no, but that won't help.
90 seconds to play. Both teams still in this game. If KSC can secure a kill, they will probably. If 07 can deny that kill, they will definitely win. They have the lead.
At which point, you need to tell your people, if you're KSC, go. Like,
Yeah.
we're
Now-
losing this in a minute regardless. Go.
Look at these torpedoes from Aussie Zeus. He kind of luck chucked these into the cap. He's going to put 2 of them into Marin.
I see
That's
that.
going to give them a decent shot. They've got 60 seconds now to potentially try to burn down Marin here. Danny Loves driving into the B cap is now big rumble here in the middle of the board, shaping up in the final waning seconds of game 2.
Kind of feel like at this point, Aussie just go try to fight it out with Frice. Keep him distracted. Eagle detected. Now, Eagle's at 6,000.
Yes,
He is detected.
Hataki's radar's gone up to pick up Eagle here as he runs south. He's right at
could
the
be huge.
extreme edge of Hataki's range.
Shadow
Eagle is
Wolfish getting
actually
some shells in.
Eagle is actually a bit low. This could be
Oh.
significant. Eagle under 1,000.
385. Oh,
There
that's
it
it. They
is.
did it. They did it.
KSC flips the lead with 20
20
seconds to
seconds
play.
to go.
07 has to bag a kill here if they want to win
Can
this
they?
game. The only
Can they
person they
bag a
have
kill?
a shot at killing is Floops, and they have no way to see him. Look where he is, Zath. He's over on the 3 line.
I see that. Smart play by Floops.
There it was, the
What a
well-timed
game.
kill. The well-timed kill. KSC with the win.
Oh my goodness.
Goodness gracious, Zath. Now, it's funny, right? We talked about, we were joking about 07, dropping games and coming back with reverse sweeps earlier because they're kind of known for it. But
Yeah.
at the same time, right, this is the first time in the event that they have been down 2 games, right? They went down a game to AP way back in, I think, the top 8 or the top 16. They won their last 2 games. And then ever since then, they have led every series they have been in until now, right? They were down a
Until
game,
now.
obviously, and now they're down 2 games. Now they're every game is an elimination game now for 07 if they want to reclaim that champion title. What a great game that was.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god. I don't know about you guys. I was. Well, maybe we should bring our group back in and let's all talk about it together. Because, oh my goodness. Yeah. Turn your lights
Let's
back
do
on,
it.
Raptor.
Let's do it, baby.
Lo, the body of Dastard was offered to thy gods,
Yeah.
and thusly the win was delivered in the end.
That's
What
the-
the hell?
That's the second time we've seen KSC lose a battleship early-ish, right?
Yeah.
And
Right.
then find a way to win. And I really think, I almost feel like, I would actually love to go talk to them. And you'll be able to do this later, Eskance, but I would love to go ask them, be like, okay, guys, you didn't really know where the gearing was, but you knew that if you didn't get a kill in the last 30 seconds, this was over. So was it just push the button and find out and guess, or did you really know where he was? You know?
Right.
I was staring at the Marceau and Bravo thinking, he's going to YOLO, right? He's going to
Yeah.
YOLO the Ohio, right? Hey, 2 Shimitorps hit him. He's going to YOLO the Ohio, right? And it kept
Nope.
not happening. I'm like, bro,
Yeah.
you're running out of time. There's no way to
Yeah.
do this.
Yeah.
And then you
You
started
gotta get a
talking
kill.
about some gearing getting hit. It's like, what?
Well, so that in there, what I was talking about, like when it's a minute to go, that's when everybody in KSC's got to think, all right, we're gonna lose this automatically. It's time to hit W. It's time to make something happen. Shadow Wolfish started moving forward. The Moskva, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, started moving forward. Hideki, who ended up
Hataki Hiyoshi.
Hitaki, thank you, who ended up radaring the gearing, right, and securing that
Yeah.
final win. That's because both of those ships started moving forward, and together with the other members of KSC, they recognized that they had a win condition right there. Kill this gearing, and you win. Don't kill the gearing, and you lose. I mean, how close is that? Razor's Edge, with 19 seconds to go, they secure the win.
Either kill the gearing and win, or as Ascons was saying, you have to YOLO a Marceau into that Ohio. But even then, you have to survive.
You have to
the
survive.
return fire from the Ohio, from the Marceau of Pizza, and from the Des Moines of John the Ruthless, who positioned himself very, very wisely in the position that he did. He didn't try to push up around the top. He said, no, I want to support the B cap because that's where the win is going to come in. So what I'm thinking right now, guys, because I'm honestly, I'm shocked at
I am
the
shocked
2-0 lead that KSC has taken over 07. The thing that is sticking in my mind is that we were concerned that KSC, we were like, well, it's going to be difficult for KSC as they've been playing all day. And then as I was watching the day, I'm thinking to myself, they've been playing so much better in the last 2 games than they've played all day. And I thought to myself, maybe the practice was actually useful. They're locked in, they're in the game, they know how to trade properly, and they know how to adapt when necessary. Because, again, even with the loss of Dastard early on, they still managed to outposition and outtrade when they needed to. I'm shocked.
They've played really well, but also realize that both of these games they've won have nearly gone almost all the way to time.
Right.
With a final second, literally last second kill, one way or the other, being the difference in the match. So they're, however we got here, these two teams are obviously very closely matched today, and it's been a great series so far.
Well, gentlemen, we have the replay ready. I'd love to go back to it as these guys look like they're going to be ready soon. So, can we transition to that? Thank you. Man, I'm
blown
my heart's
away,
racing
man.
a million times a minute. Ascons, you want to run us through this?
I'm not gonna lie, my little pick was first one was 07, second one KSC, third one Bonk. So I'm just rocked by this. Man, okay, Bravo starts out double Stalin. There's radar, sure, there's 2 DDs, they're gonna play kissy stuff. Surprising at Alpha. It turns out, it's a destroyer with an Ohio, destroyer with a Des Moines, but really they have the 07 has that, because it takes a long time before they figure, how are we going to take this cap? But eventually that destroyer is going to move forward, is going to drop a smoke trail, going to invite the Des Moines in. There's no radar for KSC at Alpha, so they can't detect it. They can't do anything about it. They just have to back off. And that's exactly what they do. A falls to 07. Now, C had been in the grasp of KSC for a long time. They used a lot of the health on that Kremlin that you see on that 10 line, and he got out, and they decided to go for the long play. They moved the Salem over. They're kind of getting some spotting. They're going to bring the Kremlin in for those big guns, but we're about to watch that light goes out. And the hope of every single KSC person went out with it too, because what are they going to do now? The Salem, the Marceau, they're not going to be able to push that. We saw how badly Hitaki got savaged over at the C-Cap, the Moskva in the north. The 07 Salem, the double DD, the Ohio in the back, the Stalingrad, they just have such a presence. There's no movement from C at all, which means something has to happen at Bravo. They pull a full health Marceau. They push Triarch out of the cap at least long enough to be able to grab it, and it's tense. Right now, 07 still has the point lead, but there's 2 caps. 07 knows, well, we've got a health lead. We've got a position lead. We can take our time. They push in the Ohio. They're bringing in the Marceau. They're looking to make plays. And honestly, time ticks away. there's got to be something. They can't win this. We're going to see the Ohio. He's about to take some torpedoes, long range torpedoes from a Shimakaze. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Now, if there was a moment where the Marceau for KSC thought, well, I just don't know if I can run that corner. I just don't know if I can YOLO down the Ohio. I might not be able to do it. The Ohio got taken down to half. It looked like that was the play, and the Marceau sat because he knew there were all those guns behind that Ohio just waiting to kill him as well. So yeah, he'd probably take the Ohio, but he'd just get himself lost. And yet, I guess the Salem floored it up in Charlie. You know, just go, gets the radar off, somehow lights the gearing, somehow the shells land. Who saw that coming? Who saw that?
So I'm asking if Maradranco can throw the replay up and take it to about halfway through the match, because I was watching and there's something specific. Looks like I think he can fast forward it through OBS. There we go. Thank you, Maradranco. So okay, actually maybe a little further after the Kremlin is dead. There's a moment further forward. There we go. Okay, Kremlin's coming down. So you see the Marceau and the Salem of KFC over there on the 10 line, about D10. There's still an Ohio. There's a Marceau. There's the Gearing who's going to wipe out the Kremlin here in just a moment. So at a moment here, the Marceau of KSC is going to leave after the Kremlin is dead. He's going to go into the sea cap. The Salem is going to basically reposition itself, but he's going to be alone. Now, this is the moment, not quite yet, but as this Marceau leaves, the moment for that 07 Marceau to rush the Salem after the Salem backs up, turns around, goes around the corner. I think this is where 07 did not know where those two ships are. That would have been, in my opinion, I was like, that's the only place where 07 can actually come back in this, unless they just push the Ohio straight up the 10 line, which may have actually been the choice. I don't know quite with the Ohio in the north side of 07. I'm not quite sure why he chose to actually go towards. I would have suspected that he just be the battering ram that goes up there, up the 10 line, pushes that Salem out. If the Marceau tried to YOLO torp him, there is a lot of firepower around there. So I was thinking, what does 07 do in that scenario? They just sort of got wedged out. And I thought, I really don't know. I think that's the only time they could have actually made a decisive move. And they probably didn't know it because, again, the Salem with the T-Rex radar just can't quite spot everything KSC has.
Well, one other thing to make note of, though, the only way they lose is from a kill. And they knew with the Salem there, with the guns they had, that KSC was stuck. They couldn't leave C. That was suicide. And yet, I mean, when things get desperate, you just have to go. So that's what they did. They just had to push forward. They had to make something happen. And honestly, again, who saw the gearing as even a possibility of a kill? And yet, in just a flash of a blink, bah, oh my, what just happened? And the game went the other way. So it's not like they weren't playing to a win condition. They had a win condition. They had to live 3 more seconds, and then they won the game. But no. Now, I have a question for you. Over on that 10 line, we saw Aussie, who was in a Shimakaze, against a gearing.
Right.
The Des Moines of John the Ruthless had pulled in. He was parked behind that island, which meant he did not have gun pressure on the Shima versus gearing fight. And I think it was supposed that that gearing was probably a unique upgrade, which means he's going to have like 15-20% less damage. Was there a possibility that Aussie could have just brawled that gearing and maybe had superior gunplay? I know the gearing's got better output, I suppose, but
better
the
DPM.
Shima gun's no joke.
No, you're absolutely right. The Shima guns have the highest alpha strike of any of the, I want to say, lower caliber destroyer guns at tier 10. Obviously, there are destroyers like the Ragnar, I believe, has higher alpha, but God, I think it's 2100 HE alpha on the Shima guns. They are slow reloading, but they are accurate and they have high velocity at relatively short to medium ranges, which means they will land where you want them to land and they will hurt. So I don't know about that. I heard you mention that, or somebody mentioned that. Why doesn't the gearing why doesn't the Shima just open up on the gearing? And
I think that was
at that point, it might have been Zaf. At that point, I'm not sure, because that's a tough one. I would say, let me put it this way. If it was anybody other than an 07 player in that gearing, I might have said, sure, take it. But I think it was Fries. Fries is an absolutely exceptional DD player. He will not miss his shots. And that sort of DPM in a gearing against a Shima, I just don't know. I think also that KSC might have been practicing the sort of don't try to win more. You know, like find your way and then make your shots count when it matters. Don't risk winning more. Because if, you know, let's say he gets into a bad altercation, Shima versus Gearing, and then he loses enough of his HP to the point where the Gearing goes, great, I can chase you now. You know, like that's not what you want. All Fryce needed to do was get into a position to start dropping torpedoes on man with an RX-7 or anybody who attempted to go into the B cap, which he did. So I get it. I definitely get it. I think that the both of them were playing conservatively to make sure that, hey, my job is to check you and to drop torps on your stuff. Your job is to check me and drop torps on your stuff. And I think they were probably both nervous about the idea of smacking each other with guns right out like that.
I could definitely get it. I mean, do you want to bet? Do you want to gamble on that Gearing having that unique upgrade, and that maybe because he had a unique upgrade, he was like torpedo spec or something, so that he could throw torpedoes a lot instead of actively looking to duel, and then maybe that's going to come out your way. I mean, worst case, even if it started to go bad, John the Ruthless might have been able to pull up a little bit, throw some shells. So yeah, definitely high risk. But I mean, like, when you're watching the Indiana Jones boulder coming at your face, like, you got to do something. You can't just stand there and stare at it. But that's exactly what KSC did, and it worked for them. And I just want to step back, and before we go into the next match, just look at that screen that's in front of us. KSC is one win away from becoming the King of the Sea, if that's even possible. 07 completely known for the reverse sweep. People get, you know, they start to feel like, oh, wow, I think we've got this. I think we've got this on lock. And then 07 just slams the door on them. This is not over by any means. But look at how surprised. Who would have thought this? Who would have thought this?
I mean, KSC, a great team, but they are, at the moment, they're pulling an 07 in a way. They're playing the safe game for the most part, and then they win with a kill at the end, which is it's such a move that 07 is normally used to. Let's go real quick to the North map, if we could, please, because these guys are ready. We want to talk real quick about the map. So I'm going to have them hold for just a moment while we transition to the next map, which is North. So about North, we've seen a number of games played on this today. You've got Dorito Island right there by sea. Most of the time, we find the decisive move comes around the C cap on the 9-10 line. And again, without Venezia or Nevsky in these matchups, the A cap seems to be mostly what we saw at the A cap on Trap there, which is one destroyer and one cruiser or one battleship playing the destroyer chicken mating dance over there. So we'll just have to see how much gets committed to the 9-10 line and what kind of things get sprinkled around B to try and contest that B cap. We saw KSC very adequately defend the B cap against Bonks with a single Z52 backed up by a battleship. We'll have to see, I suppose, if 07 tries to commit to taking B, or whether they just say, hey, you know what? This is going to be a full 9-10 push. You have any thoughts?
Well, I mean, I would have to assume there's going to be some kind of smoke play, if only from KSC, because it's what they do. I think if KSC duels on the 9-10 line, they lose straight up. So they're going to have to make plays at A. I just don't think there's any other way, and I'm really anxious to see it. Looks like we're almost into that game. So, Zath and Sea Raptor, I hope you're warmed up for game 3.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, worshippers of all ages, to Game 3 of the North American Grand Finals here in King of the Sea 13. We are looking at an 0-2 deficit for 07. I don't think anybody would have predicted that, as KSC has squeaked out two very, very close early games here. 07 spawning here on North in the green, bringing Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Salem, Double Moskva, Daring Marceau, and Shimakaze. Zath, what has KSC brought here to what could be their tournament winning match?
Yeah, it's do or die for 07. This is a position that they've been in before, as we heard Oskan say. And I just want to point something really interesting out. If you look at the 07 lineup, Raptor, Ace Baby is in the Ohio, and Peyton is in the Moskva. That's interesting.
It is. They've changed Battleship players. They've been Peyton has been playing Battleship pretty much every game we've seen 07. Bit of a change there for 07.
Right. Now for KSC, we have Dastard I guess maybe he's got like a dice that he rolls and then picks the battleship that goes along with it. Because now he's in
Seems
a
reasonable.
Yamato.
Seems reasonable.
We've got we've got a Montana for the other battleship, and then for cruisers we have a Des Moines, a Worcester. Oh, look at that! There's Floops with the gearing. Gee, I wonder what's happening there. They've got a Stalingrad, a Goliath heading. Looks well. Hatake is backing his way up into that spot. Okay, and then Aussie Zeus. Look at Aussie's smoke there. I wonder if that's I'm sure it's to help Hatake stay alive longer, but it might also be a little misdirection. I kind of like that play. And you've got the Goliath heading off to the end. For destroyers, we have Marceau, Z52, and I mentioned the gearing earlier. Whew.
Little bit of similarity here. Aussie Zeus in his little favorite spot here on the southwest corner of B. We saw him play this spot on North earlier, dumping the torpedoes where he expects to find a Des Moines. John the Ruthless, not disappointing. John lit now, and you know Dastard is salivating at the opportunity to get around and get a shot in onto John's bow.
You know, we haven't seen this yet today. We haven't seen John get punched in the face. It happened 3 separate times yesterday.
That's true. That's true. Floops is smoke gearing, leading man with an RX-7, but Eagle Lance's Shimakaze Torps headed right for that spot. It's almost like these guys read each other's playbooks.
Oh, this is going to be really bad.
RX-7 is going to have to really dance here, and I can't envision a world where he only takes one of these. I think he's going to take at least 2. Yeah, he's going to take at least 2. 2 big Shimakaze torpedoes early into that Des Moines. 07, nobody's fool. They know exactly what's going on, putting those torpedoes out early.
Didn't this happen earlier to KSC?
Ah, funnily enough, Zath, it did. You would almost expect that they would have thought, gosh, let's put the Hydro up early, like, since we didn't have it. The Minotaur got caught out last time without his Hydro. Well, the last time it was the Destroyer that took the torpedoes. This time it's the cruiser. There's the shot from Dastard looking for John.
And now RX-7 does have his Hydra going, so he's safe from the next volley, ladies and
He's
gentlemen.
safe from the next volley, that's right. John does take some damage there from Dastard. Nothing catastrophic, but noteworthy.
Yeah.
Now, I think they did, we didn't look at it, but it looks like Serpent Lord did sneak into C. KSC has picked up a cap here, but they've continued to move him over to the 9 line. Let's see, is he within spotting range of Triarch?
That's
Not
a very
just yet.
very ballsy play.
It is, but we see 07, like, again, I think, Ascon's talked one point about how much research KSC does on some of their opponents, and I think we see some of the fruits of that here, because when 07 does play this flank, they generally go way north. There's nobody in range to spot or do anything about that C cap, and so literally, I won't call it a gimme, but it's kind of like free points, right? It allows them, if you play that right, you play it cautiously, you look to make sure they haven't done anything unusual, and then you hop in and grab the cap, pick up some free points, and then bail out. Serpent Lord and Triarch now making contact.
Aussie was under radar for a bit. John just took a little bit of his hit points away. Yeah, Serpent's in trouble here.
Well, he's taking a bunch of damage, and his teammates are going to try and do the same thing to Triarch, but the difference is that there's just a lot more 07 ships on that flank. For the moment, though, 5 minutes in, KSC on a 100-point lead on the strength of their early cap advantage here. And honestly, for a while, it's going to, one of the things that I do like about what KSC's done early here, Zath, they've put a lot of early pressure on 07 with the double caps, because by the time 07 is able to step onto C, they're going to be down at least 200 points.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I wonder, I'm sure a lot of these players are going to look back at these battles, and I wonder if Serpent Lord watches this battle and realizes just how many players, 07 players, he ran in front of just to grab the C cap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's like,
basically just and got away with it, right? Like, just basically got away with it for free.
That's what I mean, right? Like, wow.
Yep. John the Ruthless continuing to take blind shots into Aussie's smoke. Pieces of pizza continuing to just luck chuck conga line British daring torps down in Aussie's direction. They know where he is. They want to keep him pinned there. 07 now beginning their turn. This is what they like to do. They like to drive a battleship. In this case is Marin's Kremlin right into the sea cap. But again, as we pointed out, it's already a 200-point lead for KSC, so they've got some ground. 07 has some ground to make up.
Yes. Meanwhile, Death Snail smoke number 2 is has been deployed. Radar up. They have detected Eagle Lance's Shimakaze.
Well, what I want to know is, have they detected Eagle Lance's Shimakaze torpedoes that are
Well,
already on their way into this smoke bloom?
I have a feeling
Surely,
RX-7 is
surely
about to.
somebody in there has their Hydra up. RX-7 now turning bow into these. Coop able to skirt in front of all of them, will not take any of them. RX, however, got to find a gap. Looks like he's got one.
I think he found one.
Yeah, he's good. So 07 shoves a battleship into C. That's what they like to do. They bring one down the 9 line and fill that gap. So again, about a 220-ish point lead here for KSC. 7 minutes gone in game 3. Still too early to call. Definitely not a lost game for either team just yet.
Nope.
We're already seeing pieces kind of leaving the B cap here, Zath, kind of rotating back a bit, maybe to try and throw some more torpedoes, help pincer these guys in this smoke, this doom snail here.
Well, it does make sense. 07 has the C cap. They don't need to worry about keeping so many assets to fight it, as KSC seems to be in a bit of a full retreat. Shadow's kiting away, Danny's kiting away, Serpent they know is low, so he's not going to come back. But look at Marin. Hit the brakes. Nope, he's going to take one torpedo.
Aaron taking at least one Marceau torpedo in the bow. The other ones he's going to be able to skirt out ahead of.
Maybe. It depends if he stops or not. Looks like he's moving. Dastard had a good shot on him too, look like.
He's moving. He's booking pretty good. He's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
8 minutes gone. A little bit of static right now. Go ahead.
This is the point when Aussie has to go and test the waters once again. As now Coop is detected, RX-7 is detected.
Coop is detected. They want to know by whom. They put a radar up, but they cannot see pieces of pizza. Coop takes a Citadel in the bow there from John's Des Moines. As both of those ships have to retreat back down into the A cap where they've got a little better cover, hopefully trying to break line of sight. More Shimakaze torpedoes coming in from astern of them. They're gonna have to maneuver a bit.
Has been spot on with these torpedo salvos.
He's been just given a masterclass in timing and how to lead those, right? Spreading them out nicely.
Here comes the smoke from Floops. Now, will he take a torpedo? He's got to see them. He sees them now.
Oh no, they were already well spotted. These are 20-kilometer torps, right? So they have a 2.5-kilometer detection range. Floop spotted those long before his teammates would have been able to spot them. Actually, are they 20s, Zath, or are they 12s?
I think they're 12s with torpedo acceleration, the way that they're going.
Okay, so that is not what I expected then. Oh, good hit on
RX-7.
Good hit there, huh? RX-7 from astern. Ace Babies Ohio getting a little bit of revenge there.
RX Marceau going in the middle of the channel here. Look at Dastard.
KSC has a lead, Zath, but it just feels so tenuous right now.
Yeah. But Dastard.
Dastard making a play for B. I think this is twofold. I would have expected him to have his guns looking left for the Ohio, but he doesn't. They're kind of looking straight ahead. Floops took a torpedo?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, do you think they know that Triarch's in this gap?
Yes. Aussie sent torpedoes at him earlier, so he either was spotted there or radio location pointed to it, as more torpedoes are coming up that gap right now from that Marceau. Serpent Lord.
I think they're going to push. I think they might push this Yamato all the way around to try and punch John in the face.
Yeah.
Or in the stern.
That's exactly what I'm thinking is about to happen. Dastard hasn't been detected yet, I don't think.
Now maybe you go around the front of the island and push him back for the Montana. That's Danny, who's been getting mercilessly farmed, but is still in the game. Because if John backs up too far, you have shots.
Oh, Floops takes a Shimakaze torpedo. He's on 555 health right now. Feels bad.
Floops cannot afford to get spotted now. It just feels like KSC's hold on this game is so thin, Zath. Like they have it, but can they really keep it? It just
RX-7's gonna take a torp, and there he goes. And Coop might take. Yeah, he's gonna take a torp too. Oh,
the
goodness.
beautiful cross torp work from Pieces and Eagle Lance has just decimated this Doom Snail.
Yep.
They're gonna eventually wipe out KSC's position here. Dastard does bag B on about a 120-point lead here. 8.5 minutes to play. But man, I don't like KSC's position at A just feels so tenuous. And they've given up so much ground on the other side of the map. You start to wonder where they're gonna be able to pick a kill up.
Yeah, and then Aussie, look at Aussie, rotated to try to help stem the tide at C. Elgar really low at the Moskva, but he's just backing off right now and healing up.
Yamato shells going out on the Moskva. No, ooh, a big hit
Kremlin.
on Marin.
Yeah,
Big hit on Marin's broadside there.
but Marin's in a Kremlin, so you know.
Yeah, it's just a Kremlin. No one cares.
Danny though, look at Danny. Danny going down all the way in the bottom.
Yeah, they've been hounding and chasing Danny. That Moskva Salem pair has been melting him for a while now. I'm surprised he's lasted this long, if I'm honest. He's done everything he can, but there's only so much man can do. A few more shells will seal the deal, and there it is.
That's it.
Just like that, 07 up 2 ships. KSC, again, still with the lead. This game is not over, but it feels like it's starting to maybe slip away from KSC, despite the fact that they have a 70-point lead.
Well, yeah, I mean that Death Snail over at A is pretty much
It's gone. It's over.
We got another smoke going up right now, but I suspect that's more just so that Floops can use that as a deterrent for the Shimakaze in Ohio from getting into the cap, which is just as important. And look at Dastard's position now in the Yamato.
Yeah. Now, well, they're trying to slow down this ridiculous Moskva Salem push from the edge of the map that's just been crushing them, right? But they're also doing a really good job of putting damage in on Marin. Marin's now down under 20K. I'm not sure what his heal status is, when the last time he popped one is, but if they can continue to put damage on Marin, they might yet bag that kill. That would be noteworthy.
Shadow Wolfish going down.
Dastard's got single fire daring torpedoes coming up from astern, but he dodges them for the moment. They do get Shadow Wolfish again down on the bottom of the map. It's a 3-ship lead and a lead change there for 07 as they bag B, and they're up 3 ships. Marin's dark now. They can't see him anymore. Who can they see? Ugh.
Those torps are awfully fast.
Yeah.
Wow.
Eagle Lance, the cross torp action, honestly, between Eagle and Pieces over here at A, just a masterclass in how to do that. And man, what a devastating impact it's had on this flank.
Yep. Marin is gonna get away with his health. He's just, nope, I'm done, boys. I'm gonna
looks
just
like
north now.
Looks like he is. He's healed back up to about 23,000 as he's starting to turn and run north out of the danger zone, as it were. Dastard's pushing up, I think, trying to get a shot on him.
He's got 4 people shooting him right now. Just
Dastard either wants this shot or wants to bag this kill.
wow.
Oh, a big hit from Dastard on a Marin. Not enough for the kill, though.
But more importantly, I'm surprised Marin's shot did not Citadel Dastard through the cheek.
He didn't get the cheek there. Dastard goes out, 4 ships up. I just don't see how KSC does this now, Zath. They've done no battleships. Their destroyers are on slivers in the case of Floops. They may yet bag Marin. They have the opportunity to kill him, but I mean, at this stage, it's a Pyrrhic victory at best if you claim Marin, and it does look like it's going to happen. And there they go.
Yep.
That keeps it close. Still only trailed by 90 points, but you're only ticking up the 1 cap. You have a 3-ship lead. You have no apparent kills on the horizon. I just don't see it.
And you've got a full health daring chasing after you.
Yeah. Like, I don't see it. 07's going to stave off elimination here. It looked really good for KSC early, but that 07 push down the 9 line, they weren't able to deny it. And sure enough, they were able to use that push to burn down one of the KSC battleships. Some really, really solid cross torpedo work over at A bags them. I won't call it a lucky kill, but I will call it a kill a long time in coming, let's say.
Let's call it a strategic kill.
There you go. As they are finally able to convert a kill anyway with all of that torpedo work, and it's just cleanup mode at this point.
Oh yeah. Yep. Coop might even take a torpedo from.
He very well might. And like the ultimate insult, he may yet go out to a torpedo here. Nope, he's going to go out to a fire. No, he put the
Nope,
fire out.
BCP'd
He's
it.
turning.
Yeah,
He-
yeah.
Oh, they turned out of range. He would have taken one. He would have turned into that one. It wouldn't have been able to dodge it at that speed. But he survives for the moment. As Eagle Lance now finally going to bag A.
Yeah, but
That
Circle's
A
going
flank,
into-
Zath. Eagle Lance and Aces Ohio. What a masterclass in bend but don't break.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you're right. The key was absolutely coming in with the daring, right?
Yeah.
Just coming in there, doing the cross torps. I don't think that the Death Snail was expecting it, and as a result,
Did a great
well,
game.
that Doom Snail was broken. That's huge because it meant that really KSC had no place to run to. They couldn't all just head towards A because they're all running
Right.
away from A.
Yeah.
And they couldn't just run to C because they're all running away from C.
It's over. KSC knows it. Hatake is sitting broadside to a Salem, just waiting for the Citadels to arrive.
And nope.
Here they come.
Here they come.
And that's the game.
Here they come to win the game.
Indeed, 07 pushed to the brink of elimination. Staves it off for one more game with a win here in game 3. They're a long way from the reverse sweep meme that they are known for, but step 1 achieved. KSC leads the series 2-1, and we'll be going to game 4 on Land of Fire here in a little bit. I don't really know what to say about that game, Zath, other than I think 07's plan, they executed flawlessly. They knew what they wanted to do with the 9 line. They came down. They did exactly what they wanted to do. KSC didn't seem to have an answer for it.
Well, they did what 07's best known for, right? They're known for being willing to rotate around and be flexible, and their movement is really fluid. Now, I know you're not an anime guy by any means,
Nope.
C-Raptor, but I will tell you, watching them play really makes me think a lot of the anime Cowboy Bebop. Because in that show, when he goes and he fights, when Bebop goes and fights enemies, he turns the enemy's movements into his advantage every single time, and it's a beautiful dance, and that's exactly what we saw happen just now with 07.
All right, well, let's head back to the studio. We'll bring Boggsy and Ensconce into the conversation and chat a little bit about this game.
Hey, Zath. Bang.
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
Cowboy Bebop, man. Bang.
Oh.
That's how Spike goes out. Anyway.
That's right.
That was really what I think we were expecting to see. We were expecting to see a few things with that specific match. You know, on North, 07 knows that like the back of their hand, they're going to perform. But we also got to see not only 07 winning trades, but 07 performing at really high skill. And I mean, let's just definitely call out Eagle Lance for those torps. I don't know how many Shimikaze torps he landed. It had to be at least like 5 to 7. And those things hit like hammers.
It was a lot.
Yeah. Again, I think Raptor put it this way: just textbook masterclass on cross torping and landing torps against the Doom Snail. Eagle Lance, and then the other DD that came over, was it daring?
Pieces daring.
Pieces daring to literally get cross torps in this smoke cloud. It was just brilliant. If you have a smoke cloud like that, maybe we should talk about this afterwards, but like if you have a smoke cloud, you have to make use of that smoke cloud, meaning you have to be putting constant pressure on something that cannot get away from you, or push something so far out that you can then rotate and do something else with your Doom Cloud. And the worst thing you can face in your smoke cloud is a Shimikaze. Maybe a gearing afterwards, but really it's the Shimikaze with the 15 really, really strong torpedoes that you just absolutely fear. And
Right.
Eagle Lance there asserting his dominance on the A-cap, showing us all how to land torps in smoke.
The ironclad rule of World of Warships is smoke is a torpedo magnet, and King of the Sea is no different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that neither RX-7 or the Worcester, name fails me right now, but neither of them had their hydro up going into that smoke initially. It's almost like they were just like, no, there's no way that any torpedoes can appear by now.
We'll be fine, guys. Trust me.
I'm pretty sure.
I think to me what shocks me most about that mistake, Zach, is KSC already made that mistake on this map earlier today.
Yeah.
The same day. Now it was different players. It was different players. But whoever's the caller for that team has to be going, right? They're like, "What do you mean you took a torpedo?" Ugh.
Not just one, took two.
Well, yeah, just feels bad, man.
Something I think we should all acknowledge here is that with all weekend, it's been Nevsky and Venezia banned. Now, Nevsky and Venezia are those boats that do really well on that A cap on North. And if you don't have those boats, you play the 9-10 line. KSC did that earlier when facing Bonks to great effect. They literally trapped a Kremlin in there, extracted their own, punished that Kremlin, punished that Stalingrad, won the 9-10 line. Here, they decided, nah, we'll just forget the 9-10 line. That'll be fine.
They shorted the 9-10 line.
Yeah.
You noticed, right? There were few. They were very outnumbered on that flank.
Yeah. I think that the Wooster DM combo just doesn't quite work out in wide open water the same way that a Nevsky or a Venezia works out. Again, on Hotspot, for example, it works out great because the engagement ranges are shorter, which means the things that are there can't really run away the same way that they can on the A cap of North, where what's the Ohio do? Bye. He just takes off. And then you have to work your way through a Shimikaze in order to get to that Ohio. And if you leave that smoke to try and chase that Ohio or get that Shimikaze, that Ohio is going to put the hurt on you.
Yikes.
Right.
Yep.
Hey, Raptor, can you do me a big favor?
¿Qué pasa?
Would you mind saying masterclass, please?
Why?
It's a request from chat. They enjoy hearing it.
See, Raptor's gonna make an ASMR business. Have fun on your banana.
Your chat
Have
worries.
fun on your banana.
Your chat worries me, Zaf. Why don't you pass that along for me,
gentlemen?
I don't need to. They'll hear it in 5 minutes.
We've got the replay. We're gonna go and take a look at how Game 3 ended up showing us vintage 07 vintage. All right, Oskar, take us away, will you?
Yeah, so Bravo going to be contested. We saw it before, KSC with the Z52, not necessarily looking to take the cap, just looking to pressure the cap. Keep people interested, keep butts on the seats per se. We do see KSC trying to go for the smoke train over at A, and 07 really didn't commit any resources over there. You'll notice they're all on the 9-10 line. Not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ships going down the 9-10 line. They gave away C because they didn't care. Why? Because they knew they were going to take it. Right. Meanwhile, over at A, 2 torps already landed into a Des Moines. More will be coming after. But the smoke train is trying to chase the Ohio. Question: why chase the Ohio? The Ohio's going to keep running, probably not going to get burned down outside of 1, maybe 2 heals. Couldn't they have just wrapped their Woosters in on the 4 line and tried to exert some pressure over B? Maybe try to bully back the Des Moines or something. But that's not what they did. And 07 took that time to bring the daring over from Bravo, get those cross torps in, start making life really unpleasant for that smoke train, and just drive them back. That keeps them bottles. And the guns of the Ohio are just waiting for those ships to pop out of smoke so they can slam them. Over on the 9-10 line, we saw they were able to send stuff through. They took the cap. They spent even more stuff going even further down. They just burned down a battleship in a way that the Woosters couldn't. Why? Because the Moskva can chase. The Moskva can take the shells, unlike the Woosters that have to hide in that, play a little hide and go seek in the smoke cloud. Salem was able to burn from an island.
Deck, folks. That's what it's called.
Yeah, I mean, it can absorb so much punishment. Once they've claimed C, once they've gotten those 2 kills in the south, they've completely stalled the smoke push of KSC. There's nothing to do, and we see 07 has already wrapped it up. They had a full and clear understanding of exactly what their win condition was. They will take the 9-10 line, they will move over, and they will kill everything. And meanwhile, if you're going to try that smoky stuff with us, we got some torps for you, friend. Worked like a charm.
And they absolutely did. Now, we talked earlier about how does KSC beat 07 in these matchups? They have to do something. They know, generally speaking, most players and most clans and most teams cannot just out-trade 07. They're just too good at that. They're just too good. That's their motto. Sorry, it's not their motto. That's their mantra. So what do? Well, you need to have a clear and decisive plan of action. And I respect that in this match on North, KSC had that. They said, we're going to do smoke train through A, which can work. I just think that in this matchup, without Venezia, without Alexander Nevsky with that long range and high velocity shells, and 12-kilometer radar, which could have pushed that Shimakaze away or trapped him. That's the key difference. Smoke cloud through A, through open water, does not work with Woosters and Des Moines. Maybe with Woosters? It's tough to say. Not on open water like that. So I think we need to head to Land of Fire. We need to head to the next match because it looks like our participants are ready. I'm sure they're getting tired. It's getting late. So let's try to go through Land of Fire here real quick. We've seen this map over and over today, Ascons. What do you think KSC needs to do to close this out and become the NA champs?
Well, I don't know which side are they spawning on. They are spawning on the Alpha side, which means the only way they're going to get a ship into the Cap on Bravo is the top of that island. That has not worked out for them over and over again. I hope they avoid that play entirely. Maybe stick a Moskva up on the ABC D line or something with that rock that's a little bit safer, able to get some radar in there, able to kind of hold that off. Charlie, they need to watch the 10 line. We've seen people make plays against them on the 10 line, and as long as they're paying attention, hopefully they don't get surprised. Alpha, they're going to have to try and lock it down. 07, run the 10 line. Force the fight against KSC. Also, look to kill the cruiser that's moving up. And Alpha, well, I don't know what they're going to do, but I'm pretty sure they got a plan in store.
Sounds good. I think we're going to see a little fence shouting at A. However, we have seen Dastard in a Kremlin do some filthy things at A. That may be what they're planning on to try and wrap this up. Let's check it out. Game 4. Take it away, Seat Raptor. Take it away, Zath.
You know, Boggsy, it's so funny that you should mention Dastard in a Kremlin, because that's exactly what he's in. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 4 of KSC versus 07. This could very well be it for KSC. If they win, they are first place. They move on to the international finals in first, and 07 goes in second, or the opposite happens in possibly another 2 games. We'll have to see. But in the meantime, let's take a look at this battle here. We've got KSC bringing 2 Kremlins, bringing 2 Moskvas, a Salem, a Harugumo, a Marceau, a Vampire Deuce, and a Daring. What do we got for 07, Mr. Raptor?
07 is sticking with the double Ohio. It worked out last game. No, that's not true. They had a Kremlin last game, but they've gone back to double Ohio. They have used this lineup earlier in the match. So double Ohio, Salem, double Moskva, also going with 4 destroyers. Slightly different lineup. Daring Marceau, yes, but instead of Harugumo and Vampire, they are going Marceau, another Marceau, and a Ragnar.
That's right. And look at them coming out super aggressive early with all 4 of their destroyers just heading right to the caps. They're not playing KSC's game this time.
No, one of the things that the French destroyers added to King of the Sea, and I think this is something that maybe we don't talk about a whole lot, right? Used to be you would see a destroyer on a cap, would be a while, 2 minutes, maybe, right, depending on the cap and the map in question and so on. But because Khabarovsk exists, but her detection is high enough that most players aren't really keen on taking Kaba. And of course, Kaba was introduced in an era when battleship full penetrations on destroyers were still a thing. But the French destroyers entered World of Warships in a very different environment. The full penetrations had been taken away, and they were a little harder to detect, and they had that kind of speed. And so now you see teams in King of the Sea unafraid to take these French destroyers, either a Marceau or a Kleber, shove them onto caps very quickly, try and get that early pressure on an opponent of realizing, hey, I'm already down points. I got to do something.
That's very much true. As we look at A now, Pizza going into A, obviously stopped by Hatake Hiyoshi's Marceau. Serpent Lord backing him up in the Harugumo. So the question is, can they get that kill quickly before Elgar's Moskva gets in a position to support Pizza?
We're about to find out. We saw Addy earlier in Bonks fall into this same kind of thing. No, Hatake is going to stop. I thought Hatake would come around the island, but no.
Price just, wow, narrowly dodging a torpedo.
Hatake now, no, still not there. Pieces throwing torpedoes in that direction. The Harugumo cannot spot him just yet.
I think now would be the time for Atake to come out. Once he saw that first, here he comes.
Here he comes. He knows,
No?
and he's got his. Nope. Yes. No. Maybe. I don't know. They're both reversing. What is happening?
That
Still not
indecision might
detected.
cost him some hit points.
Still not detected. Is either one of these ships? It's hilarious to me. There we go. Piece is just now detected.
Okay, Atake backs up, dodges those torpedoes. Here we go.
Piece is going to take a little bit of damage and then bail out of there.
Oh
Wow,
yes.
I was expecting more. Let's say that's not what we got. Now, despite staying dark, well, he was dark earlier, but now Piece is opting to open up on the Marceau, giving up a ton of HP for it here. Already down, well below half of his health.
Here comes
Kremlin
some more
salvo
shells.
coming in. Nope, Dastard flubbed that one. He was behind him.
Yeah.
Piece is still falling.
I'm amazed he's still shooting at this point.
Honestly, it feels like he's almost like, forget it. I've written this game off already. I can't believe that. 2,000 HP on and burning. Piece is going out, guys. There's no way now. Extra fire, one shell, he does it. KSC very quickly up a ship. Wow.
Yeah, but are they going to lose Atake for this?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Maybe.
Comes down to this salvo right here. It did not start a fire.
Moskva's going to move out and take the radar. Hatake is well within radar range. You know Elgar's going to get out and look for this cap.
Thought I saw him radar already.
Did he already? I didn't see it.
I thought I saw him radar at the very beginning. Regardless, there just happens to be another radar approaching. That's Eagle Lance's Ragnar.
Ooh. If Hatake doesn't find some cover, I'm sure Eagle Lance will happily oblige him by removing him from play. That's exactly what's about to happen right here. There it is.
That's right.
Hatake spots his death coming.
Yeah,
he knows what's about to happen. Dastard's got shells, a big hit on Eagle Lance, but it's not going to be enough to save Hatake.
No.
Trying to get as much damage on Eagle as he can. He's going to ground himself. He's going out, and there he goes. An early destroyer trade. We're just over the 5-minute mark.
Yeah.
KSC working an early lead. Excuse me. 07 working an early lead on the strength of their cap advantage.
Yeah, but that's
I'm sorry. It is KSC. 07 has the lead. 07 has the lead. KSC owns the caps. I'll get it right in a minute. Man, it's been a long day.
Ooh, doggy. Regardless, you guys have eyes. Take a look at the scoreboard on top. You're good.
KSC
look at the 10 line.
There is no 10 line, Zath. It's just a Kremlin and Coop and nothing. 07's not over there.
That's right, but I'm just excited because guys, set your watches about 4 minutes. All right, like there's gonna be something good coming down that way.
I guess we'll see. KSC owning 2 caps, tied up on ships. It's on 07 to do something to try to break the stalemate here. They need points. They've got time. Still 13.5 minutes left in the game.
But that's exactly what I was getting at with the whole 10 line push. It's like, all right, where can 07 come back? Well, they maybe can make something happen at B. They sure as hell aren't going to push a Kremlin that's entrenched at A. Conga line torps on Fries.
Is his Hydro still up?
I don't think so.
He's okay though, barely.
Yeah, barely.
Fry's playing a very dangerous game here, but manages to dodge them all once again.
Yeah. Well, despite not wanting to push into a Battleship Kremlin, we have 07's Elgar and Ace Baby just trying to make something happen up here as Serpent Lord just unleashes the fire hose on Elgar.
Yep. As long as Dastard is there to do the spotting, Serpent Lord will happily take advantage of it. His torpedoes aren't going to do anything, but his guns certainly can, as he just starts melting the Moskva at range.
All right, our 10-line push has passed the Fidget Spinner Island, which is slightly dangerous territory in that they could easily overpush. So they've got to be careful how they come out now. Danny has now been detected. 07 is well aware of at least Danny's push down the 10 line.
They have to assume there's somebody else over there with him. It's so common to see a Des Moines or a Salem make this move. They can't possibly believe that Danny is alone. Danny's broadside of the Ohio, getting a little punished for it. No Citadels there, but definitely some full pins.
Yep. Dastard down just a little bit above half now. He's fine. He's in a Kremlin.
Daster is actually not a bad position because if he wants to pull back around that island and get like hard cover, he can. In fact, you're starting to see him kind of make that move now. He can try and burn down the Ohio with his Harugamo buddy.
He's got to be careful though. Marin in the Ohio has his plane up, and at this point in this tournament, that means
let's see where Marin's guns looking. Where are
cross
Marin's
shots
guns
might
looking?
be coming.
Marin is turning to take that shot. Actually,
you got it.
Let's have a check.
Here
there
comes.
It is. There is the shot going out on Dastard's broadside at about 28 kilometers or so. Let's look at the receiving end. Dastard already moving up. Don't believe those shells are going to land where they need to in order to hurt Dastard.
No. But I mean that's what you've come to expect in King of the Sea, though. At
Absolutely.
The higher echelons of these battles is any attempt, any possibility at a cross shot, you take it.
I gotta say, Zath, I feel like KSC needs to bring somebody else over to the A cap. Right now, they're getting out traded, and they need some extra firepower over here. Shadow Wolfish's Moskva is too far back, in my opinion. He has shots on Elgar. He has shots on Ace's Ohio, but I'm just not convinced that in the long term it's going to be enough.
I'm surprised Serpent Lord continued just to fire even though his smoke was out. He's lost some hit points. I suppose that's given Elgar something else to shoot at, but I mean Dastard is behind cover, so
Elgar steps onto the cap. That's going to stop those points gain as KSC's worked out to about a 200-point lead as we cross the halfway mark of the game. This is a critical match for 07. They must win. This is an elimination game for them. If they lose, they will be the North American second place, and KSC will be crowned King of the Sea. Ace is taking at least one torp on the belt.
Yeah.
They're doing a good job of farming out Ace here. But again, look at Triarch. I think Dastard's death is only minutes away here, Zath. Triarch's making the move.
Well, if Ace...
Oh, what a big hit on Ace. Wow, he showed just a little... Well, Dastard has been firing HE, right? And I think that time he had the AP loaded, thinking that maybe Ace would turn into the torpedo salvo. He didn't, but he was ready with the AP. And here comes Dastard's death in the form of Triarch. It's a question of can they get Ace? They need to get him here. They do, because it is absolutely going to cost them their battleship. Serpent Lord now opening fire on Triarch as Dastard's death arrives in the form of baguette torpedoes.
Yep.
He goes off the board there. That will allow 07 to claim the A cap and start ticking it up.
That's right. Now look at the mini-map. We have a line forming here from KSE. They've grabbed C cap. The interesting thing is that they really haven't been able to secure B. I would have thought that they would have put assets in to secure B while this whole fight was going down at A. But they kind of just sat on that.
Yeah, it feels like they need to reposition. They need to bring RX-7's Moskva in towards B and make a play here, right? They need to get on to B now. Their play at A is over. They did a great job. They traded ships. They got a lot of points off that cap. They got to get into B here. And you see Floops, I think with his Vampire, is about to reverse into the cap here on the northeast side and start to make that happen. The sooner the better. If you allow 07 time to redeploy off of A, they're going to bring Triarch back, but they've got to get Floops in here quickly. In fact, I think they've even pushed Peyton's far enough back. His radar won't even find Floops right now.
I don't know about Coop's positioning here. He's I know that they're trying to position as many assets to cover B as possible, but that's going to leave the other Kremlin, Danilov's, who's down at half already, or just a little above half, kind of by himself.
Yeah, Danny's all by himself down here. No one can spot Danny right now. He is dark. They don't have eyes on him. They'd have to bring Frice's Daring all the way over here, probably back to the 7 line to pick him up. And right now, Danny's actually moving up with his guns turning south, looking for shots on John.
Look at this. Eagle Lance thinks that Floops is in the other part of the cap.
Yep, he's taking blind shots to the wrong side of the cap. Well, Floop spent a bunch of time over there earlier, right?
Mm-hmm. This is great.
The mind games of not having a radar to know exactly where the destroyer is.
Uh-oh. Treyarch is chasing down Serpent Lord.
Yeah, he's got the speed to do it too. They know Serpent Lord is low. I won't call it a free kill. That's not fair, but it's certainly a kill that they can actually convert here in just a few seconds.
Now, Serpent will take off quite a bit of Treyarch's health if
He
played
will.
properly here. So let's see what happens. There's the smoke.
There's the smoke.
Not sure why, but okay.
He's going to try. He's going to drag this out as long as possible. Remember, we saw this earlier. We saw this way back on Hotspot with who was it? Was it Aussie's Shimakaze? Aussie Zeus's Shimakaze, right?
Mm-hmm.
He ran to the corner of the map. He made them hunt him down. He made them waste time claiming him because you realize now there's 6 minutes to play, but KSE is up over 850 points and ticking up 2 caps. Time's running out for 07.
And on that note, if I'm Serpent Lord, I'm actually changing directions. I'm putting guns left and I'm heading towards A1, the corner, instead of this general direction.
Keep that smoke in between you and Treyarch as long as possible, but that's not what he does.
Nope.
Smoke. He's outside, uncovered from the smoke now. Serpent Lord will be going off the board in moments. Treyarch will be able to claim this kill. It's a question of how much damage Serpent can grab off him on the way out. And there he goes. He does take a decent chunk, but that's points that 07 desperately needed.
Absolutely. Oh, Danny's
Danny,
quite
I was
low
going to
now.
say they've chosen Danny for extinction, and there he goes. Just like that, 07 is now up 2 ships despite being pushed off of both B and C at the moment. No KSC battleships survive, Zath.
No. But look at Mara now shoving into CCAP.
Yeah, why not?
Along with Peyton.
You've got the weight, throw it around, and there's nobody over there with torpedoes to slow you down. I mean, they don't know that, but there isn't.
Yep. All you got is Coops, Salem, and RX-7's Moskva.
Well, an RX, decent AP hits from John Salem all the way over on the 10 line.
Oh, yeah.
Under 5 minutes to play here. KSC trying to scrape and claw their way to a win, but it's not going to be easy. 07 putting a ton of pressure on them here, up 2 ships.
That's right. It's interesting, though. I mean, KSC does, at least right now, still have 2 caps.
Look at Shadow Wolfish as well. His Moskva being farmed from astern by the Marceau. That's Treyarch.
Yep.
Man with an RX-7. Go ahead.
Eagle Lance now feeling comfortable going into B, especially with Elgar radaring. Floops is not going to be able to do much.
Nope.
He's going to have to get into cover.
A little bit of a protective radar there, allowing Eagle to probably step onto the cap here. As Peyton's Moskva is about to step onto C. 07's going to stop these guys. They're over 900 points now. Still ticking. I'm surprised they're taking this long to get onto these caps. I guess, oh my goodness. Big Citadels on man with an RX-7 from Peyton. He's gonna be off the board in moments. There goes Eagle onto B.
Zoom in and watch this. There goes Coop.
Coop is out. Man with an RX-7 will be joining him momentarily.
I hope y'all aren't tired because we're going to a game 5, I think.
Yeah, game 5 is gonna happen, gents, because 07 is just gonna block this up. They have a 4-ship lead now. They put some good damage into Elgar. That's Shadow Wolfish putting some AP into Elgar, but Elgar's got a good angle now. They're going to drive him off the B cap. They're going to keep the B cap a little bit longer.
Yep, but I mean, look at 07 just pouring into C cap.
Well, sure, they can just shove up into C anytime they want. I'm a little surprised that Peyton is still reversing, allowing these guys to tick up more points. Like, why risk it at this stage? But I figure they've already got a lead, so why not?
Yeah. So at this point, guys, we're just kind of waiting out the end of this game here. It looks close, but when you're down by 4 ships, it's really not that close. Shadow's going to go down, and that might be enough to flip it. Watch his death. C-cap grabbed. Yeah, that's going to be it. Just a couple more ticks, and we are done, ladies and gentlemen. Going to a game 5.
Indeed, there we go.
Wow.
07 doing what they typically do here. Hang on a minute. I'm having a bit of a technical problem. There we go. Hang on. Yep, but 07 with their slow, methodical play, doing what they do, that they're well known for doing, as the reverse sweep still, but the possibility of the reverse sweep still alive here as they claim game 4 on Land of Fire.
Right.
Well, Zath, anything you want to say about that one? I'm kind of getting tired. Should we kick it back to Bogsy and his sconce here?
Let's bring the guys in. Let's talk together for a little bit, and let's get game 5 going.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Tired? No way. Come on. It's not like you guys have been.
No, look at our answer.
Get out of here.
I had to.
That was
I
a
had to.
match. I legitimately, for a moment there, I distinctly thought we've got brand new first time King of the Sea winners after KSC pulled off that early kill on Pieces of Pizza's Marceau. I thought, holy crap, they did it. That was decisive. And yet 07 did what 07 does, which is go, okay, nobody panic. Take your spot. Make your trades. Push them back when the chance arises. Oh,
Right.
God.
Funniest thing to me was that off that initial engagement, they KSC took one of the 07 Marceaus and still had some health left over, which got shoved into the nearest DD and ripped out half his health. Granted, it's a Ragnar, he's going to heal back, but still, in a way, if you're thinking about it, they traded pieces and KSC was up half a DD. And then later, again, with the Haragumo being chased down, they traded pieces, lost half a DD, lost 2 battleships. It felt like on the A flank, the trades really did go KSC's way, and yet they absolutely got out-traded somewhere else on the map, because going in those last 4 minutes or something, 07 was up like 120,000 health. It was like 250 to 120K.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's huge.
Yeah.
Well, the problem was 07 taking down the battleships from KSC, and KSC not able to do the same against 07, except for, of course, that Ohio at ACAP. It just felt like they put Danilovs too far south in that Kremlin. When they made that 9-10 line push, I was expecting them to kind of keep going down and hold that bottom part of the map. They didn't do that. They redeployed Coop Salem, and that gave 07 the window to come right back in again.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see them leave Danny on that flank all by himself, literally by himself, no other ship within like 10 kilometers, because you're just inviting what exactly happened to him. He was dark at one point. We went over there and checked on him. He was way south, and I was like, okay, but he's dark, so why not rotate north? Why not use the island cover to sneak back in and get on the cap? Because we're at a point now where you guys need to control the caps. Where you are, the power projection that you have in that part of the map not really doing you anything, feels like you probably should have moved. And of course, in the end, 07 punished that position, knocked Danny off the board. That was a decisive kill when that happened, right? Killing Serpent Lord on the top end of the map was kind of inevitable. But as Ascans pointed out, he traded well. He got some damage on his way out the door. And to some extent, you've pulled the Marceau out of position for a couple of minutes. He's going to take him some time to flex his ridiculous French speed and get back to where he's useful again. But the kill on Danny was really decisive. You take all that HP off the board, and he was in a position where wasn't really being all that useful at the time. So unfortunately, just didn't come together for KSC in that game. But they looked really good up to that point.
You're absolutely right about that, because I mean the thing about it is the Haragumo up in the northwest corner. Yeah, he's expected to die, but he did his job. He helped take out a Marceau early, which let them take the A cap, which gave them a huge point advantage. He then helped them whittle down the Moskva. He helped them whittle down the Ohio of Ace Baby. He did his job.
He had a great game.
His next job was to run away and keep that Marceau busy as long as possible, which he did. Because as soon as that Marceau gets finished with him, that Marceau loops around and nukes that Moskva that doesn't have any way of protecting its rear, which is not exactly what happened. As I think it was Floops or Coop, or was it?
Coop was in the Salem. Floops was in the Vampire Deuce.
So it was the Moskva of KSC who did the correct thing, which was push out and away from that Marceau. Do not sit there and let your ass get torpedoed. But
that was Shadow Wolfish.
Shadow Wolfish.
Shadow Wolfish. That was it. Yes. So really interesting, and I think you guys are 100% correct that KSC almost had this in the bag when they managed to take C, hold C, push that Salem and that Kremlin down the 10 line, decisively take it, push 07 back, and take the A cap so decisively. And then it was just a little misplay by not knowing where and how to anchor those ships on the east side to and make sure that nothing can come back. That's where the I guess the whole house of cards started to fall apart. I think you guys are 100% right on that. Skans, I'd love to get your opinion with this replay. Can we get that replay started?
Okay, so this is going to start out. People are going to go to their corners, and honestly, I expected 07 to be running the table on the 10 line. Nope, KSC double committed. Kremlin and Salem going all the way out there. That's going to come in really clutch later. But right now, we see the Marceau coming over with KSC. They're going to be an A. They're waiting for the Haruguma to get in position. Jukes a few torps, comes out, starts spamming damage into him, rips him a new one, and that's going to go down the 07 Marceau. Wow, that's going to be a huge lead. But no, because the Ragnar has rotated over from Bravo, going to shove him right up against the island and take him down. Loses half his health to do it, but Ragnar's got heals, so it's okay. Kremlin versus Ohio, battleships kind of look at each other. Moskva's going to move up and eventually step on the cap, so the Harugumo is going to start working down with his Kremlin. They'll be on that. But I want to pay attention to the 10 line right now. There's a Salem and a Kremlin. They're not getting a kill on the 07 Salem. He's just continuing to kite out, continue to work. He's already bled the Kremlin for about 15-20% of his health, driving him into a place where he's not doing anything. Having those guns over on the 10 line means that while 07 is dealing damage to the Moskva that's up on D4, D5 of KSC, KSC has less guns in the fight. Their guns aren't actively getting in there, dealing damage, trading. And the Kremlin is so far out, he's not landing shells. He's not able to rip the Salem out of the water. He's not able to dump into the Ohio. And further, he's not even protected at this point. He's getting pincered. So he's going to get pinched. He's going to go down. 07 has about 130k health lead at this point. And that's where they start to take the points. And yes, KSC is holding 2 caps. And yeah, it looks like they've got the points, but they start getting wrapped. They're out healthed. They can't run anywhere. They're just going to fall like dominoes. Plink, 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 plink. And that's going to seal game 4 and drive us to a game 5.
And this is exactly what we saw last game, which was 07 just envelops. They make that the horseshoe that we'd like to talk about, which is, hey, we'll get angles on you and you won't have angles on us. That's exactly what they did. And they're very, very good at that. It's not surprising to me that 07 didn't have any practice today. KSC has slogged their way through match after match after match. They're tired, but they're experienced as of today. They know, like, I got to be honest with you. I think it was because of those matches today that they played where they fought some of not America's, but some of North America's best, that they went, hey, we can get this, Marceau. Get it.
Sure.
They knew they could just see it. They could see that little window where you go, we've got about 10 seconds to decide on a kill or no kill. And they did it. I don't think that if this had been their first match, I don't think they would have taken that. I think they would have played too cautiously, but they were ready. 07 took 2 matches to get ready, and then they took 2 matches to catch up. Now the question remains for Warriors Path. Can 07 continue this steamroll that they have been putting steam into rolling? I'm getting tired, guys. We've all been working hard. We have not been working as hard as the KSC guys, because bless them, they've been playing all day long, but it's been a long cast. So
if KS was a little slow to start, they were a little sluggish out the gate. They took some losses, but they fought their way back. They took some more losses, but they fought their way back. Well, they did come in primed. They took the first game, they took the second. It went all the way. But the 2 after that, 07 realized this is all the money's on the table, guys. And 07 performs under pressure. And they knocked out one. They looked convincing. They knocked out a second. It looked a little hedgy, but they pulled it back. Now we're on 5 Warriors Path. Bravo, you're going to have some radars in there. They can't give away B for free. Points matter too much. If the points get too high for one side or the other side, you have to YOLO. It gets down to the kills. Nobody wants that. Not right now. So there's going to be radars watching B. Alpha, who goes wide? Who makes plays? Going to be down to some open water torp stuff. Possibly some smoke play out of KSC. That being said, they might be expecting a lot of radar. Maybe go with something a little more brutish. Before, I predicted that C was going to be the clincher. I don't think it was. However, there were some big plays at C toward the end of the match. I think they're going to have to hold C, brawl for A, and Bravo is going to be the thing that you end up taking if you either lock down C or abandon it. But if you abandon it, you're going to get wrapped. This one's for all the marbles, man.
This is it, man. This is game 5 of the World Series of World of Warships. This is the final match to decide who is crowned North American COTS 13 Grand Finalist. Again, simple reminder: everybody playing and participating in these matches right now, they are all going to to COTS Internationals. They are all going to represent the NA server against EU, SEA, and the CIS regions. They have all played extraordinarily well. They have made great entertainment and fun for us. I think now would be the time to also remind all of you that this tournament is massive. This massive tournament that started with 104 teams this season is only made possible because of the extraordinary and dedicated hard work of the administrators, the adjudicators, and the referees. It's so important how much effort these folks put in to make sure that this tournament goes off as smoothly as possible. And frankly, it's exceptional to me that it has gone as well as it has. So huge thank you to them, especially our referees who've been in every one of these matches to make sure that everything goes correctly, make sure that the rules are followed, as well as a big thank you to Mara Draco, who has been running production for both days, as well as last weekend. He's been working even longer than those on camera have. He is the hero of the day. So thank you to everybody behind the camera, behind the production, who has made this possible.
I do want to say I've been in 3 COTS now, and this last one I think has been the most buttery smooth handoff in terms of matches starting on time, casters being able to move from point A to point B. Yeah, things are gonna happen. People are people. Stuff's gonna come up. Delays are gonna happen, but they've been on it. Like, they've had game plans. They've been executing. There was even a rules or something that got handled within, frankly, just a few hours. Major props to these guys, and I think it's made for a hell of a successful King of the Seas 13. Looking forward to the 14th when we get there, although we're still in the middle of this one. But really, really excited because every time this happens, it just gets a little bit better, just gets a little bit better, just gets a little bit better.
Yep, absolutely. And I think the really important thing to remember for all of us who enjoy World of Warships is that right now what we're looking at is some of the best playing this game for our enjoyment to the absolute utmost of their abilities, even when it's exhausting. I think all of us from the North American region should be proud to send either of these teams, including Bonks as well, to COTS Internationals to represent us. Sea Raptor, Zath, take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, worshippers of all ages, this is for all the marbles. Welcome to the final match of King of the Sea 13 here on the North American bracket. 6 days of play, 104 teams, and it comes down to this last game between 07 and KSC, who after 4 games have fought to a standstill. Here we are on Warriors Path, 07 zoning in with Kremlin, Ohio, triple Moskva, daring Marceau, and double Shimakaze. Zath, what's KSC got cooking in the oven?
Well, it's also worth noting before we get to that both Rice and Pieces of Pizza are running 20-kilometer torpedoes with those Shimikazes.
There we go.
Now, KSC, Dastard has decided to stop rolling dice and to settle on the Burgonia. Dana Love's in the Ohio. As far as cruisers, we're seeing a mix here with the Goliath, a Moskva, and an Henri. And then for destroyers, we've got 4, Daring, Gearing, Vampire Deuce, and Ragnar.
This is the 3rd time today that we've seen Dastard take Burgonia on Warriors Path. It should not come as a surprise anymore.
Yeah. No, it should not come as a surprise, but it's interesting with 07 bringing Moskvas with those 12-kilometer radars. And of course the insane tankiness of those ships. They're just kind of saying This ends now. We have to win. We are going to win. That's the message I think that they're trying to send, at least through their composition
Well,
right now.
KSC so far today is undefeated on Warriors Path. Let's see if they can continue that streak and deny 07 the reverse sweep that we know they so desperately want. Starting things off here, Triarch dashing his Marceau right into the C cap. Already, probably, is he going to stop behind this island, or is he just going to keep on chugging? Hard to say. He's being incredibly aggressive. He's going to push all the way through this cap, Zath. Look at this.
Yeah, I see it.
Probably looking for some early spotting, knowing that if he gets into too much trouble, he can turn around and use this island and wrap right back up the 10 line. But for now, 07's going to go out, jump out to an early advantage just on the back of that French destroyer speed.
Well, I mean, he can only possibly run into what? Anything else that's fast? Maybe the Ragnar?
Maybe.
So you're
Yeah,
exactly
maybe.
right. He doesn't care about that. He's going to get into C. He's going to get early spots. He needs to be able to tell his team who's coming this direction.
Now,
And he's willing
Serpent
to
Lord
take
is
some
going to be in a
damage
bit of
for it.
trouble here. He's going to take one of these torpedoes right in the stern. No, he's not. Holy cow. Look at that.
Okay, now
Woo!
that one looked like it went under the ship from my angle too.
Have some torpedo beat Serpent Lord. Now he puts the hydro up.
Yeah.
Now he's like,
look at-
oh, well, I guess I should have done that.
Look at Floops. Floops now detecting these 20-kilometer Shima torpedoes. He's just turning. Now that does a couple of things. One, it tells KSC that there's a 20-kilometer Shima over there. And two, he knows that, well, there's at least 2 destroyers probably that he's looking at.
I gotta say, Zath, I feel like maybe the lesson learned from this event, even if they go on to win for KSC, should be, hey, if you've got hydro, maybe use it before the torpedoes arrive. What do you think?
Use your damn tools. That's right.
Use the damn button before the torpedo shows up.
And
For the moment,
speaking
though,
of which, more torpedoes
What?
on Serpent. Dodged those just fine. Elgar,
dodge those
though.
handily.
Look at Elgar. Got whacked.
Elgar got whacked by somebody. Who was that? Maybe the Bergonia?
I think
It is.
so.
It's Dastard. Second salvo's coming in right now, Dastard, with shots on Elgar's Bergonia in that spot. At 23.5 kilometers. That salvo doesn't look like it's going to hit quite as hard, and it doesn't.
No,
They
but
do
there's
finally
torpedoes
move up.
coming his
They
way.
do finally move up and spot Serpent Lord. They're going to push him off the B cap. 07 grabbing A and C, ticking up to about 110-point lead here. But the daring, that is Aussie Zeus's daring onto A. He'll be able to flip that over momentarily. And they're trying to put some damage into Eagle Lance and at least push him back off of the B cap.
Yeah, Hatake and the Ragnar's in a pretty good position to do just that. But didn't seem to be coming up with anything shooting Eagle Lance in the smoke.
No, they kept blind firing in the smoke well after Eagle had vacated it. Pieces. What happened to Pieces? Okay, he just took some damage. Missed
yeah.
it. I was like, did he take a torpedo? No, just got hit by something.
Speaking of torpedoes, look at Aussie Zeus at A. He'll be okay. Yeah, he'll be fine.
KSC ticking up a cap of their own now as they've grabbed A. Frisis Shimakaze rotating back around, or excuse me, reversing into the cap now. Trying to spot whoever it is that's picked this thing up. No dice, though. No radar for KSC at A. They're going to have a hard time spotting Frisis Shima. Their nearest radar is Hitake's Ragnar over here on the 5 line.
That's true. But they do have a daring that, could go in if needed.
Serpent Lord's Vampire relocating to the other side of this island. He's tired of dodging Eagle's torpedoes. Coming in where they know he's been lurking for a while. But Eagle's not alone anymore. Triarch has rotated in.
The only problem with Serpent Lord doing that rotation is he's got the smoke trailing him, so it's kind of going to tell the enemy exactly what he's doing anyways. Hatake radaring now because he was detected, trying to shoot Eagle Lance with just his butt gun.
Yeah, he got the reset, but what he didn't know was that he had a friend. They know Triarch is there now. Hatake not taking catastrophic damage. That's the beauty of the Ragnar, of course, right? He's taking some damage, but the daring guns are not a great matchup for Hatake.
No.
The Kremlin salvo from Marin doesn't connect, and Hatake is finally dark again.
Coop is continuing to be hit too. He's down to 32,000 hit points.
Serpent Lord standing on the B cap, but Triarch in there as well. And Serpent Lord's Hydro is down, so they have no eyes on Triarch at the moment.
Yeah, and all Treyarch has to do is just keep hitting W, and there's the radar to know how
Yep.
low Serpent Lord is.
Yep. Radar going up from Elgar's Moskva. That's going to pick up Serpent Lord. They know exactly where he is. They can see him and Floops well over on the
And-
10 line.
And man with an RX-7 as well.
Yeah, I don't think, does anybody have shots on RX? Maybe John's Moskva over here on the 10 line. But they're going to be putting those, any shots they do have are going to be going into Floops right now. Radar's expired. As Eagle Lance makes a bit of an interesting play, he kind of swung wide of the cap. Even Serpent Lord able to get shots on him from there. Serpent now, Hitake now taking shots across the cap at Triarch.
Yep. That's gonna give KSC the B cap.
Yeah, it is.
Huh.
Triarch leaving the cap unless it's a question of what Triarch does. Is he trying to loop around behind and assassinate Serpent Lord from astern? I don't know.
Danny Loves is gonna take possibly 2 torpedoes. Nope, he dodged the first. Probably gonna take the second. It's on fire.
And have a look at John the Ruthless. He's the lowest thing on the board. KSC's been doing a good job of whittling his health away. I think I think 07's gonna have to rotate him north. They can't afford to lose a ship now. KSC has been doing a really good job of protecting their health so far. You look across their ships, the damaged ones they have are all only at about 20% or so.
God, I'm so confused. Serpent Lord abandoning cover and just going right out in the middle of everything, getting shot at. Like,
what are you doing? He's dark now, but man, I was just well, he isn't now. I was just complimenting how much health they'd protected. And then he's like, I think I'll gift wrap some for the enemy team. He is detected. He's lit. How is he lit right now? Did he fire his guns?
Probably.
Maybe. Finally dark again as Hitake rotates in. They're pulling Aussie's Daring into the middle of the board as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's a good idea.
Been all destroyers. Go ahead.
Now Coop is reversing. He'll be fine. Warp's coming for him.
It's been all destroyers all the time at B cap. Elgar's Moskva was there briefly, but he's kind of bailed out now, and it's KSC has got 3 different destroyers in the vicinity of B. I think they're finally going to pick up this cap as we get close to the 10-minute mark of the match. We're almost halfway done with this decisive game 5, but for the moment, 07 still on a lead now of about 140-ish points.
Triarch is going to come right back into B.
Here he comes.
There's the detection right there.
Not in time to stop the cap, though.
Right. But the cost is still going to be quite heavy. Hitake is going to be shot at by 2 people.
Only 1 for now. The Daring continuing to dump shells into him. Triarch not taking much damage in return. I feel like that was kind of a low-risk play for 07. I kind of like that they made it. The only option now is it's a question of if Hitake reverses it into these torpedoes or not.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna.
No, he's not gonna get baited into it. With the Daring having left the C cap, the A cap. Price now back onto A. Aussie's having to turn around. You see him already headed back that direction. I feel like at this point, Zath, all you got to do is leave Hitake's Ragnar in the cap. Go double team the A cap with the Vampire.
Yeah, 100%. They gotta counter push someplace. I think A is a very smart place to counter push.
Yeah. 07 retaining the lead. 9 minutes to play.
Look how deep Pizza is with that Shimakaze.
Yeah. They've given him the space, man. They've given him the space. Floops has continued to fall back and give him the space, so why not take it?
I mean, RX-7 probably doesn't even realize this. He could radar and detect Pizza right now. But he's not. He's just going to keep shooting at John the Ruthless's butt. Shadow.
Big hits there from the Kremlin right through the bow.
Why is he moving forward?
I think he's either trying to use or to get into this smoke that Floops is leaving, and I'm not sure which. Potentially wanting to continue to farm Marin, because that Goliath versus Kremlin matchup is one of the best matchups they have on this flank, Zath. They want to continue to try and punish Marin with those Goliath HE shells while they can, I assume. A contested now. Frice stuck in on the top end of the A cap. Aussie stuck in on the bottom end of the same cap. Nobody going anywhere. Everybody ticking up the same rate. 07 on a 150-point lead here. 8 minutes to play.
You know, that's interesting. I mean, Aussie could even just hydro push Frice at this point. And you can see Frice is backing off of that island, realizing that that's
I mean,
a valid play.
Frice barely has any support over there. I mean, if Aussie was to come around the correct side of the island, he doesn't know this, but if he were to come around the correct side of the island, the only person that would really have good shots would be the Ohio. He could potentially deny the Moskva the shots.
Yep.
But Aussie right now is using his little short range daring hydro. He wants to try and move up and push Frice out that way.
Exactly. And I'm sure Frice's radio location is pointing directly to the island right now, telling him, I got to get out of here.
Oh, yeah. Dastard with a bit of a mistake. He grounded himself here trying to make this turn.
Ooh.
Takes a good sized hit from Marin's Kremlin.
What are his turrets looking at? Looks like he's changing his turrets even. He's looking left.
Yeah, he's trying to get him pointed. Yeah, he's trying to turn him around to the left. I'm not sure who he's trying to look at over there.
Look at Hatake. Hatake letting himself. Oh, okay. Oof. Because he came under fire, he instinctively hit W to get behind the island. He'll dodge torps because of that.
A changes hands once again as Aussie does pick it up. Again, KSC closing the lead, but still trailing here. 6:45 to play.
I wonder if Shadow Wolfish now realizes that because the Kremlin has moved away, it's time to counter push C. I don't know that he got any use out of that smoke.
They got to do something here, Zath. They're going to lose Dastard, I think. He's getting focused out. Marin's going to come in with another salvo here in a minute. There's a whole ton of HE. Yeah, there's a whole ton of HE falling on him. Like he can't sustain. He cannot stay alive. It's not going to happen.
Oh, Pizza takes gearing torpedoes from Floops.
Wow, a luck chuck kill on the 10 line. But as predicted, the Burgonia goes off the board. 07 retains the lead. Hatake taking damage here he doesn't need to take. That's a bit of a surprise there. Lit again by Eagle Lance, but no shells coming in. So now, if you're 07, like you can push A. The question is, do you?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, KSC's gonna have all 3 caps.
Yeah, but 5.5 minutes to play. But again, we're at a point where like a single kill from the wrong place will make a huge difference. They're finally gonna have lock solid control of C eventually. It's gonna take them a bit because RX7 is taking shells. Danny's Ohio is gonna move back to the middle of the board. We've seen Danny make this move before on this map, right? So here with 5 minutes to play, it's only a 40-point game.
Look at Hatake. Look at Hatake.
He's getting farmed out. Or is he dodging some of this? He's dodging some of it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's radared by Elgar right now. He's in a really bad spot. Triarch wants to nail him.
Radar finally out, but Marin's closing in.
Mm-hmm.
So Hatake versus a battleship, that only ends one way.
Right.
KSC owns all the caps. Under 5 minutes to play. 07 needs to make a change in the status quo. They're about to do it at A. Frice's Shima back onto the cap here as Marin's Kremlin onto the cap at B.
Look at Serpent Lord. He's going to assassinate Eagle Lance right now.
You think so?
Well, they're trying. He stopped and smoked, and I don't think that was a good idea. I think it would have been better.
They can still see Eagle. This would be a huge kill if they can get it.
There
they
it
do.
Is.
That's a huge kill for KSC. Gives them a little bit of breathing room now.
Yeah.
4 minutes to play. They're right now. KSC are the only ones ticking up points.
Look at the torps coming on Marin. Marin is stuck between a Moskva and 2 torpedoes.
Marin taking 2 torpedoes there.
That hurts.
Flood. No flood. He DCP'd. But you know they're calling for focus fire here.
Oh, yeah. Danilov's coming in.
He's
RX7.
nose to nose with RX7 here. Danny's probably loading the HE if he can try and get a shot. Danny's about to have a shot.
Shadow is smoked up and farming as well from safety.
Marin's going to go out. He's healing. He's trying to heal through this. I just don't
It's
know
not
how he's
gonna
going to be able to do it.
happen.
Nope, he's not. There it is.
Oh my goodness.
KSC's done it again, Zath. Up 2 ships, up 250 points, 3 minutes to play. It's going to take a miracle. Triarch's trying to get in here and kill Serpent Lord. He might be able to do it. They're proxying, spotting him now. Triarch's they've got to get this kill. If they fail to get this kill, they do.
Oh
But
no.
do they trade? Is it a trade? Is it a
Oh,
trade?
no,
It's not a trade.
Oh my god.
Triarch lives. Triarch has to beach himself to avoid the torpedoes, but he's still lit. A couple of shells. It is a trade.
That's it.
They can't afford it. Does Hatake live? More shells going in on Hatake? He doesn't.
He goes
does
down.
not.
Neither team wants to stop here, ladies and gentlemen.
07 is still in this game, but man, is it close. Elgar's now stepping on to C. They've got to make a desperation play here. Goliath AP going in, nothing doing. 2.5 minutes. KSC looking for that win. They're almost there, but not quite. 07's putting up a hell of a
Almost.
fight.
Yes, they are.
I think in the end, Zath, what's going to kill them, what's going to cost 07 the game, they cannot get to B in time. The B
That's
cap
correct.
is the B cap is ticking up. There goes the Moskva.
Wow.
The Goliath AP in the bow seals the deal, Zath. 980. It's all over here. 07 cannot get onto a cap in time. KSC is going to become your new Kings of the Sea here on North America.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new king.
That's right. The king is dead. Long live the king. The new king here is Kill Steal confirmed as they manage to prevent the 07 reverse sweep and claim the series 3-2. Whoa! How about them apples, kids? I mean, there you go, man. I don't even know what to talk about anymore, guys. I feel like I'm in this. I've seen so much. I've seen too much. Take me home and put me to bed, Mama. I have seen it all. I have seen too much. Let's go back to the studio. It's been a long day, man. But we have got a brand new King of the Sea, Ensconce. Your boys at KSC did it.
I can't believe
Holy shit! I mean, I jokingly I was thinking in my head before, if this happens, like would I even attempt to sing Queen's "We Are the Champions"? KSC are the champions, my clan, or whatever. I can't hit the high notes, but like, holy crap! That game was gone. KSC didn't have a chance in hell until that torpedo on the 10 line hit, and then everything changed. That one torpedo changed everything. Holy shit!
One lone torpedo.
I am absolutely astounded. The main reason that I'm astounded is because what we witnessed today, gentlemen, was we witnessed KSC get knocked out earlier from the winners bracket, power through some of the best teams in North America over and over and over again to get a second shot at 07. Go 2-0 against 07.
And this time they didn't throw away that shot.
They did not throw away that shot. But here's the thing, guys. Like, for the first 2 matches, KSC pulled off some incredible stuff. And 07 arguably did not play their best, I would say. They did not look like peak 07 for the first 2 matches. However, you could chalk that up to 07 not playing at all today and KSC playing a whole bunch. And then 07 found the rhythm. And they came back and they ruthlessly took game 3 and game 4 because they were dominant in those 2 games. And this last game, game 5, just as the casters like us would want to see, everybody played exceptionally well. Nobody made mistakes. Everybody was on their A game. Everybody played great. It just came down to who took that torp. It happened to be 07's destroyer. It came down to who managed to place the right shots in the right time. And it came down to the wire. Congratulations to KSC as our new COTS 13 King of the Sea NA champions.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Grats, boys. They played. Look, you know, we got to watch KSC yesterday. We got to watch them today. They looked better today than they did yesterday.
Yes.
And it's obvious, and I think I said this at some point during the day. It's obvious that the homework they put in about their opponents, their maps, their strats, their research to get to this point paid off. But despite all of that, all of the preparation in the world cannot prevent you, cannot carry you to victory if you don't execute when the time comes to execute. And today they did, and they looked really good. So congratulations. With this, what I love about today, guys, I look at the three teams that we've got representing NA in the international bracket next kind of couple weekends. Aren't you excited to see more of that? I am. Bring it on. Bring it on.
07, KSC, and Bonks are going to face off with EU.
Bring it on.
Yeah, yes. Come and cheer them on here on the official channel in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's do this.
Well, Zaf, C-Raptor, you guys, we'll bring you back after we take a look at the replay, but you guys have done an absolutely extraordinary job. You have earned yourselves a well-deserved rest and a well-deserved drink, I would say. We're going to take a little look at the replay here, Sconce and I. Please join us afterwards to say goodbye to the stream while we raid somebody else. So give us just a moment. Replay's ready. Let's get to it. Let's see how KSC wrapped this up.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, sure enough, nobody was giving away B. Not going to be a thing. 07 sends a daring. Yeah, right. Yes, 07 sends a daring. There's a Ragnar and there's a vampire that are going to contest. There's going to be a whole lot of back and forth there. A little bit of chisel this, chisel that. 07 early lead. Grabs A, grabs C. Shimakaze, they don't have a radar on that flank. Burgone, daring. KSC can't find the Shimakaze, can't contest it. They're playing safe with the daring. Shima does give ground. Let's KSC take that. However, it's still like 40 points to the good over on 07. C, not much is happening. Mostly floops in the gearing on the F line, seeding back away from the Shimakaze. There's a Moskva. Heck, there's two of them. There's one on the 8 line. There's one on the 10 line. He does not want to get spotted. He does not want to die. He's playing safe. He's juking Shimitorps. He's backing up. Meanwhile, the Ohio and the Goliath down there at H10, they're getting shredded. They're losing health. If you're looking at the health pools in this game, 07's getting up by 30,000, 40,000, 50, 70. It's starting to get kind of rough. You're used to seeing 07 do this kind of stuff. 07, they don't want to let the points slide away from too bad. They shove the Shimakaze in when they realize that stuff's been rotated away. Daring comes back. In fact, Dester gets a little engaged with his Burgone going up on the 4 line. He's going to kind of try to give assistance to A, but he's going to get chiseled down for it. You can see bleeding, bleeding, bleeding. But, oh my God, the DD just died. 07's DD died at E10. There's no Shimakaze. There's no Torps to block KSC. They're pushing in. The Daring's got C. The Goliath moves up. The Ohio moves up. Suddenly, Bravo gets pinched from all different directions. It doesn't matter that A fell. The Henry is all the way down the A line. He's safe. He's good. He's fine. Whatever. It starts to fall. The DDs trust into each other. It's like the last 2 points. Triarch rescues it for 07. Jukes all those torpedoes, but beaches and goes down. And it ends up being a trade. They still have just enough points. There's a little bit of wiggle room there, but there's a Moskva trying to somehow do something against 3 ships. Goliath comes around, nails him, and KSC takes it. Whoa!
I am absolutely blown away. If you don't mind, I'd love to get back to the quad cam. I'd like to get C-Raptor and Zaf back in on this to just go over. I mean, I want to talk about one thing before we do a final rundown, each one of us. I mean, the destroyer play in the final matches for this weekend, yesterday and today, and it's all because Nevsky and Venezia were banned. Literally, destroyers to be the deciding factors in these matches. Every once in a while, yeah, you'll see like a great battleship salvo that takes that boat out, but the destroyers dictated the pace of each game, and they dictated where everyone else was allowed to go. Absolutely extraordinary play by some of the DD players we saw tonight. Triarch, Frice, Aussie Zeus,
Eagle Lance,
Eagle Chad. These guys are some of the best that you will see, and not just to them, but to everybody who played, especially over this weekend. Some of the best destroyer play I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, it's a real honor when you get to watch King of the Sea with this kind of this quality destroyer play, right? Because back when I was first playing the game, 6-ish years ago, right? I was working up. I think one of my very first lines was the Japanese cruiser line, and I got partway up, and I got to probably Miyoko or Mogami, and I kept seeing these idiot destroyers throw games away, right? In randoms, of course, and it pissed me off, and I was like, enough. I'm going to play destroyer now. So I started playing Japanese destroyer, and that's when I kind of started learning and developing some of the skills that I have today about, managing your detection, looking for torpedo angles, all this sort of thing. And it's a privilege when you want. I mean, I will not profess that I have this level of skill, okay? But it's a privilege when you watch somebody play destroyer who understands it, who has that fundamental knowledge of, this is what I can do, this is what I can get away with, this is how the class needs to function, this is my role in this position on this map in this game. And we saw a lot of that today and yesterday, and it's been a joy to watch.
Raptor, would you say the King of the Sea is a masterclass in good destroyer play?
Not always, Zach. Not always. Because think back as well, right? There was all those jokes in the training room earlier about which destroyer is going to take which random torpedo. In this particular match, who was it? It was Pieces of Pizza, right? But the bottom line is that even when that happens to you in a destroyer, and it can happen to literally anyone, the best players, okay? You're still looking at just a really, really good, yes, Zaf, a masterclass of how
Drink, everyone.
Yeah, there it is, of destroyer positioning and utilization and play. And think about it for a minute. A lot of the destroyers we saw today were Ragnars, who have no torpedoes, but you still have to have a fundamental understanding of what this ship can do, what it can do well, what it's meant to do, how its armor scheme protects it in certain engagements, and which engagements it doesn't protect it in, and so on.
Right.
So there's a lot of knowledge that goes into that skill level, and it's fun to watch.
Absolutely. Guys, I think we should do a weekend roundup. I'd love to start with Zaf. Give us your opinion on this weekend. Do you have any favorite moments? Before we close down here, we find somebody to raid and we call it quits until COTS Internationals. What do you think, man?
To me, my favorite moments is casting alongside all of you fine people.
Oh, come
And
on!
Oh,
I'm gonna go there, damn it. But like to me, like going into forcing a game 5 in the loser bracket for the third place match, right? And then going to a game 5 in this one. Like what's so cool about this is that we as casters and many of you as viewers get so invested in what you're watching. These players matter to you now. You're cheering on maybe individuals, maybe entire teams, what have you, but it starts becoming a bigger and bigger deal. And that's the one thing I love about best of 5s over best of 3s is you really, really get into it. Now, sometimes you get so into it that you, quite frankly, miss out on other things in life. I mean, it's currently 9:30 p.m. Normally, I'm done around 6 o'clock. My cat was so bored, he even got up from his bed, went down, had dinner, and now he's back meowing at me like, Daddy, why aren't you paying attention to me?
Pay attention to me, damn it.
Right. And what's so cool about this, guys, is that King of the Sea is one of those unique things where we're seeing the very best of what the NA server and then next in a couple weekends, right, what the international community has to offer in terms of play. And this isn't something where, you necessarily talk down to individual players who are playing it. You look at it and you think of the accomplishment that all of these players had getting this far. And you look back at it and you just think of that long road that each of these teams have taken to get here. Granted, 07 was seeded, but they weren't seeded just because people liked them. They earned that seed from time after time after time. They've paid their dues as well, even though it might look like they haven't in this particular season. And that's what I love about King of the Sea, guys, is anything can happen, anything will happen, and you just get so damn entrenched in what's happening. I don't want this to end. I'm tired. School starts up tomorrow. I got to go to work in 14 hours, but you know what? For right now, I've got this moment, and I'm holding on to it. So there you go, Bogsy.
Thank you, Zaf. C Raptor, what's your take?
I think for me, it's the overall. This is going to sound kind of cheesy, but it's the overall quality of play, right? I mean, we're now on day 6 of King of the Sea, right? We've seen a lot of games by this point, and it feels like every iteration of the event, things get a little better, right? We do a little better, we do a little better, and it just feels like teams continue to improve across the board, not just the guys that fight their way out of the group stage and get into into the qualifiers and so on and so forth. You know, we had a team make it to the top 4 this time, fighting their way through the entirety of the group stage. Now, that's maybe a little bit of a misnomer, because it's BN's team number 2, right? It's BN
Right.
Junior or whatever. But the bottom line is, that's a lot of work, right? It takes a lot of work to play through the qualifiers and the group stage and everything, and then get all the way to the top 4. And we continue to see just good, solid play out of so many teams. It becomes even more joyful to cast the event, right? Sometimes Zath and I joke about the early days of King of the Sea are kind of sometimes the most fun, because you never have any idea what you're going to see. But the reality is as we've kind of demonstrated today, you get down to the end here, and even then, do you really know what you're going to see? I mean, you think you do. We watched KSC. We knew their strategy going into Hotspot, for example. You know what you're going to see, but you don't know how the other team's going to react to it. You don't know what RNG is going to have to say about it with fires and shells and dispersion, and anything can happen. And it is always a lot of fun to watch. So, I mean, yeah, I think for me, that's my takeaway, is that I look at where we are today, King of the Sea 13, back to where we were in, say, 3 years ago, which would have been King of the Sea 7, right? The teams we're sending up to a big international event now versus the teams we were sending up back then. And it feels like just collectively as a group, the competitive scene on the NA server plays at a much higher level than we did. It's been fun. It's been fun to watch that growth and everything. So yeah, that's what I'm excited about.
Sconce. I
Rising-
mean, aside the fact that they're your boys, how do you feel about the weekend?
Sure. Rising tide lifts all boats, Sea Raptor. And
Absolutely.
yeah, as 07 advances, you know, whoever's got the target on their back is the one that everybody's going gunning for, which means they've got to rise up to that level and figure out how to go a little bit further. And 07's constantly in the front. That is the thing. But that's the scary part of having the target on your back, is that everybody's watching you, everybody's pulling your tricks, everybody's going from it. As far as this weekend, 07 versus KSC, we kind of saw what we expected. We saw a dominant 07. KSC got a little aggressive. They were able to take it. They moved on. 07 versus Bonks, we saw some really good play. Really good play. And the fact that they're going to go into the internationals, I expect Bonks to hurt some people. I expect them to put some points on the board. I know 07's going to, but I have to say today was magical. I mean, it's one thing to watch the frenetic craziness and the action and stuff. Yes, definitely. The first few days, they're good for that. You get some YOLOs, you get some, what was that? But today was all about pressure. And I mean, people break under pressure, because you get in there and you get locked in, it's time goes by, and then suddenly, oh, we got to hit the button, we got to go. And some people, you know, they look at it and they're like, I'm just not seeing ships move. I just don't know if there's anything. But when you see the game, when you know the game, you see the pressure, and that pressure, man, it gets so thick you can cut it with a knife, and it's great to watch. And we got that game after game after game after game. This weekend was great. KSC winning aside, all the matches, great. Wonderful storylines, coming back, reverse sweeps and stuff. Oh, mwah, chef's kiss.
I couldn't agree more with what the three of you guys have said. You know, this is obviously my first King of the Sea as a wargaming employee. I was once just a player, just a streamer, just a CC, and now I come to you guys in this tournament as an actual wargaming employee. I've been very fortunate to be asked to, I guess, be the voice of COTS NA for a while here, and knowing that I get to go in 2 weeks to Prague to represent North America region in the King of the Sea International Finals, and in my pocket I've got KSC Kill Steal confirmed, 07 Devastating Strike, and Bonks go to horny jail. Coming with me? Well, I feel pretty good.
I want to point something out. I want to point something out that I just noticed as I look back on my game log for the day. KSC played 3 different elimination games today on Warriors Path and won all of them.
Oh, very nice.
Interesting.
I'll see if I can sneak that into the rotation. Hot spot.
Interestingly enough, nobody picked that map. That was the
No, they didn't.
random map for the
Well,
5.
it's- No, for the 5. No, for that's the 5. It wasn't random. It's the leftover. They banned Hotspot and IOI were banned.
Oh.
The teams each
Right.
picked 2. Warriors Path just happened to be the one that nobody picked and wasn't banned, so it was automatically the 5th map.
Wow.
Wow. And that just has to be the linchpin for KSC then, because they clearly figured out how to play that one correctly.
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
Now in Yep.
Oh, by all means, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that it was the random map in the series versus AP. It was the leftover map in the series versus 07. It was game 4 versus Bonk. So somebody picked it in that. I think they might have picked it in that series, but either way, yeah.
I want to point out before we wrap up here that we did a poll early on.
Oh.
Poll in.
No.
Yeah, we're going there. We did a poll early on to see for all of you in chat to decide who you thought was going to come out 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place. Most of you who guessed were correct that KSC did in fact triumph over Bonks. I think it was 36% said that KSC would beat Bonks, 21% said that Bonks would beat KSC. However, 75% of you thought 07 would triumph over KSC.
Guilty.
4% of you predicted that KSC would go on to become the COTS North American 13 champs. 4% of you just got rich. So, guys, we got to wrap this up. We're all tired. Everybody would like to go on about their nights, perhaps play some World of Warships themselves. Perhaps
I gotta finish my dailies.
Matt has to finish his dailies because he's insane. So, on behalf of all 4 of us, on behalf of Wargaming, since I suppose I speak for Wargaming now, thank you to every single one of you who showed up and watched this weekend. Thank you to every single one of you who showed up and watched in all the previous weekends. Thank you to every single player who showed up, signed up, played, had a great time, won graciously, lost graciously. And thank you to every single person who helped make this tournament possible. Our referees, our adjudicators, our admins, specifically Peleon, Empire Strikes Bonk. You have done a fantastic job. Thank you for all of your hard work. And most importantly, thank you to Mara Draco for making the last 2 weekends an absolute breeze and a joy. Go get yourself a scotch, sir. You deserve it. So
He tells me he already has a scotch.
I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Yeah, I guarantee it. Guarantee it.
While we're thanking people, Bogsy, if you don't mind, I just want to take a moment to thank my awesome mods, Sith Kitten, Puddin597, and Kaduzanin for hanging out with chat, doing giveaways, predictions, and all that. You guys should have seen the predictions as they were coming. People pissed. They're like, I bet on KSC and 07 wins. I bet on 07 KSC wins. What the hell? Like, they were really
What is
pissed.
happening? What is happening?
So it's good stuff.
And thank you to all the moderators who have helped us. Parsonautico has been helping to regulate our chat to make sure the most childish of you get a timeout for 30 seconds to a few minutes at a time. Thank you, Parse. You're a hero.
Yep.
Gentlemen, I think it's time. I know we've been hanging out for the last 8-9 hours, but I think it is time for us to say thank you to everybody watching. We're going to go ahead and, I believe, raid Overlord Bo. He's one of our community contributors. He was casting these matches as well. I believe he's still going, so we might get him to squeeze out a few matches for you all to watch. 2 weeks from now, COTS Internationals, official channel. The time zone might not be your cup of tea, so please, we will have announcements of what the time zones are. Please follow that and be ready to watch. It's going to be great. Let's go cheer on 07 KSC and Bonks as they take on the best in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, Maradraco here. Yeah, I got a mic now. I wanna go ahead and ask everybody in chat to give these 4 awesome gentlemen a round of applause. And when you get to the Overlord Bo's channel, I heard he told me, he was silly enough to tell me that he still has a lot of codes left. I want you guys to drop in chat give away all codes now when
That's
you
right.
get there. Let's clear him
whale.
out. Have a wonderful day.
Wipe him clean. Wonderful. Thank you, everybody.